Start docs, custom browser docs, bam.
And praying a
Hit
game goes on
apply.
sale. Console homies can save money too, because they have deals for PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and even Nintendo
YouTube
Switch.
chat.
So stop waiting. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to
Studio.
play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they have on it. And if you
Guys.
like what you see and end up making a purchase,
Unless
just know that
the
on top of
last
saving
one.
yourself money, you are also supporting the channel.
Close that.
Anyway, let's see
You
how the
guys got
XP
sleepy
farm is going.
time.
What? No, who let the
I'm
cutscene
only
play? Anyway, that farm
sleeping.
is busted, so plan B. I found the fast
Change
travel again
that.
and held down this time all the way to the bottom to go to Digistruct Peak and open a door, which went surprisingly well. Since I have to edit this video and rewatch all the footage, I can see that we made it to level 4, but I had no idea what level I was at the time. We made it back to Claptrap and started following the silly sounds of his voice until the scary red dots showed up. After getting angry at a small cliff, my overleveled melee power took out the first batch of bullymongs. Knuckle Dragger showed up after that, and I absolutely trick-shotted his little brother out of the sky. We killed Knuckle Dragger after that and started looking for Claptrap's eye. Luckily, the minimap gives an objective marker for most things that we need to pick up, so we had an idea where to look. Items also make a distinct noise when their item card pops up, indicating you're looking at it. Here's an example of that noise. So we calmed our surroundings and listened for that sound until we found Velma's glasses and got a reward. I've played this game enough times to know that this chest always gives us a Jacob shotgun. So I snagged that because more pellets equals more chances to hit. I did not realize what I was getting myself into, so I shotgunned a monster to get me through this run. And honestly, I think that was kind of OP because I was clearing out Liarsburg way too easy. I was hitting more shots than I anticipated and developed a few strategies along the way. For example, I found the best way to line up melee attacks is lining up the inner angle of my yellow marker with the bottom corner of the bad guy's red dot. The minimap can tell me what cardinal direction I'm looking in, but it cannot tell me if I'm looking too far up or too far down. So to combat this issue, I would look all the way down and then estimate where the enemy would be, and I felt pretty cool doing this, but rewatching the footage makes me feel a lot less cool because it was not working as good as I thought. I took the Bullymon clearing mission for a little bit more XP and ended up taking the first death of the run. The second, third, and fourth ones too. We also took the Echo collecting mission here, but that didn't go too well. I'll point out the transparency of the minimap now, since I'll probably get comments about it. Parts of the map where there is no terrain are a bit transparent, and I can sometimes get hints to my surroundings. But with a 120 FOV, even if you see the thing you're trying to interact with, it's not exactly free. I see the bullet holes, okay. Oh, I think I got it.
Alright, chat.
Where the f
I'm
is
gonna
this
get ready
thing?
for bed. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. But yeah. You ready? You're ready.
I'm about to skip this mission. I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, so the moral of the story is that even though I can see through parts of the map, it never really came in handy because learning lineups with the actual map proved far more consistent. Anyway, 5 minutes after I leveled up, I finally unlocked my action skill. So let's bring out Death Trap. Oh no, I didn't pick Gage. I picked Salvador. Anyway, we made our way towards Boom Boom. I wanted to wipe out the bandits here with a skyrocket, but I only managed to kill one psycho with it, so that was pretty cringe. When I got to Boom Boom, someone put a bounty on killing them in under 3 tries. My guess is they didn't have faith in me because I was trying to fight the clouds the whole time, so I don't really blame them. I jumped in and immediately tried to find my way to the back of the arena to lure Boom to a dark alley and take his loot. I was surprised when I got the kill here because I didn't hear any of the noises that usually play when you land a melee hit in BuzzX Rampage. But like, Boom is dead, so I'll take it. Boom and Boom both drop a bunch of grenade ammo when killed, so I knew I had plenty of skyrockets I could throw at Boom. Too bad I whiffed like all of them. On my second try, I ran back to Boom's body in hopes that there were more nades lying around. I heard the ammo pickup sound as I ran by, so I knew I had at least one and managed to knock Boom out of his cannon. A few blind swings later, I made 15 bucks and leveled up. You might think that picking skills would be hard if I can't see the skill tree. But honestly, it was super easy because I have Krieg's entire skill tree memorized. Do other character mains memorize the entire skill tree? Or are Krieg mains just built different? I don't know. Anyway, if you open your menu and press 4, it will always take you to your skill tree tab. and you'll always start hovering over your action skill. So all I needed to do was press down once and then enter to spec in to pull the pin, which makes it so we drop a copy of our grenade mod when we die. And if it gets a kill, we get double the amount of XP. Using our new skill, we decided to farm Boom Boom until level 10 by running into the arena, dealing a little bit of damage, and then finishing them off martyr style. Oh look, a bonus package! I wish I seen that. The other 4 points I put into Empty the Rage because a majority of our damage is going to be melee, and the Empty Mag bonus actually came into play here quite often. We started our climb up to Flint's ship, and things started getting a bit dicey. The mini-map is locked to a 2-dimensional plane and will only show you the highest point of the map, so we were practically blind when we had to go under the ship. Yeah, I got really lost down here and started taking cryo damage? How the f did I end up in the pre-sequel? What the? We had to keep pushing forward with nothing but muscle memory from playing this game so much. And making it through this part was tough. But now we had to climb up the ship, and that was a nightmare. Staircases, tight ropes, walls, bathrooms, holes, skyrockets, enemies that could be below or above me, I don't freaking know. All these things made it just absolutely abysmal to traverse. I again had to go entirely based on memory. Dying would also send me so far back that it was just headache inducing. I got to the point that kept messing me up and decided to just go for a leap of faith over what I thought was a hole. It was actually just a wall. After that, I slowly tiptoed up to the lever to hoist Claptrap up, hit a new use station, and took a sigh of relief. Up next was the Flint fight. Now usually to get him to jump down from his throne, you have to hit him at least once. Insert joke on why that is hard to do. So we died a few times before we had a chance to get close to him. And when we did manage to get close to him, I found out that Flint was easier than the climb up. Never thought that would happen. After that, we made it to Three Horns and ran into a new issue. We needed an interface adapter to get a new car, but the objective marker was a big area circle. I had a general idea of where to go, but this one took a while to find.
Wait a moment while I hack the catch-a-ride.
After that, we got behind the wheel and somehow things got easier. I hit the jump on the first try and even nailed Door Guy pretty good. Finding Reese's Echo was pretty rough too because of the whole big circle objective thing, but the 2,500 hours in BL2 saved me there. A little bit of Snake gameplay later, we saved Reese and headed towards the Power Core Psycho.
Oh my god. Wombo combo.
We managed to nab the power core and absolutely slaughtered the 20 bandits to avenge Reese before making it to Sanctuary. At this point, my guns were very underleveled, and finding new gear would be tough considering I can't see any of it, and my numerous deaths would make buying whatever's in the shop a bit hard. But lucky for us, this mission turn-in always gives us a choice between an assault rifle or a shotgun, so I dropped my SMG and went for the shotgun. Glad I remembered it was the second option because I got a decent bandit shotgun from it. I was hoping for another Jacobs shotgun, but I wasn't disappointed once I heard the bandit gunshot sounds. I had to grab a bunch of stuff here in Sanctuary. I'll try not to go over everything I pick up unless it was tougher than usual, but one thing to note here was I spent my iridium on what I hoped was grenade SDUs. Fun fact, all the upgrades here are alphabetized except for the bank and backpack upgrades, so this was a rare case where extremely obscure Borderlands knowledge actually came in handy. Anyway, Frostburn Canyon was our next destination, and I made my way there after fast traveling back to the Draft DLC in Claptrap's place by accident. Frostburn was honestly kind of rough. First off, I'm not used to the map not being already filled out because this is a fresh character, and the terrain was far from flat here. I didn't mind dying often because that just meant pull the pin XP, but the fire damage on fire nomads was proving to be ineffective. Once I crawled out of that mess, I had the spike pit skip. Now, I have never failed this jump, but this time around, I wouldn't be able to see my usual lineup. I had a lot in the line, so I just had to go with my gut.
Yeah, I can't see shit over here.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna John for a bit, okay? I still think my success rate is 100%. Screw you guys if you think otherwise. My player icon is way too friggin' big to see anything. Not to mention this objective marker screwed up my lineup. I'm not crying, you're crying. Anyway, we got the skip eventually, and honestly, I don't think it could get much worse than oh, I forgot about Lilith, never mind. The bright side to this challenge is that I don't have to see Lilith, but the downside is that I can still hear the one-liner.
Oh, Lilith, why?
Even though Lilith loves to torment me, she did manage to give us our first class mod. It
I
happened
have
to
the
be
list
the
to keep
best
doing
one we
this
could
to
have
me.
gotten for this run, which was a blister count and +6 grenade count. I didn't know this until editing though, so it probably didn't matter that much. Up next, we had to save Roland, and in order to do that, we were going to need a car upgrade. And honestly, destroying the cars proved harder than I anticipated. Half the time, I was just trying to figure out if the red dot was a buzzard or a car. I bet you guys can't tell the difference. My first plan was trying to tail the technicals while aiming up and down and hoping that enough bullets would hit. That didn't work. I then tried to hold all the way down because I knew the cars couldn't look too far down.
Plus it keeps
That didn't
doing this
work.
thing where
And we
both
also
of the
tried to go
lights
to
have like a
pull the pin
remote,
kill.
but one's
Yeah,
on
that
and
didn't
one's
work.
off.
What was the game
So
winning
when I
strategy, you might
press
ask?
the power button, they
I
just
got one
switch
word
which
for
one's
you.
on and off, and I'm like, oh, I want them off.
With the rocket launcher runner and the looking as far down as possible strat, we were able to more consistently
That's good,
take
that's
out
good.
bandit
You
technicals,
got the-
and we
you
eventually
guys got a
enough
video
parts
to
sneak into
watch.
the Bloodshot Dam.
You got me
Godma was up
sleeping.
next, and let me tell you, I died so many times trying to fight this guy. Death after death just kept piling
yeah.
on, and there wasn't
Give me a little
anything I could
snacky
do about it.
snack.
I mean, I guess I could have tried to survive the fight, but then how would I get the double XP from pull the pin? You guys think I'm gonna farm up to level 16 and not take the twice as fast option? Come on now. Alright, real talk. We farmed Badma up to level 16 so we could get the most important skill of the run. Light the fuse. Now if we end up falling into fight for your life, we will have an extremely useful tool for revives. No more lack of movement and no more estimating how high I'm aiming because the splash damage means I could just get close and throw them at the ground. And if I'm feeling extra confident, I could just hold E to go full Minesweeper mode and murder everything around me. Doing this made the Bloodshot Stronghold relatively easy, right up until the toilet room, where my arch enemy, Verticality, found us yet again. It was back to being an absolute guessing game. And boy, am I glad that I took the time to get Light the Fuse here, because even with it, closing the distance between me and these crazed marauders was harder than normal. Anyway, Mad Mike eventually showed up, and I decided to use my out of sight, out of mind card here and just ignore him. I hit the next new U station and planned to run away after I came back, but my skyrocket murked him without me knowing, so I'll be taking that card back, thank you. After finding Roland, I got stuck in this hole and just could not find my way out of it. I ended up having to die to get out, which felt pretty cringe and embarrassing. And after that, we made it outside and I put the stinky on myself. Actually guys, this was 100% on purpose. You could tell because I got a pull the pin kill. Yep, After I paid the toll, I started fighting my way through the bad guys. Nothing too crazy, but I did put the stinky on this loader, so I'm glad we got at least one this run. After fighting through all those loaders, we made it to our next fight. If you're new here, you probably don't know that the Warden can take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. Yeah, and with our current setup, I estimated that chance was pretty high. I went in for my first attempt and got a few second wins before dying about halfway through his health bar. It honestly felt like a tough fight, and I had no idea how close or not close I was to killing the Warden, so I scrambled to get one more good attempt in before it was Gulag time.
Can't tell if I used my BuzzX Rampage or not, and I burned it or not, but... Okay.
Yeah, the Warden is weird. I feel like its shield gets weaker when the surveyors decide to start juicing it up or something, because that was pretty baffling. After saving Roland, I replaced my first shotgun with a sniper before realizing that didn't make any sense, and then swapping to a TDR SMG I found and heading back home. At this point in the game, my memory of enemy levels is a bit skewed, so I decided to do the Marcus dummy missions for a little XP boost and to secure a slag pistol for future fights. It's not the best option, but it's the only guaranteed slag weapon I could get realistically. Anyway, I also missed Michael Mamaril right here. I never see this guy, and this challenge run made sure to keep it that way, but oh well, off to Tundra Express. Burning the Varkids here was kind of annoying because I messed up and lost my free tinderbox, and my skyrocket was just way too strong. I could have used this fire shotgun I found, but alas, I didn't know it was fire. I eventually got stuck on the fire melon and managed to wake up Mordecai, meet Tina, dodge a train, and grab the badonkadonks. The first one was pretty easy to grab, but for the second one, I needed to do a little bit of parkour to bypass the confusing staircase system. On the way to blow up the train, I gained the title of only person ever to unintentionally die to these giant cartoony proximity mines, so that was pretty cringe. I also had my first fight with a ladder and my second fight with a train. We made it to Wilhelm, and this was probably the toughest fight yet. Every challenge about this run piled on right here. I had no idea what level he was, so I had no idea how much damage I was dealing, or if I was even beating out his shield regeneration. I couldn't see incoming attacks, so I had to use audio cues to kinda guess where to dodge. And to top it off, Wilhelm is pretty hard to melee because he kinda has this spike shield effect when you get too close. I gave it a few attempts before almost calling it quits for the day. But on my last attempt before that, I heard Wilhelm start doing callouts, indicating his health was low. So I gave it one more shot, this time with a newfound strategy I will be calling menu leveling. I found that opening and closing your menu put your crosshair at a consistent eye level, and using that we found our combat loop. We would run around, dodge, and throw pot shots until we heard him or seen him start spawning surveyors. At that point, I would pull out my slag pistol and level my crosshair to hopefully get some slag. I would then run at him with BuzzX Rampage if it was charged, or just my plain self and intentionally get downed. After that, I would instantly detonate my bundle. This would damage Wilhelm, stop his surveyors from giving him too much shield, and give me a second win, all at the same time. Once I started hearing his low health callouts again, I threw any skyrockets that I had and finished Wilhelm off.
You killed Wilhelm? Holy hell, Jack doesn't stand a chance.
When we got back to Sanctuary, I got rid of my Vault Hunter relic because I knew Lieutenant Davis was going to give me a new relic, and the one we got was probably the most useless thing I could have gotten. Honestly, I didn't know what it was, but I liked it anyway. It was way better than Lilith's gift of literally taking my home and my minimap. Like, bro, what am I supposed to do now? I ended up running towards the cliff to spawn next to the door, which was unnecessary because an objective marker did show up. But if you watched my vids before, you know that I'm all about the high road. And if you haven't watched before, consider subscribing. It helps the channel a lot, and if you've made it this far into the vid, there's a good chance you'll want to watch more. Anyway, we made it to the fridge and had a surprisingly easy time finding the levers to open the doors. Getting across the Hyperion Bridge went well too. I was a little worried about using the gondola to get across because I wouldn't be able to see it, but the thing is super loud, so I knew exactly when it stopped right in front of me. We made it to Mr. Noodle, and I was pretty scared of what this fight could entail. But then, like, the kill almost looked like it was ripped straight out of a casual playthrough. Like, if you haven't spammed skyrockets at this guy before, have you even really played Borderlands? Anyway, so that was like 3 wins in a row. Overlook, though. That was an L. Things started strong, but quickly took a turn when the toaster showed up. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be able to kill this thing, at least not fast enough to make it worth my time. My favorite part about this whole section is when I got to watch myself try to repair the beacon while I was in Light the Fuse because I had no idea I was even down. Yeah, that was just really funny to me for some reason. Anyway, the beacon actually didn't go invincible this time around. I thought it did, but I guess it didn't. I still had to shamefully fast travel away from the evil toaster that was shoving nuclear bombs into my soft spot, so that sucked, but progress is progress. We made it back home and went for our next vital piece of gear, the Law. Getting it was easy. I just had to empty a weapon slot, correctly identify a killer, accidentally desecrate a corpse, and bam, double melee damage for the rest of the run. The preserve was our next destination, and finding the place was way harder than it should have been. I got stuck in a cave somewhere, and for the first time in the run, I had to save quit because I just couldn't find a way out. Second try took a while, but I made it to the dreaded preserve. Wounding the loaders here went, just kinda got lucky with Light the Fuse and the door opened. But I did start feeling a bit under-leveled here, so I made sure to kill every tiny dot I seen. Anyway, I pushed through all the mobbing and realized that I still get red dots for stalkers even though they're invisible. Didn't make them any less hard though because they just love running away from me. Also, a very weird thing to do if you're literally called a stalker. Anyway, the ultimate loader showed up and worried me a little bit. The game plan was to slag it and just hope that a BuzzX Rampage duration was enough. I forgot to mention this during the Wilhelm fight, but enemies do have callouts for when they get an element applied to them. In the case for slag, they say something like unknown substance or unit slagged. So I was able to tell when they turned purple and knew exactly when to strike. So I was gonna do a bit here where I said I murdered all the loot dudes super easy while swinging at nothing because I didn't take doctor's orders, but I got lucky and one of them showed up anyway. I checked for a drop and ended up with quite the surprise. Okay, we got like something, I guess. Don't tell me it was a grenade. Dude, is that a nasty surprise, dude? 3, 2, 3, 4. That's my shield, that's my grenade mod. Skyrocket's back, okay. After a little bit more mobbing, we made it to Bloodwing. This was going to be our first real fight with a flying enemy, so I wasn't sure how it was going to go. But I've been practicing for this fight the whole run, so let's do this. tab menu. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, dude. All right, Bloodwing, you had me in the first half, but you gotta step up your game again. I'm about to hit double digits. After the fight, I made the mistake of trying to upgrade my gear and ended up losing my +6 grenade count class mod for something pretty much useless. But on the bright side, at least we got the high five our homie Claptrap. Up next was recruiting Brick and his air support. The initiation was pretty much just handled by the Skyrocket, if I'm being honest. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to use this thing indoors, but like how the heck was I supposed to read that? I can only see the mini-map. Sarcastic Slab could have survived this time around because he didn't show up as a red dot, but his loud clapping let me find him using echolocation. Get it? Because the minimap comes from the echo. Oh, come on, please laugh. Fighting the loaders with Brick was pretty simple. I was mostly slagging bad guys while he fisted them. I'm pretty sure every single mortar strike killed me here, so that was rough, but hey, Brick is on the squad now and I can finally get rid of my level 1 shield. What the fuck is Michael doing here again? Whatever. Anyway, Roland will always give you a rocket launcher or a roid shield for turning in this quest, so not only do we have a usable shield now, we also get a melee boost when it's broken. Hopefully I don't have to explain why that's useful. Up next was Opportunity, and oh boy, I had to have jammed my shin on every crate, statue, bush, and railing in this map. It took me 10 minutes to find the Jack double as per the usual 10 seconds. Killing him felt about the same, but good golly, finding the info kiosks was horrid. I could get close, but actually finding the little buttons was harder than most objectives. I also had to find it while loaders and toasters were bombarding me with everything they had. It took a bit, but I managed to get them all. But that wasn't the biggest issue. I still had to upload the voice data, and to do that, you had to find this little cave, find the right door to get into, and place the watch. I think you guys know where this is going. The minimap only shows the top layer of the map, so this was just complete guesswork on top of tripping over every step along the way. I was going at this for a while, and I was getting very frustrated, but then my salvation arrived. I've never been so excited to hear about a hot loader in my area, because I knew that this loader always spawns in the room I needed to get to, so I found my way in and took a big sigh of relief. That breather would come in handy because up next was the climb up to bunker. Things started out really rough here. I absolutely butchered the ravine jump, I got pranked by Claptrap, and then I just got absolutely decimated by the loaders. I was positive that I was super underleveled at this point, and forcing through this would have been way too hard. So I had to do what I was regretting, and decided to farm some XP. I was hoping that farming the mutated Varkids would be some quick XP, but that proved very inconsistent and I had to find this door valve every time. So regrettably, we had to do the entire Clan Wars quest line. Instead of just walking you guys through the missions, let's just count how many times we needed to interact with a small object. Nice. Clarifying. Ah. 42 painful interactions, not including fast travels and car spawns. And what do I get as my reward? I get to do this for the next hour. I was hoping Mick was at least level 22, but he was only level 20, and the experience falloff was rough. So this last jump from 24 to 25 was a majority of that hour. How many Maggies did I miss? I have no idea. I couldn't see. And rewatching an hour of footage to give you guys one number seems like a silly thing to do. Hey, whoa, editor, don't show him that. Get that out of here. Anyway, after accidentally going to the Hammerlock DLC, we made it back to 1000 Cuts and tried climbing the mountain again. Things felt a lot better this time around. The toaster only took a few tries, the baby turrets were a pushover, and the big toaster got cheesed the good old-fashioned way. And all that was left was Face McShooty. This is gonna be so cringe if I'm way off. All right, so the bunker. Screw the turrets, those guys were whatever. The bunker was genuinely scary. It flies out of melee range, and unless I'm throwing buzz axes, I have no indication if my shots are actually hitting it. It is also classified as an armored enemy, so the fire resistance made me think skyrockets were not going to help that much. My game plan was to wait for the bunker to do what I call the flex pose, which is the one where he's just stationary floating in the air. When I noticed the bunker stopped moving, I would try to slag it before entering Buzz Axe Rampage and throwing axes until I hear the axe hit marker and just holding that angle. There were a few spots where I could melee hit it from the bottom, but I didn't know how great that was. This is Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with only the mini-map, not Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with only health bars. I found a spot down here where I heard the melee hit marker sound, but I guess I was just hitting a dead turret hurt box or something. It's super complicated. This game's made of spaghetti. I shouldn't have known this, but someone in chat gave me a hint, which they weren't supposed to do, so I had 3 options. Use the hint and stop doing this strat because it wasn't actually dealing any damage, which felt cringe. Keep using the strat, consciously throwing to replicate what I would have done without the hint, which felt cringe. Or spec into silence the voices and just tell myself that throwing axes was safer because I didn't want to hit myself, which felt less cringe. No hints! Arrgh! I'm about to start strangling people who give me hints. You guys are getting cooked the f up in the video. It's a joke. I know this was not intentional, and I'm just probably being like an asshole over arbitrary challenge, arbitrary rules. Here's the lore, okay? I spec'd into silence the voices, so I did not feel comfortable meleeing the bunker in the way that I was. That way, I can lie to myself instead of having to lie to myself through throwing. There's the lore. Axo Deagle, what are we literally talking about? My fucking god. Oh my god. No hints. No hints. No hints. Someone sacrificed Axo Deagle. Oh my fucking god. Oh. We love you, Exo Deagle. Don't forget that. If anything else, Exo Deagle, that's going in the video, and you get to hear me scream your name in the video. Anyway, this fight was tough, but I knew it was possible because the bunker started bringing out its big slag cannon, which meant it was at 50% health, which meant I was doing damage. But this also meant that standing still trying to throw axes wasn't gonna work anymore. So preying on the good old skyrocket was the way to go. Instead of going into Buzz Axe Rampage, I would try to slag the bunker and throw any skyrockets I had. If I was out, I would patrol the outer ring for Brick's air support drops, and then just hide up here until the bunker was in a good spot. It also probably would have helped if I didn't accidentally sell my class mod and lose my burn damage, but oh well, who needs a class mod anyway? My stubbornness was really put to the test here. 1 hour in, I had this heartbreaking death. Another hour later, history repeated itself, and after 3 hours and 1 extremely close clutch moment, the bunker entered its deathbed spot.
Jump, jump. Land right on him. Oh! Oh! Okay, here we go. Let's play this right. Oh, thank God, dude.
After finding the bitch that the bunker dropped, I descended down to Angel Core where the only challenge was pressing this button every time I died and trying not to cringe at Lilith. I couldn't really tell where the injectors were, but some trial and error with my skyrockets was all I needed to fix that issue. Some other stuff happened that I couldn't really see. I think Roland's fine, but I know one thing's for sure. Lilith stole my friggin' mini-map again. Anyway, after making it out of Marcus's closet, we got the Order Shield to combo with our Law Pistol and made it to the Iridium Blight. We took a few side missions here because I thought they would be easy. Yeah, I was totally wrong. I tried to visit Jack's grandma and it took me 10 minutes just to find the door to get in. The other mission was actually pretty easy. Jack just gave me a bunch of Iridium to jump off a cliff, but I've been doing that the whole run, so that was pretty easy. After those 2 side missions, we made it to Sawtooth Cauldron. Yeah, do I really have to tell you guys why this place sucked? Oh, I do? Okay, well, cave. I've been over it before, so this time I'm just gonna show you what I went through. Nope, this is being generous. You're gonna get exactly what I went through. This whole cave system was full of stairs, railings, boxes, bad guys, and lava pits, and it was completely untraversable because the map was displaying the top of the buzzard nest instead of the cave where I needed to be. My only hope was to go around to the west entrance of the cave where I knew the surroundings a bit better and try to take out the ambush commanders there. For once in my life, I was actually glad to constantly respawn at the Death Cubby. After I got there, I pretty much roleplayed like I was playing one of those games where the objective is just to completely dismember yourself to make the score go up. You would have thought I had a Mountain Dew addiction with the amount of double XP I was getting down there. Alright, so guys, how was that? Was that fun? Did you guys have a good time watching that? That was like 30 seconds of only being able to see the minimap. Okay, now try doing 22 hours. Okay, hopefully that gave you guys a little taste of what this was like. Borderlands players hate Sawtooth Cauldron anyway, so I bet this was therapeutic for some of you. After I killed the ambush commanders, I got lazy and save quit to go to Boombringer to blow it up. The game said I looked at the explosion, which was a fucking lie. I'm looking at cardboard, so that got me a little angry. So I took out my anger on Mortar and took the elevator up to the buzzard's nest. It was very important that I sent the elevator down before leaving it, because finding that other button without an objective marker would have been horrendous. I died many times up here trying to kill the buzzards. Throwing skyrockets and getting lucky with light diffuse was pretty much my only hope with these guys because I had no way to tell how elevated they were. I lost track of how many times I had to take the elevator up trying to kill these things, and the last one survived my stormtrooper aim for quite a while before I managed to take it down. Oh, I forgot to mention that we grabbed $9 off of Kai's body while we were here. It will come in handy later, I promise. We made it to the boneyard and leveled up. I didn't realize we leveled up, so get used to the skill point blinking now. I'm still surprised how much easier driving was compared to walking. Like, this shot through this narrow gap made my jaw drop while I was watching through the footage. I'm also surprised that I didn't perma-slag myself a single time here. I have trouble doing that when I can see. The tunnel pumping station, aka the Sergeant Loader Gang hideout, was another one of those places where the minimap just told me nothing. I was stuck in this little corner I didn't even know existed for such a long time, but we eventually hit all the levers, rammed the pipe, and somehow climbed the ladder sideways to make it to the Badlands. This part was concerning. Killing Saturn was just off the table, but I still had my out of sight, out of mind card that I stole back from Mad Mike. Running past Saturn was still pretty tough. Like, I had to scramble to get on this elevator fast enough, and then I had to deal with loaders, giant evil toasters, frickin' stairs. A few resets in, my muscle memory guided me all the way to the top floor before the exploders got to me again. I wasn't mad at all though. I knew how to get to where I needed to be, and it was just a matter of staying alive.
Focus. Okay. Come on. Come on, no. Oh, that fucking constructor stole my kill. Oh, no shot. Hold on. Okay. Run, 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 run. Okay, I'm not in. I don't think I'm in. And then I go to the right. Holy shit. Okay, guys. I genuinely think that was going to be the last hard part.
It was time for the final stride, and to prepare, we upgraded that useless sniper relic we got earlier with a damage resistance relic that Tannis gave us, and we gave that $9 back to Marcus to get the evil smasher. I know what you're thinking, just trust me on this one, okay? The claptrap door combat went fine. It actually went pretty fast, but Heroes Pass, on the other hand, took a bit longer than usual. I didn't think I was going to be able to do the skip, and taking my skyrocket off to do grenade jumps sounded risky, so this time around I fought with Brick and Morty until the path was clear.
If I do this skip, I'm just saying, if I hit this skip, I am pogging so hard right now.
The final battle was upon us, and Jack was gonna put up a fight. Never mind, he just got swept. Like, absolutely rolled and smoked. The real final boss was a bit harder. The lava got me a few times because I just couldn't see it when it was rising. But GasMask, just listen to Lilith's warning. Oh, shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck up. We hate Lilith around here. The Chrysalisks were decent revive fodder here, but I had to trust my ears because their red dots would just disappear often. But as long as I could find one, I could usually get a second win. The warrior took my life 6 times before I found a working strategy, and this is how I did it. I positioned myself where the rising lava, Crystalisk projectiles, and warrior's fire breath couldn't get to me, and I pulled out the evil smasher. Guys, stop laughing at me. I'm being serious, guys. Just listen. Anyway, for the people who haven't used this since 2013, back before the nerf, this gun has a 7% chance to proc a bunch of stat boosts every time you reload. So while I was waiting for the warrior to show up in my line of sight, or route of sight, I don't know. Someone tell me a better map joke, please. Anyway, while I was waiting, I would just keep spamming the reload until I heard the activation sound. If it did activate, I would dump my mag into him when he got there, and if it didn't, I would try for slag and throw buzz axes instead. The Evil Smasher is widely regarded as a terrible weapon nowadays, but I think it's actually pretty good. 7% of the time. I still had no idea how much damage I was doing or if I was even shooting the warrior sometimes, but I had faith in my strategy. And eventually, we noticed something.
He's not moving. He might be in deathbed. I'm gonna give it a second just to make sure. Oh, you know what? Super obscure Borderlands knowledge coming in handy. That Crystalisk is gone. That Crystalisk is gone because Warrior is in fact in deathbed phase. Come on, let me smash some evil. Let me smash some evil. Let me smash some evil. I want to end this run. Let me smash that evil. I'm gonna drink that fun. Let me smash that evil. The evil needs to be smashed. We smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Everybody with me now. Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed. Don't let that 7% get you down, cause you know when it procs it will flip your frown. Come on. Evil Smasher. I hardly know her. I ain't the sharpest smasher in the shed, but 7% of the time, that evil do be dead. Okay.
Get named.
Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash. Ah, fuck.
Bozo.
No! I was the evil all along. Oh, first try. You wanna know why it was first try? Because it knows that we're about to be smashing some evil.
And just like that, now we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the minimap. Bonus content time, woo! So we managed to conquer every challenge that this run threw at us, all except for one. So I decided that it was time to go back and snipe Face McShooty.
This is how we're gonna do it, okay? Everyone think of a number right now. You pick 1 or 2. Everyone think of the number in their head. Don't say it in chat. Everyone pick 1 or 2. If you picked 1, you're gonna give me hints. If you picked 2, you're gonna lie to me and pretend you're giving me hints. Bit more left? I don't know about the left, guys. I think you guys might be fooling me. Yeah, left down. You're too far up. Right there. That moment when everyone picked 2. Get out of here. Up. Okay, everyone saying up is a fucking liar. I've caught you. More left cheeseburger, more. How about that? How's that? Okay. No Mask Jr. First time chatter. No, okay. I can trust No Mask Jr. They weren't here for the rules. Oh, No Mask Jr. Let's fucking go, dude. Yes! Holy shit! Oh my god!
Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving yourself some money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some... Editor, what is that? No, fix it. There we go. Or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. The date was April 2nd, 2013, and Gearbox just released the patch that would drive the evil Smasher into an early grave, never to be taken seriously again. 10 years have passed since then, and archaeologists have rediscovered the remains of this once powerful weapon, and instead of letting it rot away in some museum, they gave it to me, because the world needs to know. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the evil Smasher? I'll go over the rules for this run really quick. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the new players, or the players that never touched this game since the nerf, that pretty much just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the Evil Smasher is the only gun we are allowed to use. Also, just for clarity, the Evil Smasher glitch will not be allowed. This might be common sense because it was patched out, but the way we use it kind of makes it seem like I'm using a glitch, but I'll explain that more later. And finally, we are going to be playing as Krieg, but melee will not be allowed for this run. I know, not letting Krieg do his favorite thing is a war crime, but the run would devolve into a pure melee run really fast. As for the gear, I'll be using a basic shield, Vault Hunter relic for funny drops, and a low-level slag grenade because Krieg has no slagging skills. But if you're one of those people and want to see the slagless version of this run, I'll have a link to that down in the description. As for the class mod, we'll be using the Legendary Reaper, mainly for Bloodbath and the extra kill skill duration. And here's a quick peek at the build. Feel free to ask questions about it in the comment section, and I'll answer them when I can. With all of that out of the way, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, we can't really fight anything, because the Evil Smasher is garbage. Instead, we have to start farming to activate its effect. Every time you attempt to reload this gun, you have a 7% chance to get a bunch of stat boosts that last for the duration of the mag. For simplicity, I'll refer to these powered up mags as Smasher mags. So yeah, you kinda see what I mean when I say this looks like I'm doing a glitch. All I'm doing is canceling a reload animation by swapping weapons and then trying again. Anyway, after we see this explosion in front of us or hearing the activation sound, we have 26 rounds to fight with, which lets us kill about 2 bad guys, assuming they're slagged, before we have to run off and try to get the 7% again. This is where Krieg's skills come into play. If we can keep our Bloodlust stacks high as we get our next activation, blood-filled guns can increase the mag size of our next Smasher mag. And if we get more stacks, the next mag can be even bigger. These are the basics of our momentum-based combat loop that we're going to be using throughout the run. We managed to clear out Tutorial Town with no deaths because of some good Evil Smasher luck and good planning. In between fights, you might expect me to farm Smasher mags on all 4 of my guns, so I had 4 guns to use right off the bat, which would be a good idea if Smasher mags weren't so fragile. You swap weapons, it's gone. You enter BuzzX Rampage, it's gone. You buy ammo, it's gone. You turn in a mission, it's gone. You open your menu, it's gone. Back before the nerf, you could stack this effect infinitely and then just apply it to other weapons, which allowed you to just one-shot anything. It was so busted that speedrunners downpatched their game for the AllQuest speedruns to kill Terramorphous 20 levels under-leveled. It made sense to nerf the ability, but leaving the Evil Smasher in the state that it is was just criminal. Pushing towards Boom Boom, we took our first death after messing up and losing a Smasher mag to reload spamming too fast. Fight for Your Life was extremely hard to survive without a Smasher mag. You would think that I could maybe kill someone without the boost, but the damage, accuracy, fire rate, and literally every other stat listed on the item card makes it just not worth it to go for a kill like that. Even with the 150% assault rifle damage boost from Bloody Revival and the 30% explosive boost from Strip the Flesh, you couldn't hurt the enemy even if you managed to land a shot. We made it to Boom Boom and started shooting at Boom's cannon, which looks like it was just straight up pointless, but damage wasn't our goal here. We wanted bloodless stacks. After I got max stacks, we started looking for our smasher mag, and I got one pretty quick. We had 80 big boy evil smashing rounds, so I decided to slag Boom and take him out. After that, psychos started spawning in, and that was good for us, because now we had some bloodbath fodder. Getting a kill with a grenade would activate bloodbath, which gives us gun damage based on how many bloodlust stacks we have. With 10 out of 5 in this skill and 100 stacks, you get a solid 500% damage boost to all gun damage. Mix that with our extended kill skill duration and the momentum-based combat loop really starts to take off. The only issue with this is getting a kill with a grenade. Lucky for us, we don't have to get a kill with an actual grenade because a lot of guns in Borderlands 2 deal bonus grenade splash damage, the Evil Smasher being one of them. In addition to the damage on the card, the Evil Smasher gets an extra 90% damage as grenade splash, giving us about a 47% chance to activate Bloodbath with each kill. Alternatively, I found that shooting the ground near the bad guys made it so only the grenade damage would hit and give it more consistency. Anyway, nerdy Borderlands mouth out of the way, we used the Psychos to activate Bloodbath and dumped a huge Smasher mag into Boom's cannon. All of that worked just for mediocre damage output. Yay! We managed to take out Boom Boom with no deaths, and then we were immediately bodied by the basic mobs afterward. We pushed our way through the mobbing to save Claptrap and made it to the Flint fight. The plan for Flint was pretty much the same as Boom Boom, but this time with a lot more dying. I was specced into a few skills in the Hellborn tree, including Flame Flare, which made me stay on fire for longer. This is good if I can light myself on fire using delusional damage, but not good if Flint puts his OP10 fire dot on me. I burned through a lot of mobs here trying to get second wins, no pun intended, so I had to reset the map and reclimb the ship so that I had some weak guys to get Bloodbath off of. That took a while, and so did getting another Smasher mag to restart the fight. Jeez man, if the Evil Smasher has a 7% chance to proc, but Silenced Voices has a 12% chance, why do they feel so far apart? Alright, watch this. We're gonna see how long it takes to get a Smasher mag. And while we wait for that Smasher mag, I'm gonna put this up in the corner and tell you about our partner, Instant Gaming. I've been using Instant Gaming for a while now because it's a great place to find deals on games I want to play. Thanks to them, I managed to snag Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and Fallout New Vegas, all with great deals on them. I also love using Instant Gaming if I'm looking to get games for friends or games to play with friends. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is that once your account is verified, it's super quick and easy to get your games. They give you the code to plug into whatever platform you're on, you plug it in, and most of the time, downloading the game is the longest part of the process. Even if you're on console, they have deals for everybody. I'm talking PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and even Nintendo Switch. So stop waiting for deals. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they have on it. And if you do end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, guess who still hasn't gotten a Smasher mag? One eternity later, I found some creative cover and managed to build up enough damage to finally take Flint down. We made it to 3 Horns and started our Sanctuary initiation. You know the usual, ramming door guy, saving Reese, and retrieving the power core. We're playing Hitman now. Put the stinky on him. It's patience, guys. You gotta be patient. You gotta know when to strike. All right. So based off that math, about 1 stock grenade is 2 kills. So if I have 4 grenades left out of 10, subtract the 6 over the 18. 18 divided by 6 equals 3. These grenades should kill the 20 bandit. One more for just in case. Okay, those should get the 20 bandits for Reese. After we made it to Sanctuary and did all of our non-evil smashing chores, we made our way to Frostburn Canyon. We decided to just run through the place like we always do, skipping all the non-mandatory combat. I almost died to this big psycho, but clutched up, and the spike jump skip after that was easy as always. I never miss this jump. Totally unrelated, but please do not go watch my last video after you're done watching this one. Thank you. Anyway, we made it to the Safari Zone and started taking out the psychos. I managed to build up my momentum pretty quick, and mobbing honestly felt pretty good. Bloodbath was proccing and things were dying. I thought grenade ammo was going to be a problem for this run, but then I remembered Bloodbath gives enemies a higher chance to drop grenade ammo. And by higher, I really just mean guaranteed. Speaking of grenades, I gave our grenade mod a super long fuse time to add a little bit more challenge to the run, but then I remembered that the longer fuse time could be used as a good get off me tool for when I'm trying to find my next smasher mag. Anyway, my evil smasher started giving me a lot of smasher mags shortly after Lilith said her one-liner. It's almost like the evil smasher sensed the evil. Up next, we needed to go save Roland, so we met Ellie and started destroying bandit technicals to get a car upgrade. The cars here aren't properly balanced for endgame, so I kind of expected to be able to kill them without smasher mags, but even these guys were too much for this gun. I managed to stop the caravan and was going to use it as a ride back home, but the last technical I needed to kill force-fed me its bumper, so I ended up having to walk all the way back. That means I just save quit. With our new car, we managed to sneak into the Bloodshot stronghold and start our fight with Badma. Honestly, this guy was kind of wrecking me. Circle strats on this guy have always been really tough, and getting smacked with his door makes a second helping of car bumper sound appealing. I was even failing at cheesing this guy because 2 loose shots would just leave me dead. All of my healing came from Thrill of the Kill, which makes 140% of my overkill damage come back to heal me. And since all of my guns are basically level 90, using that overkill damage to heal my level 80 health bars like Zenyatta popping all on a baby.
Doesn't feel good?
Let's hope that they don't rework that game again, so this joke makes sense for at least a month. Anyway, my point is, I had no way of healing if this was going to be a one-on-one fight. So after dying like 8 times, I saved quit and used all his goons to build up momentum. As long as I could get kills fast enough, I could keep healing, and I managed to finally take Badma down. Inside the dam, we started experiencing a little bit of a smasher mag drought. It was bad enough that I resorted to trying to kill a few of these guys without smasher mags, and to my surprise, it was kinda working. Oh, never mind, that was just Bloodbath. Yeah, this skill's really good, guys. I also had some help along the way. Little dude, go get him!
Oh, little dude, grow up.
We made it to the dreaded toilet room and started having some real trouble. Ooh, call me constipated because I be stuck in the toilet room. Note to self, delete that last recording. Okay, there we go. Anyway, we managed to take out most of the baddies here, but the last few crazed marauders had some pretty crazy aim, and I just could not get close enough to these guys to kill them. I had nearly 20 deaths in just this room before Mad Mike showed up and added 10 more. It took some work, but we managed to deal with Mad Mike the way we always do.
Mad Mike, get over here. Jump over here, dude. Do it. Let's go!
Bye, Mike. Anyway, we managed to find Roland and started chasing after the toaster that kidnapped him. That wasn't the only robot giving me trouble, though. Oh my god, really? Every surveyor in the fucking world came to fucking power this dude up. Alright, I'll be real with you guys. I was 100% ready to go to the gulag. Constructors have a huge 90% damage resistance to grenade splash, which was pretty much half of our damage we dealt. Not to mention that this thing can't be slagged. Nonetheless, I decided to give it my all. I used a loader nearby to pre-stack and start the fight strong. And I played like I could win. Because I could win. We had so much momentum going. We actually had a chance. And we were so close. I had an entire bleed out timer to get one more Smasher mag. But the fragility of this build finally came into play. This sliver of health bar led us all the way to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where we had to fight the Warden for another hour. And the fight gets harder here, because there are just bad guys everywhere, and now the Warden can just call in moonshot reinforcements that I can't do anything about. My only real hope for this fight was to kill off any of the moonshot loaders and then start taking the arms off the gun loaders that the Warden specifically spawned. From my experience, toasters have a limit to how many bots they can have on the field at once, so having all 3 of them unable to attack me gave me a chance to fight the Warden semi-one-on-one. I really shouldn't have been here for an hour, but the Warden just would not stop spawning angelic guards, big loaders, and oh my goodness, so many exploders.
That's fun. Okay. Okay, they're all exploders. Alright. Fuck the exploders, whatever.
Anyway, we eventually took the Warden down and saved Roland. After that, we headed towards Tundra Express to burn some bugs, meet Mordo, meet Tina, and blow up a train. There isn't any mandatory combat here, so not much to mention. I did find out that ladders can destroy Smasher mags, which really just says something about society. Wilhelm was up next, and I just killed him. Like first try even. All I had to do was keep my distance and kill off the loaders quickly so they didn't kill me. You can dodge all of Wilhelm's attacks pretty easily, so I just shot the bad guy until he was dead. Easiest Wilhelm I've ever had. Not sure why the Destroyer of New Haven was easier than Warden, but I won't complain. First try Wilhelm? What the Why is a toaster stronger than Wilhelm? Like, try to imagine if like Wilhelm was like easy on purpose, right? And the power core we got was actually like a trap causing sanctuary shields to go down. And then like Lilith does something like crazy, like phase locks the town so everybody doesn't die of mortars. But she also like kicks us out for some random reason. That would just be wild. Oh. We made it to the fridge and ran through that joint. I died a few more times than usual because rats have the most sporadic and goofy movement I've ever seen in a carbon-based life form. I hate rats! What the? Oh! I mean, even Mr. Noodle moves like a normal person, and he's a giant space whale squid. Anyway, even with Slag and Bloodbath, this guy was pretty tanky. I had the loaders helping me out a little bit, but I just had to keep running around this building to avoid being wall-upped until I could get the beacon. We made it to Overlook and started protecting the beacon. Mobbing was where the evil Smasher in our build thrived, and this part of the game really let that shine. This was the first part of the run where the Hellborn skills we spec'd into really started to come into play. Using Fuel the Fire and Delusional Damage, my Slag grenades had a chance to light me on fire, giving me some more stat boosts. Being on fire would give me 50% damage reduction from Numb Nerves and an extra 50% gun damage from Pain is Power. No idea if the damage reduction did anything for me, but I took it anyway. Being on fire would also trigger Raving Retribution, which would send homing fireballs at any enemies that would try and damage me, potentially lighting them on fire. And that fire damage over time would then chain into Elemental Elation. With every stack of this, it gives me more mag size and fire rate, and you know we love that mag size. Slagging the huge groups of loaders being moonshot in really helped build up the secondary set of momentum, and everything was going great. I was getting second wins, I could kill the loaders pretty quickly. The only issue was that they could kill me pretty quickly too, making instant bleedouts my true enemy here. But I mean, it's just a few loaders, so there's not really anything really to worry. Oh, come on! Yeah, Jack really threw a toaster into my bloodbath, if you know what I'm saying. And you know what? I'm just really sick of getting bodied by household objects. For example, this clip of me dying because of a fucking stair. Oh, I can't climb up the stairs, dude. Oh! Yeah, after that, I just let the beacon become invincible, and I just started messing around, honestly. Anyway, yeah, the fast travel landed, but the constructor was camping it, so I just save quit and used a different one. We have now entered the bunker prep chapter of this run. First up was getting an upgrade for Claptrap over at the Preserve. Wounding the loaders here was pretty simple, and the mobbing after that was pretty similar to what I just faced at Overlook, so I was already warmed up. I got through most of the mobbing section and only started dying when the big loader came out to play. This guy wasn't really an issue though. The loot dudes were a lot more annoying to deal with. Apparently if they don't want to be slagged anymore, they can just jump and they are no longer perked up, so I couldn't really keep my distance and I ended up dying a few times. They didn't even drop anything cool, so this was just kind of a waste of time. Which is kind of awkward, because this is usually the part where I tell you guys that I have this save file on my Discord server with all the cool loot I found. But that didn't happen. And you guys definitely don't need 4 evil smashers, but I have them anyway for the masochists watching. Anyway, we gunned down a few pup skags without remorse. My gun said they were evil, so we shouldn't feel bad for this. And then we made it to Bloodwing.
That fucking bird that I hate.
I actually learned a very valuable piece of information during this fight, and that is, Bloodwing is just straight up evil, which is a good thing for us because of the whole evil smasher thing. Yeah, you know what's going on. So yeah, this fight went extremely well. Mordecai was slagging the skags for me, which meant free revives and bloodbath, assuming I had a smasher mag. Bloodwing's AI this time around was also just kind of goofy. This game is so cursed. I don't even know what to say anymore. Anyway, Bloodwing took less than 5 minutes, and the whole preserve took less than an hour. You know, when I went into this challenge, I really thought this area was going to be tough. Oh well, I guess Bloodwing is just weak to explosive damage. Ooh, that's 10 to 5, double digits. Let's go, baby. Up next on our to-do list was recruiting Brick and his air support. The evil here felt a lot more scarce. In a desperate attempt to distract the bandits, I tried to knock a Goliath's helmet off with a non-smasher mag and couldn't even do that properly. We started our initiation and got some of the Goliaths angry so they could deal with all of the non-evil bad guys in there. It also helped take some of the aggro off, which helped our survivability. I still went down quite a few times, but it was right about here I started tap firing or burst firing to conserve accuracy for long distance kills. Even with the accuracy bonus on Smasher Mags, this thing can still get out of hand. I only wanted to get one Goliath angry, but if you've ever tried to kill a Goliath with a Torg weapon, you know you don't really have that choice anymore. Anyway, we passed the initiation and it was Sarcastic Slab's turn to be tested. Evil Smasher, Evil Smasher. Is Sarcastic Slab evil? He's not evil. Otherwise we were proc and it would have smashed the evil. Sarcastic Slabs, it's good to go. Good job, Slab. Anyway, we started taking out the loaders with Brick and things got a little goofy. How's a gun loader all the way over here, bro? Is he gonna run backwards on the bridge now? And then we're gonna run across the bridge again? Why do I know this game so well? After all of that, we joined Brick's gang, Brick joined our gang, and the last thing we needed was for you to join the GASMASK gang. If you made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying the content, so you might as well sub and stick around for a while. You could always change your mind later. The last thing we needed for the big bunker raid was to go steal Jack's voice, so we went to Opportunity and found one of his doppelgangers. I found a decent strategy where I would try to land on his head as the 19 other enemies I ran past to get here downed me. That way I could just spam crits into his head. One Smasher Mag wasn't going to be enough though. The first try I was super close to getting the kill but accidentally fell off. The second time around, I had no luck and couldn't get a second Smasher Mag. And on the third try, an ion loader shot me in the face with one of its shock lasers, making it look like I had the explosion effect of a Smasher Mag, tricking me into wasting time and reloading into nothing. I have never had my metaphorical ankles broken this hard before. After I tried that a few more times, I created a new strat. This time, I did the exact same thing but had it work. That way, I didn't fail. The rest of this place was just running through, pressing buttons, and getting second wins when I needed. So we got Jack's voice and got out of there. Up next was the bunker raid, and surprising nobody, the toaster on the way up gave me some issues. Now that's on some bullshit. Anyway, the baby turrets went surprisingly well considering they are glitched and are just straight up immune to any type of splash damage. I can still get the actual bullet damage to hit, so we're still keeping around 53% of our damage as long as we hit them directly, but I thought this was going to be a lot more of a hassle. And that's a win I'll just take, because after that, we had to fight the big toaster. This guy is usually cheesable by just standing behind it, but even then I ended up dying a few times due to some major blunders on my end. I managed to figure myself out, and my gun finally finally decided that all toasters were evil, and I moved forward onto sniping Face McShooty. Yeah, this took a while. Full auto fire without smasher mags was just straight up bad, and full auto with a smasher mag wasn't much better. So I started farming up smasher mags and just tap fired for the next 40 minutes. Honestly, the monotony was kinda getting to me, so I played some motivational stuff to give me a dopamine boost.
We want to thank you for all your hard work. You're the one who steps up and gets things done around here. Dream you're going for, that career you want, that recognition you're seeking, it is yours!
You can't do anything right. You're a hopeless, miserable waste of space. We all hate you. We think you suck. We believe you'll fail. We guarantee you'll be feeling worse about yourself and your life, or we'll give you a concussion. Call 1-555-478-25682.
Is your shoulder strap too tight and annoying? Introducing the Titty Bear, the cute little guy that eliminates all those problems. Move the pressure wherever you need it.
My shoulder strap used to pull so tight I could
Why
hardly
the f did I get it to Titty Bear, bro?
Passenger seat and fits all makes and models. Just snap it on, slide it where it relieves the pressure, and drive away.
We made it to the bunker and dealt with the turrets before taking on the bunker itself. I had a lot of stuff going for me on this fight. Plenty of cover, big large bad guy that's easy to hit and stack on, and weak auto turrets that could activate our whole fire setup to get 20 elemental elation stacks. It was here I found my maximum mag size of 117, and I felt powerful. Sure, the bunker was pretty tanky and I had a long fight ahead of me, but I was feeling good. Maybe a little too good though, because I ended up letting my guard down. Turns out, the bunker wasn't the only enemy in the sky I had to worry about. 15 minutes into our first attempt, one of my favorite enemies, the jet loader, unleashed this long shot grenade throw. I had no time to react to it, and blam, the slag bomb set me up for death. After that, one of the bunker's missiles sneaks up on me and gets the finishing blow. I had no second wind in sight, and the bunker flew off, securing my fate. I just couldn't get my momentum back for the next 2 attempts. I would get about halfway before one tiny mistake set me back to square one. And on attempt number 4, the bunker decided to play dirty.
Oh my god, he's kidnapping that buzzard. No, my ammo!
After one more close call, we managed to take the bunker down and made our descent into Angel Core. Honestly, this place went great. Roland showed up and he came with his own Torg assault rifle representing the Evil Smasher squad. And when Lilith showed up, the Evil Smasher detected a disturbance and I was getting Smasher mags left and right. It wasn't too long before we secured the vault key. Whoa. What's wrong, Evil Smasher? You sensed something? No, don't worry, that's just Lilith. She can't... No! Jack killed Roland, kidnapped Lilith, and the entire bunker raid was in vain. We now had to find Jack in the vault before he had a chance to take the warrior for himself. Our first stop was Sawtooth Cauldron to steal some explosives, and the ambush commanders here were giving me a rough time. It was quickly apparent that we were going to need to have some existing momentum going in order to take these guys down, which is kind of a hard thing to do when you're getting curb stomped as soon as you spawn into the death cubby. My only hope was to abuse the 3.6 fuse time on my grenades to keep the bad guys back and just pray that I could get a smasher mag before they could get to me. Even with momentum, I would get absolutely slaughtered, and every kill was a second wind. Now normally when you're in Fight for Your Life, your kill skills get cancelled out. The cool thing about Krieg though is that he has 3 kill skills in his Bloodlust tree that don't get cancelled out while in Fight for Your Life. I call these the Bloodlust trio, but I hear them more commonly called the fake kill skills. Anyway, Bloodbath is one of these skills. If we stack that with the Bloody Revival bonus and the Strip the Flesh bonus we talked about earlier, you can actually get second wins without a Smasher Mag. Well, assuming they're slagged, you already have high stacks, and you're within spoon feeding distance of them, of course. After a few attempts with some questionable tactics, we managed to take out the ambush commanders, blast Boombringer, Merc Mortar, and rode the elevator up to the Buzzard's Nest. Fighting the buzzards up here was kind of annoying. Trying to match up timings with smasher mags, high bloodlust stacks, and buzzard flight patterns, all while not dying, was no simple task. It was all pretty RNG dependent, and before you say, oh no shit Sherlock, that's been the whole run, it's the evil smasher, that wasn't the issue. Getting the buzzards slagged was very inconsistent. I pretty much needed to slag them with the initial explosion of a grenade or the first or second bullet the Betty shot out, because after that, they would just fall out of the sky. Now this might not sound that bad, but for reference, I had 12 grenade sticks in a row fail to make the evil metal pigeons purple. I didn't even need momentum to kill these things. A basic smasher mag and slag was enough to take out 2 buzzards, but I was still here for nearly an hour praying for slag. But after a few dozen elevator rides, we took them down and made it to the boneyard. The main scary part of this place is pumping station 2. I managed to crank all the valves in there, but the loaders had me on the edge of death. They absolutely thrashed my bleed out timer, and I had a close call on the way out of there. The rest of the boneyard went as expected, and we made it to the Badlands. Oh great, just a bunch of ugly, rusty old junk loaders to deal with here. That's a piece of cake. Oh yeah, that guy. I hate this guy. I thought I would be able to kill Saturn as long as I used up all my ammo with smasher mags, but I only dealt like 2/3 of his health bar. I went back to buy some ammo to finish the job, but he just disappeared. If you take too long fighting Saturn and try to buy ammo, the junk loaders respawn and that messes with the spawn cap and then Saturn just disappears. So I had to redo the whole 30-minute kill. If max ammo equaled 2/3 of his health bar, I figured that if I just used half my max ammo to deal 1/3 of his health, and then go top off ammo before the junk loaders came back, I would have enough ammo to handle the other 2/3. And guess what? It looks like I'm good at math because that plan worked perfectly. Now it should be a breeze to get into the info stuff. Yeah, nah, f that. I've had enough toaster trouble this run. I ran past that thing. Anyway, we grabbed the data from the info stockade, fought off all the loaders at the claptrap door, speed ran through Heroes Pass, and then found Jack. And let me tell you, this fight was the worst one yet. Okay, editor, you might be overdoing the looks maxing jokes. It's time to get serious. Go look for the dramatic black bars. Jack took his vitamins, and as a result, he has as much grenade splash resistance as the toasters do. Tanky bosses usually aren't an issue if you just don't die, but Jack also has health regeneration. Strong health regeneration, making this one of the most RNG dependent fights I've ever had. I pretty much had one chance to kill Jack after I broke his shield, because he would just teleport away and keep making invincibility shield surveyors. After a few test runs, I developed a strategy, and it went something like this. First, I would lure Jack over to fight him one-on-one while I was getting my stacks up and trying to get his shield as low as possible without breaking it. I would then need to roll a smasher mag and break Jack's shield, causing him to teleport to the main console. From here on out, I need to act quickly and precisely. The first thing I would do here is preemptively throw a slag grenade at the console to try to slag Jack and his surveyor. Usually Jack is like a 1 in 10 per grenade because he's just hard to slag, but he somehow seems easier to slag when he's invincible. Spaghetti game, I don't know. Anyway, it was also very important that the surveyor was slagged, but that was super hard because I would just need to get lucky and have it fly low enough to get hit by the Betty. While that was going on, I would try to kill one of the clones to proc Bloodbath, and if I didn't get Bloodbath, I was screwed. After I got Bloodbath, I would then try to kill the surveyor with as few shots as possible because I was going to need every shot I could spare for Jack. I pretty much needed to reproc Bloodbath on this kill too for this to even maybe work. And then finally, I would just try to lay into Jack as best I could without dying, throwing an extra grenade for a chance at reslagging and praying that I could get a smasher mag directly after my first one. I needed a perfect run to even hope for a kill here. I contemplated using the block 'em at the terminal strat, but I got so close so many times that I knew that I didn't need it. I just needed the Evil Smasher to cooperate with me. I think Jack's ambiguous motives led the Evil Smasher to hesitate. Yeah, Jack was an asshole, sure, but he also wanted to rid the planet of all the bandits plaguing it, which makes you think, does anyone truly believe they're evil? Or do we all think ourselves the hero from our own point of view? Is true evil even real? Or were we just smashing through everything we perceived as bad? Well, if you're asking me, nah bro, Jack's the worst. He was the last thing preventing me from victory. The last thing preventing me from my sweet reward. After every run I complete on this channel, I allow myself one of the last few original monster assaults as a reward. My own personal ambrosia that they just don't make the same anymore. To me, it's pure joy in a can. And Jack decided to prevent me from that joy. And if depriving a person of their happiness or joy is an evil, I don't know what is. Hey editor, did you find those dramatic black bars? Awesome. Come on, here we go. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's over there. Okay. Good. Give me a bloodbath off of this. I don't know where that nade went, but sure. Where's the surveyor, dude? Let's fucking get you. Put the sneaky on. Put the sneaky on. Ooh, let's fucking go. After 3.5 hours, Jack was finally defeated and the warrior was summoned. This guy's pretty easy to avoid and therefore just took some time to kill. Honestly, Jack was the true final boss of this run and the warrior was more of just a victory lap. So I spent our final moments of this run chanting our theme. I think this is the final mag. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. Don't go shoot the rack. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed.
Get
Not today. Not today.
You know, maybe Jack wasn't so bad after all. I wonder if this monster would have tasted as good if the fight was easier. Maybe he intentionally put me through that hardship to make my victory all the more greater. What do you think, Evil Smasher?
How in the hell have you killed my warrior?
Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'll do a flip.
Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Every single day, for an entire year, Derber commented on the latest video on a quest to get a chopper-only run, even going as far to account for it being a leap year. And I told him if he could keep it up for a year, he would have a deal. So here we are with today's video. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the chopper? I'll go over the rules for this run really quick. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the new peeps, that pretty much just means the hardest difficulty. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the chopper is the only gun we are allowed to use. Our other gear will consist of a Vault Hunter relic, a basic shield, and the Legendary Hoarder class mod, because I want to get this video out by the end of the year. Salvador was the best in class for this challenge, but I still made 2 mistakes with our build. I will honestly be very impressed if any of you guys could guess which 2 skills were completely useless before I talk about them later in the video, but feel free to ask questions about the build in the comment section. With all that out of the way, let's get to it. We're going to use Tutorial Town as a bit of a lesson for you guys. First off, if you don't know what the chopper does, it shoots 4 pellets per shot at the cost of 6 ammo. It has a mag size well over 1,000, which means even with all the ammo upgrades and filled to the brim letting us hold even more ammo in the reserve, we can't even fill the mag on this thing. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Actually, wait, am I forgetting? Oh, yeah, I forgot that pressing the trigger even just once dumps all 1,638 rounds in like 9 seconds. Yeah, that's probably pretty important. I should remember that. If it wasn't obvious, ammo consumption was going to be our biggest issue here, and I learned a few strats along the way to keep a steady supply. The first and probably the worst way of getting ammo was just waiting. We had ammo regen on our Hoarder class mod, and Gunzerkin gave us some extra ammo too, but this was slow. Riveting gameplay, am I right? I know the scene hasn't changed in a while and your dopamine receptors are probably screaming right now, but I think you need a taste of what I was experiencing. This waiting was the sole reason I opted out of making a rule against canceling the chopper's fire via melee, swapping weapons, or giving them the bird. Because while not stopping the chopper from, chopping does sound really cool, all it would really do is just make more of this. Anyway, Tutorial Town was slow. I was learning how to play around this gun and experimenting with different skills, like 5 shots or 6, which is a kill skill that gives us a chance for ammo to be added to our magazine instead of removed. Which sounds great, but in practice it wasn't that good because we already had to spend half of our ammo just to activate the skill. This skill also just kind of lies to you. It only adds ammo to the mag if your gun consumes 1 ammo per shot. All it was doing for me though was reducing my ammo cost from 6 to 4 sometimes. And on top of that, it only works for the gun in your right hand. So instead of 9 seconds of fire, we got 9.5 seconds of fire before it was back to the waiting corner. Tutorial Town took a whole 25 minutes to clear, and after that I decided I was not going to be waiting around like that for the whole run. So we went to Wham Bam Island, maxed out our cash, and filled our inventory with a bunch of high-priced items, which would bring us to our second source of ammo, just buying it. This strat was most useful for bosses that had vending machines near them, but the money farm was mostly just overkill because our third source of ammo was just way better. And that source is just dying. With OP10 ammo prices, we calculated that if I had less than $64 million, it would be more cost effective to just die, get 600 rounds added to my backpack, and take the 7% loss. I kind of found this by accident because I died on accident. So after that, I decided that every death from here on out is 100% on purpose. Anyway, we cleared our way to Boom Boom, and for a brief moment, I thought we were going to fail the run very early on. Yeah, so a slagged armored enemy literally getting lobotomized by 2 corrosive choppers only loses like a quarter of his health and then just starts regenerating faster than I could keep up with my ammo regeneration. What the Gearbox? I did everything you taught me to do. Long story short, this guy is not a robot, he's just armored, so landing any shots on his body is still great with corrosive damage, but if we're putting 1,000 bullets up his fleshy nostrils, fire is actually the optimal choice here. Look at the difference, there's the DPS we needed for— oh, we still ran out of ammo. What do I do now? Well, first, we take out our anger on Boom by killing him in the back alley, and then we let the psychos that spawn after he dies hit us down to low health, so we could utilize Inconceivable, which gives us up to a 50% chance to not consume ammo based on how low our health is. This skill procs for half a second, and the whole time we just don't consume any ammo. There were a couple things about this strat that were hard to play around. First off, I couldn't gunzerk because then I would just regenerate health and lose all the free shot chance. And second, I was effectively playing with 1 health and risked getting one shot by pretty much anything. I managed to pop Boom out of his turret, but that doesn't give you a second win, so I ended up dying. Remember, these are all on purpose. And when I got back to re-kick him out, I guess he got perma-slagged somehow. It's probably some glitchy stuff with him getting in or out of his turret while slagged. I don't know, spaghetti code game. But it made kicking him out again and finishing him off pretty easy. After that, I used the mobs to farm up some ammo for the climb up Flint ship. It was a bit of a grind climbing up here. My main strat was to use Fistful of Hurt to stagger an enemy and get up close and land as many shots into their forehead as I could. This was pretty much a mandatory strategy because the accuracy only barely exists on this thing. Fun fact about the chopper, it is essentially just coded like a burst fire gun with a very long burst count, which means 2 things. First off, if we enter Fight for Your Life while firing the chopper, we burn a quarter of our ammo during the animation, which is just kind of silly to me, especially if you can manage to get a second win like this. And second, Salvador's keep firing skill was doing literally nothing here. This skill doesn't work with any type of burst fire weapons, even if you do hold the trigger down. So just remind me to respec when I get to Sanctuary or something. Just like scream at your TV or phone or whatever you're watching this on, I'll hear it. Anyway, we made it to Flint and started our fight. If you've watched some of my past videos, you might know that getting close to Flint just really isn't an option. And since we don't really have the DPS to fight anything unless we can smell their breath, this was going to be an issue. So we were going to need some cheese to get this fight in the bag. By launching Flint out of his arena, you can bug out his AI and he just becomes completely passive. Using this, we let some of his other goons hit us down to a sliver of health and then just blended his face with a shock chopper. If anyone is mad about how cheesy this strat is, just look at the DPS and imagine trying to do this while he's moving and launching you with AoE slams. Footage from the Gub run for reference. Also, I bet only 1% of you guys that watched this video actually noticed this silly little edit I did down here. Anyway, Flint died, we made it to 3 horns, and I guess we needed a car to jump over a gap. Not sure why, because I have choppers. I could have just like... Anyway, we threw some sick flames on the car, rammed door guy, blended door guy, got stinkied by a rack while trying to save Reese, watched Reese die because of that fucking bird that I hate, rebalanced the world by getting a stinky myself, I put the stinky on him, and made it to Sanctuary. If you're wondering about me killing the 20 bandits for Reese, I unloaded like 1,600 bullets in the camp, so statistically I probably killed more than 20. Anyway, the sanctuary chores we have to do here are pretty boring, so to drown out the monotony and the sudden influx of screaming I am now hearing for some reason, I'm gonna tell you guys about our partner, GASMASK'S. Alright, I know what you guys are thinking, but GasMask, aren't you a monster guy? And yeah, I do like monster, but ever since they turned assault into assault, let's just say I've been broadening my horizons. Lucky for me, GASMASK'S reached out and set me up with the starter set, no strings attached. And honestly, I was pleasantly surprised. My favorite flavor I got to try was Copium. It's got an awesome cranberry flavor, and look at this little dude. He just like me for real, for real. I also got to try Raw Meat, which is a watermelon and cantaloupe flavor combo. Now, normally I'm not a fan of melon flavored things, but holy moly, this one was good. And last but definitely not least, we got to try Lean, a peach tea and lemonade flavor, which is super delicious. I actually have to hide this flavor from Melissa so she doesn't hog it all, so if she asks, just tell her I ran out. The shaker they sent me is also super high quality. Shakers I've had in the past tend to leak on me when I shake them, which like, dude, you had one job. But this one does its job, and it has an anime baddie on it. Win-win. Don't like anime baddies? No worries, they've got you covered. Sensitive to caffeine? All of their flavors come in caffeine-free variants. They've got you covered. Want to try a few flavors before full-on committing? GASMASK'S offers free samples. They've got you covered. Also, starting July 26th, GASMASK'S will be starting their big Xmas Came Early sale, where you'll get a bonus gift with every tub you buy. So if you want to try GASMASK'S for yourself and support the channel at the same time, head on over to gamersups.gg/LGM or use the link in the description, and make sure to use my discount code LGM to get 10% off of your order. Anyway, let's see if Sanctuary is over with. Oh, still working on that door, Jessup? No, it's cool, that's fine. Anyway, Frostburn Canyon time. I said screw it and ignored all the bad guys on the way up to the giraffe exhibit because I was going to do plenty of mobbing up there. The psychos were pretty easy to handle with the chopper, and we even let them get a few hits in for more free shot chance, but the armored psychos slowed us down a little bit. So I opted for the good old, I put the stinky on them strategy in order to save some ammo. Well, that, and I was really sick of my 8-year-long reload time, and really sick of Lilith. Where are my guns? Ah, why'd you say the thing? I'm done. I'm out. Bye. Bye, you got it, Lilith. I'm out. Bag. Okay, Lilith! Bag. Bag. Lilith! Stole my freaking kill. Anyway, a few more stinkies later, we got out of there and headed to go save Roland. The Bloodshots weren't going to let us in unless we snuck in with one of their bandit trucks, so we met with Ellie and started blowing up their cars for parts. I blew up all kinds of cars here. Normal ones, flying ones, protective ones, and well, ones that shouldn't be killable in the first place. I put the stinky on them. After that, we snuck into the Bloodshot camp and started our fight with Badma, and that did not go well. His shield would just block all of my shots, and even with the speed from Bust that can't slow down and Insight, I still couldn't circle strat this guy. So after buying some ammo from a cliff, I developed a new strategy that I would use for the rest of the run, and we're going to be calling it head crabbing. Much like the totem trolling strat I've showcased on Krieg in the past, head crabbing requires us to jump onto our target's head as we enter fight for your life. Not only does this let us land consistent hits on Badma, it also lets us gunzerk while at 0 health, meaning Inconceivable will proc on both guns, letting us deal enough damage to take Badma out. And like, yeah, I probably could have just punched him off of a cliff, but I didn't want to subvert the challenge too much, and it really took a lot of willpower not to. The little dudes though, those guys aren't required, so they got stinkied without remorse. Inside the Bloodshot Dam, things got pretty tough. I died a bunch of times because I just kept burning through ammo, and this place is just loaded with enemies that don't like to be that close. So I did a little bit more head crabbing here and eventually got Mad Mike to show up. Anyway, we found Roland, and then the toaster found Roland, and then we found the toaster, and then we tried to fight the toaster, and then bad things happened. I managed to interrupt its construction process, but the exploder it was making blew up and downed me, which absolutely confused me. That didn't really matter though, because this run was destined to go to the gulag. So then we found the gulag, and then we found the toaster again, and then we tried to kill the toaster again, and then we failed again. Yeah, this fight sucked. We had to resort to the age-old strat of hiding and waiting for ammo regen. While I have you alone in this back alley where no one can hear you scream, I just want to say I think you should consider subscribing. If you've made it this far into the video, you're probably enjoying the content, so you might as well sub. You can always change your mind later. Anyway, I noticed something odd during this fight. When shooting the chopper, the reticle doesn't get larger like most guns do when firing them. It just kind of has a static set accuracy to it, which also made me notice that steady as she goes wasn't improving our accuracy either. Which also reminds me, you guys definitely did not yell loud enough when I went to Sanctuary last time because I forgot to respec my skills. But I'll forgive you, just remind me next time. I eventually started utilizing Get Some to get some cooldown for gunzerking. That way I could regen ammo faster, but I wasn't sure if the 6 ammo per shot to get 3 seconds of faster cooldown actually sped things up, especially if enemies just regenerated that health, but I figured if it was a boss like Warden that didn't have health regen, it would be beneficial anyway. After 45 minutes of edge of your seat gameplay, I managed to take the Warden down in style. Roland ended up taking nearly 50 deaths to save from the dust to here, so I hope it was worth it. We got our next mission to go steal the vault key from a train. Usually this part of the game goes super quick because all I have to do is meet Mordo and Tina, then just run and grab everything I need to blow up the train. But this time around, a Goliath blaster shot me down with some Stinger missiles, so that was pretty wild. But we still managed to blow up the train and started our fight with Wilhelm. Our first attempt was honestly going pretty good, right up until the part of Fabled Tortoise popped out of a bullymong pile and Wilhelm killed me while I was mid-neuron activation. That thing distracted me. What was that? I got killed by this thing. What the fuck? After that though, I started getting kind of sloppy. We pretty much had to just wait for ammo regen over in this corner to win the fight, but Wilhelm surveyors were just not having that. C-Mag, I can reload. Dude, why'd they come up here and bully me like that? It's like a school playground. They come up here and just be like, loser, loser, loser. I'm gonna give you a swirly. Why are they fronting on me like that, bro? I eventually remembered that I could just run back to the beginning of the map to buy more ammo, so I tried that. That idea blew up in my face. I just kept fumbling during this fight because it was a balance between being patient and killing Wilhelm fast. I could have just waited for ammo regen and made sure my health was always full to kill him in one go with some time. Or I could run around with low health, risk getting one shot by loaders and kill him faster. I just couldn't make up my mind, and the loaders that Wilhelm spawned eventually hit their respawn timer and started causing even more trouble. Eventually, Wilhelm decided to make the mistake of launching me off of a cliff, and then I really locked in. Alright, he's dead now. He's dead.
Put the stinky
Okay,
on him.
hold on, hold on. Come on, dude. Just fucking die. Why did I have to reload these? Oh, dude. Oh my god, seriously? Dude, so fucking close. Dude, just fucking die. He's right there! I'm getting edged.
2. Gun. Reload. There. God.
Jeez, that took way longer than it should have. But at least we get to go back to Sanctuary. Oh, never mind. It's stressful here. Everyone is panicking. People are telling me to bring rocks to Lilith, and the screaming was just so Wait, screaming? Was I supposed to do something when I hear scream? Oh yeah, I need to respec my skill points. I'll just go do that real quick.
Sorry, kid. That was an accident.
Ah! After a quick sprint through the fridge, we found Mr. Noodle and started our fight with him. Things were going good. I found a spot where he couldn't get to me, so I had the ability to regen ammo in peace. And we almost had him, but his shield regen ability just barely saved him. Oh. Oh. I'm getting edged. Fuck, I'm safe right here. I gotta pee again, bro. I think I'm safe.
2 seconds later.
Somebody clip it. What the fuck happened? Anyway, the loaders helped with round 2, and we made it to Overlook to start our beacon defense segment. I did stop by Wham Bam on the way to top off my money so I could just force buy like a Counter-Strike silver the whole time, but honestly, that was working great. I was mowing down loaders and surveyors non-stop. Sure, the toaster showed up and made the beacon die enough times to become invincible, but by the time I made my escape, the toaster was the only bad guy left on the field. We made it back home, and Roland gave us our next mission to go get a claptrap upgrade from the preserve. Wounding the loaders to get in wasn't bad. I almost even got them all on the first try, but a rock got in my way, and the only hint that I had to where the loader was its health bar, so that was kind of funny. After that, we died and pushed our way through the mobbing section just to have enough ammo to finish off the ultimate loader. And then I killed the loot dudes, but that's lame, whatever, who cares? Look at this little chonker. Oh, look at those little cheeks. Are you hungry? Anyway, the preserve was actually going pretty well, and all that was left was Bloodwing. I honestly don't remember the last time I had trouble with Bloodwing. She's been kind of lacking lately, so... Whoa, wait, why is there an hour of Bloodwing footage here? Oh, no. This fight seemed easy, and I really thought I was gonna first try this. Sure, I would have to wait for ammo, but Salvador can move pretty fast, which let me dodge Bloodwing's big attacks. And even if she did hurt me, I could either gunzerk or use come at me bro as panic heal buttons. Mordecai would also slag the skags for me, which really helped, but I started to crutch on Mordecai's help, and that was mistake number 1. After that death, Borderlands Spaghetti Code threw me a curveball, and I got a glitch where Bloodwing kept her fire resistance through changing elements. A fire chopper on her shock and corrosive phases should have melted Bloodwing, but that just wasn't the case. I knew of this glitch's existence prior to this run, so mistake number 2 was underestimating Bloodwing. This made the fight way harder, and instead of being able to use a neutral element for 1 phase and an effective element for 2 of them, we had to use a neutral element for 2 phases and an ineffective element for 1, which leads to mistake number 3, not bringing a non-elemental chopper with me. Now I could have went to go grab one, but that would have required me to mob through the whole preserve again, and then Mordecai would bug out and stop helping, so I decided to mask up, lock in, and just brute force this fight. Bloodwing also stopped landing as frequently, so I had to swap the chopper to anti-air mode. So anyway, the winning fight took like 20 minutes, and I ain't got much else to say except GG Bloodwing, glad to see you on the comeback. Our next mission was to go to 1000 Cuts and recruit Brick and his buzzard support, which is okay. I just guess 1 chopper wasn't enough. Anyway, we started our initiation, and since running back to buy ammo wasn't an option here, we just opted to make a Goliath and started slagging bad guys for him. Big Guy was throwing everybody around, including me, but in the end he fell and I had to go on alone. About a dozen deaths later, we got initiated and had to deal with Sarcastic Slab. Put the stinky on him. Fending off the loaders with Brick pretty much went the same way, and it didn't take long for us to clear the place out. Our next objective was to go steal Jack's voice, so we found one of his body doubles and did the good ol' strat to take him down. A few button presses later, we had the final piece we needed for the bunker raid. Okay, just gotta grab Claptrap, and I think that's it. Am I forgetting anything? Do you guys hear screaming? Oh well, back to 1000 Cuts. We tricked the first toaster to look the wrong way and dropped half of its health before running out of ammo. After that, I hid in my Harry Potter bedroom looking spot. 5 minutes later, we got our letter to Hogwarts and finished that toaster off. The baby turrets up ahead were a bit tricky. They were slightly outside of my combat range, so a majority of my shots were missing.
Oh my god. Look at all the bullet holes around the turret, dude. Ugh.
The strat for these guys was to let them down me before I activated Gunzerk. That way, I could have both guns get the full extra shot chance, and that managed to do the trick. Happy late 4th of July, by the way. After those two, we started the most boring fight of the run. Yeah, this was just a waiting simulator. I would just sit behind it, shooting it every 3 seconds for Gunzerk cooldown rate, and 20 minutes later, we finally took that thing down. And the final thing before bunker was Face McShooty, which was actually a lot more interesting than you would think. My plan was to throw my 1,000 rounds downrange, and if I didn't hit him, I would just read-only farm to keep me from having to slowly regen all my ammo. But on the first attempt, not only did we hit him, we actually hit a crit. But we didn't notice this right away because the objective didn't check off, so I kept going because I thought my eyes were messing with me and continued for another 20 minutes. After that, I started to get suspicious. I knew I could hit him because Get Some was activating, but even the body shots weren't registering for the mission. I did some testing and everything seemed normal, and the chopper could in fact kill him with crits. We also reviewed the footage and there was a crit on the first attempt. I had a theory that this could have been some type of range-based thing, so I tested that for like 40 minutes before I finally found the answer.
Okay, there's proof right there. There's proof right there that I'm not smoking crack. Okay, somebody clip that one.
So yeah, turns out that in order for the objective to check off, you need to actually hit a certain damage threshold on a crit, which one pellet of the chopper just didn't manage to do. We further tested this by using a level 1 starter pistol and... Stop writing run invalid in the comments, come on now. You're not as funny as you think you are. Anyway, yeah, this thing couldn't do it. So we had two options for the Face McShooty snipe. Manage to hit 2 crits by waiting for ammo regen, or just switch to a fire chopper and let the fire on flesh bonus one-shot him. We obviously did the latter. Took another 50 minutes, which is what I expected, but it hurts knowing that I could have saved 2 hours if I just used the fire one in the first place. Anyway, that was the most eventful Face McShooty snipe I've ever had, but at least we made it to the bunker. The strat for the autocannons was to suck on the barrel until I got down to low health, that way I could have the free ammo chance. Yeah, so I feel like I've described this strat enough times, just assume that's the plan for everything unless I say otherwise. The first attempt at bunker was going great. I got him down to half health and decided I wanted to take this combat to more of an aerial level. Yeah, that didn't go well. The next few attempts after that ended pretty deep in. 2/3 of the way through the second attempt, I tried to fly again, and the attempt after that, I just got Hail Married by a random landmine. Very ironic for a chopper to do if you ask me, but oh well. After that, I used the chests outside to top off my money supply and locked in for attempt number 4. 20 minutes of paranoid gameplay later, I got the bunker into his deathbed phase, and then I realized I forgot to switch the chopper to anti-air mode. Down in Angel Core, I mentally prepared for my death counter to make a huge jump, because dying was going to be my main source of ammo. Actually, you know what? It was pretty much my only source of ammo. My prime directive for the next 50 minutes was going to be press button, kill loader, then die. Something sped up the process. Angel was dropping ammo crates for us, and Roland's turret gave us some crazy ammo regen. Saving him was definitely worth it, even though he is only here for like half a wave of loaders before Lilith takes his place and does literally nothing.
I was just thinking, I had a feeling it was coming.
Roland was the MVP down here, and for that reason, I made the plan to change history, to save Roland from his demise down in Angel Core. I was going to take Jack out before he had a chance to take Roland out.
Only way to awaken the warrior.
I'll get him.
We got the Vault King.
I'll get him.
This isn't over yet. We gotta find Jack and take him.
I'll get him. No. No, Roland. Watch out. No.
Anyway, Sawtooth Cauldron is up next. We needed to steal some bombs to blow up a bridge because Brick's buzzards can't just fly us across because Actually, wait, why can't I could just fly myself across? What am I even doing here? The ambush commanders went surprisingly well. I just cornered each one of them and just shoved my choppers through their shields. Spawning in the death cubby even proved useful this time around because I wasn't locked in there with them. They were locked in there with me. After that, we killed our cousin Boombringer and spent precious moments of human life trying to put the Stinky on mortar. If you can't. Look at this. We made it up to the buzzard's nest where we claimed our territory as King of Choppers. Hey, you guys want to hear that AA gun bit again? This on some crazy shit. Oh! Anyway, we flew out of that joint and made our way to the boneyard to turn a bunch of valves and blow stuff up. And then we made it to the Badlands to completely ignore Saturn. Before you start booing, this is how much damage I could deal with max ammo. Keep in mind that it takes 5 minutes to regen back to full ammo after each burst. This wouldn't be challenging at all. It would just be 3 hours of waiting. And I also don't have enough hard drive space for all of that. Alright, fine. How about I make it up to you guys by, I don't know, adding the Hammerlock DLC to this challenge instead? Speedrunners beat that thing in like 7 minutes. I should be fine. Anyway, we ran past everything before I even realized we were there and got the info that we needed. The final stride towards the vault starts out with the Claptrap door, where we completed our last mobbing section of the run. After that, we ran through Heroes Pass, and then ran through Heroes Pass again because we forgot to wait for Claptrap to stop yapping, and then we found Jack. So, real talk, killing Jack in the conventional way was just not going to happen. He's got some crazy health regen, which is most definitely faster than my ammo regeneration, so a little bit of cheese was necessary here. Option 1 was the good old block him at the terminal strat. Once we got this set up, we just had to get him slagged while having low health, and then fed him a fire chopper to finish him off. That looked like something straight out of hell. Or there's option 2 if you prefer more of a stinkier cheese. Either way, Jack dies and the warrior shows up. Our final test of patience before we finish the main part of the challenge. 1.5 hours to reflect back on the run before finally taking the final boss down and tasting victory. So yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the chopper. Bonus content time, whoa! As I said before, we are also going to be taking on the Hammerlock DLC. Everybody's favorite, I know. This DLC immediately starts it off with the action. You spawn in and have to walk all the way over to Hammerlock, and it's just so riveting. After that, we gunned down some squatters that were taking up room in our cabin. They didn't like us kicking, or I guess in this case, punching them out of our property, and they got all demonic. And fun fact about these guys, they just don't take fire damage. Like, damage numbers don't even show up, and I didn't know that, so I thought my sanity was finally slipping away from me. After we dealt with way too many of those guys, Hammerlock got us a boat and sent us to go fight Thermitage, which seemed undoable, until Twitch chat pointed out that its health bar is a lie and it's an armored enemy. That's twice in one run now, jeez. Oh well, it got melted as soon as I started throwing acid at it, so what's next? Oh yeah, more of these guys. Jeez man, I really hate the combat in this DLC. I guess it's kind of funny that the chopper can stagger lock these guys, but I will never not be mad that wooden masks and shields can block bullets full stop. Another 20 minutes of mobbing later, we had a new job of destroying all of Jack's DNA samples. I guess this Nakikiyama guy wanted to ruin our fun hunting trip. Oh well, just a few little safes to bust open and one boss to deal with. Should be pretty easy. Well, yeah, this should be easy. Okay, this should be... What the fuck is killing me? Oh, I see. Wound Spike has bullet reflection because, Well, actually, I don't really know why. I honestly thought it was over for me here. There was just no way I could be accurate enough to take this guy down without murking myself in the process. So after a few tries, I just accepted my fate, murked myself in the process, and just let it rip while standing right up next to him. Yay, fight for your life meta. After that, there wasn't much left to do. We had to run through candle racks, but the elite savages here aren't even mandatory, even though there's an objective to kill them. But I felt like stinkying them all anyway. I put the stinky on them. And then it was time to fight Jackenstein. Let's do this. Oh, what the man, who thought bullet reflection was a good idea? It would be one thing if the bullets would just fly in random directions and you'd get hit from time to time, but they literally programmed it so they always fly towards the nearest player. Why the fuck did they give these guys the perfect deflect red brick, bro? I would rather every enemy in Borderlands 2 have those stupid wooden masks than any enemy at all to have this stupid mechanic. Fucking stupid mechanic. Yeah, this fight, guys, not happening normal. Belt sanding my face every time I try to shoot this guy, mixed with him being nearly undodgeable when he lunges at you or tries to throw giant tubes of acid at you, just makes this impossible without cheese. Good thing I know about this spot. Strat was just to peek out, spray, and hope to land some crits until I tasted my own bullets. After that, I would just flip him off for full health and then wait for my Gunzerk to cool down. Sounds tedious, but I should take him down in like 30 minutes tops. Oops, I misread that. 3 hours tops. Yeah, his health bar, it's just a fucking lie. You kill this guy by blowing up 2 back generators and then dealing enough damage to his chest piece, all while dancing with death every time you try. The first generator took 10 minutes. Another 15 minutes later, I managed to get a second wind off the second one. 50 minutes after that, I blew the guards off of his chest piece, and for the next 2 hours, I rinsed and repeated this strat, not knowing when the torture would end. Every time I sprayed Jackenstein down, I was hoping the fight would just be over. But that's not quite how it went.
You said you were gonna stream for 4 hours.
I remember.
How's it going?
I've been fighting this one guy for like 2 hours. And it's like, not like I keep dying or anything, because I've been alive for 2 hours.
It's just really slow.
Yeah. So I don't know how close I am. It could be one shot away right now.
2 seconds later.
Well, in case anyone wanted to know, it looks like you can beat Sir Hammerlock's big game hunt with only the chopper. Mega bonus content time, baby! If you've been watching the channel for a while, you know that I usually try to see if the item I'm using for the run can be used to acquire itself. And if you don't know where the chopper comes from, well, it comes from Dexidius, the Invincible. To spawn this guy, you need to run around the grotto and put a total of 96 iridium in these 4 furnaces. Go pull this lever, get your ass handed to you for an hour while you kill off waves of demonic savages because you couldn't kill the witch doctors fast enough, and then this giant fucking stick bug comes out and you have to roleplay Dr. Pimple Popper until this thing dies. And trust me, there's no head crabbing this Strider. And yes, this video does have 2 Half-Life references because I practically spent half my life trying to kill this thing. Uh-oh, hold up, I'm getting a call.
Change your skill points.
Change your skill
Oh yeah, I was supposed to respec, wasn't I? Oh, thanks for reminding me, guys. You should have said something earlier. Here's the new build for the raid. I got rid of all the kill skills because I didn't think I would be needing them. I also spec'd in to keep it piping hot for the boosting grenade damage. I'll explain more on that later. I promise it makes sense. All right, let's talk about this fight. To survive here, I would need constant, and I mean constant, vigilance. One mistake and I could get hit with one of his giant corrosive bombs and the dot would seal my fate. I gathered up all the high-priced items I could so I didn't have to wait on all my ammo to naturally regenerate, but even buying it was scary because his attacks could hit right through walls. I developed a strategy where I would mark stuff as trash in my inventory so I could sell it faster, and when I would buy ammo, I would spam enter and left click to get my ammo faster and get the heck out of there. Usually if you're attempting this fight, you would be here for 10 minutes maybe using the Lady Fist B combo, but instead we're using a gun that doesn't even deal enough damage to one-shot face McShooty. So we had a long and stressful fight ahead of us. Another fun fact about Dexy is that the amount of damage he takes when a pimple is popped is amplified by any grenade stat buffs you have. So more grenade damage equals less pimples to pop. That's why we spec'd in to keep it piping hot. We only get the buff while Gunzerk is on cooldown, but if Gisum is constantly being activated, that still gives us the boost. I could only deal real damage if Dexy was distracted by spores. Usually the spores get murked in one shot, but the corrosive spores were actually very helpful because they could survive like 50 hits from Dexy. A lot of our downtime was running to spawns and hoping to see some green cauliflower homies and getting them not to follow me across their map with their insane persistence. On my first attempt, I actually made it pretty far. I took out 7 pimples before I got snuck up on by one of Dexy's attacks that dotted me to death. This wouldn't have been that devastating for a first attempt if it hadn't taken, 6 whole hours. With an estimated kill time of 12 hours, I pretty much had 1 try a day to get this kill. Attempt number 2 ended because PhysX decided to crash my entire PC, and attempt number 3 ended in a game crash even without PhysX because Borderlands hates me. And yeah, this was pretty rough. 12 hours of Dexy attempts and 2 crashes really had me second guessing my life decisions. I mean, is anyone really going to be mad that I didn't fight a whole OP10 raid boss, notorious for having hard to hit crit spots, with a gun that has 1 accuracy? I don't think any of you guys would be mad if I just didn't do this fight, but I can think of one guy that would be pretty mad if I didn't take this stick bug down. And I see him in the mirror every day. I wasn't about to let some stick bug get the best of me. I don't care how invincible it was. So I went to the lab and tested how many pimples I would need to pop in normal mode. And I found out that we were going to need to pop at least 16 to get the job done. With my newfound knowledge, I put some more attempts in and failed a few more times too. Dying to letting my guard down, trying to fend off a triple O I accidentally spawned, and finding out that Dexy has bullet reflection if you're too close, which could cause me to put a fire dot on myself, killing the attempt, were all a few things I had to deal with. A few more fails like that happened before I made it back to my PB of popping 7 pimples. I was locked in and ready to go for another 6 hours. But Borderlands had a different plan for me. What? Okay, so you're probably like, what just happened? Which, fair. Me too. I played the footage back and seen that Dexy's left chest pimple popped without any damage numbers and then just died 6 hours into what should have been a 12-hour kill. So I contacted my local Dexy expert, Abrupt Dusty. He's made some cool videos like this or like this, so go check him out. I'll have a link to his channel in the description, but I asked if he knew what happened and sure enough, he did. Apparently, some random no-name triggerman managed to get the last hit on that pimple. And when that happens, it does a huge chunk of damage, around 50 to 60% of his health bar huge. I was honestly so shocked and I wasn't really sure how to feel. On one hand, this was going to be super great to put in the video because it's super interesting, but on the other hand, my satisfaction of earning this kill was kind of taken from me. So I took some time to think it over and just processed everything going through my head. And now that I've thought about it, I think that kill felt rewarding just enough. Psych, that Triggerman 12-hour stick bug fight round 2, here we go. He didn't drop the chopper anyway. So, major attempt number 4. The good news is we hit a new PB of 11 pimples. The bad news is this is Borderlands we're talking about, the spaghetti game. No, I was playing great. I was playing awesome even. I really got my combat loop down. I was really focused, but then yeah, so I wasn't too beat up about this. I kind of expected this to happen, honestly. Have you taken any breaks yet? I have not because I'm afraid the game will crash. I'm still kind of surprised how well I took it. This was 9.5 hours into an attempt I was just doing great in. This was in no way my fault. It was entirely just Borderlands being made out of spaghetti. I realized that if the fight was going to be this long, I was going to have to do a couple of things. First off, I downloaded DXVK, which is pretty much just a mod that helps prevent BL2's notorious game crashes. Honestly, not sure how exactly it works or if it would even work, but I'll take anything at this point. I also duplicated this bear cat I found during the run 39 times to make sure I had enough money to keep buying ammo and not have to wait on ammo regen. I did not like that I had to do this, but if unintended game mechanics were going to take a 9.5 hour attempt away from me, I felt fine using unintended game mechanics to manually dupe 39 bear cats. I also sacrificed Lucas for good luck. I put the stinky on him. 1 week later, I prepared for what I hoped would be the final fight. I was improving on every attempt. I learned how to take out the initial savages in half the time. I was able to take out Dexy's first 3 pimples really fast using high-risk strats. I learned all of the spore spawning locations to maximize my chances for corrosive spores. And I really learned how to read Dexy, allowing me to get closer than I was before. Our strategy was becoming well refined. It almost felt like I had 30 hours of experience fighting Dexy or something. On day 4 of Dexy, I hit a new personal best of 12 pimples popped before this rock ended my 7-hour fight. Ah! That's fucked up, dude. That's real fucked up. That's real fucked up. That's real fucked up.
Don't think of your death as failure. Think of it as fun.
Lesson learned, I guess. I just kept trucking through the hardship and came back strong for day 5. I started using a 25-minute timer on my phone so I knew when those darn savages would respawn so I could plan for them. But even then it was hard to get rid of them because Dexy loves standing right on top of their camp. And just like that, history repeats itself, losing us another 7 hours. Day 5 of Dexy washed down the drain. But look at that smile. You might think it's a facade, and it's just there to hide the pain, but you would be wrong. I mean, you are witnessing pain. You are witnessing frustration, and you are witnessing anger. But that smile is still one of genuine enjoyment. I knew that every failure and every setback would make the victory all the more great. Joy and struggle don't have to be mutually exclusive. And heck, 6 is my favorite number anyway. I play a little bit risky at the beginning, but that's fine. Alright, so it looks like we got every element except corrosive on this first wave. That's fine. Alright, if you're on the believer side of the prediction, you guys better be manifesting corrosive spores. If you're on the doubter side of the prediction, you guys better be manifesting corrosive spores. There's 3. Okay, we're getting good at getting the first 3. And now we let the patience kick in. There we go. Level 90 corrosive spore. God, the fucking 2-legged drifters fucking murk my homies, bro. There we go. There's 4. I gotta be jumping now. Oh, I killed him. Ah! Oh, fuck, I thought that was a drifter, dude. I got scared by a fucking branch. Nobody clipped that into 4. Oh, shit. Oh my god, dude. That fucking rock almost killed me, dude. I can't. Okay, 5 out of 16. Okay, 10 more. Cool. 9 more to go. Okay. 8 more. There we go. 7 more.
Bexy, help me out, dude. I don't have help for this. I really don't. Bexy, you gotta fucking get those fuckers. There you go. And we're good. Okay, new timer. Okay, dude. Okay. That fucking shock dude is getting on my nerves, and I'm about to kill him myself. Stop, you fucker. Oh my god, I'm killing this fucker. I don't care. Jesus. What the fuck even was that? There we go. 6 more, 6 more. That was the back of the head. Okay. 5 more. I see you. I see you, though. That was a fucking big brain play, Dexy. I will fucking give you that one. Oh, I did not mean to bird there. Oh, I'm throwing. I'm so fucking throwing. Okay, we're good. We're good. I need to get the fuck out of here, though. 4. 4 left. Jot her down.
Headshot.
3 more. 3 more. That was his head. What's he doing over here? Dude, this is freaky, dude. This is like foreign territory. I don't like it too much. It stresses me out. There it is. There it is. 2 more question mark? Why are you over it? What is in this corner that you want? What mystical powers are you seeking from the waterfall? One more? That was his back. I feel like that's gonna be 2 more though. Alright, here we fucking go. Come on. One more. We got 1 more, guys. 1 fucking more. 1. 1 guaranteed. Never again. Never again. Never again. Oh, dude, my arms and fingertips are going numb. Breathe, 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 breathe. Alright, dude, I'm afraid the game's gonna crash. There is no time for breaks, sadly. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fucking great. I'm stressed and excited and happy and scared and paranoid and fucking wired, dude. Congrats on the kill. No, Quad. No, 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 no. Rule 1, rule 1. Don't do that to me, Quad. Rule 1. Can we get another exclamation point rule 1 in the chat? I think we need one. We got some silly geese in the chat. Oh my god. We almost fucking lost it there. We gotta fucking get a Gunzerk now. If we got dotted there, we would have fucking lost it. How'd that fucking hit me, dude? Fuck you, Dexy! Ooh. Oh, let's go, dude.
R.I.P. Bozo.
Put the stinky on him.
9 hours and 15 minutes.
Get
to kill this
nay
motherfucker.
nay.
Oh. Holy shit, dude. That's fucking crazy.
Put the stinky on him. After 48 hours of Dexy attempts, we finally took him down, and my thirst for a challenge was quenched. I woke up the next day, and I had received the most wild email I have ever gotten, and I just want to show you guys this thing. Yeah. No idea how my heart rate monitor knew I was playing Borderlands 2, let alone streaming it, but geez, man, I was on edge. I doubt the 6,000 calories part is right, but I definitely did smell like a gamer after all of that stress sweat. But it was all worth it, you know? Getting that kill was one of the best things I've ever felt playing a game, and I don't regret a single second of that 48 hours. But I felt like something was still missing. I felt like the chopper wasn't used as chaotically as it was intended. I mean, yeah, raid bosses are designed to be fought with 4 players, so it's not like I could just lay into them and expect to win. I had to focus and use tapfire strats for cooldown and just be locked in the whole time. And also, I didn't get a chopper to drop on this kill. So let's do it one more time, the right way. Alright, remember guys, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Get him!
Get him!
Get him!
Oh, there's the butt. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's 3. There we go. We got one. Green Knight, go! Go! Get back in the fight! Go! Go!
Yeah,
Go!
like...
Get out there, soldier! Go! 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 Okay, I don't know how we got his armpit and not his shoulder, but let's go, baby! We got 5!
Oh, money shot, money shot.
I feel like someone did that with, like... Oh, back of the head, let's go, that's 8.
Oh! Wow. Get the high ground. Right?
Oh, there's another one, that's 9.
Yo!
Usually the barrel. Sometimes it's another thing called...
Oh, did we get one? Oh! No!
Did it?
No!
There's no gunners here. There's no gunner.
Oh,
There's a gunner here. Wait, is there? Did this guy kill him? No shot. No shot. This guy killed him. Okay. Bandit is shooting him. You guys see this right here?
Oh.
Bandit is shooting him. Can you edge me, Tom?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Let's do this. Oh no!
Oh no,
lost
are we
one.
stuck with someone? Oh.
We lost Tom.
When you ride in the back of a truck.
When you do that, yeah. I do that all the time.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? Huh?
There's 2.
Oh, dang.
Time though.
Oh! That works, I guess!
Oh!
What happened? I don't know.
Oh, we got him.
Evaporated.
Oh, he died, he died.
Oh. There we go.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's working as hero.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh!
Roach. Silly woman's that stress.
Oh, there's 5. These
that's
are missing.
section.
Oh, okay, there's 6.
Oh.
That's interesting. Oh, there goes.
Stop!
Oh, there goes. Oh, there.
Oh.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh.
Oh, we popped another?
Oh, we got him.
He died?
Let's go. I don't think I see it, guys.
Yeah, I don't think we got it.
Well, that was a 50-minute kill. Nope.
Well, okay, so I tried where you would do. Wait, why didn't you? Because I feel like knowing what.
I just see a dead.
Oh.
Alright, nope.
The wiki.
Can't.
I didn't even process.
R.I.P.
What?
Bozo.
That was 52 on the dot. That was 52 on the dot. That is crazy.
Oh, wait, we got... Oh, wait, never mind. We got a legendary.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Hands forever.
He exploded.
He always likes...
Slightly different.
There it is. 4004. Oh, what the f is that, dude? Doll spinny gun?
What?
No.
What is it?
Oh my god, oh my god.
Yeah, we got
Can someone revive me?
The tree.
And
Like I no.
Milk. It's just...
Literally.
Oh. It was...
Actually, Lucas is a.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the?
Yeah, wait.
3755. 3755. Come on.
37.
Really lucky.
Oh.
Lucas, stop.
It actually worked this time.
We got it. Party chopper. Let's
Oh, we
go.
actually got it.
We actually got it.
We know what we have to do.
Alyssa does not know what we have to do.
We gotta let it rip. Well, Derber, I sure hope that was worth the wait, especially considering that this whole run took 80 hours. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all of that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love reading your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, grabbing something over at GamerSupps using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live down in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. The original Borderlands was said to have taken a lot of inspiration from the Mad Max series, so it only makes sense that the car combat in Borderlands is super cool, right? Right? In any case, today we're going to try and answer a question that everyone has never thought about. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars? Before we hit the road, I'll go over the rules. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough, and all damage I deal to enemies must be from vehicles or because of vehicles. We will be playing as Krieg for this run, and I'll explain a bit more on that later. For our gear, we will be using a basic shield, legendary sickle class mod, and the Afterburner relic. Yeah, to the guy that commented saying I should try to beat the game with only the car relic, you might have been joking, but I wasn't. Here's a quick peek at the build. Most of this isn't important, but Fuel the Blood, Fuel the Rampage, and Fuel the Fire are all vital to this run. With all of that out of the way, let's strap in and kick this run into gear. Oh, wait, we might have an issue here. I'm totally forgetting something. So normally we don't have access to cars until after we fight Flint, so normally, no, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. But you didn't come here for that lame answer, you came here for a challenge. So today's question is actually, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars? If you also use a mod to allow cars to enter maps they usually aren't allowed in. Using a couple mods, we can allow vehicles to enter maps that usually kick you out of the vehicle, and we are also able to change this door to take us to the Torg DLC, where we can grab a car and take one back to Tutorial Town. Quick little shout out to Pyrex for making that very obscure mod for me. Anyway, in true Cursed Run fashion, we got a couple of bully routes to spawn, and since cars are considered armored, corrosive damage was going to be something we would need to worry about. It's also not like we could dispatch of these guys quickly either, because our damage is, well, I guess it exists. So right off the bat, things seem really bad. Enemies can kill us really fast, and we can kill enemies very slow. But one advantage we do have is stun locking. Even slightly nudging most basic enemies causes them to ragdoll for a few seconds, and as long as we keep doing this, they won't be able to blow our car up. Wobbling might be banned in Melee, but you know I'm capitalizing on it here in Borderlands. The Bullymongs proved to be far easier than the bandits. Unlike wild animals I could just drive away from, bandits had guns that could continue to damage me from afar. If I started taking too much damage, I would have to drive somewhere safe and wait for the car to start regenerating its health. I thought I'd be safe in this cozy little cave, but I guess not. Oh, what the f***? No, you are not jumping down here. Nice try, bucko. After some confusing interactions with the wall and clearing out Liarsburg, we met Hammerlock, he changed a tire for us, and we started our way towards Boom Boom. Average F-150 driver.
While clearing out the last batch of bandits, I discovered that Torgue shotguns really freaking hurt, and we took our first death of the run. Oh, by the way, the counter will be counting car deaths, just to clarify, which leads me to one of the worst parts of this run. Losing a car means I have to go all the way back to the Torgue DLC and get a new one. I decided to allow a flight mod to go back to vehicle stations since this run was modded anyway. We aren't really doing anything challenging by walking back there, so to save time, hard drive space, and to get this video out earlier, we would just fly back to get a car. Anyway, after clearing out the bandits and accidentally learning how to parallel park, we finally made it to Boom Boom, and this fight was tough. You might think Boom's cannon was the scary part, but to my surprise, I was actually able to take multiple hits from this thing. Busting him out of his turret got a little weird, but that part was relatively easy. Dealing with their health regen and my lack thereof was the main issue. I could stun lock them, but repetitive collisions would slowly wear down my vehicle. I could definitely handle a one-on-one fight, but if I kill Boom first, I still have to knock down a few psychos to try and focus on Boom. I would also pretty much need constant crits to outpace Boom's health regen, but Boom was a lot easier to deal with. So I decided that killing Boom first would be best because he was the harder one of the two. And well, he just kinda died. I guess if you hit a guy really hard with the car, they just end up dying a few seconds later. I think this has something to do with his get-up animation not being able to go through because he was stuck in some weird geometry. He actually died like this twice because Lil Boom was using a Torgue shotgun. I told you guys about those earlier, right? Anyway, after 1 hour and 4 car deaths later, we finally beat out Boom's health regen and were able to continue the run. We were able to drive past a lot of the bad guys on the way up to Flint, but we still ran into a roadblock. My car was just way too big, and I could not get any further than this part right here. So it looks like no, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. Unless you guys want to allow one more mod.
Looks like them few boys are in a pack of trouble.
Alright, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars if you use a mod to allow cars to enter maps they usually aren't allowed to and the cars are 50% smaller? I sure hope so. Using our new go-kart, we were able to clear out the bandits, save Claptrap, and ascend to the Flint fight. I decided to leave my car in the elevator to get it up to the top the same way I was going to get Claptrap up there, but that was a mistake leaving those two together.
Why is my current objective to find Flynn? Oh, I'm blocking Claptrap.
Hey, yo, what the Claptrap! Bro, that is inappropriate, dude. There are kids watching my guy. Oh my bro. Dude, what the? Dude, no way Claptrap was giving back shots to my car, bro. I'm half ready for my car to just fly into the air, into the ocean even. Okay. Now for the Flint fight, I probably could have done this super easily. Vehicles are resistant to fire damage, and Flint just kind of rolls up like an armadillo if you hit him with a car. But for some reason, I was bent on just ramming him off the edge of his boat. And because of this, I lost many cars and had to keep driving all the way from the beginning. I also didn't have the elevator option anymore, and some of those stairs and tight turns were pretty tricky to maneuver. Okay, fire barrels hurt. Lesson learned. After way too much wasted time, I finally got Captain Roly-Poly to fall off the edge and took care of his goons from afar. After that, I just laid into Flint until he died. Cool. Rock out. Yeah, jam. Oh my god. It's Lilith! After dealing with Claptrap's sex drive, Claptrap, stop getting freaky with the car! We made it to Three Horns. Here I snuck into the DMV and stole a license so I can drive legally and warmed up my Bullymong whispering skills.
Bullymong, stop!
Ramming Door Guy was probably the most normal thing about this run, and then after that we had to deal with our first AVEF, or Anti-Vehicle Entry Field. Oh brother, it's my boss again. I freaking hate this guy. Hello? Yeah, we're not calling it that. Just call it a car wall, okay? What? Why would I call it that? The wall isn't made of cars. Bro, what are you on? You're just complicating things, and AVEF doesn't even roll off the tongue. It's just an invisible wall that doesn't let cars pass through. Yeah, so it's an AVEF. No, it's not a fucking AVEF. Just call it a car wall or you're fired. Man, one day I'm just gonna be my own boss, so I don't gotta deal with that frickin' buzzkill. Anyway, yeah, I couldn't find a way to get through this wall, so I was going to have to get creative, because I had 3 psychos I needed to kill to save Reese. Those bullymongs I met earlier were nearby, so I decided to have them help me out by relocating the psychos to a place I could reach them. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah! Yeah, my bullymong brethren! Hurt them more. That works for me. So the guy that's down here. Oh my god, they're all down here. Let's go. Perfect. The stinky prevails. Good job, guys. Proud of you, bullymongs. Love you. I managed to save Reese by watching him die, but then I remembered I still had one more psycho to take care of. I needed to get the power core, but their camp was in a spot where having the bullymongs relocate him was not an option. So I had to get a little bit creative. How do we get a car in here? Here, let's look around the map. No shot this works, just saying. If this works first try, I'm gonna be amazed. After I got my bullymong homies to kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, we made it to Sanctuary. Nothing too crazy happened here. I pushed Jess up into the button to speed him up, which was cool, and the only place I couldn't get my car was the fucking garage, because that makes sense. So while I'm here doing all the boring Sanctuary chores, I'll tell you guys about our partner, GASMASK'S. So for the past few months, I've been drinking GASMASK'S and I've been loving every second of it. I used to be downing 2 monsters a day, but now with GASMASK'S, I'm not drinking 400 calories in a day. I'm able to control my caffeine intake since all their flavors come in caffeine-free options, and I'm saving money since GASMASK'S is only 40 cents a serving. They have tons of flavors to pick from too. One of my new favorites is Goof Juice, which is a nice strawberry kiwi flavor. They also have their signature waifu cups, comfortable merch, and dang could I go for another cup of their gamer soups right now. I mean heck, they made crickets taste good with their sus snacks. Yeah, you heard that right. There's crickets in this. But if you're worried about buying something you won't like, GASMASK'S offers free samples, so you could try it before you buy it. So if you're looking to find a healthier alternative to energy and want to support the channel in the process, head on over to gamersupps.gg/LGM or use the link in the description, and make sure to use code LGM at checkout for 10% off your order. Anyway, let's see how Sanctuary's going. Our next destination was Frostburn Canyon, but well, let's just say we ran into another roadblock. So these invisible car walls tend to be pretty tall, but they eventually do end and you can get over them. For the purposes of testing how high these walls were, I decided to pull out a special vehicle I'm gonna call the Meat Bicycle. Yeah, this thing would make the challenge pretty trivial, so I will only be using the tiny sand skiff for wall testing. But who knows, maybe one day I'll try beating the pirate DLC with only boats. So if you end up liking this run and want to see that run, you should leave a comment and maybe you'll see it in your subscription feed one day. Just saying. Anyway, this wall tall. There was no way we were going to be able to clear this thing normally. Good thing this isn't a normal run. And also good thing that we're playing a game from over a decade ago and there's some jank that can help us. Introducing scroll boosting. By setting our boost key to scroll wheel up or down, we can use the free scroll mouse to do this. Okay, well, my game just crashed, but that doesn't happen every time, I promise. I messed around with this for a while, trying different frame rates, different angles, etc., and I got close so many times that I knew this was possible. And after 2 hours, we finally made it over the wall. Anyway, thanks for the raid, Jolts. You came just in time. 2 2 hours later, everybody! Now that we made it to Frostburn, we could drive past all the bad guys, do the skip and... Well, alright guys, don't worry. I found another way to get into Frostburn that was pretty consistent, so I didn't have to spend another 2 hours on this wall. Second time around, I actually hit the spike jump skip and found Lilith. Surprising nobody, I immediately tried to put my bumper into her forehead. Sadly, she survived, and everything that normally happens during this part of the game happens. Okay, Lilith, okay. I'll give you that one, okay? That was kind of cool. There she goes. She ruined it. She ruined it. She ruined it. Anyway, we had some close calls with some slag and corrosive guns, but we made it to the end, and I seen what I thought was my only chance I would probably ever get to do something I've been wanting to do for a long, long time. I can't have shit in this fucking house. For anyone wondering, this is what happens when Lilith teleports you while you're in a car. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting either, honestly. Our next mission was to save Roland from the Bloodshots, which meant it was finally time for a car upgrade. So we met Ellie, found the second garage of the run that doesn't work properly with my cars, used my Honda Civic to destroy a few Ford F-150s, and finally got an upgrade. So, for most of the rest of the run, we'll be using the Saw Blade Technical. A lot of you guys might think the Barrel Technical is better and know that it is the fastest vehicle in the game, but do you see these saw blades I'm shooting? Yeah, those get melee damage boost, because that makes sense. Do you know who has good melee damage boosts? Krieg does. Not only is our car now tankier, we also have some significant damage to handle the rest of the game. After we got the Bloodshots to open their door, we pulled a real power move by not even using it, and then started our fight with Badma. I really wanted to ram him off the cliff, but nomad-shaped enemies have this bad habit of just folding under pressure, so we filled him up with saw blades and made it to the Bloodshot stronghold. Cue the foreshadowing. The lucky honk sound. The Bloodshot's gonna go fine, and if we don't, Bloodshot's gonna go terrible. Yeah, so at first I decided to be patient and careful because not only did I have to get through the entire stronghold, I would also have to make it all the way through the dam without my car blowing up. Things were working right up until the part where I perma-slagged myself with this barrel. How this barrel hit me and not the Marauder that was blatantly closer to the barrel absolutely baffles me. After that, I was pretty much screwed, so I reset, patiently killed all the bad guys, and made a plan for Mad Mike. The idea was to sit right next to his door so that when he showed up, I could knock him over before he had a chance to shoot me with his rocket launcher and insta-kill me. I was checking for his spawn after every kill, but he still caught me lacking. After that, I started getting impatient, trying to drive past all the bad guys, dying because of it, getting frustrated with the amount of corrosive weapons I was dealing with, and I was here for a while. But after 2 hours and losing several cars, I snuck through Mad Mike and re-locked in. By this time, I had developed a strategy where if my car was taking too much damage and there wasn't much room for escape, I would ditch the car and lure the bullets away from my more important half. For a second, I thought they put another car wall in the middle of a map that usually can't have cars, but I managed to just smack my car through it, thankfully. After that, we found Roland and quickly drove to the dam, but not before getting torqued on by the Warden. Bro, why is this game so cursed? First we have to deal with Freak Trap, and now this? I paid the toll so I could get my car through here, but they didn't even raise the gate for me, so that was just a scam. They also made me do this scary jump that would have made me cry if I missed it. I was being extremely careful, slowly taking out every loader and bandit until we made it to the warden. I was only going to have one chance at saving Roland, and if my car blew up, I was guaranteed to go to the gulag, and the fight there sounds atrocious. So I locked in, and oh my god, it died in like 12 seconds. Well, I definitely overstressed for that fight. Also, yeah, this meme you're seeing on the screen right now, yeah, it's pretty much canonical.
Put the fucking money in the bag. Put the fucking money in the bag. Jack can't kill Roland if we kill Roland.
Anyway, Roland was saved and our next job was to go rob a train in Tundra Express. Upon arriving, I had a little bit of a scare. Yeah, cars definitely weren't meant to be here. I was a bit worried about lighting the Varkids on fire, but I bumped a fire melon and it just worked, so that was cool. After that, I met Mordo and Tina, had a minor fender bender, got the badonkadonks, watched Tina turn them into bombs with her mind, practiced my vertical parking, had another minor fender bender, and made it to the end of the line. So the Wilhelm fight was pretty, normal, actually. Ramming into Wilhelm sometimes staggered him, which felt illegal to see, but I couldn't get him to fully ragdoll, sadly. So I just kept my distance and laid into him until he was super low on health, and then I decided to try to finish him off with my front bumper, and that's where things got a little goofy.
Oh no!
Yeah, that fight was way too easy, so I did it again and actually rammed him to death. Didn't look as cool as the first one, but oh well. We made it back to Sanctuary with our catalytic converter we stole from Wilhelm, but things started getting scary. Lilith stole my car, so I rage quit. She said that if she can't have it, I'm not allowed to ride the cool flying city, so I tried to scroll boost back over this bridge and everything just fell apart.
Time's up!
Our next goal was to drive through the fridge so we could get back home. And yet again, we are faced with another car wall. And this one was a doozy. We pulled out the meat bicycle again and found out that the wall was pretty much the same height as this building right here, meaning we were going to need a scroll boost to get over it. I was here for a long time trying to find a good angle or ramp to make it over, but every time a jump looked promising, my game would just crash. At this point of the run, my total crashes far surpassed my total deaths. A couple of homies in the Twitch chat kept saying I should try and hit the jump with the runner instead of the technical, but I was being stubborn because I thought that I was going to need the technical for its speed. Speaking of Twitch, you should go check me out over there if you want to watch these runs live. Anyway, I did eventually break because it seems like the technicals crash the game way more often when scroll boosting. And when you mod them to be this tiny, trying to boost with them gets a bit squirrely. As soon as you press your boost key, the bandit trucks pretty much wheelie 90 degrees up, and unless you're on flat ground and just going straight, it's really hard to actually get speed out of it. So I caved and swapped back to the runner. And then I found that I could get my car up onto this section of the camp. But that doesn't really help. Only if I could do some grenade jumps, I could get up there and then like up there easily and... Never in my life have I ever thought I would have to perform a double grenade jump for a car. Because of their smaller size, these things also fly a lot further when hit with nades or punches. And after 4.5 hours of trying to scroll boost over this wall, I managed to blast my car onto the roof and over the wall.
Guys, wait, everybody hold, everybody hold. Everybody hold. We might be good, we might be good. Okay. I'm gonna get out of my car real quick. So now, I believe we could just drop in right here. I think, I hope. Don't do this to me. 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 We see it. It's right there. Oh.
Well, that fucking sucks. So basically, I think the car was still hitting the invisible ice that Angel melts for you here or something. I'm just guessing at this point. So I was going to have to figure out a safe way through that. But I seen the option to travel, so I knew it was possible. The only issue was trying to get it back in there was really annoying, and I think I was kind of losing it. Somebody clip that. Did anyone else hear the Mario theme there? Anyway, it didn't take much longer before I managed to get my car back over the wall and through the invisible ice. Car in the fridge. So we made it to the fridge, and then we drove through the fridge, and then we made it to the outwash, where I discovered that I could have just ran through the fridge because there's no mandatory combat, use this door to travel to the Highlands, get a car here, and then go back to fight Mr. Noodle. So you're telling me that 4.5 hours was pointless? Wouldn't be the first time. Alright, real talk, I'm just messing with you guys. I knew this door was here the whole time, but I felt that it would be cool to get the car into the fridge anyway. It just felt right since I knew it was possible, even though the challenge didn't require it. Anyway, we were having some issues dealing with the constructor before Mr. Noodle. I felt really squishy and felt like my damage was starting to fall off, but my brain didn't think, maybe it's the squishy low damage car you forgot to swap out. But I did remember that I had something the constructor didn't. Tires. So I drove past it, slowly fought off the thresher that ate my new alternator, and made it to Overlook where car walls stopped us again. Geez, why do they even put these here? Are cars really that strong to prevent entry to a basic map? Oh, you could just drive around it. That's pretty cool. So I knew that the beacon defense section was not going to have very many breaks, and finding time for my car to heal was going to be tough. So I decided to sneak 2 cars into town and have one hidden way back here. That way, when one car is taking a beating, I can make a little pit stop and swap out cars so they could heal. And that strategy was honestly working super well.
That is not the pit crew I was looking for.
I mean, the beacon still got messed up, but I didn't lose any cars in the process, and for the first time in a while, I was actually able to kill the constructor instead of just rushing the fast travel to escape, so that felt pretty good. We made it back home and got our next job to go to the... Oh, brother, this is gonna be obnoxious, isn't it? So, even getting into the preserve is a bit annoying. Pretty much needed to climb the mountain and cross the waterfall to get in. I talked to Mordecai and started wounding the loaders. That was going fine, but I did have to deal with some saw blade technical jank. Confused? Yeah, I would be too. Long story short, the saw blade technical has some kind of huge bubble or box around it that causes some weird stuff. Some of you might know this car specifically can trigger the pipe explosion in the boneyard by simply driving near it. But in our case, the car's hurt box or whatever it's called clips through the floor and hits a death barrier. This game is truly cursed. Luckily, I was able to get around it and mow down any loaders in my way. Our next obstacle was trying to get through this small building. I was getting really frustrated trying to get through this building, but I eventually got over it. We drove ourselves up to the first mobbing section and carefully took out all the loaders before the big one showed up. His arm cannons deal fire damage, so we were pretty resistant to anything he could throw at us, but I still took my time because I did not need any setbacks here. After he died, Man, what did I just say? Yeah, so this door just wouldn't let my car through, and that was very scary. I started desperately searching around for some type of way to get out of bounds and found a possible route to sneak in. I would first have to jump up to these rocks and position my vehicle here. I would then have to time a grenade and a melee at the same time to launch my car over to this gap. Timing this was a bit annoying. On top of that, it just wouldn't work 12% of the time. Even the times I did time it well, I had to make sure that the car wasn't going too far back because there's an APEF, or anti-person entry field, that wouldn't let me through. Yeah, I'm not answering that. Anyway, after I pulled that off, I would have to shimmy my way up and over this rock. If this thing was 1 degree steeper, I think I would have failed the run right here. After that, I would pretty much have to Hail Mary and hope to land in the animal enclosure, where I would have to die outside of my car to go grab the feather that opens the cages, and then get back into my car and continue on. Dude, I can't believe getting through a wide open garage door took like an hour and a half to lab up and land. This game's busted. Next, I drove past the stalkers, killed off the skags, and prayed that this door wouldn't have the same issue.
I swear to God.
Oh, thank goodness. We were getting close to the end, I was pretty on edge, and my heart rate spiked when my car started bugging out. Luckily, I managed to unbug it out and started trying to figure out what I was gonna do about these stairs. The answer was trial and error, but how the f did I manage this?
Not sure if I can park there.
After clearing out the last few bad guys, we made it to the Bloodwing fight, and I was f***ing white-knuckling it. I knew that one corrosive dive bomb or some type of AoE attack from Bloodwing could have me going through all of that trauma all over again. Yeah, guys, I was definitely overreacting right there. In reality, she only managed to do one claw attack in fire phase, one claw attack in shock phase, and in corrosive phase, she only got one claw attack and one corrosive ball off before the 84 saw blades I put into her appendages finally grounded her. That was an extremely easy fight that I definitely stressed over for no reason.
I can't feel my fingers right now, bro. That fucking looked easy, but that was fucking nerve-wracking.
Driving into her automatically picked up the claptrap upgrade, and I started doing donuts. GG, Bloodwing. Another point for me. I realized I forgot to do the loot dude, so I redid the whole scare you out of bounds jump again, and all I got was a freaking gub. Wow! Anyway, with another scary part of the run done, it was off to recruit Brick and his air support.
Huh?
Oh my fucking God, dude. Why'd that scare me so much? Why was that so terrifying? Oh my God.
I thought getting to my initiation was going to be simple until I did the car equivalent of stepping on a Lego. Actually, what would that even be? A cactus? A nail? A police spike strip? Luckily, we had an alternate route that was less scary, but still janky. It looks like I'm gonna clear this jump, right? I am being robbed. After I cleared the jump properly, I tried to put the stinky on Face McShooty. That didn't work. I finally made it to my initiation, and ooh-wee, this was actually tough. The amount of bandits I had to deal with was the main issue, especially when there's no escaping the building to recover health, and making the Goliaths mad as a distraction didn't seem possible. These guys were also way too smart. They came prepared with corrosive Nova shields that would straight up delete my car, and some of these guys didn't even care about the rules.
Don't do it, car. You got this. You got this, car. No shot, you just shot my car when I'm not even in it. Look at this fucking dude right here. Look at this fucking goofball. I'm suing, bro. I'm suing.
After totaling way too many cars in there, I managed to get past the first wave of big guys and mowed down the little guys until we finished the initiation. Then I hugged Sarcastic Slab with my car, I gave Brick a ride, and we started taking out the loaders. And that was going well until I forgot about the previous no parking area. After grabbing car number 42, we started launching loaders. I noticed that warloaders and superloaders would actually ragdoll when I ran into them. Usually these guys aren't affected by knockback moves, which also means they are stinky proof. So this being a once in a lifetime opportunity, I took it upon myself to stinky the unstinkyable.
Yes! First ever warloader stinky. Oh. Rick? Rick? Well, he said over here.
Up next was the Jack double assassination job. You could tell this one was a fake Jack because when I shattered his shins with my car bumper, none of the loaders really cared. After he died, I grabbed his pocket watch from a pile of saw blades, found out I could throw my car at people by punching it, debated whether or not it was allowed for the challenge, thought that if someone threw a car at me and I fucking died, it would be safe to say they killed me with a car, decided that it was allowed cause funny, hit some info kiosks, did some stealth car shenanigans, and acquired Jack's voice. We now had everything we needed for the bunker raid, and let me tell you, this was an uphill battle. Breaking the ankles on the first constructor went fine, and the baby turrets were only mildly annoying to hit. And yeah, we actually had a pretty sizable lead on all the enemies spawning because they were just really slow. But you know how it goes being in first place. Now this was concerning, because fighting the bunker and doing the entirety of Angel Core all without losing a car already sounded pretty stressful. But having to do it with the barrel technical because the saw blade's negative aura hitting death walls made this extra scary. So I decided to try and find another way up, and I was met with even more jank. Yeah, so dying here and having to retrieve another car makes it so car walls just show up, but only sometimes? Yeah, I don't know, guys. I would either have to win a coin flip or just re-kill the toaster and turrets again to get past these doors, not to mention having to kill all the mobs on the way up as well. I was able to take out the big toaster from afar and managed to line up a jump to get up there safely, but the door still didn't open. This usually means something that the toaster created was still alive out there, so I had to go finish off the rest of its bloodline. Or oil line? Power line? Screw it, let's just cut all their brake lines. Anyway, hunted down every loader in the vicinity and had a little lapse in judgment. Fuck, I forgot about that. God damn it, dude. Why'd I do that? Other than that, I hit one more goofy death spot I drove over 50 other times just fine, before I finally managed to kill all the necessary household appliances to make it to the bunker. So I got here and started taking out the autocannons, which wasn't bad, they weren't too tanky. I was mostly worried about the laser countermeasures you were supposed to jump over. I really hope I don't have to explain why I can't do that. I don't know if it was the high up third person perspective, but I never noticed that the light railings turn red when lasers were coming. I also never noticed they would start on one end and work their way around the ring. Yeah, some pretty trippy stuff, but the lasers didn't do much damage, so that was cool. The bunker showed up, and for the first half of the fight, it was pretty simple. I just held both triggers down and ignored his autocannons because they don't really deal damage. But at the half health mark, I locked in and started playing safe because I knew that the slag cannon could deal some serious damage and possibly slag me. But even that was kind of easy. I don't know why, but the bunker would straight up overshoot and just miss every time. I tested this a bit later and this thing just straight up whiffs consistently. I know this guy wasn't programmed to fight a car and maybe he's just aiming at my third person POV or something. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of funny. So after finding that out, the second half of this fight pretty much played out the same as the first half. And it turns out, the slag lasers didn't even do that much damage. Dude, what am I so scared of? I really thought I was gonna be squishy this whole run. Hey guys, Future GASMASK here. So during this run, I was under the impression that my car was matching my level of 80 and I would be decimated by things like Boom's cannon or Bunker's slag laser. But it turns out, cars scale to your OP level, so my health bar was actually able to take some of these hits. I still got the dumb under-level damage debuff from being level 80, so OP10 was still harder than non-OP levels, but hopefully this explains why my car seems to be way more tankier than it should be. Anyway, another scary part of the run was going to be Angel Core. I needed to get through all of it without losing my car or it will restart from the beginning when I leave. And the worst part about this whole thing? I couldn't even reach the beginning because my car was still too big for this door. I was getting pretty desperate and frustrated, especially since Silence the Voices still managed to kill me in a fucking car-only run. Afraid that this might be the end of the run, I attempted to do the elevator skip speedrun strat with my car, and that went about as well as you could imagine. With no Lakitu bro able to save me from falling off the map, I resorted to my next idea, which was to see if the normal runner would fit. It would suck to lose the damage and extra health, but the runner felt like it healed faster, and that might have been important for Angel Core. But this one also didn't fit. Out of ideas, I planned on resorting to something I really didn't feel good about. The plan was to have my bro Luigi, Lucas, join the game and go press the travel button while I'm still in the car. That way I could get it into Angel Core. And right as he joined in, a small glimmer of hope showed up. I somehow managed to get my car sideways, and it was now halfway through the threshold. Talk about twisted metal, am I right? I was practically prairie dogging this thing, and after a few more good pushes... We're in. Oh my god. The run's alive, baby! No player 2 needed! Get the fuck out of here, Luigi! Now we just need to make sure not to lose our car in Angel Core, and we are home for... Oh my god, did it just vanish into thin air? Oh, thank God it came back after the cutscene. Ooh, that was a close one. All right, so my initial plan for Angel Core was to play it safe. I would press the button to open the door, peek out with my car to deal some damage, and then retreat before the doors closed. But my car had enough prairie dogging for one day. Well, I'm in it now. Locked in, I started fighting the loaders the best I could, making sure to knock them down and making sure not to get cornered by them. If an ion loader showed up, I would let them be. That way all the loaders would group up and I could heal on the other side of Angel's bubble. The laser turrets were a bit scary here, not because they dealt damage, but because they can stop me from healing, so these guys were priority 1. And as funny as it would be, I tried my best to not run Roland over, so I could avoid any potential soft locks. I was yet again gripping the wheel tightly, as this was a pretty stressful fight. I could have probably picked up my chair with how hard I clenched when this angelic guard slagged me and almost killed me. And that wasn't the only time I had a close call either. There were a few times I decided that abandoning ship was just the best option to draw fire away from our car. 2 injectors in, and I was looking for anything to calm my nerves and help me finish this fight. But all I got was Lilith.
Howdy, boys.
Ah, why every time, dude? You just got here. Alright, for real though, the last wave of war and super loaders isn't too bad. Their fire cannons are kinda useless against me, so I managed to take them out and make it through Angel Core first fucking try. Well, the bunker raid went well. Now I just need to use my car to block Jack and save Roland. Oh my god, did it just disappear into thin air? No! Oh, never mind, I still had it. Wait, if I still have my car, that means it never disappeared. And Lilith just moved it? Meaning that Lilith helped Jack kill I knew she was a bad guy, I told you guys! Anyway, I couldn't get my car out of Marcus's shop, so I left it there for him. He's gonna be so confused when he finds it. He's gonna walk in there and just be like,
What the?
Marcus Kincaid, you are now the proud new owner of a miniature saw blade technical.
Our next objective was to go to the Hyperion Info Stockade, and usually at this part of the game, the bridge gets raised, causing us to have to go to Sawtooth Cauldron to get some bombs to blow it back down. But as usual, I did not feel like doing all of that. They said I needed a bridge. I say,
just fly!
Well, I had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron anyway because this game didn't expect anybody to break it. Traversing the cave system down here proved to be a bit annoying. I was hoping to drive past all of the unnecessary mobs, but the tight 90-degree turns and numerous stairs made that harder than I anticipated. My stubbornness got the best of me and I decided to keep trying to brute force it, and the cycle of spawn car, kill one ambush commander, lose car started. After 4 laps of that, I actually managed to escape the tunnel and made the drive over to Boombringer, where we blew it up for being a flying heathen. And after that, we gave Mortar the bumper special and prayed that our car would fit in the elevator. Yeah, so my car would just phase through every part of the elevator except the floor. If I would have also phased through the bottom, this run would be dead. So the fact that the game was cursed just enough and in a good way to get me to the top was absolutely crazy to me. I know I always complain about this game being spaghetti coated, but tonight, I think we should all have spaghetti for dinner. What do you guys say? I was on top of the world up here, and I was taking out buzzards with no issue. I felt invincible, and there was nothing that could... Oh, hello, Goliath Blaster. Right at 4 out of 5 buzzards, too. Anyway, we rode back up, killed the last buzzard, secured the bombs, and drove off the buzzard's nest. Woohoo! Can I park my bicycle here? After that, we made it to the boneyard where we did all of our usual valve cranking and pipe bursting, but then we ran into another car wall. If we managed to get our car into the pipe, we're stopped by a car wall. If we managed to ramp up the rocks, we're stopped by a car wall. And if we spend an hour trying to land on this pipe, jank myself over this wall, and boost wheelie jump onto this platform, we are still stopped by a car wall. We brought out the good old meat bicycle and found out that even with scroll boosting, there is just no way we are going to be able to clear this wall. So it looks like the run ends here. Or does it? To progress the story, we need to make it to the Hyperion info stockade, infiltrate it, and grab the info. And at no point is there any mandatory combat. And as per the rules, the car is not required here. Yeah, I know guys, it kinda sucks that I can't get a car into the Badlands and fight Saturn. This is a lie, I don't wanna fucking do that. But sneaking in might be tough when we don't really blend in and can't fight back at all. But for now, I'm gonna have to say goodbye, car. Until I see you again. Alright, so sneaking past all of the guards is going to be pretty tough. With enough persistence, we could grenade jump up to the front door and tank enough bullets to make it inside and grab the goods. But grenade jumping as Krieg is tough because the developers made him extra heavy so that he wouldn't get tossed around during melee combat. Which makes me realize, Krieg is canonically heavier than a car? Yeah, that makes sense. After about 30 attempts, we managed to sneak in and get the goods, and with the location of the vault now known, it was time for our final drive towards Jack and the Warrior. So, the run up to this point was going surprisingly well, considering that I could only use cars. But you guys want to see my death counter double? So first off, in order to get to the fight at the claptrap door, we need to do some super jank to get past this car wall. First, we need to boost jump off this part of the map and get enough distance to bypass the death triggers. We would then have to drive towards the claptrap door where we would just... Yeah, bro, I'm not even going to try to figure out how this one works, but anytime we lost a car from here on out, we would have to do that. The claptrap door went well, and right before I made it to Heroes Pass, I realized I forgot to snipe face McShooty, so I drove a runner up to the bunker's entrance and tried to snipe him. Emphasis on tried, because I just wasn't hitting him at all. I had Luigi come back again to see if the bullets could even reach him, and they weren't even close. But you guys remember when I said I couldn't put the stinky on face McShooty? Looks like I was wrong.
I'm gonna sing a song. Shoot me at the end of it. Da 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 da. Thank you.
We made it back to the claptrap door and headed towards Heroes Pass. And fun fact, this little platform here, cars just fall right through it. I wish I knew why, and it's kind of scary to know that just at any point in the run, I could have just fallen through any floor, but it was only this one specifically? What? This wasn't a real issue since I could just get enough speed going up the stairs to jump over the gap and press the button before I fell through, so we made it to Heroes Pass. Usually I do a couple of speed run skips to bypass all of the combat in Heroes Pass, but that wasn't an option for this run, so I had to wait for Brick and Mordecai to open the way, which wasn't so bad, especially because Brick would distract the RPG loaders for me, or at least most of the time. Every run through here would also require us to do a wheelie jump over this bridge gap, but with little room to gain speed for the boost and our backboard being made out of trampoline, this jump ended up causing the most deaths out of anything during this run. I would also have to full-on save quit after every death because Brick would turn into a literal brick if I left and re-entered this map, soft locking us. So we made no progress if we lost a car and would have to restart all of the mobbing all over again. Also, the claptrap door was another one of those coin flip doors that would only stop me sometimes. Still not sure what decides this, but oh well. It only takes me 2 minutes to figure out if it's gonna take me another 2 minutes to figure out if it's gonna take me another 2 minutes. The final door I needed to wait for was pretty tough to get by. A lot of loaders were thrown at us here, and the sheer number of them could kill me quick. It wasn't always those guys getting me though. The amount of corrosive and slag guns that the Hyperion guys had was absolutely crazy. It felt like every attempt that I got past the claptrap door, I had to deal with at least one of those elements. The numerous barrels scattered in this map also messed me up a few times, and that dumb guy behind the steering wheel? Don't even get me started with him. And after nearly an hour, I finally managed to get the last door open and had a straight shot towards the vault. On the bright side, I don't have to wait for Brick and Mordecai anymore since they opened both the doors. But on the downside, dark side? Passenger side? I don't even know. All I know is that RPG loaders suck. And with no brick there to distract them, I was going to have to make this jump while dealing with an RPG loader every single attempt. If he spawned on the lower section, I pretty much just had to hit him directly midair, and if he spawned on the upper section, my only hope was to break his ankles as he rounded this corner. But 90% of the time, he would just shoot me with the rocket launcher, and I would turn into the little psycho from the intro cutscene of this game. After finally making it to the vault, I was ready to fight Jack, fight the warrior, and end the— oh, bro, really? Oh, brother, dude, why is there a car wall here? Cars aren't even supposed to be in this map. Why? Ah, dude, whatever. I guess what are my other options? Great. Yeah, so on top of doing the goofy jump to get into Heroes Pass and hitting this jump without getting blown up, I also have to hit this jump right here. And guess who did it first try? Yeah, not me. Second try though, we got it, and we were able to start our fight with Jack. I was a bit worried here. I couldn't make Jack ragdoll, and the Sawblade Technical's goofy hurtbox made it so I was touching lava and taking damage even when I wasn't even in it. For this reason, finding cover to heal was a bit scary, but there were some safe spots. After I broke Jack's shield and his shield drone, I ended up breaking his AI, and he just kind of let me have it. Yay! The warrior was only slightly scarier than Jack. As you can see, I wasn't really scared of any fire damage. I was kind of vibing in it, honestly. I was mostly afraid of him launching my car into a death pit or something. But as long as I kept my distance and got the occasional Crystalisk to ragdoll— oh my god, that looks so weird— I would be fine. And I was fine, because 5 minutes later, the warrior entered its deathbed phase, and we finished this run. Which means, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2. Oh wait, hold on. We still gotta kill Jack, don't we? Actually, yeah, let's do something funny. Let's just boost into him or something. Yeah, I wasn't lying when I said I was gonna double my deaths, because for the next 2 hours, I was trying to get a car back to dying handsome Jack. Oh, but you could just let Lilith kill Jack. No, shut the fuck up. You know we're not doing that. No, 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 no. So after dying to this jump, RPG loaders, and corrosive weapons 20 more times, and dying to this jump 7 more times, I finally made the jump again and found out that Jack can't even be killed by running him over. So I decided to just kill him with the goofy alternate fire saw blades that deal like 300 damage. So for real this time, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. Bonus content time, woo! The last thing I wanted to do was thank Ellie for giving us the upgrade needed to beat this run. Without her, we would have been in so much more trouble. We would have been squishy, low damage, and I don't even know if we would have been able to make some of the jumps we needed to. So to show my appreciation, I stole a bunch of Ellie statues from the local bandits and decorated Ellie's garage before doing one last victory lap. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for sticking around for the full ride. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all of that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, getting yourself something from GamerSupps using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. $100,000 subscribers. 100,000 of you guys banded together, and we reached this incredible milestone. First and foremost, I want to say thank you guys for making a dream come true. I love you guys, and I literally couldn't have done it without you. And I'm just kind of at a loss for words. So thank you guys. Thank you. Secondly, though, I just gotta say, I freaking hate you guys. Alright, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Wanderlust? I desperately wish I could say, I don't know, maybe, and call it a day, but a promise is a promise. So let's get this over with. As for the rules, this is going to be an overpowered 10 ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the newbies watching, that means all the bad guys have 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the Wonderlust is the only gun I'm allowed to use. Gulp? I know that sounds bad, but here's the bad news. We kinda have to play Gauge for this run. That being said, if you're a Gauge main, don't like sensor beeps, or are sensitive to flashing lights, viewer discretion is advised. Here's a peek at the build. For anyone wondering, Death Trap will only be used for very specific circumstances. I also won't be speccing into any upgrade skills for him, so even if his dumb AI would let him, he won't be able to kill anything at this difficulty. For our other gear, I will be using a basic shield, Vault Hunter relic, low-level slagging grenade, and the legendary Anarchist class mod. With all of that out of the way, let's get started. Right off the bat, I am faced with one of the hardest parts of this run. Mustering up the willpower to click continue. Now, if you aren't familiar with the Wonderlust, first off, I'm jealous. Second, you might be wondering what this thing's gimmick even is. Well, it's a Mali 1 E-Tech homing dart, but with 0 accuracy. Yes, that's its gimmick. You heard that right. So if anyone asks, I'll be gaming with this eye for the entire run. It might look like it's accurate right now, but that's because it's so inaccurate that the reticle doesn't even know what's going on. I am fairly certain that my bullets travel through the 4th dimension before reaching my enemy sometimes. And when using this thing, the only way to choose who you want to shoot at is being closest to that specific enemy. But the problem with that is, if the bad guys keep moving, they take turns healing, and you never really get anywhere. Sure, the baby mobs like Monglets and Brats can be taken out with relative ease, assuming they're alone. But you can say that for any unattended baby. And once you get to the tougher mobs like Bully Rots, you start to realize that the weapon you are holding was never once tested by the game devs. Why is this working? Huh? Can you guys spell today? Can you guys spell? Why is this working? That's the biggest typo I've ever seen. So, our short-term solution to dealing with this Bully Rot was to just stop shooting. It was literally dying faster by just watching it from afar than if we tried to shoot at it, because this thing might as well deal negative damage. The bandits taking up Tutorial Town were a bit easier to kill. 1, because they're squishy and not giant heaps of just pure raw muscle mass. And 2, because I've been passively stacking Anarchy this whole time. If you're unfamiliar with Anarchy, double jealous. You can build up these stacks by damaging or killing enemies, and these stacks give you bonus gun damage, but also start taking away your accuracy. So over time, our damage will slowly increase, and if we can get our stacks high enough, we could take this weapon from unusable trash to barely usable trash. And big emphasis on if, because trying to get second wins with this thing feels like going all in on green on the roulette table. You know it's bad when you die multiple times in Tutorial Town, and you know you're doomed when you have to purposefully die to get more ammo in Tutorial Town. It took us like 20 minutes to kill the 6 bandits guarding the place, and after that we pushed through a few more mobbing sections before our first boss fight. At least I got cover. At least I got cover. I'm so glad they're ignoring the slagged dude. I'm so glad they're ignoring the slagged dude. Anyway, we made it to Boom Boom. Now, if we can barely tickle the health bars on basic mobs, how do you expect the Wonderlust will do against a boss with health regen? A, straight up annihilate them, or B, so little damage that you legitimately cannot see their health bar move. If you chose B, good job. And if you chose A, restart the video until you choose B. So a lot of you guys seen this coming, but if we can't kill Boom Boom, that only means one thing. What? No, editor, no, we're not giving up. What? No, what are you doing? We gotta do something much worse than that. So if you're still unfamiliar with Gauge and you don't know what you're watching, triple jealous. But we are pre-stacking Anarchy using this Hyperion ammo box. The game registers hitting these as hitting enemies for some reason, so if we sit here and shoot the crate for 10 minutes, we can get to 400 Anarchy stacks. Usually you would actually have to hit the crate for this to work, but since I'm spec'ing to Shock and Awe, the Novas hit the crate for us on every reload. I also gave myself a stacking Wonderlust and a class mod to speed up the process slightly. I didn't want to go as far as giving myself a stacking shotgun because the time investment here would actually affect my playstyle. I won't be as risky if I know that a death means 10 more minutes of sitting here doing nothing. So, to save your eyes from 10 minutes of normal gauge gameplay, I'm going to tell you guys about our partner, GASMASK. GASMASK has been life-changing for me, and that's no exaggeration. I'm saving money, I've lost 25 pounds because I'm not drinking half my calories in the day, and they're just really cool people to be partnered with. I've pretty much dropped conventional energy drinks because they are just so hard to beat with their variety of flavors, caffeine-free options, and them being the only sugar-free drink in the world that doesn't taste like TV static. I've tried so many of their flavors and I've only made a dent in the list. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking, but GASMASK, I'm afraid of women. And that's okay, it be like that sometimes, but don't worry, they've got you guys covered too. If you're still unsure, they literally have free samples, so go there right now, get your free samples, and see if you like it. They are also super cool with all of their creator collabs. Queso's Atomic Bombsicle is one of the high tier flavors for me because it's so good, and it gives me the energy to get through the day after accidentally falling asleep to his videos. So if you're looking for a healthier energy option and want to support the channel in the process, head on over to gamersupps.gg/LGM or use the link in the description, and make sure to use code LGM for 10% off your order. Anyway, let's see how the stacking is going. Oh, cool, we're finally done stacking. Now let's get in there and take down Boom Boom. Well, fuck. So, to list everything wrong with this fight, first off, I'm using the Wanderlust. Second, I can't choose my targets efficiently, so if I'm trying to bust Boom out of his turret, I can't focus all my shots into him because they either try to chase Boom or the psychos that spawn after Boom dies. Yes, I managed to kill Boom, but even with the back alley strat and 400 stacks of fucking anarchy, that's a 700% damage boost, by the way. It still took 60 seconds of continuous fire to kill him. And third, even if my shots decided to go after Boom, sometimes they would just straight up start circling him and never actually land. This was concerning because I thought I was going to either have to use copious amounts of unique crutch gear that felt lame for the challenge run, or change characters for this one fight specifically. Creek could theoretically stack up enough fire rate and use Bloodbath to just spam Boom down, but proccing Bloodbath in the first place would be hard considering this gun doesn't deal enough damage to get the first kill reliably. All future one-on-one boss fights would also just be straight up abysmal with Krieg, so I really didn't want to do that. So for the next 5 hours, I tested strategies using more crutch gear and the attempts were still terrible. Now usually I only allow myself a good class mod that complements the run, because slapping a B shield on everything and calling it a challenge just doesn't sit right with me, so I really don't like having to use more unique gear to get through a run. But we had to do what we had to do. At first, I tested using a Slayer of Terramorphous class mod so I can get an extra 200 stacks of Anarchy, along with a Sheriff's Badge relic for more pistol damage and fire rate. Using these two pieces of crutch gear, I managed to break Boom out of his turret after several failures and stacking sessions. And then I thought to myself, you know, maybe I don't need the Sheriff's Badge. And I felt like using one crutch item instead of two would feel less bad. So I did it again, this time with only the Slayer of Terramorphous comm, and it worked. And then I thought to myself, you know, I probably don't need the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod, and felt that using 0 pieces of crutch gear wouldn't only feel less bad, it was just the way it had to be done. And after 5 whole hours, I devised a strategy that would allow me to beat Boom Boom without any crutches. Step 1 was to lure Boom over to this side of the map and set up a little play date with him and Deathtrap. Deathtrap has 0 chance to kill Boom here, and by the time I went back to fight him, he would have healed any damage DT would have dealt, so he was purely there to distract him. After the bait was placed, I would run over to this spot and start laying into Boom's cannon with a corrosive Wanderlust. Now when Deathtrap inevitably runs out of time, or more realistically gets murked by Boom's Torgue shotgun, Boom will get confused because his target is no longer there, and for some reason won't try to hunt me down unless he has direct line of sight, leaving me to a one-on-one fight with Boom. And after holding the trigger down for 2 minutes, Boom was finally knocked out of his turret without any crutch gear. Okay, that's the culmination of the past 4 hours of attempts led to me just holding the trigger in one spot. Ugh. However, the fight isn't done yet. We still gotta kill Boom Boom, and that's where another really goofy strategy comes into play. So you see these guys right here? Yeah, they're armored enemies, so corrosive weapons deal more damage and fire deals less. Except for when you hit them in their fleshy crit spots, then it's the opposite. But the Wonderlust can't hit crits because the code treats the splash damage from E-Tech pistols as a launcher splash for some reason. And no, before you ask, that does not mean it receives launcher damage boosts, even though they could really use it. And yeah, I know this game is confusing, but something that is interesting here is that no matter what element of launcher splash you use on Boom Boom, they will always take the same amount of damage. Now this might sound like no big deal, but we actually lose the corrosive damage bonus we should be getting because of this weird quirk. So, just this one time, and only this one time, shock build gauge is optimal. Now, any other time, I would say shock gauge is just a terrible waste of skill points because even when fully spec'd into shock damage, you still deal more damage by just matching elements to your enemy's health bar with fire and corrosive's natural 75% damage boost. But in our case, the whopping
15%
damage boost you get from 5 whole skill points into Wires Don't Talk actually made using shock the best option for killing Boom Boom. Shot gauge just this one time, okay? Alright, so the best way to kill these guys was to just straight up hide down here and start shooting. Now one could argue the good thing about having homing bullets is that you can just shoot from cover. But to the average non-masochist, I can only guess you would not call this fun. Sitting here would also make the psychos run far enough away that all my shots would home in on Boom, and I just had to pay attention to damage numbers to know when I had to swap to my Slag Wonderlust to make sure I wasn't healing him with my bullets. 5 hours later, one boss down, 15 more to go. With the 400 stacks I already had, I managed to kill all the bandits on the way up to Flint. Don't get me wrong, this gun wasn't wrecking bad guys, but second wins didn't feel like going all in on green anymore. More like going all in on black or red. So we made it to Flint, and this fight was also terrible. With a nice little cheese angle, I could dent his health bar a little bit, but as soon as he entered his fire phase, his damage reduction and health regen would undo all the hard work I put in. So some high-grade sharp cheddar cheese strats were pretty much required here. First off, we needed to get Flint out of his arena, and the best way to do that was with a stock grenade and a little bit of luck.
For it. It worked. Now hopefully he stays down there.
I did manage to get him out of his arena, but at the cost of all 400 of my Anarchy stacks. So what do we do now? We pre-stack on Flint. At this point, I could not be bothered with holding the trigger down for 10 minutes every time, so I started using this marble coaster to hold my mouse down. Now, if I worked at Gearbox and it was up to me, a stacking coaster should have come with every copy of the Gauge DLC, just saying. Anyway, after we got back to 400 stacks, we topped off our ammo and tried to actually make his health bar move with our Shock Wonderlust. Fine, there are 2 reasons to use Wires Don't Talk, okay? But no more, that's it. So I'm gonna speed this kill up. Feel free to try and guess how much ammo we will have left out of the 900 we started with. Dude, if this doesn't showcase the weapon, I don't know what will. I'm straight up octupling the damage of one of the rarest items in the game, and it still took 800 rounds. It also took 2.5 minutes of just holding the trigger down to get this kill. Dude, I don't even know what... Okay, I need to take a breather. I don't want to do the Wonderlust rant this early in the video. You guys need to fully understand and experience this, and if not firsthand, at least by watching it secondhand, so I'm holding off for now. Okay, so we killed Flint, made it to 3 Horns, checked in with my Bullymong homies, accidentally shot my eyebrows off, got a car, and tried to save Corporal Reese. I managed to kill the normal psycho that was stomping his head in, but without 400 stacks of Anarchy, the Ironclad lads cause us issues. And this is where things start to get really cursed. That dude took his armor off for me. He seen I was using the Wonderlust and he took his armor off. There was 2 Ironclads here, but do I just go pre-stack, dude? We do. Here's what we do. We drive around, get things to spawn. We drive over here,
get these skags to spawn, get the local bully monks mad, and now they should have taken their armor off, hopefully. There we go! And all it took was knowing about spawn cap mechanics. Wild.
Anyway, after spending 30 minutes dealing with 3 basic enemies, I killed the Power Core Psycho, shot a few rounds into the bandit camp so that they would home in and kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, and made it to Sanctuary where I did all the chores before going back to the stacking crate. Yay! What do I even do for this part of the video? I already did an ad read, but like, wait. You guys made me do this challenge. You guys should get an ad read every time we have to come to this crate. Well, in that case, go check out GASMASK'S and grab some merch. I'll have a link in the description. Anyway, we made it to Frostburn Canyon and started our sprint towards the giraffe. I was very careful running past all the non-mandatory fights because I did not need to risk losing my stacks unnecessarily. But after that, I hit the spike jump skip and made it to Lilith. So at this point, my mental was just kind of falling apart. I was playing as Gage, I'm using arguably the worst gun in the game, and Lilith was doing her usual cringe stuff.
We're not doing this. Of course, thank you, Lilith. Very cool of you to say that.
I definitely needed some emotional support, so make fun of me all you want, but I love Omar.
It's Omar! It's Omar! Oh my god. I don't do it for you guys. I do it for him, Milty. I know at the end of my day, Omar's there.
With the mental reboot complete, I started slowly taking care of the bloodshots using COD Zombies training strats. Honestly too bad, because Pack-a-Punch couldn't even save this thing. This might be a niche reference, but it's like the Black Ops 2 SMR, except like 10 times worse, if you can even imagine that. So this was originally supposed to be a damage comparison, but then I found out this thing also has the same accuracy as the Wonderlust 2. Shout out to Pumpkin King for letting me use this clip because this shit had me cackling.
What the hell?
Anyway, I ended up dying when the bad guys started aiming at me with their guns. I really should learn how to do that one day. But that wasn't too bad because there was an ammo vendor here and I was able to just stack off of the bandits to get back to the edge of viable. Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest, I don't have much else to say for this fight. This gun is so boring to use because you literally just don't even aim it. It's like if Gage was a gun, minus all the damage. After we managed to kill all those guys, our next goal was to get into the Bloodshot Dam and rescue Roland. But first, we were going to need a new car to sneak in. So we met Ellie and started hunting down bandit cars. Cars don't get the 4x health multiplier from UVHM, so we should be able to one-shot them with our super cool and rare pearlescent weapon and nearly 300 stacks of anarchy, right? Yeah, you fucking wish. This gun is so dumb. I absolutely refuse to believe that they tested this thing at all. I'm getting sidetracked. Let's not start the rant yet. We still got a ways to go before that. The cars weren't that bad. Just gotta keep breathing easy. Everything's gonna be fine. Oh, what the fuck? My stacks, dude. No. Now I gotta do another ad read. I don't want to do another one. You know what? Just take this mid-roll. Anyway, we snuck into the Bloodshot camp and started our fight with Badma. I know you can't see him right now during this fight, but we are killing him, I think. Yeah, honestly, I was trying really hard to play into the strike of this god. Sorry, I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. Yeah, but honestly, I feel like the whole firing from cover thing and killing bad guys slowly is just way more dangerous than just dealing enough damage to kill things fast. And if you disagree, tell that to the 2.5 hours of stacking I've done so far for this run. After we heard Badma die, we started carefully fighting our way through the stronghold. It was very important that I had 400 stacks for the Warden, otherwise I would have no chance of getting Roland out before the Warden takes him to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag. We were actually doing pretty well here. I got through all of the mandatory combat and even managed to kill Angry Michael without getting blasted by his launcher. But that's where I got impatient. I tried sneaking past the rest of the bandits and just like that, rip stacks. I decided to just run past the rest of the mobs and at least make it to the dam and hopefully find a way to pre-stack there. The bandits and loaders here were so preoccupied with each other that I was actually able to get 400 stacks from afar, but then my game started acting up. Yeah, the Wonderlust would only start homing in on loaders, completely ignoring all the bloodshots. And I was really confused and it looked like my game was just falling apart, but it turns out it was. Stacking session 2 at the dam went a lot easier since this psycho helped set up this loader for us. We got 400 stacks there and made it halfway through the dam to just barely lose a second win and have to stack for another 10 minutes. I hate this gun, I hate this gun, I hate this gun, I hate this gun. This time around I did make it to Warden and made my one and only attempt to save Roland from the gulag. And things immediately went terrible. Since I can't crit the Warden, I can't stop him from spawning bots non-stop. Mere moments into this fight, I get body slammed by an exploder and I'm forced into cover. I had two options here. Stop firing so cooking up trouble would slowly heal me and also use Discord for some extra health regen, or just risk it and not get hit. Option 1 would require me to stop shooting at the Warden, which would give me less time for the kill and allow his shields to regen, and healing with Discord would eat up my stacks and kill what little DPS we had. But option 2 was all risk, all reward. I stood under this ramp where the exploders wouldn't be able to pathfind me, and the gunloaders would have a hard time landing shots. The main problem with this strat was the Wanderlust would sometimes shoot at the loaders instead of the Warden, and in order to see if I was even hitting Warden, I would have to do some risky peekouts. Things were looking grim. I was low on ammo and wasn't going to have enough to finish the fight, so I had to run out from cover and grab as much as I could. I had to briefly hide behind the crates that were supplying me, and then I went in for the final shootout. And in this moment, all the blood in my fingers and arms left, and nothing but adrenaline was coursing through me. In one last attempt to win this fight, I put my Wanderlust directly into the back of the Warden's hull, and seen if the roulette wheel was on my side today.
Oh, my fingertips are numb as hell. Holy fuck. Oh, I can't feel my arms. I legit can't feel my arms. Up to my elbow, up to my elbow. I'm loving it, dude. I'm f***ing loving it. Oh. Ooh.
No gulag on a fucking Wanderlust only run is absolutely wild. I was not joking when I said I couldn't feel my arms. That fight was nerve-wracking, and I loved it. Anyway, you might be thinking, oh, the Wanderlust can't be that bad if you did Warden first try, but come on, if a fight was this close with 400 Anarchy stacks, there's no defending this weapon. After putting the Doubters in shambles, our next goal was to go rob a train. So we made it to Tundra Express, still full of confidence from the Warden kill, and then we were immediately brought back down to earth when the snowman killed me with my own Wanderlust. After that, we managed to light the Barkids on fire with our Fire Wanderlust. This worked extremely well because I just lost all of my stacks, so I wasn't accidentally killing them. So I don't remember putting that in the script, but that doesn't actually make sense because even with 400 Anarchy stacks, I don't think I could even accidentally kill a Barkid. Like, I think I would have to be very focused in order to do so. Why did I write that? Anyway, we met Mordo, met Tina, died a bunch trying to sneak in and grab the Badonkadonks. Of fucking course. Of fucking course, dude. And made it to the end of the line. Yeah, so Wilhelm was a bit of a hassle. For some reason, I tried to fight a boss without pre-stacking, even though I can't kill a snowman, and that just wasn't working. Even if I could build up stacks over the duration of the fight, I would still run out of ammo. I was going to try some speedrun tech where falling into a death wall while in Fight for Your Life makes it so you don't lose your stacks to get more ammo, but this strat also prevents you from getting your free ammo, so after my stubbornness wore off 20 minutes later, we made our way back to the stacking crate. Alright, let's see what I promote this time. Ooh, I know. Go check out the second channel, LilGasmask Highlights. Our homie Lucas does the editing over there, and if you're looking for more Borderlands content, there it is. After stacking and some more mental prep, we started our fight with Wilhelm once again. And this time, it was different. I seen it coming too. I fucking seen it coming. Can I keep my stacks somehow? Or is it gonna ragdoll me? It ragdolls me. Fuck. Well, back to the stacking crate. So if you want even more GasMask content, go follow me over on Twitch to watch these runs live. Alright, this time around I was sick of dying, so I locked in and even found a cool new strategy we're gonna be calling Fast Hands. When firing something with an incredibly low fire rate, such as the Wanderlust, you could do this trick to increase your reload speed. Now usually, an empty gun will automatically reload itself without you pressing the reload key, but this has a delay and doesn't start to reload until a theoretical bullet would be fired. So instead of waiting that short time, you can immediately press your reload key to start reloading faster. Now this might seem like such a minute increase in DPS, but when you're using the Wanderlust, a tiny boost like this could make the difference between not being able to kill an enemy and just barely out-damaging its health regen. And before everybody says, oh, just drop reload, 1, that doesn't stack our anarchy, and 2, I try not to drop reload because console players can't do that, and I try to keep it a level playing field. Anyway, I really wish I figured this stuff out for Boom Boom and Flint, but oh well, still useful for the rest of the run. Back to Wilhelm. We focused on taking the loaders out, and after that, got about 1/3 of his health bar before we ran out of ammo. Up until that point, I forgot that I could just grenade jump back up here to go buy ammo, and after 2 trips to the vendor, we finally managed to take Wilhelm out. Oh, that was a tough fight. I think I'm gonna head back to Sanctuary and just take a little break after that one. Well, time to go to the fridge. Or you know what? No, actually, we're not going to the fridge. I figured rats were already hard to hit with accuracy, so I decided to get back into my car, drive through the dust to the Highlands, and just make it to the outwash that way. This way, I wouldn't lose any of my stacks to the rats. I would instead lose them to the very first loader I tried to fight. Well, I lost my stack, so we're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna do that tomorrow. So I wrapped up stream and came back a few days later, and the fucking Wanderlust got me sick, bro. I already get enough comments saying I look like I'm dying inside already, but now I have to use this piece of shit, and it hurts to even swallow my own spit? Great! But joke's on you, I'm in my fucking element.
Stream.
Anyway, we're stacking again, so here's time for another advertisement. As an extra thank you for helping the channel hit 100k subs, here are 3 Steam codes for Borderlands Game of the Year Edition I nabbed off Instant Gaming. And before, oh, but GASMASK, the channel members are gonna get to those first, that's not fair, I'm literally dropping 3 more in the live premiere chat right now. Comment if you got one. Anyway, we're fighting the spaghetti squid now. If you can't tell, we're losing. Just like Wilhelm, all of my ammo took like 1/3 of his health away, so I had to run all the way back to the ammo vendor twice. Also like Wilhelm, I had a few rip stacks moments. On top of all of the anarchy stacking, it should be mentioned that I had to do a lot of money farming to afford all the stacking, so that took up a long time as well, and I was just not happy about that.
Alright, Lucas, roll the legendary prediction, bro. Just roll the legendary prediction, go. We gotta go farm money, dude. Oh, how's ammo management been? Gun eats all my fucking ammo when I'm not looking, dude. Just fucking eats it all, dude. As soon as I look away from my ammo bar, he eats it, dude. The Wanderlust just fucking eats it. He'll like, see this bullet, guys? Gas isn't looking. Throws it behind me, bro.
Yeah, so I was getting pretty frustrated, but honestly, the Wanderlust wasn't making me mad. It was Gage that was a real drag. Her whole mechanic of needing to stack stuff up in order to do anything just makes me loathe this character.
I can't even kill a loader with 400 energy. Oh my god, I just pulled my shoulder, dude.
There's a reason this is the first challenge I used her on the channel. Because she's just so uninteresting and brainless to play. So if you see me choose Gage in a future run, just know, it's because I had to. Anyway, after hours spent dealing with this guy, I finally locked in and got the beacon and made it to Overlook. So you want to know how the beacon defense went? Well, we got invaded. We went from this to this in like 15 seconds. The beacon became invincible super quick because I was just spam repairing it, and after that, I was just trying to kill everything. I ended up dying because I have the only gun in video game history to not damage the guy you're pointing it at, and after that, I knew that I wasn't going to be able to kill the loaders without my stacks, so the only thing I could do was just leave.
I need a drink, bro.
The fast travel has landed. Give me a second while I calibrate it to Sanctuary.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so basically, if the beacon gets repaired 8 times and becomes invincible, you could just leave the map and just complete Overlook. Speedrunners do this on purpose to just, you know, speedrun, but I usually don't do this because it kind of doesn't feel like a challenge at that point, so this felt super cringe. But like, what else was I gonna do? I can't go back to stack at the crate because it would complete the objective anyway, and trying to stack off these loaders won't work because they're camping the beacon and the ammo vendor, so for the first time ever, I just did the speedrun strat because I was practically soft-locked by the Wanderlust. Oh, brother, do we do the rant now? No, just a little bit longer. Just hold back, guys. You got this. You aren't even in the worst of it yet. As soon as I got here, I lost all my stacks trying to wound the loaders.
At least the Wanderlust is good at wounding loaders. No, it's not, because it didn't wound the loaders. It's not good at wounding the loaders.
Yeah, so wounding these guys was annoying because they would just heal before I had a chance to wound another. So I had to do a trick where dying while they are wounded tricks the game into thinking they're still hurt. Had to swim with the fish a few times to get past this point, but after that, I could stack up for the rest of the preserve. Hey, you guys want another mid-roll? Too bad. Welcome back. Anyway, the mobbing here is going. I almost made it all the way back to the ammo vendor training the big loader back, but I ended up dying to the loot dudes right after. I didn't even have to fight these guys. If I went back to the stacking crate, the entire preserve would just reset, so I decided to just suffer through the rest by trying to stack on the loot dudes until I got my stacks back and then dying, and then trying to stack on the skags until I got my stacks back and then dying, and then just keep doing that over and over for eternity, really. We eventually made it to Bloodwing, and I was not ready for this.
I fucking hate Bloodwing.
At this point, pretty much every enemy I've killed in the preserve has hit their respawn timer, so trying to go back to buying ammo to restack for the dumb bird just wasn't an option. So I was like, screw it, I'll just stack on Bloodwing. So my first 2 tries ended pretty quick, but my 3rd try, I was actually kind of popping off. Mordecai would slag the skags for me, and the skags here are also programmed to spawn underleveled, so my odds of getting second wins were actually pretty high. I just had to make sure I was conserving ammo for them. The whole thing was this weird dance between having enough ammo to survive if needed, but low enough ammo that Mordecai would keep sending me pistol ammo drops. And this 3rd big attempt was going well. I used a Shock Wanderlust for fire phase, and when Shock phase rolled around, she was still fire resistant. Well, fuck you too, Borderlands, not this shit again. Well, if this is gonna keep happening in my runs now, I'm gonna name this bug the Phoenix Glitch. I still have no idea what causes this to happen, but if someone could figure it out, I would totally give them a shout out in a video where it was useful. But for right now, I am screwed. If I save quit, Mordecai will bug out and won't help me with the fight anymore. And if I try to just fight Bloodwing, I'll have to kill her with Shock and give Gagemains a 3rd reason to use Wires Don't Talk. Oh, and I can't even pre-stack either, man. Dude, I'm screwed. This gun is so freaking... Even the skags were like, hey bro, you're better off trying to use the Logan's gun. Like, what? And at this point, I just felt doomed. This gun is so freaking bad. But then again, that's never stopped me before.
Not that one though. Not that one though. Mordecai, please, the purple. Thank you, Mordecai. Oh my god. Oh, that was scary. That's scary. That's scary. Just give me 2 health sticks. I don't care. It's fine. Ooh, I don't... We gotta go get this ammo over here. Oh, shit. Hold on. Easy peasy. Perish Bloodwing. Right here for me. Let's go.
Alright, so that fight fucking sucked, but I think I got the point on this one. Sure, I was struggling the whole time, but I did do it without pre-stacking, and she had the Phoenix glitch. And also, if you get killed by the fucking Wanderlust, that's just an automatic L. Like, how embarrassing would that be? So I will take the point on this one. I started this fight with 0 stacks of Anarchy, and when Bloodwing finally went down, I was sitting at a whopping 374 stacks. And to BM a little bit, I topped off to 400 on her dying body. GG, Bloodwing. Lost even though you were cheating. On the way out, I had Mordecai destroy all the loaders for me. I always save this Stalker sack in particular because it can spawn a loot dude, and this time, we got lucky. Yippee! Our next goal was to recruit Brick and his air support, so we went to 1,000 Cuts, carefully carved a path to our initiation, just to down myself with a Wanderlust shot that was still stuck into a little psycho and die. I mean, this was fine because I still had a big old Goliath distracting and killing the enemies for me, which was working well until he ran out of bad guys to take his anger out on. I eventually got through the initiation, milked as many stacks as I could out of the sarcastic slab, and started playing support for Brick. It was pretty obvious he was the DPS character of us two, so I was just sitting back and making sure he just punched purple dudes the whole time. But most of the time, it honestly didn't even matter if they were purple.
Back up. There we go. That's what I like to see, Break. Is he coming? I guess he's coming with. Oh, no, dude. No. Brick. Brick, help me out. Chat, what do I do? Chat. Fuck, I have to. I'm sorry. 1 second. I had to, guys. I didn't want to deal with him. He ain't dropped shit anyway. I wish Gage had like a button she could press and just have like something aggro relief that, you know, could distract enemies or something. Oh, besides Death Trap, because he's stupid.
After we took care of the beacons and the loaders, it was back to pre-stacking for our next objective. Man, I don't even know what else to promote now. Oh, you know what I could do? I could start a rap career and promote that. That's a great idea. Hey, yo, Cauldress, throw me down a beat. Yeah, I wander, and yeah, I lust, and I do both from dawn to dusk. 9 times out of 10, you can find me stacking, but the other 10%, I'm still lacking. One thing's for sure, I'm not to blame. I got precision, that's good aim. I can only think the fault, this dumb game, because every time I try, it always ends the same. I shoot, I miss, I clench my fist. The fuck even is this gun? This gun can't kill. I need NyQuil. Man, I'm sick of this thing. Don't worry guys, when that goes platinum, I will still be making YouTube videos. Anyway, we made our way to Opportunity to go steal Jack's voice. We had a scary clutch moment before taking on the Jack double, and as soon as one of my shots hit him, he decided to sprint as far away as possible. But I was tailing him the whole time, knowing that I had to take him out here and now or go back to the stacking crate. And with a little bit of bullet dodging luck, I managed to take the double down first try and ran around Opportunity to the info kiosks to acquire Jack's voice. That went relatively easily compared to the rest of the challenge, but this is where things really start to fall apart. It was time for the bunker raid, and the cold medicine coursing through my veins really started to mess with my decision making. Dude, 3 fucking times I pre-stacked at this crate just to fail this jump and have to pre-stack again. I literally could have just walked around, but for some reason my stubbornness was on overdrive, and I completely forgot how to grenade jump.
Still gonna hit this grenade jump though. Well, let's get back to stacking.
I decided to reboot myself like a haunted animatronic so I could finally make it over this gap and start our fight with the staircase. Took a bit to take it down, but after that we ran into a real problem. Now this entire run, I've been pretty used to dealing no damage, but when it came to these baby turrets, I was dealing no damage. For those who don't know, these wall-mounted turrets are glitched and can't take any splash damage, and since the Wanderlust does pure splash damage, we were screwed. But I mean, if they're gonna cheat, I'll just use Death Trap to get through this part. Oh, yeah, we're super screwed, aren't we? Because in order to pass this barrier, we're going to need a build that is only just barely more viable than Shock Gauge. Okay, so melee gauge is one of those things you do as a joke. I mean, with claws is such a crap skill that calling it a capstone is honestly wild. Come to think of it, all of Gage's skills are backwards. Why do the skills get worse as you go down the skill tree? Riddle me that. Anyway, after a quick respec, we made a plan to kill the turrets with a bladed what am I doing with my life? A bladed Wanderlust and melee gauge. Step 1 of the plan was to pre-stack on an ammo crate near the turrets. After that, we would look for level 89 turrets because these guys can range from 89 to 91, and the difference between the two can really feel like night and day. If we didn't get level 89 turrets, we would have to run back through the scary red circle field so that they would despawn and respawn with a different level. We would then set up our distraction by spawning Death Trap and baiting the turrets to fight him. DT would sit there pretending to help while I would slag the turrets using Betty bullets and start swinging with my Wanderlust. Well, I know it looks like I'm using some crazy claws, but the blade on the Wanderlust is boosting my damage, I promise. And just in case there's some extra new people here, this game has a little quirk called Infinite Vertical Melee, which lets you melee anything directly below or above you from any distance, so I know it looks like I'm killing this thing with my mind, but that's just how the game works. After dealing with both of those turrets, we could not push forward because I had to go back to the normal build and restack again. I don't know if I could plug myself anymore, so shout out to Bulby. They make all the cool music I use in my videos, so if you've been vibing with it, make sure to check them out. Link in the description. Anyway, after that, we ran our way back to the mountain and started our fight with the Super Toaster. Since I'm playing Gage, I find it appropriate to be a nerd and start yammering about a strat I did for this guy. So for the run up until the baby turrets, I've been using the binary version or the ×2 prefix on the Wanderlust to increase my DPS. Now usually, the double prefix isn't always the best option on pistols because it kills your accuracy and lowers your DPR or damage per round. But this gun is so bad that I think it's the only gun that makes the DPS boost from the binary prefix make it so you actually use less ammo because the enemy has less time to regen. This gun is so cursed. Anyway, this giant toaster doesn't have health regen, so for this guy specifically, I pulled out a Wanderlust with the damage prefix to make the absolute most out of my ammo. I knew that even with this strat, he was going to have a good chunk of health left over, that I would have to just wait for the constructor to slowly nuke itself to death for the final chunk. Full ammo with the damage prefix Wanderlust got it down to about 1/3 of its health left. And at that point, I started opening all the ammo crates I could reach safely, and after a few nukes, I found just enough ammo to finally take this thing down. And now we've only got one more thing before the bunker, and that is the Face McShooty snipe.
Alright, by the way, I'm not moving my mouse at all. It's on the right, and then bam, bam.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have tried that with 400 Anarchy stacks. You know what, I'll come back when I have some accuracy. Alright, so the bunker fight was coming up, and taking out the turrets beforehand was pretty annoying. The ones within melee range were fine, but the ones that were far off were hard to hit because my shots would decide to home into the loaders that were rushing me down instead of the turrets. I ended up dying a few times and had to restack while fighting, but we were making progress, right up until the last turret that couldn't get slagged. Usually this means you slagged it while it was still spawning in, but I would never do that, at least on purpose. My theory is when I was trying to kill something else, one of my mischievous shots decided to seek this guy down and ruin my day. Our solution to this problem was some cheese spot on the lower part of the map and stacking off it until it died. Who else just got deja vu? And then it was time for the bunker, and this was gonna be horrible. Lee easy. I camped the fuck out of this guy because there was no reason to get close to the loaders and make those guys angry when I could just sit next to the ammo vendor and let the Wanderlust do its thing. Which is cool that I first tried a boss for once, but dang was it boring. I can already tell my aim for the next time I play Borderlands is going to be terrible because I'm so used to not aiming, but I feel like Gage mains can just say that in general. Wait, conspiracy theory time. Gage mains are made when someone takes a Gage playthrough too far. And when they start playing another character, their aim is so bad that they can't do anything, but instead of blaming their own skill, they just say, oh, I'll just play Gage again. And then the slippery slope starts creating a cycle. Angel Core was up next, and this is where things went to shit. I know this is the third time I've said something along those lines in the video, but it just keeps getting worse. Shooting the injectors was entirely luck-based because our shots would not home into them, so that's kind of funny. But after that, it was just constant stress. If I lost my stacks here, I would have no way to get them back reasonably because leaving Angel Core to go pre-stack would reset the whole section. Things were going okay at first. Roland showed up with a green rarity Torg assault rifle, so I was able to play support for a bit, but I still ended up dying because I wasn't able to shoot the ion loader that was in melee range. I tried desperately to stack off the enemies using Angel's ammo to fuel us, but after Roland left, a wave of 3 laser turrets and 4 loaders put us in a very rough spot. And after we died again, we were soft blocked. You know, usually when someone says they're soft blocked, it means a glitch is preventing them from progressing, so they have to save quit out of the game and reset. But there was no glitch happening here. We were soft locked by our lack of DPS and our inability to get ammo to stack because of the horde waiting for us on the other side of this door. And trust me, I tried the most convoluted stacking strats in here just to end up wasting an hour of my life. With no other options, we rode the elevator back up and started stacking, and 20 minutes later, we died to the exact same wave. that would just completely overwhelm us. And once again, we rode the elevator of defeat because we were soft locked. Third time's the charm though, right? Yeah, not in a gas mask run. This time we got glitch soft lock. Angel and Roland kept telling me the injectors were unshielded, but they weren't. And the Tesla towers were really starting to... What the fuck do I even call this? These motherfuckers are playing Skyblock. This game is so fucking cursed. Gage is so fucking cursed. And the fucking Wanderlust is so fucking cursed. You know what? I'm even willing to say it. The Wanderlust is just fucking cursed. I refuse to believe that anybody even play tested this weapon, and honestly, I don't think a lot of you guys play tested this weapon either. Recently, our homie Mick made a video ranking all the pistols in BL2. You should watch that if you haven't. But yeah, in the video, he ranked the Wanderlust as the second worst, but only because the starter pistol can't go past level 33. What I'm about to read to you are real comments left on that video. When I read these to you, please think about all the struggles you've seen in this video so far. Here we go. Isn't the Wanderlust meant to be used on Gage? How did you not think to test that? Honestly, the Wanderlust is okay on Krieg and Gage. Krieg, it can activate Bloodbath, and Gage can have so much raw damage that it can kinda work. Breaking news, local Wanderlust hater doesn't know how to play Hellborn, Krieg, or Anarchy Gage. This thing on Gage would be actually fucking insane. The Wanderlust completely bypasses the downsides of Anarchy while still having just high enough base damage to kill stuff. Still not good, but does have this niche use. The Wanderlust in my eyes wouldn't be the worst pistol, mainly because Gage actually makes surprisingly nice work of it. Given how it is designed to be shot while taking cover, a 1 accuracy pistol that can get a massive damage boost from the 8 times damage of 400 Anarchy, yeah, it can be surprisingly useful on Gage. Guys, this will be the video that breaks me. It's rant time. First off, the Wanderlust does not bypass the negative effects of Anarchy. It just gives you the negative effects without the benefit. Something like the Hot Mama Sniper would bypass the negative effects of Anarchy because it always has 100% accuracy while aiming down sights, but the Wanderlust doesn't do this. This comment also says that it has high enough base damage to kill stuff. What? How about this? Let's compare the Wanderlust to its non-unique counterpart, a normal E-Tech homing dart. All of these stats are the exact same, and we already know the Wanderlust loses all of its accuracy. Now, which of these two stats do you think got increased to balance out the Wanderlust and make it worth using? Well, the Wanderlust does get a whopping 3% status effect chance boost, which is pretty much useless. But what about the damage? A measly 10% buff? Maybe a 20% buff? Yeah, how about a near 30% nerf? Yes, the pearlescent version that you can only get at level 62 or higher and only found from Tubbies loses 30% of its damage and all of its accuracy just to get a 3% boost to dot chance. Just use a fucking dart at this point. Sure, the homing isn't as strong, but at least you can choose your targets, and I would say that's way more important. On top of just using a dart, use a different brand of dart while you're at it, because Maliwan is the only one that takes 3 ammo per shot and has probably the worst DPS out of all of them. Hyperion and Bandit ones don't need to reload every 3 shots. Flat up ones can actually spray down some damage, and T-tier ones have some of the best chuck damage in the game. This thing is hot garbage. But Gas, it's pretty good with 400 Anarchy stacks. Yeah, you know what else is good with 400 Anarchy stacks? Literally every weapon in the game. You know what's not good with 400 Anarchy stacks? The fucking Wanderlust. May I also remind you that this thing came with the same DLC that gave us Digistruct Peak and the OP levels. I think it's fair to say that if a DLC gives us a gun, it should be at least reasonable to use that in said DLC. So what kind of sick joke is this thing? I couldn't even beat the OP4 Peak with an OP10 Wanderlust and 400 Anarchy stacks, because the Wanderlust killed me. And I know it was the Wanderlust because I had full health right as Scorch rammed me, meaning there was a projectile in his forehead that bypassed my health gate. This thing does not go crazy with Max Anarchy. You go crazy with Max Anarchy. One of the arguments I did like was saying to use this on Krieg. Shout out to our homie Mr. TX01 for the gameplay, but with Bloodbath and Krieg gun build, you can do some really cool mobbing with this, since every kill will re-proc Bloodbath, giving you a constant 500% damage boost. But unless you jumpstart it with a fastball kill to get your first proc, you aren't going to do much with this thing. But also, just use a fucking dart. Here's a fun little challenge for you guys. I want you to comment down below and tell me why this is a perfect Wonderlust in my eyes. There are a few reasons, but I'll pin the most detailed answer. Good luck. I can't think of a good reason to use this thing. Really, TX? You think you got a good reason? Alright, let's hear it.
But what if it's fun, though? Now, call me a sadist, but I find that this gun can be genuinely enjoyable in the right hands. Just not Gage's hands.
Oh, actually, good point. Games are meant for fun, and if you enjoy using the Wonderlust, that is awesome. I mean, look, I've made this channel off of using terrible guns, and the challenge that this gun has provided has been genuinely fun. So if you think the Wonderlust is fun, use the Wonderlust. I'm not here to tell you not to, but please, oh please, actually use the Wonderlust before you say it's good. The amount of times I see people go, no accuracy? It's factually busted on Gage, is the biggest hasty generalization fallacy I've ever heard. Too often, I see people not trying things and just assuming based on what other people have said. Please experience this thing firsthand. You've seen the struggle in this video, but I still encourage you to get the save file from our Discord server and test it yourself. And if you like it, that's awesome. I know I go pretty bare bones for my runs and don't optimize every little part of the build, but you can build around just about any gun in this game. And for some people, that's just the beauty of Borderlands. Fun is different for everybody, and part of the fun for me is that feeling when a hard fight is finally won. And that's where I find beauty in Borderlands. I personally don't like the Wonderlust and wish that a super rare item like this was worth the payout, but the challenge it possesses is one I have no regrets taking on. I love the beauty in the struggle, and honestly, I don't know if I would change anything about this game, because I always have fun with it. Well, you know, except for when I'm fucking stacking, ugh! Long story short, I hate Gage more than the Wonderlust. Well, I think I got all of that out of my system and ended on a pretty wholesome note at that. But I bet you're wondering about Angel Core now. Well, after failing a few more times to that same big wave and the Wonderlust one-shotting me because it bumped the cover I was trying to use, I tried a new strat and got a little lucky. The plan was to start firing before the big wave started, so I had a bunch of projectiles in the air that would all home in at once. It was like some Netero 99th hand type of thing. This reference is also double funny when you realize the Wonderlust also can't kill an ant. I managed to take out all the turrets like this, and I also got an ion loader to spawn, which was helpful because now the loaders would group up instead of surround me. It was also here that I found out that the Wonderlust's projectiles can actually go through an ion loader shield. Wait, an actual reason to use the Wonderlust? I have to tell everybody. This is going to be groundbreaking. This is gonna change the— oh wait, never mind. Normal darts do that too. Just use a fucking dart. After that wave, Lilith showed up, and this was probably the happiest I was ever to see her. The aggro relief was honestly so refreshing, and I finally had some time to relax. But Lilith didn't like that too much.
There it is. She said it. Good grief. I was just thinking. Imagine if this is the run of all runs. She doesn't say it in a YouTube run. This cursed, goofy Angel Core. Imagine if. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What is this gun? What'd I hit? Did I hit Lilith? My Wonderlust targeted Lilith, bro, and it killed me. And now I have to pre-stack again. Well, what I was trying to do was I was trying to save Roland. Shoot. Shoot. Alright. Alright, those are gonna home in and kill Jack. We got this. We got this. Nah, I think they despawned. Yeah, they despawned. I fucking hate this gun.
Anyway, we made it back to Sanctuary and made our way to the Blight. We finally had the better stacking crate, and I was so happy about that. Well, until I remembered I was using the Wonderlust.
No, not the bully. I can't stack here, guys. The fucking Wonderlust shoots the bully mongs. No, bully mongs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, dude. Hey, hey, hey. Hey now. Hey. Calm down. Hey, listen. The gun didn't hurt. You're fine. Okay? It didn't do that much damage. Okay? We're cool. I know your homie's over in Three Horns, okay? I know him. Yeah, I know him. I also know Anger. I know him too. Yeah, see? We're cool. We're cool. It was an accident, okay? Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Dude, your spine looking dope, by the way. You gotta send me your glute exercises, bro. Send them my way. Thanks.
Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron. I got here and was immediately cornered by the ambush commanders and their horde of goons. The issue of not being able to choose my targets became extremely prevalent here, and they were also just completely surrounding my only ammo vendor. It wasn't long before a stray grenade sent me plummeting down into the lava below, and at first glance this seems like a Rip Stacks moment, but I had a plan.
Hold on. I have a big brain play. Good. Good. We still got all our stacks.
15 minutes of normal gauge gameplay later, we finally took out the ambush commanders and made our way towards Boombringer. I wanted to fight as little enemies as possible, so I decided to try and sneak past them. But this isn't a stealth game, so that didn't work. Now stackless, I realized that my current objective didn't really require stacks, so I decided to just keep trying and hoping the bandits had the same accuracy as me. I also did some grenade jump strats to bypass most of them. Making it to Boombringer took more deaths than time, really. I had no faith that my Wonderlust would home in on Mortar's buzzards, so I decided to just point blank it because I had nothing else to lose. Mortar and the buzzards were up next, so I decided to get more money to stack and then go back to the crate, just in time for one last mid-roll. Welcome back. I've decided to let Mortar live, but I did break his ankles to teach him a lesson, and rode the elevator up to start fighting the buzzards. If you're wondering, yes, they do fly away faster than my bullets can home into them, and yes, that's fucking annoying. In order to hit these things, we first had to hide in the soup can until we cleared out the bandits. Luckily, we had some help.
Oh, fucking stinky him, dude. Yes! Oh, do it again. Do it again. Yes!
And after that, we just had to time our shots so they were pretty much jousting the buzzards instead of trying to chase them. I managed to get 3 of them before this scavenger ruined everything, and I didn't want to go back to the crate, so I decided to just stack off the guy with broken ankles before making our way back up.
You guys see that Wonderlust shot not knowing to go over the fence? Thank you, Wonderlust. Very cool.
Also, don't worry, he didn't survive. And neither did the buzzards when I got back up there with max stacks. We secured the goods and made our way to the boneyard. We immediately lost our stacks here trying to kill a tubby skag, so I found a cheese spot to stack on the guy. He survived all the way up until I made it to 235, and he did not drop a Wonderlust, which sucks for later. Still not sure why I decided to stack up here. I knew I was just gonna rush the pumping stations, so I speed ran through all of that and stacked up for the Saturn fight. Oh, you wanted to see Saturn himself. Yeah, no, I don't have any footage of that. This is the best you're gonna get. Yeah, so I stood here for a bit, ended up taking 2.5 full ammo backpacks to take the scary red dot down. After that, I immediately lost all my precious stacks to an RPG loader, so it was back to sneaking past all the bad guys to grab the info and get out of there. Alright, we're on the final stride. One last farming session at the crate to get us through the rest of the game. Instead of throwing another ad meme here, I just want to tell you guys how many times I had to pre-stack in this run. What you are watching now is pre-stacking session number 50. And with an average stacking time of 10 minutes, that maths up to 8 hours and 40 minutes of anarchy stacking. And I'm just saying, if that isn't worth your sub, I don't know what is. We met with Claptrap and started our last mobbing section. We played carefully and got pushed all the way back to the entrance of the area and held our triggers down until the door was open. We then ran through Heroes Pass, dodging all the non-necessary fights, and made it to the fight with Jack. And I was truly dreading this fight. A lot of you guys might know that Jack has some extremely strong health regen at OP10 that has given us issues with far stronger weapons. Match this with the fact that he could just teleport away and get shield surveyors we have to deal with, and you can see that this fight could be hard. And if you also remember that the Wonderlust does splash damage, so we can't block him at the terminal to cheese his AI without blowing ourselves up in the process, you see that this fight has to be hard. And our only real hope for this fight was for Jack's AI to break, which could take an indefinite amount of time. And you know how long it took for Jack's pathfinding to finally break? 0 seconds. He was bugged practically fresh out the womb. His shield broke, and for the first time I have ever seen, he just did not make himself a shield surveyor and just started pacing back and forth. I was ready to be here for 6+ hours, hands together praying, but to my surprise, I was already blessed. Yeah, bro, I have never seen Jack go this freaking broken right off the bat. Like, he was still moving, but it was like you gave your 4-year-old little brother the controller. I don't know. Maybe Jack was like, yikes, he has to play Gage and use the Wonderlust for this run? I'll just let him have it. But, like, thanks? There has to be a god.
Yeah!
There has to be. I don't even know what else to say. I was just baffled and had to fight the warrior now. This was going to be a long fight, and for one last time, we used the Shock Wonderlust to fight the warrior. Shock Cage isn't real! One of the biggest issues with this fight was just making the Rack angry, and my Wonderlust loved doing that. Don't get me wrong, the Wonderlust was clutching up when I needed it to, which was an extremely weird feeling to just be like, rip stacks, and then get a second win so many times. But this was a patience game. I offer you peace. You see this gun I'm holding? It can't decide who it fires. I'm a level with you, Volcanic Rack. I can't aim this thing, okay? You see the bullets chasing you? I have no control over that. This guy, I know, he came up in your house and he's ruining everything. I'm trying to get rid of him, okay? I'm trying my absolute best to get rid of this dude for you, okay? But I need you to evacuate the area. I see your homies over there. And I know you've taken casualties, and some of them are me. But let's be realistic here. If I don't take that thing out, you're all gone. That tail, I've seen it smack so many of you guys out of the fucking air, okay? So let's truce this out. Cool. Pal, is there something I need to give you? Do you want a high five? What's he trying to tell me, guys? I'm a bullymong whisperer. You want to front like that? Huh? Huh? Yeah, what are you gonna do when I keep running into you, huh? Got you by the throat. Yeah, get out of here. They didn't want peace. Anyway, after a few clutches and 1 hour later, the warrior entered his deathbed phase, and we won this fight. We decided to let the real MVP of this run deal the finishing blow to Jack. Shout out to the stacking coaster for being vital to this run and my mental health. And with Jack finally dead, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Wonderlust. And yes, you heard that right. Bonus content time, woo! So I quite enjoyed the challenge of this run. That being said, I don't think I will ever be happy if I get a Wonderlust drop from a Tubby. So to finish this run, I decided that in order to complete it, I would have to farm a Wonderlust with the Wonderlust, so that getting one would bring me joy just one time in my life. As said before, this drop can only come from Tubby enemies, which are rare themselves. And on top of that, the chance to get a Wonderlust to drop is roughly 1.67%, which translates to about a 1 in 60 chance. For this, we had 3 options. 1, farm Tubbies in the Badlands and then just stack on them when we found them. This would be slow, and dealing with the whole pack of Skags would make it extremely hard. 2, farm Tubby Varkids on Wham Bam Island. If you get to the point where you're supposed to inject the first pod, Varkids will infinitely spawn, so you won't have to pre-stack on every run. But this can easily get out of hand.
Already an ultimate? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know if this would be a viable. Because if I can't kill the pods fast enough, then that would be an issue. What the fuck? No! Not you!
And before you ask, I was gonna try, but she despawned. Sorry, guys. Or 3, use the Kleptocurrency Tubby farm to find Tubbies optimally. Option 3 was regrettably our best option. And the issue with this option is that we had to beat most of the fucking Giraffe DLC to unlock this farm. But like, no way I would do that. Could you imagine having to go back to the stacking crate just to fight through all the tanky plant psychos and all the annoying doll guys beaming you with their E-Tech snipers? And then fighting more tanky plant dudes and even tankier doll guys? And fighting even more tanky plant dudes and even more tanky doll guys? Just to finally make it to a giant tanky Super Saturn and lose all my stacks because max ammo is nowhere near close enough to kill it. And then have to cheese stack off Uranus? Yes, I just said that. Spend $800 bajillion on ammo and sit there for half an hour watching your homing bullets fail to do the one job they were designed for, just to finally get the kill and get a bunch of cool loot you can't even use, and on top of doing all that, adding another hour of stacking to the run, and still have to farm tubbies for a 1 in 60 drop. Can you imagine that? Well, you don't have to, because you just watched it. So how did the tubby farming actually go? Well, anytime I found one of these cute little guys, I would have to pre-stack on them until my damage outdid their health regen. I mean, unless we just happened to fight our way over towards the doll guys nearby by accident, and they so happened to help kill the spider ants for me. Yeah, that was pretty cool when that happened. Tubby after tubby would fall, and I was prepared to be here for months possibly. I would see a pearlescent pistol and get so nervous just to find out it's a stalker or an unforgiven. But on tubby number 15, I ended up using the rest of my luck for the year. Don't forget to look away. I mean, the prediction's up. It almost fell through the fucking floor. You guys see that? There's no way, right guys? There's no way it's happening. There's no way Quad Blades win this, right? Quad Blades isn't gonna win this. Quad Blades isn't winning this, right guys? That's just not gonna happen. Only 15 tubbies? That only took 3 hours. Oh my god. Oh, we got it. Oh my god. I can't believe we got that on day 1. It's OP10 with doll grip. So it's kind of but so is every Wonderlust. I don't even care. Oh. Let's go, it bounced in! Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video, and once again, thank you guys for 100,000 subscribers on the channel. You guys are awesome, and I cannot express my gratitude enough. If you want to continue to help the channel grow, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, getting yourself something over at GamerSupps using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live down in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below, but until next time, breathe easy, homies. Man, I fucking hate the Wonderlust. So a while back, I posted a video of me trying to beat Borderlands 2 with only Terramorphous gear, and that was probably the hardest challenge overall out of all the ones I've done on this channel. It was also the video with the most comments telling me that I chose the wrong character. So this time around, we're going to answer, can Zero beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous? The rules for this will be the same as last time. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. Bar will not be allowed, and I must have the teeth, breath, blood, hide, and Slayer of Terramorphous items equipped at all times. If you don't remember what these items do, well, the teeth bite, the breath breathes, the blood takes up a relic slot, and the hide makes me hit harder, painful to touch, and sometimes I just explode. The class mod does a whole lot of nothing, really. But to keep it thematic, I have to full spec into every skill boosted by the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod. Here's a quick peek at the build. I'll dive into the important stuff as we go, but with that out of the way, let's get started. So, Tutorial Town in the last Terror run was quite a struggle, because Krieg doesn't have any slagging skills. But this time around, we don't only have slag from Zero's kunai throwing skill, but we also have Deathmark. And if we manage to line up both Deathmark and Slag, we can put out some real damage. These two multipliers are multiplicative with each other, so instead of Slag's usual triple damage, we were getting nearly hexaple damage with Deathmark included. So instead of me dying to each enemy once like last time, each enemy died to me once. I was kind of surprised how much damage the Teeth of Terror was doing. I was prepared for melee to just outperform the Teeth in all situations, but I was absolutely wrong about that. I was also guessing that the bonus splash damage you get when the full bite animation completes would do more damage, but straight up point blanking enemies was murdering these guys. Oh my god, okay, this thing point blank kinda goes crazy. We're on OP10, right? So I actually cleared this place out without dying and met up with Hammerlock. I threatened to rip his other arm off if he didn't fix Claptrap for me, so bro got to work pretty quick. Claptrap and I made our way towards Boom Boom, and then I remembered I had the Breath of Terror grenade, so I started testing that thing out. And I mean, it worked, but in a throw all 10 of them to kill a tight group of bandits kind of worked, you know? But honestly, I was just using it because it made the bandits sound terrified. After that, we made it to Boom Boom. Now, this fight might sound a little scary because armored enemies resist fire, and that's all we do, really. But their crit spots are made of flesh, and Zero loves crits, especially when you have to spec 9 points into headshot. Well, that and 1 point into bore, so, prepare your ears, guys. Alright, so if you're new to Boar, it does some goofy stuff with overlapping hitboxes. My bullets are hitting his body and his turret multiple times per shot, and that loud chunking sound you're hearing is the Boar sound effect being spammed. And this is a tame example of this Boar sound. There's some bosses that just straight up get murked by this skill alone. Very sorry, but this is going to take a minute. I would try to slag Boom here, but I recently found out that slagging him in his turret doesn't actually make him take more damage, he just turns purple. And surprising nobody, the same applies to Deathmark here, because this game is more spaghetti than the Thrasher Arm section of the Terramorphous fight. I'm honestly kind of baffled that I never noticed this in my 4,000 hours of playing, but oh well. Jeez, thank goodness that's over, dude. I feel like my ears are ringing. Anyway, after knocking Boom out of his cannon, I retreated to the shadows and planned to assassinate them both. Absolutely huffing the copium, I was assuming I was gonna need melee for the rest of this boss fight, but to my surprise, that just was not working. To be fair, my Roid shield was still up, and in order to get the damage boost, it needs to be broken. Breaking it myself is kind of hard. I could use the Breath of Terror, but that would easily eat my health bar, and I could throw some kunai, but the randomness of the elemental damage would also mean I would just likely mark myself. And even if I could break my shield, I nerfed myself a little bit by giving myself the worst possible parts on the Hide of Terra because I thought having too much Roid damage would trivialize the run. So I figured that I might have been focusing too much into Zero's playstyle, you know, backstabs, assassinations, and I needed to play more into Terramorphous' playstyle, just biting their fucking heads off.
I'm gonna munch. I'm gonna crunch.
Was that the bite of 87?
Oh. Holy shit, Teeth of Terror. Oh my god, Zero's crazy. This is why I don't always choose the optimal character, guys. Dude, this video is gonna be the perfect example of why I chose Krieg. After I dealt with those guys, I saved Claptrap by throwing 10 breaths of Terra at him. Now, don't worry, he's fire resistant. And after burning the rest of the bandits on our way, we made it to our first scary fight. So, scary fire guy Captain Flint with the fire gun and the fire attacks was going to be a tough fight, and I hope you can guess why. The absolute only way our Teeth of Terra was going to deal any damage to this guy is if we pulled out a bladed one. I faced the fact that this fight might be a little bit more challenging since we had to go for a melee kill, but I really thought I would hit for more than this. Seeing this, I decided a little bit of cheese was oh no. Oh, is this GASMASK guy gonna do the stupid thing again? Bro, why can't you ever fight Flynn normally, bro? Yep, look at him. He's luring him over to the bar. Typical. What's he gonna do? Execute? Yep. Wow. Yep, and there he goes. Flint's just completely passive now. Crazy. But what else are you gonna do when you're trying to kill fire with fire? Well, this should just be a piece of cake at this point. Ain't no way he just died cheesing Flint, bro. Ain't no way. Anyway, yeah, in my mischievous play, karma got the best of me, and the bandits up above managed to take me out to protect their captain. That was the first death of the run, and everybody knows that the first death of the run is always just an opening floodgate. After getting Flint back into position, I ran into another issue. Even with him completely passive, I just didn't deal enough melee damage to beat out his health regen. And if my shield wasn't broken giving me that Roid damage, my Thresher tentacle arms just turned to wet noodles. And like, I could find ways to break my shield, but it wouldn't stay broken long enough to get the kill. And if melee wasn't the answer, what was? You know, I once said, whoever said fight fire with fire was an absolute bozo if I'm being frank. And while I stand by that, I did learn that you can fight fire with fire with fire. Now, if you guys are lactose intolerant watching, you may want to look away from the screen for like the next 2 minutes, because what you're about to see is some of the most calcium-rich, lactose-packed cheese you will ever see. Because we took Flint to the curdler. We can throw kunai at Flint, eat 1 or 2 of them to strip our shield, and then get roid off of that. But the fire barrel... Oh, shit. Wait, right here. Wait. Can I hit him from here? Oh, that's crazy. And he gives me the crit. This is huge. This is crazy, actually. Hold on. Just to finish him off proper. So yeah, I'm like the only person in the world who has ever killed Flint with a fire barrel. Just a little flex, you know. Anyway, after clearing out the bandits and getting revenge for ruining the one life, we made it to Three Horns, where we met up with the Bullymong homies and got a sick matching car. To the Terramobile! In order to get into Sanctuary, we had to save Corporal Reese. So we found him and threw 10 breaths of terror at him. Do worry, he is not fire resistant. After that, we put the Stinky on the Power Core Psycho so that it would respawn over by Sanctuary, and then got out of the camp quickly. I almost forgot to avenge Reese though, so I threw a few kunai and more breaths of terror into the bandit camp to make sure I didn't burn him alive in vain. So we made it back to Sanctuary. You don't want to hear about me pressing 84 buttons here, so instead I'm gonna talk about our partner, GASMASK'S. Attention, all European and Australian homies. GASMASK'S has officially launched stores just for you, which means your shipping times and prices are going to be slashed. No longer will you have to pay $8 for an energy drink that tastes like glass cleaner. And honestly guys, I am so hyped for you. I've made the jump to GASMASK'S and I have not looked back. It tastes better, it's sugar-free, and less than 1 calorie per serving, so it's just better for you. And they have anime ladies. And I know some of you guys don't like anime women, and that's fine, but to that I say, fuck the cup, drink the juice. They have plenty of flavors based on old men if you're looking for something safe for work, but I mean, hey, if you do like anime women, don't fuck the cup. Just drink the juice. One of my favorite things about GASMASK'S is the control you have. Flavor too strong? Add more water. Flavor too light? Add another scoop. Too much caffeine? Get a caffeine-free variant. Want to try something new? Start mixing flavors. Like, bro, you guys are literally living in a timeline where mixing Red 40 into your lean is just straight up the healthier option to a conventional energy drink, and you're letting that slide. That's just crazy. So if you want to try the best energy drink out there, head on over to gamersubs.gg/LGM or use the link in the description to get started. And make sure to use code LGM to get 10% off your order and support the channel. Every tub sold gets us closer to the LilGasmask X GASMASK'S collab, and I could be the anime baddie on the cup. Don't fuck it. Anyway, let's see how the run's going.
This is the Firehawk. Come to Frostburn Canyon or people will die.
Wow, Lilith really taking the whole fire gimmick from me, eh? Typical. Thanks for hiding behind camps full of fire nomads that have explosive tanks on their backs so I can't even backstab them easily. Very useful. Anyway, I tried blending in with the pyromaniacs here and just booked it to Lilith. I've done this in pretty much every run, so I've learned a lot of techniques to get through this part safely. Alright chat, you want to know the trick to juking this guy out? Right under his armpit, okay? You have to be able to take a quick whiff, okay? Right under his armpit. You go too wide, he hits you. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Anyway, I found the draft and started the actual mobbing section here. I was excited to throw more breaths at all the fleshy psychos, but the ratio of normies to ironclads was super skewed for this run. These guys were a real rock in my shoe. Actually, you know what? How would a thresher even wear shoes? Would it be like this or like this? Answer in the comments. Anyway, with how well this challenge was going, it was kind of a nice little challenge to try and deal with these guys. I could get some practice with melee combat, I could work on hitting crits because the last video fucking murdered my aim, or I could just hit him with my specialty. This combat was pretty fun, honestly. The only thing that could make it better is if Lilith wasn't there. She kept stealing my kills, so I decided to start luring the bandits out of her arena so she just wouldn't even be involved.
Lilith! Here, I'll show you guys the under the armpit. Under the armpit. Watch, this time, we'll even take a little sniff on the way. Oh my god, Lilith almost made me run boost into death off of that guy. That would have been peak content, but here's what you guys do, right? You see that? You see the technique? Ready? It's that easy. It's that easy. Right under the armpit.
Put the stinky on him. Anyway, I finished off the bandits and we made our way to the Bloodshot Dam to go save Roland. They didn't think our car was cool enough, so we had to go meet up with Ellie to get a new car. It was here I got the one and only kill with the spike damage on the hide of Terra. Sure, it was an infant spider ant, but we count those dubs. Anyway, we had to kill some bandit trucks and steal their parts. This part was a little scary because I had to get pretty close to these cars in order to bore them, and they could just kind of do a hit and run if they really wanted to. But I actually managed to kill all the technicals and still have time to peacefully ride the caravan back to Ellie's for the first time ever.
We finally did it. Finally had a run where we could just take a peaceful ride back to Ellie. Let's go, chat. Let's go.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the...
Come on! After we got our new truck, the Bloodshots liked it enough to let us in, and we started our fight with Badma. I kind of fumbled my first attempt, but on the rematch I managed to get a few second wins by boring the little dudes tied to his shield, and Killing Blow managed to finish him off. This skill is absolutely god tier, and it's only a tier 1. Speaking of tier 1 skills, did you know for the 4 base game Vault Hunters, the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod only boosts 5 of the tier 1 skills? But then when it comes to Krieg Engage, they got a special treatment and they actually handpicked certain skills for those class mods. I think it would have been cool if the other 4 Vault Hunters got that type of special treatment, but I might just be mad that Killing Blow is the one that dodged the boost. But, I mean, look on the bright side. At least we have weapon zoom on the shotgun with no range. Anyway, the Bloodshot Stronghold was up next, and I was in my element here. There were tons of fleshy bad guys, and the Teeth was just absolutely devouring them. I mean, I still had issues with the toilet room, but that's just a given at this point. No! No! You are not gonna clog the toilet! They call me a motherfucking plunger. Put the stinky on him.
I don't know if it was a plunger. It was more like Drano in that one, but... Don't make me be Drano again, bro. Don't make me be Drano again. The dunk. Let's get it. Anyway, we cleared out the rest of the mobs and gave Mad Mike the flushed away treatment before reaching the end of the fleshy enemy era. This part of the game introduces loaders, and at this point in the last Terramorphous run, it pretty much turned into a glorified melee run. The Teeth of Terra just didn't deal enough damage to even tickle these guys, and this run will be no exception. The bright side about the loaders here at the dam is that they weren't mandatory, but the blue toaster at the end was. I was pretty confident that some well-planned melee attacks could take this guy down, but I swear to God, one day, I will remember how slippery this fucker is. Yeah, things went south here really quick. I just could not deal with the loaders and turrets fast enough to find time to focus on the warden.
Another one.
What the fuck is that?
And another one.
Another fucking protector? What the fuck is that?
And even when I did manage to land a good melee hit, dodging all the bullets and the Warden's big stomp was just not working, especially when it put a fire dot on me. I tried the wedging strat with the back ramp, and even with roid damage, our melee was just not working. My idea of how this run was going to go was just totally backwards. I thought melee was going to be way better than shooting, but I stand corrected. So after a few rough attempts, the drop barge showed up and the Warden took Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where I was going to have to find a new plan to deal with this thing. The problem with this fight here is that it can actually be harder. Not only does the toaster make a bunch of loaders, but he now just gets the ability to moonshot more in now. That's helpful. It took a few deaths and a lot of experimenting, but I ended up finding a strategy that could win me this fight. Step 1 was to lure all the loaders to one side of the Warden, and right as they're about to kick my door down, I would use deception, run up to the Warden, and feed a shot right into his eyeball. The good thing about constructor crit spots is that they don't have an elemental resistance, so we could deal a little bit of damage even though we were using fire on armor. After that, we would run over to the other side of the Warden and lure the loaders over there, while occasionally throwing a Breath of Terror to keep the Warden's shield down. I would then repeat this process, spreading the toaster's minions like butter, right up until the Warden was in killing blow range, and we secured the dub. Roland might have been saved, but a new fear was instilled into me. Any future combat with loaders seemed pretty scary, and up next was setting up for the Wilhelm fight. So we made it to the Tundra and started doing the easy stuff first.
You got a fire gun, right?
Do I have a fire gun? He says. Chat, do you think I have a fire gun?
Anyway, we met Mordo, we met Tina, got the explosives to blow up the train, and had a casualty along the way.
He's gonna deflect the train. Bro killed my decoy. No.
So the Wilhelm fight was up next, and while I was ready for a challenge, Borderlands was ready to troll.
Give me 50 seconds while I get my health back. Perfect.
Anyway, I knew the first thing I was going to have to do in this fight was deal with all the loaders Wilhelm spawns in, because I would need to fully focus on the big fire resistant guy that also has the anti-melee attack aura and the shield surveyors that give him a big ol' fire resistant shield. You see why this is bad, right? Yeah, so the loaders were pretty simple to deal with for the most part, but fighting against the shield regen of 3 surveyors constantly was a losing battle. If I was lucky, some of them would fly close to each other and Boar would just handle it from there, but I was going to need something skill-based to secure this win because the surveyor spawning was not going to stop. I tried meleeing them out of the air with execute, but that would only get 1 or 2 of them per deception use. I struggled here for about half an hour, and things were looking grim. But then, like a miracle, the plan came to me. Days before this challenge started, a homie in the Discord by the name of Pee Pee Poo Poo discovered a new glitch for Zero that could win us this fight. And since he is obviously incapable of coming up with a good name, we're gonna call this glitch the Thunder Jacket. Named after a similar glitch in Smash Melee, the Thunder Jacket lets you take your decoy's shock nova it gets from Unforeseen and wrap it around yourself. To do this, you just need to throw your decoy into a wall or object that makes it completely disappear, and after that, when deception ends, you get a shock nova dealing damage to everything around you. Using this, we could go in for melee attacks on the surveyors, and the shock nova could take out all 3 of them and deal a decent chunk of damage to Wilhelm's shield in the process. With this new tech, the tides slowly turned in my favor. I was starting to whittle his health bar down slowly. I just had to play safe and make sure I had enough health to escape after each hit. Surprisingly, the Blood of Terramorphous relic was actually kind of helpful. Zero is notoriously squishy and doesn't have the best health regen skills, so having a flat regen even at 2% was making this fight way more doable. And the winning fight ended up taking a while. I even had to deal with the loaders hitting their respawn timer mid-fight, and that was a little bit nerve-wracking. But after fighting Wilhelm for over an hour, he finally hit killing blow range, and I locked in to finish this fight.
Is that a repair surveyor? Oh god, it's a repair surveyor. Hold on, we gotta get that thing out of here quick. That is a repair surveyor. Let's fucking get it. Holy moly.
Like, I'm not even gonna lie, that fight was honestly one of the most fun Wilhelm fights I've ever had. It was a good amount of challenge, I got some melee practice in, and the new Thunder Jacket tech is honestly super cool. That being said, throwing a nice celebration party back at Sanctuary would go hard right about now. Well, off to the fridge with us. I used a Breath of Terra to melt the ice faster here and ran through this joint, only stopping to kill one rat for a second wind. After we made it through the fridge, we pushed through the extraction plant and started our fight with Lil Bro. Look at this dude. He thinks he could square up with Terramorphous? Look at this dude. I promise this fight was a steamroll, and I even like one-shot him. I swear he did not almost kill me while I barely won because of killing blow. Nah, I'm the scariest thresher around. Get this guy out of here. After that, we made it to Overlook and started trying to defend the beacon. My fight with the very first loader pretty much summed up this section.
The beacon's already dead, guys. Just an FYI, the beacon's already dead.
Yeah, so I gave it my all here, but my all wasn't much. 90% of my kills were second wins, and the other 10% were just me getting lucky with slag kunai. And don't get me wrong, having slag in this run was a godsend, but the consistency was pretty bad. And honestly, I think the loaders knew I was struggling a little bit, and they started BMing me.
Bro, I know he's not spewing his fucking load all over the beacon, dude. That's disgusting.
Yeah, so the beacon got bodied enough times to become invincible, and the fast travel just eventually landed, and I had to make my shameful escape from the toaster and the 24 loaders that just invaded Overlook, but that's their problem now. I've got the preserve to worry about. So I thought that lining the loaders up and using Boar to wound them all at once would be a good idea, and maybe it would have if I wasn't locked to the worst possible element right now. So I had to do the good old die as they're wounded and confuse the game strat so the door would open. After that, I struggled through the rest of the loader mobbing here. I decided to try the kunai eating strat again to just brute force the rest of this, and it was kind of working. I mean, most of my kills were just clawing at loaders while dying anyway. The kunai were just streamlining the process and getting to the end part. This wasn't the worst loader mobbing. I did have a bunch of stalkers distracting them for me, so this part was relatively okay. And the symbiosis didn't end there. I was lucky enough to find a slag stalker homie to help me with the big loader when he showed up.
Yo, slag stalker. Oh my god, I recruited a slag stalker. That's crazy.
No way, you killed my homie. No. No.
We gotta avenge slag stalker, guys.
Yeah, so basically, we just had to do hit and run strats here and waited for health regen in between hits to just whittle this guy down. After that, we dealt with the loot dudes. These guys get unslagged if they go airborne for some reason, so the knockback from execute was kind of screwing us here. So I immediately went back to symbiosis strats and got the local skags to kill the little dudes for me. They gave me a bunch of good relics to use because they knew I needed an upgrade, and they also gave me a bitch, but I had to politely decline because my items are glued to me for this run. After that, we ate like 14 pup skags before making it to the Bloodwing fight. The main concern with this one is the first phase where she's fire resistant, but that was easily fixed by patiently waiting for her to land and meleeing her into shock phase. Here we could fully commit into shooting her with the teeth. Most of the time she was out of our range, but when she was, her size made it easy to land every single pellet. Corrosive phase came along, and that was pretty much synonymous with killing blow range, so we took Bloodwing down first try. Alright guys, real talk. I think I've kind of mastered the Bloodwing fight, and at this point, keeping the rivalry score going just kind of feels like BMing. So my question for you guys is, do we keeping score? Do we do something crazy every time the fight is bad? I don't know. Give me your ideas in the comment section. Anyway, up next was recruiting Brick and his air support, because Morty's air support just blew up. Some more fleshy combat here was a nice change of pace. Don't get me wrong, I love some good challenging fights, but sometimes bro just wants to throw 10 breaths of Terra at a group of little dudes. Sure, I added a few deaths, but the initiation was pretty much a breeze, and I got the cremate sarcastic slab. Jack didn't like me hanging with Brick, so he started moonshotting some loaders down. Brick and I were clearing these guys out easily for a bit, but then they started cheating.
Oh, hi. I got scammed so hard. Because you're doing a fucking eye laser. No! I'm killing this fool. Stop cheating!
Put the stinky on him.
He's cheating, bro. He's supposed to fall into the fucking void. Start walking.
And on top of cheating, they also just started being really weird. This clip I am about to show you is entirely unedited, but it straight up looks like I added it in post. But on my gas mask, this was a real thing that happened to me. Yeah, bro, this game just gets more and more cursed with age. 20 years from now, Borderlands 2 is going to be completely unrecognizable. Anyway, we recruited Brick and set off to Opportunity to assassinate a Jack Double to steal his voice. My first attempt, I made the mistake of going in without any health, but on round 2, I did the same thing, but this time got close enough to make it so he couldn't run away. And after a few button presses, we had everything we needed for the bunker raid. So, toaster number 1. The strat for this guy was to throw out Deception to trick it into looking the wrong way, and then start doing hit and run strats landing quotation mark big quotation mark melee hits. Since he is looking directly away from us, we would get the backstab bonus, and his missile barrages would sometimes just fly into a wall. Sure, I still had to watch out for nukes, but I could just eat those. After 18 deception backstabs, it was in killing blow range, so I decided to just use Fight for Your Life to milk out the roid damage. Not to toot my own horn, but I did kind of a big brain play here too. I waited until I heard my action skill cooldown sound so I could instantly sneak through the bad guys behind the door that just opened up. After that, we made our way to the baby turrets. Usually these guys can be pretty annoying with their splash immunity and all, but these guys actually leveled me up on a player level. The whole run, I was struggling to find a way to strip my shield for roid damage and focusing on trying to get the max damage from Deception by landing melee hits at the very last moment. But then these turrets reminded me the whole point of having bad guys is that they try to shoot you. And if that's the case, the most optimal way to use melee with this gear is to let the bad guys do the hard work for you and then throw out your kunai and go in for a slick, quick kill. Thank you, Sensei Baby Turrets. I will use your teachings to kill off the rest of your bloodline. Up next was the big toaster. First thing I did against this guy was Boar Chomp, or Bomp, if you will, his turrets off to get half of his health bar for free. After that, I was chilling behind it and doing the same thing I did with the other toaster, but this time I was also shooting it and pretending like that was helping. That one took a little bit longer, but after it died, it was time for the traditional Face McShooty snipe.
No, brother!
That was close. Alright, so for anyone wondering, velocity did not help this, but we still had to take Face McShooty out in style. Anyway, bunker time. The turrets here weren't bad at all. I was truly baffled though how much damage Zero could do with the teeth compared to Krieg, and then I remembered Zero has slag and Deathmark. That just makes sense. Surprisingly, I ended up shooting most of these things to death, but the last one I just decided to have a little fun with. Alright, we've dealt with all matters of armored enemies before, but this one was the biggest one yet. We had a long and hard fight ahead of... Yeah, insert joke I stole from Elbow Shoes about the bunker being a giant Crunchwrap Supreme that I just ate in one bite again. I don't even know at this point. Bathe in it. Anyway, Control Core was up next, and I was dreading this part the most. Nothing but waves of loaders I would have to slowly take out with melee, but I still had my teachings from Sensei Baby Turret. A lot of my melee encounters would end up at least putting the bad guys into killing blow range, and not every single loader kill was a second wind anymore. I mean, it was still most of them, but like, come on, let me have this. This strat also dealt a lot of damage because the initial hit from throwing a kunai does get roid boost, so our damage output vastly increased. This area right here is probably why I say the original Terramorphous run was the hardest run yet. Yeah, I know some of you guys might be thinking like, what? That was harder than the balloon? That was harder than the stick bug? And yeah, those guys were bosses, so it makes sense that they were hard and took many hours. But do you guys remember the one angelic guard that spawned with a slag sniper that killed me over and over and over for 2 hours straight during that Terramorphous run? No, I mean, you guys might not. But I sure as hell do. That run is the perfect example of why I don't always choose the optimal character. I don't want to make things too easy. That's not the point of a challenge. Challenge is the point of a challenge. I knew Krieg would be terrible without Slag, but I thought the fire melee guy using all the fire melee gear sounded the most thematic and fun, so that's what I did. But now we're here with Zero, and the learning curve is different, and some of the new strats have been really fun to work around, but this is probably one of the easiest runs I've ever done, I'm not gonna lie. Like, sure, the loaders were annoying, but it wasn't really hard. It kind of just felt like if every time I ran up to a loader, instead of us fighting, we just played rock, paper, scissors, and the loser died. And, you know, I would die, but I could just try again. And now, I want to do Terramorphous runs on all 6 characters eventually, but not all at once. So if you want to see more, I've made a channel point redemption over on Twitch that will let you pick the next character I do this on. Now, if you're not a Twitch watcher, channel points aren't real money or anything. I got all my greed out in my last video, don't worry. You just get these by watching, and if you watch long enough, you can find out what this run would be like if I can't crutch melee the whole time. Anyway, Angel Core was slow but steady. My gameplay loop was refined at this point. Let loaders hit me, get my damage in, and retreat. And everything was going fine. But then Lilith showed up. She threw a whole rock into the system. This one big loader killed me like 20 times because she would just show up to bait out an AoE slam that would just wreck me. He also lost both of his backstab crit spots, so it was even more annoying. Y'all say my hate for Lilith is unjustified, but she straight up just steals my kills in Frostburn and then literally doesn't do damage here just to mess up my combat loop. Like, what? This game has to be cursed, by the way. Like, bro, Lilith was actively making attempts at my life. Like, watch this. She full-on body blocks one of my shotgun blasts to block my second wind here. Or like right here, I was waiting for this ion loader to strip my shield with its bubble attack, and then Lilith shows up, whispers her dumb one-liner in my left ear, and then just interrupts the ion loader, messing up the whole plan. She was just ruining everything, bro. I'm gonna blame all the Angel Core deaths on her. Anyway, after that, Jack showed up to murk Roland and kidnap Lilith. Oh no to the former, and thank God to the latter. But we still had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron.
It's been 7 hours with PhysX. Yep, PhysX ain't getting me today. Oh my God, look at this dude right here. As soon as I pulled this trigger,
jokes aside, Sawtooth wasn't so bad. I got to fight more fleshy dudes and use the fun grenade mod some more. The ambush commanders here were a bit of a mouthful, but nothing crazy, and I'm using mouthful as a Teeth of Terramorphous joke, not a me on my knees in front of them joke. Anyway, I got to Boombringer, and I was in dire need of a second wind here, but I couldn't look at the explosion, so I did a quick 180 to retain my cool guy status before clutching up and getting the second wind anyway. The buzzards up in the nest were up next, and I used my usual hit 'em as they hatch strat. Y'all want the elevator meme a third time? Nah, just kidding. This time around, I incorporated Thunder Jacket into the strat and had undeniable proof that Unforeseen can harm buzzards, which had Spuddy Cube contemplating his life. If you know, you know. Another cool thing about throwing your decoy into a wall is that it makes all the enemies just start walking around as if they never started fighting in the first place, and that makes them a lot easier to hit. Anyway, after a few dogfights, we managed to take out all the buzzards and secure the explosives we needed to get to the boneyard. We did our usual valve cranking run here, and by that I mean I got permaslagged and blown up with rocket launchers. Just your basic run-of-the-mill boneyard run. You guys like Borderlands math? Alright, here's a problem for you. If we have to kill loaders with melee because the Teeth of Terra's fire damage doesn't work, how do we kill the giant loader? Ding ding ding, that's correct, with the Teeth of Terra. So you can get some good bore damage by hitting the colliding herb boxes of its little turrets. These turrets he has are kind of like livers, because even if you kill them halfway, they will regenerate, letting you continuously get bore damage if you're patient with it. And trust me, a slow and painful death is just what this monster deserved. "10 minutes and one close call later, we avenged our little homie, snuck into the info stockade, and got the info we needed. The claptrap door was up next. If I had to deal with this fight earlier in the run, I might have had more trouble, but I knew how to fight loaders now, and I knew how to use Thunder Jacket to bring the surveyors down. I was using everything I learned throughout this run, and I was doing great. I mean, meleeing hot loaders was a necessary evil, and I was kind of overdosing on blue light therapy, but we still breezed through this. After that, we started fighting through Heroes Pass. Usually I use a couple of speedrun skips to get through this part faster, but I'm not allowed to unequip the Breath of Terra to do the grenade jumps I would need. So after fighting through the first section with Brick and Morty, I decided to improvise. Oh, I'm a gamer? I'm a gamer. Hold up. Oh, the skip. Let's go. No nade needed. Alright, you guys got the rest. I believe in you. Anyway, the Jack fight was up next, and I was ready for a good fight. I was thinking it's been a while since I was able to fight Jack mano-y-mano with no cheese strats needed, so this was gonna be fun. Step 1 was to break the shield. Our teeth were not sharp enough to break through it, so we started chipping away with our claws. After breaking through that, we could finally sink our teeth into the juicy parts. And like true prey, he started running and using every manner of skunk spray, distraction dropping, and hiding he could. He managed to get away a few times, but in the end, he let his guard down, and a single slag kunai proc secured this fight. Which means, yeah, Zero can beat Oh wait, almost forgot about this guy. Hold on. Gulp. Yo, did we kill him with the spike damage? Hold on. Stop me.
R.I.P. Bozo.
Anyway, after one final aura check on Jack, we can finally say, yes, Zero can beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous. Bonus content time, woo! Alright, so this was probably the easiest run on the channel. The whole run took 10 hours total, and I did it in a day. That being said, I think it's only fair that I try and take on Terramorphous himself. I mean, I did try and kill Terramorphous in the last run, but I couldn't even move his health bar. And the same happened here with Zero. But if we combine both characters, we can end the vid with one last bomb. That was too long. Actually, no.
I stand about here for the door.
Kill the little man!
That's crazy.
Easy.
And I won too.
And you won.
Wait.
Yo. We actually got a pitchfork. That's hilarious. One item I can't use. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that really helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' nice words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, using my code to get yourself some delicious gamer subs, or go to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Alright, if you played Borderlands 2, or even any of the Borderlands games, you know the guns can get pretty wacky. Wacky doesn't always mean good though. And today, we're going to be using everyone's favorite cursed weapon and answer. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Bane? Alright, like every challenge run, we're going to lay down some ground rules. First off, we're going to do an OP10 playthrough to maximize the difficulty. I can use any Vault Hunter and any of their skills, with discretion of course, because I know the Gunzerker's a little busted. We are going to be using Maya. Some bonus rules. We are making driving cars and holding other weapons for speed a sin punishable by death. For the gear, I kept it pretty simple. Grenade and shield are more boring than Sawtooth Cauldron, and the Vault Hunter Relic is there to maybe get some funny drops. Now I could have went with more OP stuff like magic missiles, the B shield, etc., but we're saying screw the training wheels and hopping right on the motorcycle. We do have a legendary cat class mod though, which is going to be a blessing and a curse. Alright, since we're in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, the game actually has us skip the Knuckle Dragger fight. I'm not really sure why the game has us skip this fight, but it's probably an easy fight anyway, so don't roast me for skipping it. You can totally roast me for the video quality right here though. I'm not sure why it got so bad at this spot, but it gets better in a second. And if you don't believe me, does this not look like a face you could trust? So, as you can see, the Bane makes you slow, and I mean very slow. Which means every time we die it's going to take a while to get back to where we were. It's also annoying. Like, very annoying. Oh, you guys just go full casual on me now? I'm not even past the first boss yet and you can already see the instant regret. Speaking of the first boss, apparently Boom's cannon completely ignores health gate, so we already need to cheese a boss. First off, we lured Boom to the elevator shaft and just kinda took him out there. And then after that, the homie Claptrap actually found us a pretty good cheesing spot for Big Bertha. Anyway, you could see Alyssa there taking off my headset. She was a bit curious about what I was enduring. But even without the headset, I could still hear the gun scream. So pretty early on, I learned a few things. Grenade jumping was going to be our best way to move around. Fighting wasn't always necessary, but it was most of the time. And that, if you're only pulling from one ammo pool, you're going to be stuck in this situation. A lot. So if you haven't noticed, I have a death counter in the bottom left. That number's going to get pretty big. Also, this was the third time climbing up Flint's ship, and I literally felt my brain cells dying. Anyway, so we're at the Flint fight, and I have my first uh-oh cringy moment of the run. Your boy didn't do his research, and apparently the Bane always spawns with an element, making the version I used straight up illegal. I only did this with 2 fights during the whole playthrough, and I went back and fixed them both, but here's me killing them with a shotgun. 10 deaths and 1 messed up grenade jump later, we were off to our first possible run ender. And by first run ender, I mean the 3 horns car jump. We do have to get into cars a few times, but we will never drive them, so don't worry about this. I tried a few basic grenade jumps to get over the bridge, but they just weren't cutting it. I didn't want to have to do it, but we were going to have to use a forbidden cringe technique known as the double grenade. Perform this by throwing a grenade directly up, wait for it to apex, throw a grenade down, and with some tricky timing, the first grenade will hit you up, second grenade will hit you forward. Do be aware though, using this comes at a cost. The Borderlands gods disapprove of this technique, and will punish you with stuff like this. After snagging the power core and totally killing enough bloodshots to avenge Reese, we were finally off to Sanctuary. As usual, I failed to satisfy Alyssa, so I let her take over for a little bit. She was kind enough to handle all the boring beginning Sanctuary tasks for me, but then we had a little bit of fun and customized our character. We decided on this outfit, it looked pretty cursed and it kind of fit the run. 3 hours in and we've made some decent progress and developed some new strategies. Here, you can see me performing a trick I like to call baby boosting. Baby creatures deal a lot of knockback, but not a lot of damage, and if they help me out, I usually spare their life. Usually. Frostburn Canyon was uneventful, blah blah blah, talk to Lilith. Alright, time for the fun part. We're gonna go save our homeboy Roland. We needed a car again, but luckily we're strong enough to just move it by hand. Sadly, our car wasn't good enough, and we needed to go see Ellie for an upgrade. Alright, so we got to the dust, and I'm just gonna say this part took very, very long. On the bright side, the buzzards weren't as strong as I anticipated them to be. I actually didn't take any deaths while in the dust, but this part took like an hour and a half to find all the cars. I couldn't find the last coward until after it got dark, and I still had to run to Ellie, and then run to the Bloodshot stronghold too. After all that work making a car we couldn't even drive, it was time to face Badma. He was kind of a pushover, and in true Karen fashion, we took his kids. With the custody battle over, I had new problems on my hands. Roland's jailbreak wasn't going to be easy, and I had a lot more Bloodshots and a lot more loaders to fight through. While we were chasing down the warden to get Roland back, we seen a beautiful work of Borderlands nature. This psycho almost made it to heaven before we intervened. At first, the warden fight was going great, and then the warden fight was going bad, and then it was going absolutely terrible. And then everything went great. Surprisingly, we killed the warden fast enough so that Roland didn't have to go to the gulag. After we saved Roland, we updated our look, and then we set out for Tundra Express. Now this part of the game went pretty boring, so I'll spare you the little details. But I did develop a new investment strategy. With all the deaths I had in this run, I needed a way to keep my money for grenades and ammo, because Overpower 10 makes everything ridiculously expensive. The strategy was to keep a bunch of weapons in my inventory, so that I could sell them if I needed the money, but not lose that money if I die. It's kind of like how people used to hoard Counter-Strike keys as a form of money laundering. Anyway, I wasn't sure how the Wilhelm fight was gonna go, but it actually went pretty easy. He was even kind enough to drop me a Logan's gun. With the plot twist power core installed, Lieutenant Davis was the first of many Sanctuary citizens to be goopified. I was sure that Sanctuary was going to be reduced to a pile of dust by the time Lilith was even able to teleport it. 15 minutes of lunar bombardment later, she finally got everyone but me to safety. Things were looking grim for you, boy. I was homeless, and I had to go through the fridge. I got styled on by this plague rat, and it kinda hit me hard in the self-confidence, not gonna lie. I managed to get through it though. I did think it was kinda funny that I wasn't fast enough to skip the elevator because its slight forward moving angle was faster than my movement speed. Just thought I'd throw that in there and show you. With the fridge finally behind us, it was time to start our journey through the Highlands. I thought I was being a big brain by preventing the exploder from destroying the bridge controls, but I later realized I was being a tiny brain. The crate mover could have gotten me over way faster. The spaghetti monster on the other side of the bridge was easy enough, but it was all downhill from there. The run from here on out actually became a deep descent into madness. These baby turrets, for example, killed me like 9 times. So Maya's ruin skill lets her slag enemies with phase lock, but for some reason these turrets aren't affected by that. It just took me a while to realize it, but I was able to use a slag bane to slag them properly. And about 30 minutes later, we made it to Overlook, and it was time for us to defend our beacon. With us having the movement speed of a dead snail, defending the beacon felt more like a Balloons TD simulator. At some point during the fight, my brain stopped registering the sound from the gun, and I guess I just became used to it. I don't know if that was a good thing, but other than that, the fight was pretty easy. This constructor did catch me lacking though, and then it nuked me at spawn too, but that was just a minor setback. And just like that, we were no longer homeless. Up next on our to-do list was to go save Bloodwing. Fighting through everything here wasn't bad, and it was probably because it took like an hour to walk here, and this was far more entertaining. Things started going good, and we even made a little skag friend. Not even about to lie, our little homie carried us through this next fight. Shortly after though, our fun would be over, and it was time for pain. This fight went down easy at first, but alas, it was done illegally. This was the second fight where we used the non-elemental bane, and with the help of Gibbs' save editor, I reverted the game back to this mission and took Bloodwing on properly. Alright, if anyone's wondering, I also used Gibbs' save editor to give me the gear for this run, and I did not sell the illegal bane, I just dropped it on the ground. Alright, back to the run. Long story short, the whole process sucked. I had to go through the preserve again, this fight was stupid hard, I died like 30 times, and this was my first instance of actual anger. Bloodwing was just relentless with her attacks. On top of that, I had to resource manage the few skags that actually spawned for revives and kill skills, and dodging any attack from her required a well-timed grenade jump. I came close so many times, so I knew it was possible. For the most part, this fight was luck-based. She ended up landing on the ground in her last phase, and I was able to finally take her down. This was honestly the worst part of the run. Next on our recruitment list was Brick. Running to him took about an hour, but convincing him to join us was a walk in the park. Only if that park was filled with target circles though. With the squad finally reunited, they could all stand around Sanctuary while I did all the hard stuff. I'ma be real with you guys, I got really lucky during the Jack double fight. This phase lock right here would save the run in the oddest way possible. You see, the Jack double cannot be picked up with phase lock, and he is also programmed to run away from you. Mix that with our movement speed and it was obvious we didn't have a chance to catch him. But when I phase locked this loader, Maya's converge skill actually yanked the Jack double into this weird knockback limbo. I was able to get an easy kill and also hear some of his weird dialogue. He says some funny stuff like, "I can run a mile in 2 minutes." The rest of Overlook was pretty bad. Died a lot, took a long time, the usual. And on top of all that, Angel was making fun of me. Mission, right? Don't say or slowly. Don't say I'm going. I'm doing it. Thank you. On the bright side, at least Borderlands 2 is a totally fair and balanced game with absolutely no glitches. Oh, I was not ready for this. Alright, that's it. You know what? I'm gonna write a bad review. Borderlands 2 is totally unplayable. Nothing is balanced, the gun noises are all unrealistic, the gameplay just feels really slow for some reason, and all the guns that drop are garbage. Psych, I love this game. Back on path, not much more was between us and the bunker. All it took was running through another target circle park, dealing with more invincible baby turrets, and cheesing this super constructor. And after all that, we had one more task before we went to the bunker. What's a Borderlands 2 playthrough if you don't do the most important side mission? That's right, we were gonna see if the Bane had what it took to snipe Face McShooty. Our accuracy even after firing a few shots was not good. I could have taken the class mod off just for the boosted accuracy, but I guess I'm just built different. Since this run is already cursed, here's the Bane being fired ramped up to 666% speed. It only took about 1,000 bullets to get the headshot, but the Bane can snipe Face McShooty, and it will be ranked appropriately on the Face McShooty tier list. I'll be using this same list for future runs as well. The large turrets protecting the bunker were absolutely nothing compared to their small turret counterparts, meaning everything that I've learned from my 2008 Monster Energy condoms is a lie. Killing the bunker was easier than I expected. I died a couple of times, but each fight was like really close, so I wasn't too worried about it. Control Core Angel was pretty average under this run's context, but I almost had an issue with getting back into the main area after dying. For some reason, you have to press this button to get back in after respawning, but the door just kind of closes on you before you can even make it through. Now I knew I could grenade jump through, and so did my homie Skybot. I just thought it was funny that this door required me to grenade jump to get through it. Just imagine the mental breakdown I would have had if this door ended the run. Despite our best efforts, Roland was still sent to the gulag, and we had a lot of running to do. You think running through the dust is bad? Well, imagine running through the friggin' Iridium Blight. The Blight friggin' sucked because I knew that the worst part of the game was coming up, yet I still had to run over and trigger the bridge blowing up scene, die a bunch, all this just to go to the friggin' cauldron. I decided to get there and pick back up where I left off the next day, because screw Sawtooth Cauldron. All my homies hate Sawtooth Cauldron. In between streams, I watched a speedrun of the Sawtooth Cauldron, and I had a plan to get in and out of here as quickly as possible. Step 1. Take out the guards. Step 2. Meet up with Double Agent Lil Lunatic. Step 3. Grenade jump like a boss. Step 4. Royally mess everything up. Step 5. Repent. Step 6. Repeat step 3. Step 7. Get the goods and head out. Believe it or not, it only took like an hour to get all of Sawtooth Cauldron done, which is pretty fast all things considered. Victory was so close, yet so far away. Our second run through the Iridium Blight was terrible, just like the first one. We eventually made it to the Boneyard, and I had a strategy planned out in advance. I knew I needed a car, so the first thing I did was push the dang thing all the way to the pipeline. I tried a trick where I would bounce on it as I pushed it, and it kinda worked, but I don't think it helped much. The car was in position now, and I just needed to run to all the pumping stations. It took me a while to hit all the stations, but I had a few skags to baby boost me along the way. It also took me a while to figure out how to blow the pipe open without actually driving the car, but it turns out as long as the car is close enough to it, you can just get in the car and it will trigger the explosion. Some of you already know what's going to happen next. Saturn is a totally optional boss, and a lot of people run right past him. However, we can't do that for obvious reasons. so we had to take him out. My ammo when this fight started was pretty much full, but we still ran out. We were so close to the kill, but in the end he caught us lacking. We were too close to victory to give up, so I stocked up on ammo and went for the safety shed again. I didn't care how many bullets it took. We had some Tims to scuff and a challenge run to complete. We managed to get the kill this time around with about a clip left, and the badass constructor on the bridge was easily taken out from afar. The third run through the Iridium Blight wasn't bad, but that's only because I knew it was going to be my last. This last part of the run would prove to be the most annoying, besides the bird. First, I disappointed myself by not hitting this grenade jump first try, and the turrets that Mordo has to take out can respawn for some dumb reason. They're big and protected, so maybe those condoms weren't wrong after all, but you can see it here that dodging their onslaught at my speed was terrible. It gets worse though, so don't worry, cause next, I beat Jack first try, and the warrior after 2 tries. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Oh yeah, I forgot the part where my recording and stream both stopped, so I had no friggin' proof. Dude, it was so friggin' embarrassing too. I shotgunned a monster and everything. I was so hyped. Death counter reads what I know in my heart as the total deaths it actually took me, so that's not gonna change anymore. Anyway, Gibbs' save editor came in clutch once again. I was able to reset the Jack fight. This time around though, was a lot harder. Jack took me out like 4 or 5 times before I finished him off again, but that was fine. Honestly, commentary can't grasp how angry this part made me, so I'm just gonna let some raw audio go through. What is that? No, the f***ing hole again! The f***ing hole! Okay, this is our chance to go get our f***ing... Oh my god, not the hole! Not the hole! Oh no! Again with the fucking hole! Oh, no lava, no lava. And we're gonna f***ing dive bomb me? That Crystal X cooperating, you guys should too. Oh, as soon as I say that, he puts me in the hole. He puts me in the f***ing hole as soon as I say it. Oh my god! Okay, think. How much time? 15 seconds. Get on this rock. Watch for Crystallis troll in the hole. Oh, fuck. Hole troll! F***ing hole troll. After all these hardships, after all of these deaths, after all 27 hours of this run so far, the warrior finally accepted his fate. Which means you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Bane. Like I said before, this run in all took a little over 27 hours spanned out over 7 different days. It was a long journey, and I'm glad that it's finally over. The Bane stats are definitely decent, so the only setback this run was the horrible movement speed. I could mention the screaming as well, but that was more of an annoyance rather than an actual performance variable. That might just be me though, I don't know, I'm pretty good at going brain dead. But if the Bane didn't have the movement speed impairment, then I bet I would see a lot more people use it unironically because it's a decent SMG. But it did get me through the whole game though, so I would say this gun is OP10 viable, believe it or not. I recently went back to see if you could get the Bane with the Bane, and during that adventure, I ended up getting another pearl from this Tubby Spider Ant, and this boner got squished and made a wet noise. Anyway, I did manage to get the Bane with the Bane, and decided that I had my piece with this run. This is my first video, and it took a while to make. I put a lot of effort into this, so any feedback would be great. You could do that the simple way, or the specific way. And if I hit 100 subscribers, I'll even do a face reveal. I have another challenge run video in the works, but I'm still open to hear your picks for what gun I should try this challenge with next. It's also pretty obvious, but I did stream this run on Twitch, and I'll do the same for future runs, so maybe come and say hi. Anyway, that's going to wrap up this video. I hope to see you next time. Until then, breathe easy, homies. You ever play that one Borderlands 2 Space DLC and ask yourself, how could I make this any worse? Odds are, you probably aren't a masochist, so maybe it's just me. But today's challenge is going to be long, hard, and full of innuendos. Today's question is, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the probe? The rules are simple. We're playing on UVHM to maximize the difficulty. I can use any Vault Hunter and any of their skills, with discretion of course, so I don't just avoid the challenge entirely. No bar allowed and my gear shown here. I use this stuff for the whole run, but the general rule of thumb is that we can't use unique gear except for the class mod. Alright, so we start our run, and uh-oh, we don't have a probe. That is because the probe is a mission item, and that mission isn't available until after we fight the first 2 bosses. I thought about just using Gibbs Save Editor to give us one, but I decided that wouldn't be legit, and a little bit of foreplay would be fine. At first I wasn't sure if I should choose Athena to get me through this first part with all of the melee damage she has, but I later decided being able to hold double the penetrating power would be better for me in the long run. Also, Nisha kind of has a melee build that would do the job fine. First off, we had to save Jack, and it was actually easier than I anticipated. Nisha's The Unforgiven skill makes every enemy that was shot during Showdown explode when Showdown is over. And luckily for us, smacking their cheeks also made them explode. Nisha also uses a whip, so going into fight for your life wasn't a guaranteed death sentence. Without being able to probe the enemies yet, we were going to rely on 2 things. Whipping of course, and also stomping. Ground slams weren't as helpful on the space station because the gravity was normal here, but it would come in handy later. So Flame Knuckle shows up, and I'm ready to call this run not possible because I did not expect to win this fight. But it turns out, he deals like no damage. The first phase of this fight, he was mostly just focused on Jack, who was pretty much doing nothing anyway. So it was just 10 straight minutes of whipping and stomping. His second phase was a little bit tougher though. I will admit I did try launching him into space, but the game was too smart for that. The main struggle with this fight was the fire damage over time he could inflict. If I was ignited, it was certain death for me. I died a few more times during this fight, but I managed to take him out by using Jack as a distraction. And it turns out, he wasn't happy to see me. He just had a nukem in his pocket. Anyway, Jack did some curse stuff, I was yeeted at the moon in some fancy toaster, and we met the bestower of the probe. But our dominatrix days weren't over yet. We had one more client, boss that needed punishment. Getting to deadlift wasn't the worst thing, but it was definitely a little annoying. But when it came to actually fighting him, it was terrible. His attacks were very strong, and he wouldn't stop moving, so I had to lure him away from his beloved jump pads. I didn't think he would actually chase me down there, but I just had to be patient. He eventually came, and his torture began. After 10 minutes of precision slamming, he finally perished, and I could finally go get my trophy. I managed to rob him for everything he owned, but I also forgot the Moonzoomy key, so I felt kinda dumb after that. But everything was going great. We finally got our probe, Nurse Nina showed us how to use it on her lucky volunteer, and we respec'd our skill points so we could double fist our new weapon. The next target on our list was Red Belly, and it was going to take some work to get to him. So the probe's initial purpose was to aggravate some Kragans instead of killing them. So the damage on the gun is extremely low. For reference, one clip from the probe equaled about 1 bullet from a normal Maliwan pistol with matching parts, but it was still able to handle most mob enemies pretty well. Baddie enemies and bosses were a totally different story though. I would expend all my ammo prematurely, and Nisha doesn't have any ammo regen abilities that would be effective enough to keep us from running out frequently, and in some cases, I would resort to using my whip to finish them off. After being attacked by a swarm of numbers, we finally infiltrated Red Belly's base. This part of the run was the turning point from causing pain to receiving pain. The big enemies leading up to Red Belly messed me up a lot. The first one just let me kill him. I don't know if he ran out of ammo or was just into it, but we would meet again. We fought off a wave of baby scavs and their babysitter too, and found ourselves in a pretty spooky part of the run. You guys probably think Pyramid Head is scary, but Cylinder Head was my worst nightmare. Those guys hit like a brick, and I was going to need a better probe to win this fight. Save quit farming to change the element of our probe would come in handy a few times during this run. I got a corrosive one because I thought it would be great for armored opponents like them, so I fought through everyone again, and the corrosive one also sucked. I tried a few times and I realized I needed some fire damage, so I fight through everyone again just to accidentally fire a torpedo gun, reset, and fight through everyone a 4th time just to get absolutely dominated by Red Belly. Belly was the main problem. He would be able to take me down the health gate in a single hit, and if he was lucky enough to set me on fire with that hit, I would have very little chance of surviving through it. I would have to use Showdown, shoot him as much as possible because the probe actually heals you slightly based on damage you do, and pray that it was enough to survive all of the burn damage. Even with the cheese strat that I'm doing right here, it took a lot of time and patience to get through all of this. The smaller one was easier to take on, so it didn't take too long to get rid of him. Back at Concordia, the Merif decided that he did want to partake in some of our services. It was apparent upon first glance that the Merif had a slime fetish, though. He got a little rowdy after we told him that wasn't our forte, so Jack had to put him down. Ew. Very nasty. Ooh, spaghetti. Anyway. Alright, back to the run. We changed up our look, did the funny calculator thing, stole a stingray, crashed the game, and then we met up with Pickle Rick. That was probably the cringiest joke you've ever heard, so sorry about that. But anyway, we ran around the map touching knobs and pushing buttons for a while so that we could get on the bosun's ship. All of that was easy, but it was pretty hard when we got inside. The fights in here were pretty tough, and I died a couple of times because of this mugger, and I felt true humiliation when I couldn't even get a kill on this Lil Scab for a second wind. This clip right here really shows how annoying it is to try and kill with this gun. I could not imagine trying to do this challenge without being able to dual wield these pistols. This challenge may have been hard, but in all honesty though, the game itself is well balanced, and just like Borderlands 2, has absolutely no glitches.
What?
Anyway, the booster seat baby man was in for a fight, and so was I. Just like the baby man he is, the bosun relied on others to feed him, so taking out his turrets was the first thing that we needed to do. The turrets themselves were moderately beefy, so it just took time. But with no more turrets to suckle on, this fight was like taking candy from a baby. But instead of it being a baby, it was a grown man dating his own computer. We had our AI, and now it's time to build some robots. At first I thought I met a bunch of cute little Torque friends, but then they did the most sus thing I've ever seen. Like, I know this run was supposed to have a bunch of funny innuendos and stuff, but these Torques took it way too far in my opinion. What kind of synchronized f***ing like nut bust was that? Gross, dude. Oh, yo, motherfucker is nasty. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to do it to you. Rest of this joint was kind of boring. I mean, this is the pre-sequel, so I guess here's a funny gameplay clip. Credit for that. Oh. Oh, you just vibing? You good? You gonna let me put the probe in? You gonna let me do it? Oh. You gonna let me put it in? Doink. The rest of this place was a breeze. There was one tough guy, but he was conveniently placed next to this abyss. But from here on out, it got pretty tough. There were a lot of baddie enemies in the robot factory, and at one point, I was even getting double teamed by a couple of them. The turret calibration segment was annoying as usual, so that sucked. My game crashed shortly after, so that sucked. And then I had to redo the turret calibration, so you know, that sucked. Alright, that's enough pre-sequel bad jokes for now. It's time for a boss fight. Felicity was a little angry about her new job, so we had to teach her a lesson. This was probably one of the toughest fights so far. She was pretty tanky, and she was also able to create repair surveyors. The surveyors themselves weren't that much of a threat, but I was on track to run out of ammo quick. During my second attempt, I ended up opening the last of the ammo crates in the arena, and the fight was really close. Alright, we're going in after this. I might have f***ed up. No. 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 No.
Why'd you do?
Oh! Let's go! You can argue that I relied on melee for that kill, but if I didn't open half the ammo crates in my first attempt, I would have had plenty of places to get ammo, so cut me some slack. I'm playing the pre-sequel for Pete's sake. We made it to Helios, and for some reason the Dahl troops weren't mad at us. That was until Claptrap decided to bone the whole space station though. They got real angry about that, so we had no choice but to fight. Okay, I think it's time I insert some more pre-sequel bad jokes. It's been like 2 minutes, so I think we're due for some. Bro, why did they take away the low gravity in this part? Oh, it's so boring, I wanna jump. Bro, do we really need to get this guy's picture of his kid for him, dude? What the heck even is this writing? Yo, did they really bring back rabbit stalkers for this one part of the game? Oh my god, Gearbox! I don't want the crappy loot, just hurry up. Jeez, man. Okay, dude, oh, come on, dude, why is this door so slow? Dude, there's a force field behind the door? Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, bruh. Dude, why is there a force field opening like this, dude? It's a force field. Who even made this friggin' game? Okay, that should hit the quota. Anyway, this bodybuilder took me out and is a real homie right after and just let me pass anyway. This guy was the closest thing I had to a friend all run. The brave lad jumped in like the buff anime protagonist he is and started chopping up this torque queen with his katana. Sadly, our homie's plot armor wasn't strong enough to take on the torque. We will never forget you, buff doll homie. Last thing we had to do here was take out this guy, which was easy, just time consuming, cause we're pretty much using a Nerf Maverick to fight things. We ended up saving everyone, then we decided we didn't need the Harry Potter lookalike and his goons, so we murdered him. All jokes aside, this part of the game is usually always enjoyable for me. There are a lot of jump pads and flying and stuff, and falling in the void is more funny than annoying here, so it's actually kind of vibing. I kind of blew right through this area too because there wasn't really any mandatory fights. This level of difficulty wouldn't last long, however. Let me show you why I almost lost this run. Honestly. No! Yeah, guys, that shield regen is friggin' busted. Every time I was close, she denied my satisfaction. Also, who put the new use station behind this electric field? Someone please tell me. Okay, time for some strategy talk. So it was obvious that this fight was going to be tough. So we had to save quit farm for some parts that would hit the spot just right. Which is basically shock element and a Jacob's grip. This combination would give us the best damage per shot. After many deaths, I was on track to beating her. At the time I thought that staying far away and letting her aggro on Jack would stop her constant shield regen move, but in reality there is a good chance that she just has a limited use of that move. So the fight got easier, I guess, but there's still a lot of built up frustration in this fight that I ended up releasing here.
Oh, little beta, little baby. Oh, little baby. Oh no. Oh no, you can't do nothing. You can't regen no more shield, little baby. I don't got any more little rockets. Oh no.
Anyway, Sarpedon wanted to go for round 2. And this time, she didn't even last half as long. We finished her off and Jack was waiting ready for the money shot. It was finally time to disable the eyeball laser, which was simple. We just had to use our big injector on it. I think we injected a little too much though because everything got a little weird. Anyway, Jack sent us on our final mission to finally beat this game. On the way in, we came across this injured soldier and I decided to let him go because I kind of felt bad that my man's was level 0. And we also needed to conserve ammo for the next boss. RK5 or whatever was actually kind of annoying. The two main problems with this fight were lack of ammo and actually landing shots. Molly 1 pistols in general have really low shot speed, and with Walmart Bunker being so far away and moving at pretty high speeds, I had to aim ahead of him in order to land any shots at all. Mix this with the limited ammo crates and the fact that Showdown doesn't account for the distance, and you get a whole lot of wasted shots. Things only get worse though, because I won the fight and beat the game. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Why does that sound familiar? Oh yeah, my footage cut out right at the end of the run, just like last time. How does this happen twice? I redid the fights, but I didn't have footage for this one still for some reason, so I fought Bootleg Bunker again for you guys. If you want a teaser for my next challenge run though, just look at the death counter. Make sure to subscribe to see what monstrous idea caused this pain. Alright, we finally made it to the last boss, and for the peeps that are wondering about the pregnant alien boss, I'm sorry, you guys are getting kink shamed today. The Sentinel fight was actually really long. The whole fight has like 7 phases, and to give you an idea on how long it took, I grabbed this Mox Tail for a little bit of extra gun damage, and it's supposed to last 30 minutes. We made it to the arena with about 28 minutes left, and the long grind started. Like I said before, this fight took a while, but to be honest with you, it wasn't the hardest thing in the world. That title is reserved for me when I finally get to stop playing the pre-sequel. Okay, let's wrap things up. All jokes aside, I actually enjoyed this fight, because everything in this fight was skill-based. Every move that the Sentinel threw out was dodgeable with some sort of precise movement, and I think the pre-sequel should get some props for that, because in Borderlands 2, some enemies are just straight up undodgeable. I think we're going to end this fight by showing you guys a couple of clips from the battle and the finishing blow. The fight itself was probably a full 30 minutes, but I'll keep it short. They messed up.
Not that much. Release 5 naked people.
Oh,
We
come
can
on.
all work together.
Oh my god. Oh no, that is not good. Dude, you need to perish like now. You need to perish like now. No, please. Let's go. No barf. No barf, gang. Hashtag boss Mel. I am glad to say, you can beat Borderlands as a pre-sequel with only the probe. Alright guys, that's gonna wrap it up for this run. If you guys have any feedback, I'm always open to suggestions, so please let me know what you think in the comments below. And remember, 1 like equals 1 torque sent to horny jail. I also want to thank you guys for all the support. I definitely did not expect to hit 100 subs off my first video, and as promised, I'll be doing a face reveal video soon. And if you guys have any questions, post them below and I'll answer them then. Anyway, if you haven't seen my first video, you can check it out here, and until next time, breathe easy homies. Borderlands 2 offers millions of guns, but for the most part, we all use the same 10 or so because the rest just aren't viable. But where's the fun in that? Well, in my never-ending journey to prove the viability of low-tier weapons and gear, I have come across a challenge that almost broke me. Today we will be answering, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun? A quick rundown of the rules. We're playing on OP10, all Vault Hunters and all skills are allowed, and of course elephant gun only. As for the rest of the gear, I'll show it on screen. It's all pretty basic except for the class mod, and if you think the class mod is too OP, think again. According to my computer's really weird calculator, the class mod will be taking about 2/3 of my already small shield. Mix that with Squishy Boy Zero and his lack of health regen, and you get pretty much one-shotted to health gate every time. Alright, first thing I did when I started this run was put every point I could into the sniper tree. Usually there are a lot of low tier skills that don't help a lot much damage wise, but with the A- accuracy and awkward handling of this gun, I was going to need all the help I could get. Also, now's probably a good time to mention I made sure to put Jacob stocks on all my elephant guns. For the viewers that don't know, the Jacob stock will increase my recoil by a lot, making this challenge even harder. Right off the bat, I determined the strategy for using this gun would be to reload after each shot. This way, I get the 1 shot 1 kill damage bonus every shot, and it's actually faster to shoot and reload than to just shoot again normally. Within the first minute, I already thought this challenge was impossible, but then I realized I just wasn't slagging anyone or throwing kunai. A running theme in this challenge is me trying to throw my kunai out and not getting a single slag kunai to proc. The elephant gun can definitely be used for mobbing, you just need to be good at the game. Which I wasn't, but I was determined. I hoped by the end of this run I would be a Counter-Strike pro. One-shotting enemies is easy as long as you can slag them in deception. Doing this also doesn't cause you to alert other enemies, which if you think about it, kinda makes Borderlands 2 a stealth game. So some enemies would be super easy, but sometimes the same type of enemy would be a real pain. Like this Ironclad Psycho took 6 bullets to the head, and this one took 1? It really just depends on if they get slagged. We made it to our first boss, and we started to have a bad time. Boom's cannon ignores health gate as usual, and our sniper isn't accurate enough to actually snipe consistently, so we had to resort to other means. Between Boom and Boom, it was obvious we should take out Boom first, which I tried to do without cheesing, but he just wouldn't die. I managed to one-shot him right as he downed me though, so that was kind of annoying. Boom, on the other hand, was just super obnoxious. I tried climbing the tower behind him, but the psychos were just throwing tomahawks like it was a Black Ops 2 Sticks and Stones game. Boom also tried to launch me out of the arena, but I'm a Borderlands 2 genius, so his cheap strats weren't gonna work on me. I managed to snipe this rack and live to die another day. Or another 10 times until I realized I should change up my strategy. The new strat was to just keep running circles around him and landing crits when I could. This strat was used a lot during this run, so for future reference, I'll refer to it as tetherballing, so it sounds like I invented it. I finally knocked Boom out of his booster seat, and he died the same way Boom did. The path to Flint wasn't bad because a lot of the fights weren't mandatory, so I ran past a lot of enemies. My last Borderlands 2 challenge run didn't have this liberty, so I decided to milk the shit out of it. I was sure Flint was gonna end the run, because its mask blocks crits, and no crits equals no dead fire guy. What you're about to witness is the cheesiest boss fight you have ever seen. We're not talking about that good gate-crushing G-cheddar. We're talking about that tricking Flint into thinking you're in melee range but you're actually not, then shooting him in the back of the head 46 times until he is diagnosed with death stinky cheese. The homie killed me 10 times, but what's funnier than that is the fact that I was able to get over 10 stacks of critical ascension on him with this piece of rifle. It was finally time to go to Sanctuary, but we got bullied by some Mongs along the way.
Ah!
No!
Oh, what the f***? Ah! No, bro! Ah! Driving a car was actually pretty refreshing considering my last challenge run, but almost dying to Door Guy was kind of embarrassing. 34 deaths in, we made it to Sanctuary. I decided to customize our character to make Zero look like an asshole that would hunt elephants. Or like he sells fried chicken. Yeah, definitely the second one. Frostburn Canyon is kinda like Sawtooth Cauldron in a way, because both of them trigger my flight response. I rarely want anything to do with these places and the people they house, so I went any percent mode and ran right through. 95% of this map was just fighting the psychos at the end. Lilith kept messing up my shots, so this took way longer than it should have. Anyway, long story short, everything was going fine until the big psycho showed up and took my life 10 times. Probably would have been fine, but Lilith decided to play hacky sack with them every time I had a shot lined up. After that, we had an easy task for once. You would think killing cars would be tough because you can't crit them, but Zero has Boar, so these things actually got decimated. I think my car destroying abilities got to my head though, because I decided to take on the local raid boss, the Caravan, but I quickly realized that I was still no match for him. Instead, we took on a more realistic challenge. Badma. Nomads with shields in general are a pain, but they are extremely obnoxious if crits are your only means of damage. He killed me 5 times before I found a working strat to take him down, that strat being a mixture of tetherballing and playing Duck Duck Goose around this building. Dubert also helped us seal the deal by distracting Badma so he could land a final crit. I was so appreciative of Dubert that I decided to let him live. The beginning of the Bloodshot Dam was going good. I was hitting all my shots and bandits were dying quick. I was starting to think that this gun wasn't so bad after all. It can hit really hard if you use it to break deception, and I was having a lot of fun with this gun. But this would be the last time I felt joy in this run. Actually, the last time I felt joy at all. For the life of me, I just couldn't kill Mad Mike. His launcher definitely had some rocket speed parts, cause when he shot, I just didn't have any time to react. He killed me like 7 times, but like most mini bosses that give me a hard time, I ended up one-shotting him. This is the part of the game where we get introduced to Roland, which is cool, but we also get introduced to loaders, which is bad. Also, did I mention you can't crit surveyors? Cause you can't. It's like really f***ing dumb. I died way too many times here, but I managed to get to the Warden. The fight went decently smooth because he has a big ol' stationary crit spot and Critical Ascension put in some work. but I was still very fed up with this part of the map, so I finished warding off with a spiteful 360 no scope. Get it? Because there's no scope. I really didn't want to fight the rest of these loaders, and I guess Roland didn't either, because he just let me turn the mission in before we killed them all. This is why people like Roland more than you, Lilith. Come on, you gotta step up your game. Speaking of cool characters, Tina made us some bombs so we could go hijack a train. The loaders on the train weren't too happy with us, though. I wouldn't say we fought the loaders blocking our way. It was more like we slowly dismantled the loaders blocking our way. There were some surveyors too, but if you just jump in place, they get a little confused and stay still, which was a lifesaver for this challenge. So the Wilhelm fight was weird, because it felt doable and impossible at the same time. He has shield regen surveyors, missiles that can track you even in deception, and can spawn loaders, which are just an added annoyance. But on the other hand, he has a decent sized crit spot, the drones could be bore killed very easily, and the drones were good for second wins. My advice for anyone taking on this challenge is to keep your distance and keep one drone on low health so you have a second wind ready if you do go down. Also, if you want to try this challenge for yourself, I'll put a link to this save in the description. I'll throw in some of my past videos save files too. Anyway, the fight went a lot better than I anticipated, with only 3 casualties. Okay, maybe 4. The next part of the game can be summed up pretty quickly. Lilith made me go through the fridge. To be fair, I literally just ran right through it, but the game gets exponentially worse from here. Everything was going kinda fine until this angelic guard from hell popped up. And I'm no English teacher, but I'm pretty sure that's an oxymoron. Anyway, the loader alone was already obnoxious, but I also had to deal with the fucking Terramorphous wannabe heads with the undodgeable whip arm attack. My last bit of luck got me through this fight. It was distracted by some loaders, and I was able to slag it long enough to kill him from a safe distance. Overlook went as expected. I got there, placed the beacon, befriended the wounded loaders, started putting them back together, met their mother, had an argument with their mother, committed mechanical genocide, and went home. Back at Sanctuary, our boy Michael gave us one last chance at playing the game like a normal human being. And boy, I wish I took his offer, because the preserve was hell. All the hardest enemies for the elephant gun to kill were here. Stalkers, loaders, skags, the f***ing bird! The loaders were the first obstacle. Apparently getting both of your arms shot off isn't considered a wound. I'm pretty sure all 5 of these loaders right here were missing at least one limb, but it just didn't register. So we just had to do it the old-fashioned way and just murder them all. Stalkers were really annoying because A, they're stalkers, and B, they're stalkers. I just feel like trying to land crits on them is so awkward because they move really quick and just turn fucking invisible. The ultimate loader was close to being a run ender. If I can't crit something, I pretty much have no damage. And once you shoot the arms off this guy, it no longer has crit spots. The only reason I was able to take it down is because it didn't have health regen like most normal mobs do. It took a while, but it was killable. Skags are probably the easiest of all the enemies here, but I got pretty unlucky with the rabid spawns. Okay. Ah! Critting Skags isn't always easy, so I resorted to grouping them up and trying to bore them. I managed to kill enough to get the door open, and it was time for the Bloodwing fight. Right now, it probably seems like getting through the preserve doesn't seem as bad as I made it sound. But imagine doing all that 5 f***ing times. Oh my fucking gosh, man. Why the f*** did the game crash so many fucking times? On top of all those crashes, Mordecai decided not to help and slag the stupid fucking Skags, so second wins weren't even an option. I was in the preserve for 7.5 fucking hours. My guy, look at my deaths. You know how many I walked in with? This fucking many. Oh my fucking gosh, man. Okay. Alright, I was holding that in for about 2 months, so that felt pretty good to let out. Anyway, like I said, Mordecai wouldn't slag the Skags for some reason, so I had to devise a new strategy because Bloodwing's attacks are just plain out undodgeable 99% of the time. Step 1 of the plan was to use our secret weapon. which was this 12-year-old Monster Energy sniper shot. I was saving it for a while, but I couldn't think of a better time to use it than this challenge. Step 2 of the plan was to get the skags out of my way. They respawn if they're all killed off, so instead I lured them up the elevator because they aren't able to jump back down for some reason, leaving the arena to just me and the bird. Step 3 was to carefully play peekaboo with Bloodwing. The spot you're seeing right here is safe unless Bloodwing lands on the ground or does her breath attack if she flies in at the right angle. After a few tries using this strat, we finally took her down.
No. Bloodwing, no.
Oh my. Oh.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, how did that fucking work? Dude, I'm trying to keep still. My fingertips are numb, bro. You guys. No amount of emotional turmoil was going to make me give up on this run. I've suffered too much to quit now, so we were off to recruit Brick, which went very smoothly actually. For the most part, I was able to relax and watch some World Star hip hop type stuff go down. Opportunity was up after that, and it went pretty bad. The Jack Doppelganger should have been an easy assassination mission, but everything went terrible. He is pretty tanky and tries to run away from you. On top of that, the engineers had a thin piece of metal that somehow blocked crits. Sometimes I'd be able to shoot them off, but I felt kinda random and luck based. Also, there's this one ion loader who was a master at strategic positioning because his actions caused like 10 of my deaths. But like most mini bosses that give me a hard time, I ended up one-shotting him. On the way to bunker, I realized I forgot to take the Face McShooty mission like a heathen, and I found this really dumb death spot. The path to bunker was an uphill battle. I don't know where to start, but these guys were just plain out cheating. The combination of jet loaders, super surveyors, and constructors all made this task feel impossible. After slowly taking out all the bots, I had to quickly dispatch the constructor before it made more. The best way to do this was to use his defense turret as boar fodder. It was important that I did not slag the turret as to keep it alive so I could keep the extra boar damage while I stacked up critical ascension. Alright, before we talk about them, let's talk about this. And of course, let's not forget about this. Yeah, I fought those stupid f***ing bots again. I was a big idiot, didn't even see that the f***ing door was open, so I could have just ran past the whole time. But yeah, that took up another fraction of my life. Anyway, back to them. Long story short, baby turret's OP. If anything was going to end the run, it was going to be these heathens right here. Here's what makes these things so f***ing annoying. Number 1, no crisp spot. Number 2, their health regen is busted and my DPS wasn't even keeping up. And number 3, they're immune to most types of slag. These things can't be slagged with kunai or even take damage from my slag grenade. I tried to use a loader as boar fodder, but that just wasn't working. I also tried grenade jumping past them, but they were required kills to progress, so we were gonna have to do some cringe type stuff. I really don't like using shields, grenades, or relics that have gimmicks, but I had to pull out a grenade that could slag with these miniature raid bosses. A simple transfusion grenade did the trick, and after 3 hours of trying, they finally died. Oh. Alright, this place wasn't as bad as the preserve, but I did rack up like 80 deaths just trying to get to the friggin' bunker. Anyway, the super toaster on top of the mountain wasn't bad, it was mostly just this ultimate loader that was making the fight hard. But the critical ascension makes quick work of constructors, so nothing too painful. Speaking of pain, it was time to see if the elephant gun could snipe Face McShooty. The main issue wasn't the lack of scope, but more a lack of natural accuracy. Even with the accuracy boost from my skills, it still took about 15 shots before I landed the crit. Nonetheless, the elephant gun can snipe Face McShooty, so it will go on the top rank of the tier list. I knew the bunker fight was going to be tough. Yeah, the big turrets had crisp spots, so that was in my favor. But was I going to have enough firepower to take on the... Oh yeah. Find it really funny that all those big turrets and the big defense spot were like super easy to take out, and then you have ion loaders who won't even let you in their bubble if you're down. Like for real though, whose idea was it to make it so you just start climbing the bubble? Who? Please, someone please tell me. On top of those fuckers, we also had more invincible baby turrets, but now they had undodgeable laser beams, which sadly means I had to bust out the cringe grenade again, which made me feel like a cheater even though I wasn't cheating. We managed to make it out alive with a little over 400 deaths on the board, and I practically dodged a bullet because my game crashed as soon as I made it back to Sanctuary. TBH, I wasn't hating the idea of going to Sawtooth Cauldron. After all, I've been fighting robots who resist normal bullets for the longest time, and squishy bandits seem to be a lot easier to handle. The ambush commanders weren't bad either because their heads are pretty big and deception can distract them pretty easily. I did get pooped on by mortar though. The buzzards probably would have went perfectly if it wasn't for this goon, but I think he tried to fight a buzzard and just flew away anyway, so he wasn't an issue for long. You could get through this next part of the game pretty quick usually. I don't think there is a single mandatory kill in all of the Arid Nexus, which is a good thing because our boy Saturn can't be slagged and doesn't have a crit spot. But even with running right past everyone, I managed to die right before picking up the info we needed. The final mission was upon us, and I was ready to end this. But the game would not make it so easy though. Taking out loaders with Claptrap was fine, but the combo of Super Surveyors took forever to kill. Eventually I managed to confuse them really close to each other, and Boar took it from there. Hero's Pass was going fine, until I met up with my sworn enemy, Baby Turret. On top of having stupid health regen, no crit spot, and being hard to slag, they are also completely immune to molten lava, I guess. One last time I had to pull out the cringe grenade, cause not even Brick and his infinite hammer supply could take it out. With the turret dead, the path was clear. It was time for the big fight. Jack was our first opponent, and he was definitely a tough one. The fight was more intense than a 1v1 on Rust against the guy that said rude things about your mom on Xbox Live.
Hey kiddo, Jack here, president of Hyperion.
He had health regen, which made this fight last a while. He was also using a lot of crazy movement tech that I've never seen before. I managed to hone in on his one weakness, that being his big shootable face, and went on to the final fight with the warrior, which went a little something like this. With the stakes raised, I finally managed to take out the warrior. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun. With the game finally beat, we did what anyone would do after a run like this. Celebrate with a monster shotgun, and then start a DLC. That's right homies, you're getting some bonus content. Alright, I'll keep this short. So when I do these challenges, I usually like to see if the weapon I'm using can farm itself, and if it comes from a DLC, I try to beat that DLC as well. The DLC started out as normal. Our boy Hammerlock was even repping an elephant gun too. His shot explosive rounds though, so that was pretty weird. So on top of being everybody's least liked DLC, it was also nearly impossible. Landing any type of crit, which may I remind you is their only source of damage, was just impossible on these guys. Roll the footage.
World revealed. Weakness is now known to me. Time to go to work. Deceive you. An illusion fools you all. I move for the kill.
Ironically, the most efficient way of killing these guys was actually just to get them to level up to demon form. That gets rid of their impenetrable wooden mask. 2 hours and 30 deaths into this DLC, the last of the hunters got confused, and taking them out got 100 times easier.
Quote working out. Egg. Okay. Let's go.
With all the eggs procured, it was finally time to take out Arizona. And she was a pretty tough boss to figure out. So basically, her crit spots can disappear if they're shot too much, and if not fought properly, she can still have half her health left with no way to crit her. And with the amount of health she has, the fight from there is practically impossible. But if you play your cards right and slag her in deception, she can be killed with 3 precise shots. 5 kills and 3 hours of getting stick bugged later, we managed to farm an elephant gun. After beating Thermotage in a game of tetherball, saving Claptrap was up next. This took a while because I couldn't land any crits, so I relied on boar to get kills. I was doing this for a long time, long enough for the friendly worshippers to respawn. After this, the only mandatory fights for the rest of the game were Poop Spike and these elite savages. Both weren't bad because they could actually be critted, but Jackenstein was a straight up shit show. Every one of this guy's attacks is undodgeable. Mix that with the amount of ion loaders he spawns, you get a whole lot of pain. I had 2 options. Pull out the cringe transfusion grenade again for some type of healing, or use this cheese spot I knew about. After 80 attempts in this fight and 600 deaths total over the run, I chose the latter. So if anyone was wondering, you can beat Sir Hammerlock's big game hunt with only the elephant gun. Barely. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I really appreciate all the kind words I've been getting in the comments. Leaving comments like that and liking the video really helps motivate me to keep doing these runs. And if you guys want to see me suffer some more, consider hitting that subscribe button. And if you really want to see me suffer some more and you're watching this shortly after release, I'm live on Twitch right now starting my next challenge run. So come stop by if you want. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Captain Blade was the most feared pirate on Pandora long, long ago. Through treasure hunting missions, we can find the gear he used to become so infamous. Today we ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade? Now obviously, Captain Blade isn't a playable character in Borderlands 2, but his gear scattered throughout the pirate DLC can make us pretty close to the real thing. And all of these items are cursed and provide some type of negative effect on us. To list them off real quick, the rapier makes getting punched hurt more, the orphan maker just plain out hurts to shoot, the manly man shield makes elemental damage hurt more, the auto idol makes fight for your life shorter, and the midnight star ejects child grenades towards the player. Now they do have benefits, but some are just not that helpful. The rapier is the best melee weapon in the game, but since we're on OP10, melee isn't really viable, especially on a gunzerker. The Manly Man Shield adds 40% explosive damage to our melee attacks, but it's also quite useless. The Auto Idol returns health upon kill, but it's only like 8%, and if the Orphan Maker is our main source of damage, it pretty much cancels it out for that one shot. And the Orphan Maker's damage output is pretty good, so we have that going for us. And the Midnight Star has... Wait, what does the Midnight Star have? Increased damage and reduced child grenade count. Huh. Anyway, we're also going to be using a legendary Hoarder class mod to keep on theme with pirate stuff, and it helps us gunzerk more, so all curses can be active at once. Alright, really quick on the rules. Geared OP10 challenges are my style, so that's how we're going to go about it.
All skills are allowed with discretion as to not avoid the challenge, no bar, and lastly, no left-handing the Orphan Maker. The reason for that last rule is because the self-damage doesn't trigger when left-handing, which would defeat the purpose of the run, and mom ain't raised no game exploiting. Okay, on to the run. First thing I did was choose my skills. I chose Asbestos to counteract the Manly Man shield, and because of the cool gas mask icon, I also picked up Fistful of Hurt and Double Your Fun. I don't play the Gunzerker too often, so the rest of my build was trash. I really want to go back in time and slap myself for not grabbing no kill like Overkill. Most of the beginning of the run was spent learning how not to die, and how to properly go about fights. It was immediately apparent that my fight for your lifetime was short, and 9% slag chance is absolutely infuriating. Also, I literally never played the Gunzerker on PC before, so I had to get used to a lot of dumb shit, like the inconceivable glitch where your guns don't auto-reload after they're empty. I really hate that one. And most importantly, I had to learn the shot pattern of the Orphan Maker. Usually this gun is pretty good, but the Jacob stock makes the accuracy recovery extremely low. 7 quick and brutal deaths in, I realized I forgot to turn my bar off, so we had to restart. Luckily I caught it early. I'd probably need a straitjacket if it happened any later. This time around, I decided to try and use some grenades, and well, that didn't go too great. I also tested how much self-damage the Orphan Maker does. Usually Borderlands gameplay goes, I shoot them and they die. But this time around, it went, I shoot them and we die. So if I don't have any shield, I'm practically not allowed to shoot my gun. I didn't fully learn this lesson until deep into this run though. Making my way to Boom Boom, I tried the Midnight Star again, and just like before, it was actually worthless. So to add to the challenge, I decided that the grenade mod wasn't allowed to come off. So grenade jumps were out of the question. Boom Boom was ready to blow, and I was ready to go. Psych, I got pooped on. Boom, as always, gave me a little bit of trouble before I got lucky and took him out. Boom, on the other hand, killed me many times. I was constantly seeing the blue respawn screen, so I decided to put my new blue light glasses on. Alyssa got them for me recently and said they were for when I was bad at Borderlands. Honestly, best gift ever. Anyway, Boom had too much health regen for my DPS to handle, mainly because I had to take long pauses so my guns didn't kill me. 38 deaths in, I got desperate and found something that will change my challenge runs forever. What? I didn't know I could do this. Dude, I wish I would've known this for my last run. The new strat of getting within neck snapping range worked great. I just lined the psychos up so they couldn't hurt me and started going to town. Also, here's a slagged armored enemy taking nothing but critical hits by this corrosive rapier, and it's doing nothing. This is just for reference on how little damage this thing does. Good thing we had the Orphan Maker though, because this wouldn't have been possible without it. After getting misted by my first monster shotgun of the run, we were off to fight Flint. You can't see it, but the word fight has quotations around it in my script. It also says something about foreshadowing, but that word has too many syllables for me to understand. A common problem I would face in this run is getting shot down to low health right before I tried to shoot the Orphan Maker, making me die. Another common problem was thinking the Midnight Star would actually work this time around. All these issues were building up, and day one of this challenge was really breaking me. I've never been closer to giving up than I was during the Flint fight. The health regen mixed with me always taking damage from other people made this fight impossible. I had one last idea before I was going to throw in the towel. Earlier in the run, I said something I was totally wrong about. 10. Melee Sal and OP10 don't exist. Okay. Yeah, you seen that right. In one last desperate attempt to best Flint, I managed to find the cheesiest cheese ever. I call it Flint locking. Knocking him out of his arena makes him really confused, and he won't try to attack you anymore. And if you try to knock him into the water, this happens.
Why are we still here?
just to suffer. Every night, I can feel my leg.
We might have done Flint bolder than Lenny from Of Mice and Men, but he would have the last laugh after tricking me into thinking I got a legendary and jumping into the cold water below. This point of the run was both the victory and a mental health boost. The amount of laughing that occurred from everything that just happened really helped. After that whole fiasco, we had to get the power core for Sanctuary and kill 20 bandits for Reese like the good Vault Hunter we are, and Sanctuary, as always, was no challenge for obvious reasons, so let's get to Frostburn Canyon. Running past every enemy in this place is always satisfying. I always wish that the game had some type of bee-hopping mechanic that would let you keep momentum if you time your jumps good. Like imagine if you grenade boosted for speed, and then you could just keep the momentum. That would be dope. Okay, I'm getting a little off track. Anyway, I tried doing the spike jump skip for the first time ever, and I nailed it, making my success rate 100%. Get flexed on. And fighting through the psychos here wasn't bad. Melee Sal even worked for a little bit. This might be common knowledge, but if you don't want Lilith getting in your way, I found that fighting on the bridge makes things a lot. You were supposed to get bandit car pieces, which I did, I just forgot to hit record. And when I tried to get the short clips of it from my Twitch VOD, the VOD was just gone, I guess? Which sucks because I got this pearl from a tubby, I just don't have the clip of it. Anyway, here's a fun fact. The saw blades from bandit technicals count as melee damage. So if you have a melee boosting skill or any type of gear that boosts melee damage, they take effect here. You can see that my saw blades are doing bonus explosive damage, and that's from the Manly Man shield. You could try this with the Love Thumper shield and it gets pretty crazy. Anyway, back to the run. Bad Ma was our next mini boss to take out. The fight wasn't bad as soon as his meat shields broke loose. Hubert was my helper this time around, and he was so excited to be free that my man started breakdancing. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of those mobbing areas that felt really hard for some reason. It may have just been the number of ironclad psychos and shield nomads, but I'm also just bad at the game. I also felt kinda bad for killing these two during a private moment.
Oh, yeah.
But everyone else had it coming, especially Mad Mike. The guy just wouldn't die, and the fact that his corrosive launcher did extra damage because of my shield wasn't helping. After a few tries, I realized that he wasn't even a mandatory fight and the door to the next area was open. So I decided that flushing him like the turd he was totally fair. After saving Roland from getting kidnapped, we had to save Roland from getting kidnapped, which means the Warden was our next target. If you decide to try this challenge, which, save file in the description if you want, it is imperative that you kill Warden before he goes to the gulag. Be patient, be smart, and don't worry, he doesn't have health regen. You need to kill him first try or it's pretty much over. My mistake here was going for the kill instead of taking out that surveyor. If I were to have killed Warden here, it would have saved me hours. But I didn't, and now it was time for pain. Gulag Warden may seem like the same fight, but it's actually harder. Usually shooting Warden in the eye will stop any construction it is doing, but in the Gulag, you actually get ultimate loaders moonshot at you as well. Meaning getting close enough to do damage without dying is pretty much impossible. It wasn't until I realized that the loaders put me on their casting couch that the dread set in. Like holy shit, I really looked like I was gonna cry here. I tried a multitude of different strats, resetting the map to get a jump on the Warden, running around the map and doing run-by shootings, looking for cheese spots, but nothing was working. I had a few options. I could be a baby and reset the mission with the save editor to retry the Bloodshot Dam fight, but the same thing could just happen again. I could be a man and reset the whole playthrough because that would be more legit, or I could be a true man and live with my mistakes. With that being said, the final strat was devised. Step 1, break loaders' kneecaps to slow them down. Step 2, eliminate most loaders to have only 4 on the field. Warden will only spawn up to a certain amount. Step 3, be smart and patient, and do damage when it is a safe option. Even with this strat, the fight was tough. There was an Angelic Guardian dual-wielding Vladoff snipers that really messed me up, and I just wasn't able to kill it, so I just tried avoiding it. Eventually, the loaders got confused and stopped pursuing me for some reason, and I was able to slowly take out Warden from afar. I don't know why they stopped pursuing me right here. It's almost like Borderlands was meant to be played faster or something, and they just ran out of AI. Either way, I got really f***ing lucky right here. I really hope I never have to go to the gulag again. Tundra Express was our next destination. The usual order of operations ensued there. Sing Campfire Song with Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, and try to grenade jump with the Midnight Star. Pretty basic stuff. I was a little overzealous and forgot to grab the damsels, so that was kinda cringe, but oh well. It was time to fight Wilhelm, and I was prepared for an intense battle. I planned to take him out in my first attempt.
It's a trap! The vault key's not on the train. Abort the mission, soldier!
Well, it. I really didn't know that the train could just delete you like that. Well, guess I'm adding that to the random Borderlands facts part of my brain. Anyway, the actual Wilhelm fight was a good fight. Wilhelm in particular is a pretty fair boss, which is ironic because everyone is so surprised when he dies. The best approach to dropping this guy when your gear is bad is to just keep your distance and kill off the loaders. After that, keep your eyes in the sky to see where the scatter missiles go, and always leave one surveyor for second wins. Any more than that, the shield regen gets to be counterproductive, and it also tricks him into making more, which sets up for easy crits. But most importantly, practice your train dodging before you go in and fight him. Do all that and he should go down relatively easy. After dooming Sanctuary and a not so quick run through the fridge, we were finally to the Highlands. My brain at this point was hyper-focused for no damn reason, so I was zooming past loaders and constructors alike. This actually helped me learn a new strat though. Dealing with the tickle monster is way easier if it's distracted by loaders, so taking him out was relatively easy as well. Protecting the kidney stone it dropped was a completely different story. For those of you who are too good at the game to know, the beacon can only be destroyed 8 times before it just becomes invincible. I still attempt to protect the beacon in my challenge runs, but it is usually just a waiting game. After a few unfortunate deaths, the fast travel landed, and I made a break for it. Our reunion with the Sanctuary squad was short-lived, as Roland gave us the bad news. We had to go to the preserve. If you've seen my other runs, you know that nothing but pain resides here. Also, if you've watched my other videos, there's a 97% chance you aren't subscribed. So if you like the vids, please consider hitting that sub button. It helps the channel a lot and really motivates me to make these videos. Anyway, back to the run. I needed to mentally prep for the preserve, and by mental prep, I mean shotgunning 3 monsters in the span of 2 minutes. This was the run where I finally figured out how wounding loaders worked. It's not severing body parts like I originally believed, but it's actually just dealing enough damage to them. Which sucks when they have health regen. It's all really weird. Dying while they're wounded though makes it so that the counter doesn't go down, so theoretically you can wound the same loader 3 times if you die. I don't know, all I know is that my blood was practically battery acid at this point, so I needed a physical health boost to counteract my mental health boost. The solution was simple. 3 monsters plus 2 grilled cheese equals 1 monster. Disclaimer time, I'm not a mathematician, nor am I a dietitian, but I do know that a lot of caffeine is not good for you, so please don't try this at home. Make sure you're at a hospital first. After slamming those sandwiches in under a minute and burning my mouth in the process, we plowed right through the rest of the preserve. It seemed as the preparation was working because I was punching pup skags into mist. The only real setback that made me mad was this jump. Like I made the jump right here, but after having to come back through, I just couldn't hit it again. Dumb problems aside, it was time for the fight with my arch rival. Spoiler alert, it sucked. Psych! That bird, she got messed the f up. The main difference with this challenge opposed to my other ones was the ability to actually kill things. Yeah, I might be in fight for your life in order to spam my orphan maker, but at least I'm taking the heathens with me. Also, Cell's insight skill makes dodging Bloodwing actually possible sometimes. I managed to take out Bloodwing in only 3 tries. LilGasmask 1, Bloodwing 2. I still got bodied the last few challenges. After that victory, it was time to go find Mordecai's last remaining friend and then kill all of his friends. A combo of tough guys gave me some trouble, but I managed to glitch one out and it made things a lot easier. These guys often have Nova shields, so the key to giving them the sauce is to make sure you dodge the blast. After a few more little dudes, it was time to take on the final boss, Goliath Jackson. My mans was really moonwalking on me every time he had the chance. After a while, the smooth criminal met his fate. As for the secret ending boss, I decided we're gonna kill him Melee Sal style. Dual wielding rapiers gives us enough DPS to actually melee kill him, but that wasn't cool enough. we wanted to send him packing. Fighting loaders with Brick was actually pretty fun, mostly because he was a distraction and I got to punch an ion loader off a cliff. Fuck ion loaders. But our next task is where the run started to hurt again. Jack's body double was next on our hit list. If you watched me play live before, you probably have heard me call the heathens that run and hide cowards. The Jack double is the ultimate coward. His cowardice was so extreme that he ended up disappearing entirely, leaving me to reset the map. The strategy for taking him out was brute force and lack of patience, which worked. After an hour of attempts, with that show out of the way, we're on to the next one. The way to bunker is always hard, this time was no exception. I think jet loaders are moving up a tier on the most hated loaders tier list because they're the biggest cowards of them all. Fly away now! Yes. I also got bodied by this loot homie that didn't even drop anything. But the constructor was the real challenge. I was trying to kill this thing for a while. It was to the point where the beginning loaders started respawning and making it even harder. So I did what I do best. Find an obscure cheese strat for enemies that you should never have to cheese. The strat at hand? Constructor displacement. When this chunky dumpster is spawning, it likes to keep awkward eye contact with you, meaning you have a small amount of time to angle it to your liking. It's best to run up to the left of him so he's facing the door you need to open. This way, when he fires his missiles, they end up hitting the door before they can start tracking you, making for a much easier fight. The usually invincible baby turrets were only a minor annoyance this time around. After that, a wise man said wise words, I shotgunned another battery, watched the most awkward teabag of my life, cheesed the Omega dump truck, and started testing Face McShooty. At first, I wasn't sure what gun to use, but I decided to use the Orphan Maker. Reason being is I might redo a melee version of this challenge in the future, so the rapier can be tested at a later time. So basically, this took well over an hour. Early on, I found a strat that made it easier though. I would get my health really low so Inconceivable would proc more often, and spam shots until my shield was at its lowest before breaking. This was a bit risky though, and I ended up dying 3 times. Like, imagine dying to Face McShooty even once. Anyway, I finally landed a shot, and it was time to face Bunker's turrets. Irony came to play when the usually weak big turrets were the challenge, opposed to their baby man counterparts. The first 10 were fine, but this last one killed me several times. This turret wasn't slaggable for some reason. My guess is that glitch where slagging an enemy before they fully spawn makes them unslaggable. The most common example is slagging loot homies before they land on the ground. Or maybe I just had absolutely no luck, and 9% slag chance never came through. Honestly, both are believable. After a lot of patience, it finally died, and it was time to take on Bunker. The fight wasn't that intense if I'm gonna be real. Had a couple close calls, but the underside of the arena is super safe. Found a cool thing with ion loader domes where you can walk on the bottom side, but that's just random and not helpful. 35 minutes in, Bunker perished, and it was time for another shotgun. This time around, I tried to race with gravity. The goal was to finish the monster before Sal hit the bottom of the elevator. The result? Bad. The tap twisted on me. I couldn't open the top quickly enough. I feel like I could have had it, but now I gotta wait till the next challenge run. Angel Core was actually going great. I surprised myself when I was able to take out angelic guards for the first time, which made me believe this part was possible. After a good chunk of mobbing, the last injector was finally exposed, and it was invincible. No biggie, I'll just reset the map and... Oh. Okay, I guess the mobbing wasn't that bad. I'll just do it again and then destroy the... What the fuck? Okay, I'll leave out the door so it doesn't reset the fight and... Oh, brother, come on! Wow, a third time. Who would have guessed? Alright, Calm Gas Mask is back. So this was actually a hard lock. I literally couldn't proceed. On the third attempt, I noticed that the injectors respawn for some reason. I don't know why, but I thought that this might mess up the game, so I tried a 4th time, and I did it under 25 minutes, which is the time it takes for mobs to respawn, and it still was busted. 3 whole hours of Angel Core, and 1 hour of troubleshooting given to make the mission complete. We figured it out. Alright, with that covered, it is time to cover Sawtooth. I hated this too. The ambush commanders actually spawn camped me for a while, and I was having trouble getting shots on them. My most viable strat was to get up close and fight for your life and spam the Orphan Maker. This wasn't a guaranteed kill though. After getting tenderized like a steak for a while, I managed to kill 3 of 4 of them, and the last guy was glitched out of bounds. Oh great, more glitches. My favorite. I thought I had a simple fix. I really thought I could just reset the map on this one, which I did, and I only still had to kill 1, but 4 of them spawned, all at once. On the bright side, I only needed to kill 1. After that, a cowardice buzzard killed me, and I found a weird glitch where if you die in the elevator, you'll respawn on the elevator. It was kind of weird. After finally taking the buzzards out in one of my most grueling sawtooth runs, it was time for the final sprint. Every time I go to the boneyard, I rewire my brain for its prime directive. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. After they were cranked, we telefragged the pipe and went to the Badlands. With the amount of mental deterioration these runs put me through, being able to turn my brain off for a bit helps, especially right before the big fight. It was also my birthday, so Alyssa made me baby plum cupcakes. Hashtag wholesome moment. Anyway, I usually run right past Saturn, but since I did that last time, and I really didn't want to deal with him firing at me, I decided we would kill him this time. Now I could have patiently killed Saturn with the Orphan Maker, but I really wasn't about that action. So I propped my Powerade bottle up on my mouse and killed Saturn while I bodied people in Smash Bros. Passive income, man. It will change your life. I bodied Saturn and Mr. Game & Watch practically at the same time. Killing Saturn made retrieving the data a lot easier. It was now time for the final stretch before Jack and the Warrior. Fighting the loaders with Claptrap went like most loader fights. I would kill a few, die, then repeat. This time around though, I was smart, and I baited out the super surveyors by severing their homies' limbs. I also found a couple of warloaders dabbing, and I wasn't about to let that amount of cringe exist in the same realm as me any longer. Like, bro, I'm already here. Quit trying to steal my spotlight. I somehow managed to get through this fight with relative ease, but a couple of bullloaders actually started rolling me. Yeah, I was really nailing this part of the Captain Blade cosplay. I would say bullet deflection, bad slag luck, and the weird double shot explosive thing these guys always have amounted to just the right amount of obnoxiousness. And my choice of gear played absolutely no factor in these fights whatsoever. After they were dealt with, the rest got a little easier. I might be a buffoon for thinking that the Midnight Star could get 1 kill before the run ends, but Mordo and Brick are true homies and backed me up. While Mordo was slagging the enemies, Brick and I were beating them to scrap metal.
Happy feet, wombo combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco.
And after Mordo took out the turrets, the rest of the enemies became optional. The final fight with Jack was upon us, and like most of the runs so far, some weird cursed shit went down. What you're watching is a 40-minute fight sped up a whole lot. As you can see, his shield isn't really dropping. So when I eventually died, I needed a large refresher to keep me motivated. It was my birthday. I was gonna kill this. Shortly after the break, I thought of something. I didn't expect him to be so tanky. Can you spawn with different shields? What happens if the lava touch your no-no square? Hot balls. Oh, what the dude? What the Yeah, so I guess my man's had a turtle shield on or something stupid. I don't even know anymore. Even with his shield down, there was still a challenge at hand. His health regen far surpassed my ability to keep up with him and stay alive. It seems like I would run off to recover health and he would have the same idea, except he was better at it. Out of pure desperation not to lose the run this far in, I decided to make the playing field more suitable for the fight. I started punching loaders into the lava, not to kill them, just to get them out of the way, and shortly after Jack just stopped. Yeah, I'll play most of the kill right here. I'm not really sure why he did this. My guess was he probably realized it was my birthday and decided to give me the win, but it's likely that this fight was just being glitchy like it always is. Either way, I got the kill, and it was time for the true final boss. This time around, I decided to take him on from a different spot than usual, but the same shoot monster till he dies strategy was used. After a few fails by the hands of Crystalisks, the warrior assumed fate acceptance position. Or so I thought. He tried to pull one last trick on me, but luckily, I'm a very paranoid individual, so my guard was already up. Once his health bar was finally down to practically nothing, I seen my chance to get a kill with the Midnight Star, the final boss, taken out with the worst grenade ever created. All to finish off this treacherous set. Nah, psych, it failed on me again. On top of that, I killed the warrior while left-handing the Orphan Maker. I decided that since I was in Fight for Your Life, the self-damage wouldn't have really did anything, so I let this one slide. The warrior dropped a terrible leech, and I finished Jack off with the obvious choice of weaponry. The proof is here. You can't beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade, even on your birthday. Alright, don't go yet. I got some bonus content for you guys. Really quick though, it'd be awesome if you guys subbed, liked, and commented on this video. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, and I also love hearing what you guys have to say. My Twitch and Discord links are also in the description if you want to check those out. Alright, now let's shiver some timbers. The Pirate DLC plays a lot like normal Borderlands 2. You just get pirate shanties stuck in your head more often. Things started out a little rough, but after outplaying the last few Pirates action movie style, our first real test arrived. So No Beard always spawns with this corrosive stinkpot rifle, so we had to dance our way around this one. On the bright side, the guy's got no beard and 2 left feet, so taking him out was pretty easy. After talking to the most talented ventriloquist on Pandora and fending off a very angry Alfredo noodle, we finally had our first aircraft, sand skiff, which we properly flew into a bigger boat so that we could in return shoot the smaller boats. Whole lot of boatception. Upon meeting Scarlet, she said that we needed to put Sandman to sleep, so we were off to his lair. On the way there, we also dug up another rapier because I wanted to find all the treasures as a bonus challenge. I don't know why I added more challenges because Big Sleep and Sandman were actually pretty annoying to fight. Well, Sandman actually died like a baby man, but Big Sleep is just a dumb boss. Like most enemies I despise, Big Sleep has this undodgeable chain attack that can even hit through walls. On top of that, the guy can just hit the whoa out of nowhere and deflect my bullets that, may I remind you, already hurt to shoot. A little over a dozen deaths later, I had to bring out the special weapon, the gas mask. And before anyone asks, yes, this gear is also cursed. Whoever wears this thing becomes unbelievably sexy at the cost of undying masochistic urges. With my breath steadied, brain cleared, and on the 666 death mark, I noticed something. For some reason, Big Sleep completely whiffed his melee attack right here while I was standing on this crate. Being the large craniumed lad I am, I instantly knew what to do. A simple confusion strat was all it took to take on this heathen. Also, he dropped the 12-pounder, so that was pretty cool. After we dug up our Orphan Maker and Manly Man shield, we raided this Hyperion caravan. Nothing too eventful, just your average Sea of Thieves gameplay experience. Grabbing the auto idol was more significant than talking to Herbert, so I'll include that instead of him. But our next destination was Washburn Refinery, where even robots can be cowards. There was a group of 2 super loaders that took about 20 minutes to kill, and then there was Hurley, who took 2 minutes to kill. Gearbox did my boy Hurley pretty bold when it comes to balancing. The main attack that makes him unique does 4 damage. On top of that, you can blow his arms off, making him the easiest boss in the game. With all 4 parts of the compass found and or jerry-rigged, it was time to set off to the lighthouse. Here we found the last treasure we needed, the Midnight Star. Way to save the best for last, am I right? Surprise, surprise, Scarlet betrayed me and sent her biggest cowards after me. They really said, I'm about to head out as soon as I needed a revive. Nothing too hard, but the lieutenants did mess me up quite a bit before I managed to take them out. We somehow photobombed our own POV of getting eaten and fought Roscoe the Rat Hive. Thinking about it now, the Leviathan has some type of turducken situation going on. Like for real, you have the rack inside of the Rack Hive, and then the Rack Hive inside the Leviathan? I don't know, I'm probably thinking too deep into this. Anyway, Roscoe was a bigger baby than Sandman, both figuratively and literally, so he died in like 40 seconds. The Leviathan, though, was a whole different story. At first I was bombarded by sandworms and their deadly corrosive spit, But then after I respawned, they just disappeared. I don't know why, but it was just 10 minutes of dodging rocks and shooting his eyes and heart. After that was done, a whole wave of worms popped up, and I just took them out from a safe spot. It was a very slow process, mostly because when they go underground, they remove any slag applied to them. And, you know, the whole 9% slag. Yeah, you get it. After all that, I had to fight not one, but 2 sandworm queens before the Leviathan showed its neck. It would have been so simple. I just had to kill the last weak spot, but I left-handed. I had no excuse this time. It was tempting to let it slide, but I had to do what was right. Resetting the fight was the only option. So I did this 20-minute fight about 3 times before the Leviathan finally perished. Which means you can beat Captain Scarlet and her pirate's booty as Captain Blade. Alright guys, that's going to wrap up the video and the bonus content. I just want to thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, breathe easy, homies. With Tiny Tina's Wonderlands coming out soon, I thought it would be fun to do a theme challenge to build up a little hype for the game. I ran the idea by you guys, and a majority of you wanted to see it. So here we are with today's challenge. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the power of friendship? In this challenge, we will be utilizing the Mysterious Amulet from the Tina DLC and the Unicorn Explosion Shotgun from the Lilith DLC. Before I show you the rest of the build, I'm going to throw the rules at you real quick. First off, we will be playing on OP10 as always. Second, we will be playing as Krieg and require a few specific skills to add to the challenge. More on that in a second. No bar, and most importantly, you gotta bring the homies. Now that everyone's been introduced, let's go over the rest of the skills and gear. We were all repping the Legendary Reaper class mod for that sweet, sweet Bloodbath boost, and to make kill skills last almost 5 times as long. We also have a basic shield and slag grenade just to balance things out. As for those required skills I was talking about, Fuel the Rampage is required so that team damage is something we have to consider, and Redeem the Soul because real homies would risk it all for each other. The rest of the build is centered around mostly bloodbath and explosive damage with very little melee boosts. I tried to balance it out so melee was somewhat viable, but not our main source of damage. And we also have 1 unspent skill point for a little trick you guys will see later in the run. Right off the bat, I taught everybody about the build we were working with. Basic stuff like how to heal, don't shoot your homies, try to proc bloodbath when you can, etc. You guys might also notice that we're all leaving glitter trails everywhere we go. And that's thanks to the Mysterious Amulet. The more people wearing one, the more intense the sparkles get. Often throughout the playthrough, we end up crop dusting each other with these sparkles. Our guns even make fart noises to really add to the immersion. We charged into our first battle not knowing how it would go. We were all still learning how to handle this challenge, and some of us even learned the hard way. I tried to go in for some melee attacks during Buzzak's Rampage and got totally decimated by friendly fire damage. We quickly learned to call out melee targets so that we could coordinate better. Like I said before, melee isn't the main damage source for this run, and it's barely viable. But on the other hand, I'd be lying if I said it's absolutely useless. For example, the benefit of getting a kill in Buzzak's Rampage is that you get a ton of Bloodlust stacks per kill, which is useful because getting stacks is hard with our current build. These stacks are what make Bloodbath so potent, and also help with mag size, reload speed, etc. And be real with you guys, the beginning fight really fried my brain. Like right here, I just shoot my homies for no reason. I didn't even notice this until editing, so sorry, Queen Knight. Well, the fight only resulted in 2 deaths, so that wasn't too bad. We were off to fight Boom Boom, or at least that's where we thought we were going. It's really hard to see anything in combat. The general rule of thumb is to shoot when you see your health bar or your reticle is red, and just hope you hit something. We weren't that coordinated at first, so this small bandit camp took a while. Eventually, we strategized amongst ourselves and all of us focused fire on the same baddies. Also, just as an FYI, from here on out, the death counter is going to be inaccurate. I just couldn't keep track of everything going on, so this one's my bad. And by inaccurate, I mean sometimes I just held the button down when I was dying, so it went up by like hundreds. Just ignore it. The plan for Boom Boom was simple. I would run in and lure Boom to the elevator first, and we would deal with him there. However, our grenade supplies were low, and we had already looted all the chests around. Buying more grenades wasn't quite an option yet because we were still broke since we had just started, so we had to devise a new plan. If one of us would run out of ammo, we would hop in and try to deal what damage we could while also trying to block him from running away. After we fought our best and did what we could, we would die for the homies, leaving a slag grenade behind from pull to pin. After brute forcing it with this strat for a while, we got the kill. As for Boom, we had a plan for him as well. Step 1 was for me to run up and jump on his turret and make him focus on me, while Lucas would be close by on psycho duty and helping with revives when possible. And Tom and Queenite were far off, sending stampede after stampede of shots at the turret. I used some of the grenades Boom dropped to slag him, and after 3-ish minutes, the bloodbath kicked in and the last third of his health got decimated. A couple of close calls and insta-bleed outs later, we managed to get more bloodbath from psycho kills and good slag luck to take him out. After that, I noticed that the door was taking damage, so we thought it'd be funny to kill it without the turret. But...
Oh no.
Wait. Oh no.
Yeah, we soft-locked the game. But on the bright side, Boom Boom didn't spawn again, so it was a simple fix. The path to Flint was open, and it was time to make it to the top. A pre-game huddle decided that we would run past the first bit of enemies, which wasn't the easiest, so we made Tom our designated checkpoint grabber, while the rest of us made sure that no one was left behind. Homies never leave each other behind. Even if they fall into deadly hypothermia-inducing frigid cold ice water, we have to go for them. It's not an option. So when Queenite fell in, I had to think quick. The plan was to just chain revives back and forth and gain as much distance as we could before hypothermia kicked in. This wasn't Borderlands 2 anymore. It was Saving Private Queenite. We all died to save her, and she was almost back to safety. The best we could do from here was cheer her on from the sidelines as she ran back to the mainland. A couple of lads even seen us use the power of friendship and decided to join the cause.
Oh, there's psychos behind us?
No, they're homies. They're homies.
Oh.
After a bit more mobbing, well, I think I was mobbing. It was kind of hard to see, like, anything at all. Anyway, we made it to the Flint fight. Before we jumped in, we devised a plan. One of us would lure Flint over towards our safe area, and 3 of us will attempt to deal as much damage as possible, while Queenite will be our designated medic that we can crawl to. Everything was going according to plan, and Flint looked like he was about beat, but we rushed in too soon and ruined everything. We all started dying, Flint kept healing and healing and healing. After about 20 minutes, we got our bearings together, and in an epic final stand, we managed to end his reign of terror. Finally, at 3 Horns, our next objective was to situate a car. There wasn't really any mandatory combat for this part, but these bullymongs were straight up relentless. We may have died, but on the bright side, our cars were straight up ballin'. That's right, everything is rainbow around here, even our exhaust fumes were glitter. You know what they say, if you're gonna pollute the planet, at least make it aesthetic. Corporal Reese was in some trouble, and since this challenge is all about friendship, the least we could do is go and save it. Oh, he's dead. Well, in that case, let's just make sure to kill the 20 bandits for him. Finally, Sanctuary, where all the homies are at. Speaking of homies, PK Lucas has a message for the YouTube squad. He also wanted me to show you guys this graph. We are up 8% from the last video, which is super awesome. If you have watched any amount of my videos and are enjoying the content, you might as well sub. And if you're already subbed, good job, I'm proud of you. Anyway, back to gaming. Speedrun Canyon had its usual start. I was thinking I was gonna smoke everybody in this race, but Tom straight up teleported to the end, precisely why he was designated checkpoint grabber. We had a little bit of trouble on the way when Queenite decided that she didn't want to walk anymore and tried to have a psycho carrier. Don't worry though guys, she's fine. Watching her attempt at taming a wild animal gave me an idea. And right then, we devised a new strategy. I call it res running. This strat utilizes fight for your life riding mechanics and redeem the soul's insta-revive to make for an easy medic evac. To perform this when your friend is down, first call out that you're going to res them and tell them to get ready to run. Then jump above them and press the revive button, thus landing on their head and letting them run you guys to safety. If their redeem the soul isn't active, they can also revive you as you're running. The power of friendship and teamwork is a great thing. Our first non-homie NPC arrived to ruin our day. Honestly, Lilith wouldn't have been that bad if her phase blast didn't hurt us. Whatever. We can camp out on the bridge where she can't get us and deal with the 3 super psychos. Or wait, I mean 12 super psychos. It turns out 4-player difficulty also adds more enemies as opposed to just stronger enemies, so I guess that's good to know. All of us were running out of ammo quickly and frequently, and since we were all still broke, I ran back, acquired loot, hit the skip again, and shot my gun 8 times before running out of ammo. Some of us had other ideas, like Queen Knight. Bless her soul. We were shooting, but mostly slicing as psychos for upwards of an hour. After saving the useless character, it was time to save the necessary character that the challenge may or may not have depended on. First thing we need to do is acquire a new whip. The cars we needed to destroy are weak, but I ended up getting ran over anyway. A few times. The second time I was just chilling when a car decided to ram the caravan into the back of my head. The deaths were worth it though, because now we have a truck that can hold all the homies. This is usually the part of the run where I say, bad ma hard, but honestly, there was another big psycho that took longer than him. We cornered him a few times, but good god, these guys are super tanky. Let's all take time to appreciate the fact that these guys don't have health regen, otherwise this would be a quick video. Bad ma, like I said, wasn't as bad, but still took a while. It would have been nice to get Bloodbath from his shield homies, but we killed him off too early. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of the most obnoxious parts of the run. The mobbing area before Mad Mike is literally a shithole. And the enemies here have the high ground, and getting close enough for efficient kills was just tough. Also, let's not forget about all the Ironclad psychos. But the absolute worst part was when Steam servers went down and kicked everyone from the game. It could have been a simple fix. Just had to wait for the homies to rejoin. But this wouldn't be a gas mask challenge run without dumb glitches. We had a game crash, meaning I had to run through all the obnoxiousness again. Since we got through all the mandatory combat here before the crash, I decided running through the next save was fair since we were practically right there anyway. Finally at the dam, we faced one of our scariest fights we were all dreading, the Warden. Constructors usually have upwards of 90% damage reduction to explosive damage, meaning we were going to have to put all of our offense into this fight. While going through the Friendship Gulag would have been pretty thematic for this run, it was not an option. With our plan ready, we charged in, and the fight went fan-tastic. I believe 2 or 3 of us were actually able to get Bloodbath to proc off loader kills, and with the 5 times duration, we absolutely annihilated Warden. And just like that, Roland was saved. Next up was our scheduled tea time with Tina. We decided to split up into 2 teams to get through this area faster. Me and Lucas snuck into the bandit camps for the badonkadonks, while Tom and Queen Knight talked to Tina and made the bombs. With the power of teamwork, it only took us 4 minutes to blow up the train and head towards the Wilhelm fight. This fight started off a bit rough just because he likes to spawn 16 loaders right as the fight starts, but after they were dealt with, Wilhelm created his own demise. The surveyors he spawns are like super easy for getting Bloodbath, so he didn't survive much longer. With the Logan's gun he dropped installed in the Sanctuary shield system, and having my life saved by the homies after Lilith's attempted assassination, it was time for the fridge run. It went pretty bad for all of us honestly, but Tom did a great job as checkpoint grabber as he usually does, so the pain was short-lived. After making it through the fridge with 8 more hard nipples than we walked in with, it was time to visit everybody's favorite Thresher, Mr. Noodle. He was a real pain to deal with this time around. Damage was slow, and his shields just kept coming back. But with a lot of teamwork and close calls, we managed to get the beacon back. Now, I really want to tell you guys we defended the beacon with everything we had, it didn't get destroyed, and we killed all the loaders. But no, this was just chaos and pain. The beacon eventually hit the invincible stage, and the fast travel dropped, but even with just trying to rush the fast travel, we kept dying. It took 10 minutes of trying to rush it and make sure no one was down before we managed to escape that mechanical nightmare. But the pain didn't stop there, because up next was the Preserve. We started out getting our butt cheeks chomped by rabid stalkers. But if we're looking on the bright side, wounding loaders is way easier with 4 players, so that was pretty cool. The mobbing wasn't crazy difficult, except for the stalkers, based on how they're built and the whole invisibility thing. Basically, it was just really tough to deal damage to them. I managed to get a crazy bloodbath chain for most of the first mobbing area, which paired with the revives I was getting, saved a lot of time. The ultimate loader was surprisingly weak compared to other big enemies we have faced. The real challenge we faced was totally optional, but we needed to know who would win in a 4v4.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no, this is impossible.
Oh no, not the jet loader.
Well, we died pretty fast. We managed to take out 3 of them, but with no drops sadly, but the 4th was a jet loader and flew away. A bit more mobbing and we made it to the end. Bloodwing was upon us, and she knew I was bringing friends this time around, so she came prepared with her own secret weapon. Not only did we have to deal with Bloodwing, but the jet loader is dropping missile strikes on us as well. Bloodwing being fast and airborne made hitting shots extremely hard with the guns we were using. Her mistake though was landing on the ground frequently, allowing us to focus our fire. We brought ponies to a bird fight, and by God, it was actually working. Our teamwork was on point during this fight. Most of our deaths were fast bleedouts after too many soul redemption revives, but other than that, we were executing SWAT-style maneuvers. Bloodwing landed while 2 of us had Bloodbath, and we practically sealed the deal there, bringing Bloodwing and I's rivalry score to 2-2. Tie game, baby, let's go! We had 1 homie left to recruit, and he was a buff pony lover just like the rest of us. Obstacle 1 was another big psycho. Obstacle 2 was Brick's Goons. The age-old strat of getting a Goliath to go God mode was our best option. But in the end, we would have to slay the god we created. This is the part where y'all think too hard trying to find a deeper meaning in something I just made up. Anyway, after jumping the sarcastic slab, we started punching robots with Brick. Also, here's a classic Tom joke.
Hey guys, how does Brick kill loaders?
How?
I don't want to know.
He breaks their motherboard.
That's going in the video.
With the boys, and Lilith, finally reunited, it was time to get the last thing needed for the bunker raid. The Jack Double was our next target, and let me tell you, this was a long fight. I feel like every time I fight this wannabe in a challenge run, I get some cursed, desperate POV of me trying to kill him. I can't get through this line without laughing, it's staying like that. This fight was extra tough because not only was his shield tanky, but he also has the power to instantly refill his shields, I guess? Lucky for us, however, he constantly summons reinforcements, aka bloodbath fodder. With both advantages and disadvantages in this fight, it was a real roller coaster. We got close a few times, but this insta-shield trick gave him a lot of time to regen his health. After a good 30 minutes, the game gave up and the Jack Double got stuck. Lucas and I would take turns going in for damage while Queen Knight and Tom distracted the reinforcements. Shortly after that, Fake Jack's fake face was sliced off. Finally, with all the tools acquired, it was time for the bunker raid. Obstacle 1 wasn't anything new for us, a simple constructor fight and the first door is open. Obstacle 2 was the one I was most worried about, the infamous baby turrets. For those of you who don't know, these turrets are completely immune to splash damage for some reason, meaning the only damage they would take were from direct pony contact. These guys also have some anime protagonist health regen, which makes progress incredibly fragile. Luckily, we were all Krieg and fought a glitch with another glitch. Infinite vertical melee is a thing in BL2 where you can melee anything directly above you, no matter how high it is. I know we didn't use just the unicorn explosion to take them out, but it's because of a glitch, so I think it's fair. If their blast immunity was intended, the word resist would show up instead of damage numbers, so I don't feel bad about this at all. The third obstacle before bunker was our tankiest enemy yet, the super constructor. We all hid and started laying into him as best as we could. Now, if you viewers learned anything from this fight, let it be that horses beat nukes.
No.
Oh, can I shoot the nuke? Please. Nuke, come after me. Please. Yes. I shot the nuke with a horse. I shot the nuke with a horse. Oh god. Somebody shoot the nuke. No, it's coming after me. Please, no. No.
This fight wasn't necessarily hard, it just took 20 minutes to finally take him out. And finally, the last test before bunker, Base McShooty. We opened fire and aimed high to lob our shots in hopes to land a hit. We suspected that the shots were disappearing, and we were right. They were actually only making it about halfway. Sniping from this distance wasn't an option, so me and Lucas tried a closer spot. Even at this range, it took a solid 20 minutes to actually hit it though. Mostly because another one of these heathens kept throwing pipes at us. It was now time for us to start the epic bunker battle. The autocannons were a breeze to take out, but a few hot loaders in our area were giving us some trouble at first. Other than them, it was easy peasy. The bunker fight was going to be a long one, but by this time in the challenge, our coordination was more refined. We were hitting res runs with perfect execution. We were setting up bloodbath kills to unload on bunker, and our minds were more in tune than they ever were. Even with all these great things going on, this fight still took over an hour. Turrets not included, and no, we didn't even get a 94 sham for all of our effort. The Angel Corps was up next, and we were ready for anything after that last fight. Some tougher mobs were showing up, but with focused fire, we trampled over the angelic guards. Get it? Trampled? Because we're shooting horse. Come on, please. This time around, we discovered a new strat of saving the shock field generators because they're easy to kill and give second wins, which helped a bit. Also, we had Roland and his turret, which gave us tons of ammo. You know what didn't help though? Lilith constantly phase blasting us out of nowhere. Honestly, fuck Lilith, bro. She actually pissed me off with her bullshit. Why the f does she come in, murk us, and then just say,
Howdy, boys.
"Since when were you a f***ing cowboy, Lilith? We told you not to come here. Can you please leave and make sure not to cripple us on your way out? Thanks." F***ing A. Howdy, boys. What the fuck even is that? Okay, got that out of my system. Cool. Anyway, Control Core Angel took about an hour to kill everything, but on the bright side, it was time for the final stride towards the vault and Jack. Psych! Welcome to Sawtooth Cauldron, boys! This place was terrible. The good old spawn camping from the ambush commander prank really got on our nerves. This was probably the most visual pollution I have seen in this run. It was to the point where I couldn't even see myself dying.
Can't even see my body, dude!
There wasn't anything to do, except just unload into the horde until the objective checked off. Would you believe me if I said that wasn't even the worst part? The buzzards were pretty much impossible to hit consistently, and we had to kill 5 of them, bro. Oh my. I'll go over some of the strats we tried to use to handle these guys. First off, our best chance of killing buzzards was for them to just get stuck on some part of the tower so we could focus fire and take them out. That requires a lot of waiting and hoping though, so we also tried something else. We would ride the elevator down so that the buzzards would despawn and ride back up and try to catch the buzzards right as they spawned. I even attempted to ride the spawning buzzards by downing myself and landing on top of it, but it wasn't working too good. We also tried to go to other parts of the map to kill buzzards with low movement options, but couldn't find any. The actual method of how we killed them will surprise you. The first one got stuck and made for an easy kill. The second one got stuck and we managed to shoot it down. The third one somehow managed to get stuck, so it was a sitting duck. The fourth one, however, got stuck, so that one was easy. And the fifth one, get this, actually got stuck in a spot where it couldn't move. It's pretty freaking weird, right? It also only took 75 minutes, so we actually did all that pretty fast. Right, guys? Right? We weren't in the boneyard for too long because we split up to the different pumping stations and the pipeline, so teamwork saved us some time there. The Badlands, however, are usually tough because of a certain boss, but what if I told you we weren't going to need to deal with any of that? I think it's about time we use that extra skill point. Speccing into Light the Fuse gives us a new technique I like to call totem poling. As shown before, when you are in a down state or fight for your life, you can ride on top of your friends, but will bounce off as soon as you are revived. The reason for bouncing off isn't because we are no longer in fight for your life, but because of a transition from being crouched to a standing position. With Light the Fuse, you never crouch when going down, and can run and jump, so when revived, you will stay on top of your friend's head. Repeat this process stacking from the bottom until your tower is made. Using this strat, you can effectively reach heights of around 7 times higher than your normal jump, which gave us a way to sneak past everything.
Like I'm just jumping off the rock.
Yeah.
We both made it.
Both of you are.
Perfect.
The true power of friendship prevailed again, and we made our escape. In a way, you could say we beat Saturn with only Light the Fuse. And that is truly awesome. After respecking out of Light the Fuse because it's terrible in OP levels 1 or higher, we made our way to the final stretch. The Claptrap door wasn't too bad. We just needed to make sure we took out the Super Surveyor while it was distracted, otherwise we could have a sequel to the Buzzard's Nest. The run through Hero's Pass should have been easy, since we have Mordecai and Brick there to help us out. But a loot goon spawned, Brick glitched out, and I had to spec in to Light the Fuse to skip a barrier because they wouldn't open the door. And we absolutely couldn't get past the Super Constructor with enough time to travel to the vault. To keep a long story short, we tried to fight Jack, but I was spec'd in to Light the Fuse still, and it was doing more harm than good. The ending explosion radius is huge, and I would just down anyone around me, so going for a revive was a huge risk. We decided to run back to Sanctuary to respec and just run through Hero's Pass again. This time wasn't bad because we got to the door before the Constructor even spawned. And now it was time for the real fight. This fight honestly was really tough, and the mask wasn't coming off until it was done. This is supposed to be the part where I talk about the glitch where he went invincible and we had to reset the map, but this is supposed to be a wholesome video, and I already let all my rage out on the cowboy giraffe. Okay, as for the real fight, phase 1 was super easy. His shield is pretty tanky, but his clones are super weak, so revives and bloodbath are practically spoon-fed to us. Phase 2, however, was the real challenge. Jack's health regen is pretty tough, almost as tough as the baby turrets, and he also has a shield surveyor that has to be destroyed in order to deal more damage to him. This fight was a constant tug of war, and to show it off, here's the fight at 1 minute per second speed. Just look at the health bar. Bloodbath at the time was scarce, but things were looking up. Jack stopped spawning his shield drones, but started spawning his field turret instead, which was going to be our savior. These things are relatively weak, so Bloodbath was back on the table.
I'm probably gonna lose. Oh, when the bloodbath, when the bloodbath kicking in, when the bloodbath kicking in, let's go!
Ooh.
Yeah.
The warrior was here, and it was time for a fight. Crystalisks started spawning, which were susceptible to both melee and explosive damage, which were our specialties. The warrior fought hard, but he was no match for us. We had everything we needed to win this fight, and that is each other. The warrior eventually seen what we were capable of, and willingly let us fill his heart with the power of friendship. With the warrior down, we all celebrated. Queen Knight high-fived Jack a little too hard, but in the end, at least we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the power of friendship. The run, however, isn't done. We still have some bonus content to tackle if you guys want to stick around and see us take on these DLCs. First off, we did Turkey DLC because it was the day before Turkey Day, and what better way to celebrate massacres than to blow stuff up, am I right? This DLC got pretty chaotic. The key points were the opportunity tributes that took a long time to kill. We're talking about 30 minutes to kill Rose and this clown shoot idiot. We had the jabbers after that, which would have went fine, but we had to kill them while they were slagged for the mission to progress. Hitting these guys with bullets or grenades is already tough enough. Luckily, Tom snagged a homing slag grenade at some point and made this doable. This only took 15-ish minutes to do, but that's relatively still a lot for what it was. On the bright side, we were finally able to cook Lucas like the snack he is, and fought the Waddle Gobbler, which was just your pretty standard easy to dodge moves but really tanky health bar fight, nothing crazy. So we also did the Grandma Torg missions, but in Japanese, so she didn't really talk and the voice lines were just skipped, which is already cursed enough, but getting the candy for her got even more cursed. One of the heathens we needed to kill ran out into the ocean where we couldn't kill him. Guess we have to wait until Wonderlands to blow up the ocean. Round 2 went a little bit better. He was a lot closer this time, so we were able to kill him. The whole thing was just really cursed. We all kind of regretted doing the side mission TBH, but I guess you can beat the horrible hunger of the ravenous Waddle Gobbler with the power of friendship. Did you guys know that was the full title? Because I didn't. Let's move on to the first big DLC, which was the Tina DLC. Our mission: save the queen. Our first obstacle: total pushovers. Literally, the skeletons are so frail that a single shot actually staggers them like a grenade or something. Mr. Bony Pants guy was also a joke, so the docks went by quick. Flame Rock Refuge shouldn't have been hard, but the fire barrels used to light the blimps didn't work for some reason. I tried using Creek's Fire Breath skill to do it, but that also didn't work, so we just did a quick reset and the problem was fixed. Finally, at the forest, the difficulty started to ramp up a bit. We were no longer fighting skeletons, we were fighting trees. Strong trees. Tina forgot to balance the combat, so this stump was level 138. Like, imagine the peak runs you would need to do to get to OP 58. Anyway, the rest of the forest was alright. We stole the blood fruit pacifistically and made it to the spooky version of the forest. Here we found the most important thing we needed to beat this run. Our homie Roland. After killing a dragon and realizing one of us was a dragonborn, we headed for the Tree of Life, where everything started to go downhill. Actually, downhill doesn't describe it. It was more like things were going off of a cliff. We planned for the Ghost Kings to be tough, don't get me wrong. What really grinds my gears is that someone over at Gearbox HQ decided to make these guys resistant to all elements and gave them health regen. I don't know the rules for who does and doesn't get regen in UBHM, but an exception should have been made for these goons. Taking the first phase out was easy, but when they turned into fast-flying heads of suffering is when we almost gave up. This was one of those times where I was about to ring the bell and deem this challenge impossible. We tried many strats to take these guys out, like luring them out of the arena and hoping they just get stuck somewhere, getting Bloodbath, but that wasn't easy because most of the enemies had the Immortality Sword in their back and it wouldn't give it to us anyway, and we even tried old-fashioned slicey-dicey strats, but to no avail. The 4v4 between the Ghost Kings and the GASMASK gang was looking grim, but we were looking at it the wrong way. It wasn't a 4v4, it was a 5v4. Roland, the absolute legend, was going to be our key to victory. We noticed that his turret was actually dealing relevant damage to the Ghost Kings. It was just a matter of the head being close enough for the shots to hit, and the body being far away enough because it would confuse the turret. First head was the easiest because we still had normal enemies to get Bloodbath off. The second was probably the toughest. At first we got close, but we ran out of Bloodbath and eventually healed back to full. We tried to reset the map for more enemies, but that was a bad idea because the first Ghost King came back. This time around we didn't get much Bloodbath for the first fight, but somehow still managed to kill him and get our progress back. This is when we tried the aforementioned lure strat that just didn't work, and right as I was about to give up, the second Ghost King just died.
Alright, let's see. Let's look at bug page on Ghost Kings. Ghost Kings.
Wait a sec. You killed it.
Wait,
what? I don't know. I just went back in the arena and it's dead.
Huh?
Cheese strat, we just abandoned Roland.
We did it, yeah, we did it.
My theory is that he went into a non-combat stillness and Roland's turret just laid into him. Which really surprised us because we didn't see Roland throw out his turret up until now. With our newfound hope, we went back in and fought through the other kings, making sure to fight the head as far away from the body as possible, so the turret would put in the work. Even with this strat, it was highly reliant on things mostly out of our control. After nearly 2 hours, we finally took out the last king and ended the worst fight in GASMASK challenge history. It was time for the mines. The dwarves here were a lot tankier than we anticipated, but nothing compared to what we just beat, so we were fine. After getting up on Ragnar the Emancipator, we completed the jumping and cube puzzles, both correctly, and then went to fight Greedtooth. We tried befriending him, but he was still mad about us punching his boss. Luckily for us, he spawns a bunch of dwarves, so Bloodbath is easy pickings, and Lucas also rolled a 20 on his perception check and noticed there was a damage shrine in the arena. We combined that with our Bloodbath for some major damage. Later in the fight, some aerial golems spawned in, but we kind of just ignored them because they were just kind of jokes. Anyway, 20-minute gold golem fight, not too bad. Hatred Shadow was our next challenge. First thing first, we had to kill a darkness with ponies, because symbolism. And next we had a couple of mobbing areas filled with tough knights and wizards, and at the very end, we had the handsome dragon. First, we have established this already, but flying enemies are super annoying. We're shooting unicorns, not Pegasi, so it's kind of cheating on their end. Secondly, Bloodbath was kinda off the table because the baby dragons were surprisingly tanky, and even if we could proc Bloodbath, our stacks were usually low because sustained damage was hard to keep up with, so even if we had it, it wouldn't do much. And so the patience game began. Lucas and I, being the chaotic individuals we are, were right out in the open trying to do what we could. Tom and Queen Knight, though, were chilling on the sidelines acting as cheerleaders for us. Those two were roasting us more than the dragon during this fight, so yeah, I went there.
Do you guys know why that's the cringe end of the bridge and this is the cool end? Because you guys are there. Oof.
Got him.
After a long fight, we were so close to winning when disaster struck. Steam servers went down again. We could have waited and this would have been fine, but for some reason my game straight up kicked me from the map and Borderlands was soft locked into this restoring session cycle. So not only did we have to do that whole fight all over again, we had to do the whole map's worth of mobbing as well. Why can't things ever just go smoothly, bro? What's with all these glitches and bugs? Like, come on! It's never just Claptrap said his voice line twice, that's a weird glitch. It's always some never-before-seen Jack turned invincible, Tom fell through the map, brick won't move, game soft-locking bullshit. Okay, breathe easy, breathe easy. Okay, back to the run. Both dragon fights took about 30 minutes each, not including all the mobbing required, but in the end, we made it barely holding on to our sanities. The Lair of Infinite Agony was actually quick. There was no mandatory mobbing here, so the only thing we had to worry about was finding Mr. Miz to get our extra mysterious amulet. And finding him wasn't too bad, so all we had to do was buy the... Well, it's fine. Everything is fine. All four of us pitch in, we should have enough. I sold all my gear and asked Queen Knight for some money, but she thought it was a scam and wanted me to explain why we needed it and threatened to punch Mr. Wiz, which would have restarted the challenge. And Lucas was also killing him with jump damage, and I was just panicking across the board. Queen Knight decided to duel me for the money, and with hours of pain on the line, I decided to play it cheap for the greater good. With all of our life savings combined, we were able to buy the amulet with the worst possible friendship rating. The Sorcerer's Daughter was our next fight, and with all the fragile spiders around, bloodbath chains were easy to come by, but this fight still lasted a while for one reason.
This was not big arm. No!
We probably did enough damage during this fight to kill her 3 times, but the health regen powers were so powerful. We discovered that she could only leech us if we got too close, so the new strat was to stay as far away as possible. She still caught us lacking a few times after the new plan, but we eventually got our shit together and finished her off. I made a mistake right after the fight. I rolled 2 dice on this chest, and rolled 2 13s. You guys might not know, but this number always foretells bad luck for me. Rolling 2 of them meant something most unfortunate was going to happen. With paranoia high, we went to the top of the tower to face our final boss. Phase 1 seemed simple. His clones were easy bloodbath, just like in real life, but taking him out was going to take a while.
Your shield doesn't regenerate? I hope not.
No, why'd you say it?
We quickly devised a new strat to save our slag grenades for when his shields were depleted to put as much damage into his health bar as we could. Even with this strat, he managed to recharge his shield 9 times during this fight. Phase 2 was honestly the easiest. No shield regen, and he summoned more pushover skeletons, so nothing much to note. Which brings us to Phase 3. This phase had the largest health bar so far, and the mobs he summoned were dragons again, so bloodbath was no longer an option. We were so close to beating him. But that double 13 I rolled earlier finally came into play.
What?
What?
Why does its health go up?
No.
No, what the happened?
No.
We lost a good 40 minutes of progress, and it only got weirder after that. We almost had to call an exorcist because there were 2 instances of us just flying off of each other.
We're flying! What's going on? We're flying!
Help me! Help me!
I'm stuck on you.
What is that?
What is going on?
I don't know.
Our spirits were on the brink of breaking. Only thing keeping us going was each other. And after 2 long hours of fighting the sorcerer, we finally ended his reign of terror. And all we were rewarded with was more ammo. And also the knowledge that you can beat Tiny Tina's assault on Dragon Keep with the power of friendship. One more DLC left, the Draft DLC. We start off trying to defend Sanctuary before these insane X-Daw military goons decide to start gassing us. And with us being the GASMASK gang, we didn't have an issue at all. But Lilith, for some reason, is still calling the shots and straight up kidnapped us, and Hector made off with the most important thing in the universe. Back on actual ground, the game showed us that we're bad at fighting plants for the second DLC in a row. There were a lot of plant psychos, and the chaos was really starting to get to us. We ended up shooting each other multiple times throughout this fight, but the last thing we were going to do is let some garden beat us. Anyway, we met Vaughn, and our next mission became clear. We had to figure out how this gas stuff worked. Testing included collecting infected brains and inhaling the gas ourselves for a sweet damage boost. We got the brains scanned, but the new Pandorans decided to launch an attack on our new base, so we had to defend it. This time around, the baby turrets were on our side, so we were practically Oh, what? They died already? These things were supposed to be invincible. No. So we fought these guys for a while before they ran out of vegetation to throw at us. Speaking of vegetation, our boy Mordo caught the plant disease, so we needed to save him. Luckily, Talon is here to help us kill literally only this one guy in the cutscene for us, and leave us to deal with the other 14 that all seem to have blast-proof shields. These guys were pretty tough, so we did what anyone would do. Inhale some plant gas so our guns were stronger, cause that makes total sense. Talon led us to where we needed to go by pooping out a trail for us, and Mordecai was officially diagnosed with plant. We needed to find a cure fast. Luckily for us, Cassius had what we needed. Getting to him was going to take some work. And by work, I mean using a giant space laser to open a door. We had to fight through some more Garden Gang members to get to the laser, but Brick showed up and he's been hitting the gym. Homie was level 116, so he could bite through any plant. Well, almost any plant. We made it to Helios Fallen, and I think you all know where this is going. We had to fill Uranus with unicorns. I will say the amount of unicorns Uranus was able to handle was impressive. The stamina as well. Uranus was taking unicorn poundings for a solid 20 minutes. Okay, that's my butthole joke quota for the year? Yeah, for the year. Let's get back to something that might actually be funny. The path to Cassius was open and we moved with haste because our homie Mordo wasn't doing too good. Cassius ended up consuming too much plant gas, but he didn't seem to care. He managed to create the cure, but ended up too far gone, so we had to take him out. The fight was going pretty slow just because we couldn't get kill skills, but then we found this hentai room that we farmed for bloodbath. Nothing too crazy here, honestly. We've had tougher 20-minute fights. A quick run-through of the gas-infested engine room, and we made it to the final boss fight. Hector. Yes, such a scary-looking boss, but such an underwhelming name for a finale. Plant Gang was going down whether they liked it or not. Lilith was also here, which wasn't too bad actually, because it seemed like her kills gave us second wins, but I don't know if that was real. Hector quickly found out he was no match for the power of friendship, so he had a clever idea to try to defeat us. He built big plant walls to separate us, but true friendship knows no bounds. The toughest part of this fight was the lack of ammo. We were desperate at one point and all started picking up shotguns and grenade mods off the ground because they provide a little bit of ammo, but we were mostly staying alive with teamwork and buzz-axe rampages. Hector was no match for us, and after a good half hour, he fell to our power. Well, kinda. He tried the good old kamikaze bad guy strat, but the DLC is over. So that means, yes, you can beat Commander Lilith in the fight for Sanctuary with only the power of friendship. One last thing we needed to do was save our Queen Butt Stallion in real life. It was honestly super easy, we just needed to do some mobbing, plus Brick was there so we didn't really need to do mobbing. We fed the pretty pony using our amulet and... well, it didn't work. We didn't get a new unicorn explosion. Like always, the wiki lied to me and said a new relic would get me a new one. But oh well, she dropped a flacker, which is close enough in my opinion. And just like that, peace was restored to the world. To celebrate, I decided to pop open my last Monster Assault, probably ever. A while back, they rebranded them, and they just don't taste the same anymore. So as soon as I knew they were temporary, I bought upwards of 200 of the OGs, and on this day, I drank my last one. These things have gotten me through a lot of rough days, and they've also made plenty of good days great. And I wouldn't want to finish it off any other way than with good friends after a monumental triumph such as this challenge. Let this video be your sign to go play some BL2 with friends like the good old days. Call up some old friends and do a playthrough, or find a homie in the comments section. I'll have these save files in the description if y'all a bunch of masochists like me too. And if you want to hang with me, I do stream these runs on Twitch. Link down below if you want to come stop by and say hello. Queen Knight also streams, so I'll add her link down there too. If If you guys want to support the YouTube channel and more runs like these, make sure to like, subscribe, show a friend, and leave a comment. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm and also motivates me to keep making these challenge run videos. Thanks for watching, and until next time, breathe easy, homies. So a while back, a homie by the name of Obo Shoes Games created a video about all the reasons why you couldn't beat Borderlands 2 without moving. And that got me thinking, can you beat Borderlands 2 without walking? Well, yeah, you could just sprint, crawl, or jump everywhere, duh. Okay, let's make it more interesting than that. What if we didn't have access to the 4 basic movement controls, WASD? Well, in that case, you're still pretty much out of luck then. But there are still some loopholes we can consider. In order to succeed, we will have to really stretch the definition of beating Borderlands 2. My challenge runs are usually UVHM, OP10 geared runs, where I test the viability of many cursed and terrible weapons. So we could do it that way, but the UVHM geared speedrun category pretty much already does this via double shot rocket jumping. They still do walk for parts of the run, yes, but most of the time they're just flying or spamming Norfleets. This also isn't a freshly birthed character, so getting to this max level geared scenario would require a save editor or walking while getting your character up to max level. If beating the game with a fresh character is what we are looking for, then a super easy, and in my opinion lame, way to do it is to play co-op and have someone else do all the work for you. But there is a way you can create a fresh character and beat the game without using WASD in single player. The quotation marks are there because this is where we really start stretching definitions. So the Giraffe DLC came out and gave the players the ability to create a new character starting at level 30. Each character also has a specific set of gear that is the exact same each time you create a new one. These characters also start at the beginning of the very last mission, the Talon of God. Okay, calm down. If you want to call me a cheater, I have the whole "you cheated, you didn't grow" copy pasta in the description, so you don't have to Google it to paste it in the comment section. Anyway, beating the game with one of these saves is a real speedrun category known as any % boosted. We will be doing a modified version of that, but don't think this is going to be easy. We still can't use WASD, so this ain't no walk in the park. Well, actually, it's not a walk at all, actually. So we set our movement keys to the arrow keys so we don't touch them, pick 0, and spec into execute. And bam, we can now dash toward enemies, allowing us to move. This should be easy, right? Well, not entirely. This is definitely a helpful skill, but there's one problem. It only works if we have line of sight to an enemy. And since we need to go talk to Claptrap first, we are pretty much screwed. But there's still hope. A level 30 boosted 0 starts out with a Rocketeer Assault Rifle, which we can use to do this. Okay, that was like 2 inches, but if you chain them together, you can actually get some momentum going. Throw some grenades into the mix, and we have a basic foundation for movement in this run. So our first goal of the run was to talk to Claptrap, but we were going to stop by Zed's place and hope for a better shield, since we are going to be shooting our feet a lot. We were able to use execute on his patient to get close quickly, and luckily we got an adaptive shield from the homie, so the corrosive dot we would sometimes give ourselves would be less of an issue. Getting out was tough because of the roof and the tight doorway, but we made it to Claptrap before running out of ammo. Here we could have save quit to get back to the fast travel, but we were low on bounce juice, so I decided to farm some by ooping myself to get some for free. Before we left, we bounced our way over to Crazy Earl's to buy an assault rifle ammo upgrade with the 12 Iridium we started with. This also filled our ammo so we could tackle the Iridium Blade strong. The first strat I tried here was punching a car while getting in and out of it to move, but it wasn't working as expected. I would have to rocket bounce to re-angle myself constantly, so we gave up on that idea. Luckily, we had a turret and some particularly buff rack we could use to just fly through most of the area, but King Mong also spawned and decided to delete a good chunk of my progress. After barely escaping that fight with my life, I slowly bounced my way to Claptrap and then proceeded to farm some more ammo at the respawn station. Fighting the bots at the door was probably the best point-and-click adventure game I've ever played. The strat that got me through this was just having one robot really close to death so I could just use that for a second win. It was definitely scary at times though, like when exploders decided to run up on me and all I could do was just... But we managed to kill all the bots and the door was open. I thought that these stairs might be too steep to climb and me and Claptrap were gonna have to cloak ourselves and cry at the bottom, But I was wrong and climbed them one step at a time. Spawning into Heroes Pass, the first thing we do is die. First reason for this is so that we could skip climbing another set of stairs, and also, anytime we hit a respawn station, we want to refarm our ammo because running out could cause us to reset the map. From here, we bounced and executed forward, but then got comboed right back by the power loaders. After dealing with those heathens, I tried to do a skip to get past the first door, but that didn't go too good. To make up for lost time, I tried to perform an execute jump, and well, that didn't go too good either. We were back at square one, and Brick was ahead killing everything, which was good and bad. Good because that means I didn't have to fight them. Bad because I didn't have anything to execute off of. But on the bright side, we were able to get more bouts practice in. There's still some enemies around by the time I caught up, so the bridge jump was easily hurdled with an execute. Execute also let me clear another large portion of the path by targeting these two defense turrets. I tried using the turrets to just jump over the door, but the line of sight just wasn't there, so I had to scratch that plan. I opted to just kill the rest of the loaders, and shortly after we almost had a big uh-oh moment when I got stuck on the respawn station. I tried to launch myself off, but the new station wasn't registering my shots. Luckily I had a grenade, so I managed to knock myself off. From here on out, I think everything just turned into spaghetti. I died multiple times trying to use the constructor to fly across the gap, and died one more time when the constructor was almost dead, so a lot of time lost there. Fourth time around, I actually made the jump and had some scary fights on the other end. I managed to get the constructor down, but an ion loader had an angle on me from afar. I knew all it wanted to do was land a fatal shot and bubble up like a coward. Luckily, I remembered I was in normal mode, and dot damage actually works, so we killed it with our Rocketeer and made it to the vault. After farming up some ammo to make it all the way over to the next ammo farming station, it was time for the final fight, the Warrior. Oh yeah, wait, there was Jack too, but he's kind of a baby in normal mode, so we dealt with him quick. Anyway, the Warrior fight seemed like it wouldn't be too bad. Plenty of opportunities for revives, racks to use for some fancy movement, and not too big of a health bar to deal with. But I somehow managed to get launched into lava not once, not twice, but 3 freaking times. At this point, the enemies just straight up de-aggro, so I couldn't even blind fire towards minimap dots. Fourth time around, I resisted the allure of the hot tubs and focused on the ammo stations like a true gamer, and managed to get the kill. If I had this mentality sooner, we could have had a sub 2 hour run. But the Warrior is dead, so at least we know. You can kinda beat Borderlands 2 without walking. Alright guys, this was just a short little challenge video. My next one will be back to the usual full game stuff. Before I go, I want to shout out Obo for the inspiration on this run. I also want to shout out Zubius for the footage he provided, and Holy Milk because he beat my time 4 hours after I completed my run. I'll have links to their YouTubes and Twitch channels in the description. If you want to support my channel, make sure to like and comment. It helps a lot with YouTube's algorithm. You can also check out my other videos and subscribe with notifications on to know when new ones come out. I'll also have my Twitch and Discord links in the description if those are up your alley. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. When it comes to the Borderlands games, the first thing you might think about is all the wacky guns you can find. But we can't forget about those scary looking rocks that make things go. So to mix things up this time around, today's question is, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball? Alright, before we hop in, I'm gonna pitch the rules to you real quick. First off, wait, did we really just put 2 baseball jokes in the intro? Nah bro, we're cutting that one out. Anyway, this is going to be an overpowered 10 UVHM playthrough. The skills Nuke and Scorched Earth are both banned because they would probably carry us too much, but we will be using turrets for slag since Gearbox decided a slag fastball was too fun to include in the game. No bar allowed, and we must have a fastball equipped at all times, meaning we are not allowed to use the stock grenade for boosted jumps in this run. With the rules out of the way, let's get to the build. Here's a full view so that the build critics can start their 4-page essay telling me why I should have spec'd for more gun damage. But the skills I think are important are Do or Die because I need to be able to throw grenades while down, and 11 in Grenadier to make sure I have the balls to beat this challenge. As for turret upgrades, I snagged the shield, maglock, and extra turret skills for defensive help, and double up for the aforementioned slagging. Gear consists of a basic shield because I wanted to do it without a big boom blaster to really flex on them. Vault Hunter Relic because it has no combat utility and getting cool drops is fun. An Expert Grenadier so he can carry more nades. And of course, fastballs coming in explosive, fire, shock, and corrosive elements. Alright, now let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, I noticed that my self-conscious masochism decided to start me off with a whopping 0 grenades. I usually start myself with full ammo but no cash to keep it balanced, but this time I just had to search for everything. All the enemies in this beginning bit are fleshy, so fire fastballs were the way to go. Dealing with the bullymongs was simple, because they're huge targets, but I started having a little trouble when the bandits came into play. Simple math can figure out barely any grenades and missing my shots, or throws I guess, equals a bad time. I had a few bandits left and opened every container in Liarsburg to find more grenades with no luck. I would have bought more, but the town didn't have power, and I was practically broke anyway. So with nothing we can do, I guess the run ends here. Psych, you really thought I was gonna give up here? Not a chance. We save quit so all the containers were full again, and this time around I actually made sure to not miss and only hit enemies if they're perped up so my throws reached their maximum potential. We cleared out Liarsburg and started towards Boom Boom, but I realized I was going to need more than 4 grenades to take them out, so we decided to do some farming, which felt super weird for one of my challenge runs. Now's the perfect time to show off a strategy I will be using for a lot of this run. If Axton throws his second turret down and recalls the first one before it deploys, all of Axton's kill skills are activated, and since we're spec'd into Onslaught, we can use this strat to get a short movement speed boost. After snagging some guns to sell, we went back and made our first attempt at beating Boom Boom. I could also say it was my last attempt because Boom Boom honestly got bodied. Altogether with Slag, it only took 11 grenades, so not sure what to say except rip bozos. For the path up to Flint, I switched to my shock fastball because a lot of these guys had shields. This didn't change much though, they still took 1 to 3 grenades to kill, so no big deal yet. I jumped into Flint's arena for an epic fight, but turned out I was fighting Houdini because everyone just up and disappeared. Our first real attempt I used entirely for learning. I tested both shock and explosive fastballs to see which would deal more damage, and explosive was definitely the way to go. The difficulty rating for this fight is a solid 10 fastballs out of 21. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking. Wait, a GASMASK challenge run and the first 2 fights weren't legally considered torture devices? What's going on here? And fair enough, it's been pretty easy so far, but I will say this challenge had a lot of ups and downs, so don't call it a win yet. Anyway, after shotgunning an espresso shot, or performing an espresso shotgun if you will, it was time to get to Sanctuary. We had to save Reese first, and somehow got a triple kill with 1 grenade. Okay, maybe it was a quadruple, because I think we murdered Reese too. It's fine though, we always avenge him anyway, so no bad karma on our end. We made it to Sanctuary and immediately had to leave because Lilith doesn't know how to just teleport to Sanctuary, I guess. It's fine, I like speedrunning through Frostburn Canyon anyway. Nothing along the path is mandatory to kill, but I do love breaking some ankles here and there. I wasn't worried about the mobbing at the end being too hard. I was mostly just worried about having enough ammo to deal with all the heathens. I made sure to switch back and forth from fire and corrosive grenades to really get my money's worth. That was when I noticed that constantly having to open my inventory to switch elements is a lot less fun than pressing a button to switch guns. Also, picking up weapons to sell is whack because they don't directly go into my backpack, so that's also obnoxious. On the bright side, time stops while you're in menu if you're in single player, so it's not like I was vulnerable. Vending machines are a different story though. The fight took 2 trips to the ammo vendor and 1 death. I would say I didn't suffer, but I also had to do this, so I'ma call it a net loss. Saving Roland was up next, and we needed a new car to fool those bloodshots. Cars aren't really balanced for OP levels, so this part was also super easy. I mean, the first car practically delivered itself to me. We made our new car bubblegum flavored because that's what baseball players eat, and casually drove ourselves to the Bloodshot Stronghold. Badma was up to bat, but it didn't take long for me to strike him out along with his 3 little bench warmers. Some of you guys might still be thinking that this is way too easy, like only 6 deaths so far, come on. But it's gonna get tough soon, I promise. The Bloodshot Ramparts and I have a weird relationship. Like the mobbing here can be so fun at times, but then you get to the swirly bit and everything is just so tough. Everyone has the high ground on you, there are railings everywhere that enemies love to hide behind, and the frenzied marauders are all programmed to be cowards and run away as soon as you go down. I was super unlucky here because 2 of the goons had elemental weapons. Dot damage in UBHM done to the player is almost always fatal, but dot damage done by the player is a conspiracy theory because that shit doesn't exist. I also didn't have any friggin' ammo, so I had to backtrack. I only had 2 goons left before the door was supposed to open, but on the bright side, I managed to run past Mad Mike with little inconvenience. I probably could have killed him easy because he's slow and a big target, but I needed to conserve what ammo I could. We found Roland right as his kidnapception was taking place. Warden snagged him, and that was a big problem for us. I tried to play passive because I didn't want to waste my ammo, but my greed was getting me killed. Grenades or not, the game was rigged from the start. With 20 grenades to my name, I went in to fight Warden, and well... I kinda knew this fight was going to be bad because constructors have something like a 90% damage reduction to explosives, and it's not like we could have bought more grenades because the only ammo vendor's at the beginning of the map. I really tried everything for this fight. I even checked all the chests around, but ended up with more pitchforks than grenades, so yay! With all hope lost, I faced the harsh truth. We were once again going to the dreaded gulag. I'm gonna play Psychic one more time and guess that some of you guys are wondering, how are you going to kill Warden when the fight at the gulag is harder? Worry not, I had a plan. So we head over to the frickin' Cromerax headhunter to farm this chest until we hit max cash, and had an inventory full of guns that were all worth at least $3 million. 30 minutes of that mind-numbing activity later, we headed towards the gulag to make our first attempt against Warden. So first thing I did was find a good little spot where I could lob away. After I ran out of grenades, I'd go back to spawn and top off, then repeat this process over and over and over. This kinda sucked because if I was too slow, I'd have to waste 6 nades on his shield, but at least he didn't have health regen or the run would have ended here. We also used a little strat that gave us some more survivability. If your second turret gets destroyed, you're able to place another one. So we would hide our first one somewhere safe so we could constantly have at least one bubble guarding us. With this strat, it took 8 trips to the vendor, $150 million worth of fastballs, another shot of espresso, and get this, 0 deaths to send Warden to the scrapyard in the sky. This did take a while though, especially if we include the necessary farming, so I give this fight a 160 fastballs out of 21. Yes, I counted. Roland and I dealt with the rest of the loaders together, but Warden decided to crush Roland with its dying breath and I couldn't turn the mission in. It's about time something cursed happened. This is a gas mask challenge one we're talking about. A quick save quit fixed it though, and Roland was finally saved. Our next homies Mordo and Tina were going to help us blow up and rob a train, surprisingly in that order. No mobbing here, just collection objectives, so I was on the defensive for this part. I devised a strat where I would throw my 2 bubble shields down as cover and use them as bases to run to, which is perfect, because I've never actually made it past second base. What? Why are you guys laughing at me? Come on guys, I only ever played baseball once, leave me alone. With the train derailed, we made our way to fight Wilhelm. So here I am, right? Preparing for my second tough fight in a row. My courage kicks in and I run in there. But like, homie just gets styled on.
Get nay-nayed.
I literally just stood there pressing one button. Like, you see this confusion in my eyes? It was so easy that I had to double check that I was still on OP10. Tell me, who would you rather fight? Wilhelm, the ultimate killing cyborg, or a blue f***ing toaster? Wilhelm fight, 12 fastballs out of 21. So anyway, Sanctuary got bamboozled, so our home plate was thousands of feet in the air, which makes it kinda hard to slide into if you ask me. Next we had to run through the fridge, which, here's a clip to sum that up. Milk it. Milk it. Running through the Outwash didn't seem bad at the time until I realized I forgot to hit the fast travel objective. Here's a pro tip. If you don't see a constructor spawn here, you forgot to hit the fast travel. Welcome to the Bozo Gang. Mr. Noodle's health bar honestly intimidated the heck out of me, so I noped myself out of there until the loaders came to help. Not only did he have a tanky health bar, but homie also got telekinesis from that beacon he ate. Anyway, I needed to play extra careful here because I was using a fire fastball to take him out, but all my potential revives were armored, so going down likely meant death. I played patiently until he was distracted, got him perked up, and took him out. With the beacon back in our possession, it was time to head to Overlook and set it up. The first few waves of gun loaders were going well. Slag and corrosive fastballs can easily take them out, so I just had to make sure I kept my stock up with the ammo vendor. Everything started falling apart though when this happened. Oh my god! Oh my god!
You have to repair the beacon.
Look at, holy fudge! I kinda held it together after that, at least up until another constructor popped up. Some speedy dodging and a whole lot of turret diversion is what got me through this fight. At one point I tried to hide from a nuke inside of my bubble and barely survived. I sold all of my leftovers from the chest farm and just barely had enough to kill the constructor, and the rest of the bots used up the rest of the ammo I could find in town, so that was a pretty close call. Finally at Sanctuary, we reunited with our homies and devised our next plan. I, however, didn't listen to the plan at all, because I ended up going to Brick's place instead of the preserve. Maybe that's just my subconscious trying to drown this heckhole out of my brain, I'm not sure. The loader wounding bit wasn't bad, but we had some close calls. The mobbing sections were alright, just obnoxious because I had to switch between shock and corrosive a lot for loaders and stalker kills, but the ultimate loader pretty much got deleted at the end. And so did all the loot homies, but they were kinda lame with no drops. The final bit of mobbing had me super spooked when I seen a pup skag hitting Mach 20 because of their shock power up. Honestly though, it didn't matter much. Pretty sure physics says that running full speed into my fastball just guarantees their death anyway. At this point I was pretty much to Bloodwing, but I had no grenades to my name. Any I found were used to clear out the goons in my way, so I decided to run back to the nearest vendor and just top off there. We then bubble hopped our way back and started the Bloodwing fight. We killed one bird with 9 stones, and ironically enough, that means we were efficient. This fight is so weird, because you either body Bloodwing because your damage is so overpowering, or you get decimated because you didn't kill her fast enough and her attacks are friggin' undodgeable. Anyway, the bird is bodied, which means our rivalry score was 3-2. Wait, am I in the lead? Okay, maybe this challenge is too easy. Nah, just kidding. In like 2 minutes from now, I'm straight up hopeless. Anyway, Mordecai must have been really angry this time around because he straight up deleted a tubby stalker in his rage sniping montage. At least I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I didn't get to see it, I just found the corpse and loot. Brick was the next homie to recruit, and he is usually the easiest. I apparently found muscles on the way, which was cool, but I didn't even realize who I was murdering until chat pointed it out. Rip my homie Muscles. Gone, but never noticed. Anyway, Brick's initiation went something like this. We put balls in the Goliath's faces until they got angry, watched them take out all their anger on all the wrong people, ate a donut in the corner while they coached a Little League game, swept in last second to take credit for everything, and trick-shotted the sarcastic slab. Fighting loaders with Brick was tough at first because I already grabbed all the balls in this map, so I decided to just help Brick punch the loaders by holding them in place and slapping them with my spaghetti noodle melee damage until they drop some more. Speaking of slapping, it would be cool if you popped on a roid shield and annihilated that subscribe button. Only about 9% of my viewers are actually subbed, so if you're a returning viewer, might as well sub since you enjoy the content anyway. Not only does this make me feel good, but it also helps me get these videos out more often. Anyway, other than the ammo being scarce, it was pretty easy considering the bots had 3 distractions before they targeted me, so let's move on to our next subject. Oh crap, we're already done. Oh brother, okay guys, I promise this is where the easy streak ends. It's all pain from here on out, you have my word. Up next was our climb to bunker, and to prepare, we did another run of chest farming. This time around, we found a matching grip stalker and a longbow, not sure if that word can get me demonetized right now, grenade mod. So that was pretty neat. So there are 3 doors preventing us from getting to the top of bunker. The first door is guarded by this constructor. This one wasn't too bad since I was able to use my patent pending strat of tricking it to look at a wall so the missiles don't hit me. Had this little hiccup, other than that this door was doable. Door 2, however, was where our hearts were broken. Longtime viewers know about these little devils known as the baby turrets. What makes these turrets so bad, you ask? Well, this. These turrets are completely immune to blast damage due to a glitch, meaning our fastball will never be able to damage them. And since they're mandatory to kill, that means you cannot beat Wait, hold up. Are we really gonna count that as a loss because of a glitch? In my eyes, this is just a straight up oversight on Gearbox's end, so let's keep going. We could kill the turrets with our turrets if they want to be like that. After that, nothing will be able to stop. Oh, fuck. Even if we consider the baby turrets as an invalid run ender due to a glitch, there's no way around justifying this thing. 21 fastballs barely scuffed the paint on them. I tried opening ammo crates to find more, but even with a godly amount of grenade RNG, I don't think it would be possible. Maybe if we had access to the whole map's worth of grenades, but the thing despawns if you get too far away and its health resets. And I wouldn't call that a glitch, but just an intended mechanic to reduce lag. The only way I could think to do this would be having a co-op partner holding it in place while you run back and forth buying ammo. So no, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball. Because constructor blast resistance, lack of ammo, and despawn mechanics, and also those stupid baby turrets. On the bright side, Mama ain't raised no quitter, so we're going to see the rest of this challenge out by doing a cheesy turret kill on the constructor, and I'll make it up to you later in the run. Just you wait. Quick note before we get to bunker, I actually had to climb this hill twice and kill all the door guards twice because they all reclosed. Apparently you can open the first and second doors and save quit and they'll stay open, but if you open the third and save quit, they'll all close again, so just watch out for that if you're playing. Anyway, we refarmed some money for the bunker fight while also finding another fastball and legendary soldier class mod, so that was cool. Also got a bunny launcher from a loot homie while we were trying to snipe Face McShooty. I guess now's probably a good time to say I'll have this save file with all the cool drops in the bank in the description if anyone wants to try this challenge out or snag some free loot. Hitting Face McShooty seemed pretty unlikely because the grenades just kinda... Even if they did reach him though, they can't crit, so the fastball disappoints us one more time. Finally at the bunker, we started dealing with the big turrets who aren't lame and blast immune. The bunker spawned in, and to play it safe, I farmed these ammo crates here for a bit, which was probably a bit overkill since I had enough money to just buy the 33 grenades I needed to destroy it. Also, it's just really wacky how the greatest defense bot ever built took a fraction of what Warden took to kill. Angel Corps was up next, and luckily we had a siren and a trained soldier helping us. Roland was there providing cover fire and health regen, and Angel was providing us with plenty of grenades to take out bots with. Oh yeah, Lil showed up too, but she just straight up ruined my day. Oh, she said the thing, bro, when I trick shotted. Oh my god. You fucking ruined my trick shot, Lilith. Besides that bit, this place didn't go bad. The baby turrets here aren't as glitchy as the ones outside, and everything was armored, so there was no need for switching grenades constantly. Jack ended up killing Roland, which sucked, but also got Lilith to shut up, which was cool, so I'd say that was pretty chaotic neutral of him to do. Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron, which instantly became cursed the second I arrived. Moments after that, we were hiding for our lives as the ambush commanders waddled themselves ever closer and closer. Luckily, our turrets were ready just in time, so we managed to escape that fate for a far more toasty one. Our new purpose was now buzzard busting. We barely managed to destroy Boombringer with our last nade in breath. If a buzzard with no pilot was hard for us, 5 of them with pilot should be a piece of cake, right? Yes, actually. I don't know why, but it just worked. We speed ran through the boneyard and experienced what it truly meant to be a fastball, so that was pretty fun. But the Badlands was quite the opposite. Y'all remember that ultimate constructor I couldn't kill without using my turret? Well, I kind of feel bad for being such a filthy casual that I decided a new rule to beating this run was also to put Saturn out of commission. So instead of going to the Badlands, we farmed up some more money to fund our mission. Funny drops this time around included a WTF shield, homing Quasar, and an 81 champ. The plan for Saturn was simple. Lob balls until we ran out, buy more, repeat. We just had to make sure his little drone strikes didn't sneak up on us. With the strat we had, it took 14 trips to the vendor, $200 million, and way too much time farming. I rate this fight 201 fastballs out of 21. We made one last farming run and got a legendary Berserker class mod, so we threw it in the bank with the rest of the goodies I decided to hoard even though I can't use them. The claptrap door and all of Heroes Pass weren't too exciting, so I'll spare the details there, but finally at the vault, we faced our next real challenge. Handsome Jack was watching me the whole time. He knew my fighting style. so he used his endless supply of riches to pay Gearbox off in exchange for constructor level grenade resistance. Getting through his shield alone takes more than half of my supply of grenades, and since the homie has some crazy health regen, there was no way we were going to keep up. We needed a plan, and we needed a plan fast. I knew that if we had a chance at taking Jack out, we would need him slagged, stationary, and have full ammo ready to go. Slagging Jack is super hard for some reason, so that part was luck-based. And having full nades for his health bar was going to be tough, especially because he would spawn his shield drone that just took up a lot of our resources. So with this knowledge, I devised a game-winning plan. Step 1 was to get rid of his shield. Step 2 was to use a little RNG manipulation. If you are below 1/3 of your maximum ammo for any ammo type, ammo crates are more likely to give you that type of ammo. We used this strat until we were full again. Step 3 was to get Jack backed into a wall. This part was a waiting game, but he eventually fell into our trap. Step 4, make a sandwich. What? No, not literally. I mean like wedge him between 2 turrets and just pray for slag. Step 5, start chucking. 18 fastballs into a purple Jack and he was finished. The turrets probably did a good chunk of the damage and they also got the kill shot, but I don't care, I'm taking that dub. The warrior was the last thing in our way of victory. Early testing showed that the shock fastball was doing the most damage. Not sure why exactly, but I didn't mind. Our game plan was to run from base to base, snagging ammo and keeping cover. Also making sure to keep ammo between 7 and 3 when possible. Below 7 so that more grenades would spawn, and above 3 so that we could get second wins in emergency situations. With this strat, the first attempt wasn't even close. The second attempt was so freaking close, but you know what they say, third time's the charm. Meaning you can beat most of Borderlands 2 with only the fastball. Thank you guys so much for watching up to this point. Before you go, I would like to say that liking, commenting, and subscribing all help me out a ton. Not only do the nice words drive me to keep doing these runs and making these videos, but it also helps with YouTube's algorithm, which helps me grow. And if you want to support me directly, I just rolled out channel memberships. 99 cents get you emotes, member badges, and videos a day early. I tried to make it cheap since I don't post too often yet, but the support could help get videos out earlier for everyone. You can also come hang out with me on Twitch or in Discord if you want. I'll have links to those in the description. And last but not least, thank you to It's Naraka for the absolutely awesome thumbnail art. I'll put links to their socials in the pinned comment. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. So on my channel, I've attempted challenges using only the cursed gear Borderlands 2 has to offer, but there's one cursed weapon that I have not touched yet. So for part 3 of GASMASK does permanent damage to his soul, we ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the gub? For anyone who's wondering how the gub is cursed exactly, let me explain. Many of you guys might know JoltsDude139. He's a great Borderlands content creator and has been creating content for the franchise for almost a decade. Another fun fact about Jolts is that he has a stalker. By stalker, I mean the gub. Everywhere he goes, the gub always seems to find him, even making an appearance in his super randomizer run where a perfectly normal gub dropped when the mods should make everything kind of like this. Anyway, a lot of people wanted him to do a gub-only run, but unlike me, he actually likes to have fun. He was cool with me doing the run, and a lot of you guys wanted to see it, so here we are. Still can't believe y'all passed up a pre-sequel challenge, but okay. Anyway, I'll go over the rules real quick. We will be playing on Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, which pretty much just means everything is 10 levels higher than us, and we're on the hardest difficulty. No bar allowed, and the gub is the only gun we are allowed to use. I feel like I'm forgetting an important rule. What was that? Oh yeah, if we get a world drop gub at any point in the run, we restart. Yeah, I don't think Jolts could even beat the run with that rule, honestly. As for the gear, we have a basic shield and a pretty decked out slagging grenade because, well, you'll see in a minute why we need it. We also have a Vault Hunter relic to increase the chance of a world drop gub by like, this much, and a legendary Titan comm for survivability. As for the gub, we're going to be using the ×2 variant because it has the best DPS, but also the worst accuracy and ammo consumption. But who cares, it's double the gub. And since we're the Gunzerker, we can hold 2, so it's double the gub. And if we equip 2 more to swap to, it's double, double, double. Anyway, here's a quick peek at the build. Gonna keep it short and just say I skipped a lot of the meta skills because the Gub isn't a meta gun and they didn't work as good. Alright, with that out of the way, let's get to the run. The very first step in our journey was to make sure that we didn't get any bully rot spawns, because I'm 99% sure I wouldn't be able to kill one of those. The coast was clear, so we jumped down and started the fight. Right off the bat, you can see that. Well, actually, that's the problem. You can't really see anything. The Gub on the left likes to take up most of the screen, so that's just the first annoying part about this run. The second annoying thing is the Gub's lack of lethality. For reference, imagine getting into a gunfight and you're equipped with 2 paintball guns loaded up with Mountain Dew rounds. You can do some damage, but to be lethal, you pretty much need to be within lobotomizing distance. The tutorial town of Liarsburg went pretty bad. I ran out of ammo, I ran out of grenades, and I died 4 times before I managed to clear the place out. After a little bit of ammo farming and a personalized dose of copium, we took on the first boss, Boom Boom. Lucky for us, these guys are weak against corrosive damage. Unlucky for us, the Gub still sucks. Like, in order to kick Boom off his turret, I was gonna need full ammo, slag, the psychos to leave me alone, and the rack to not randomly aggro me and mess my rhythm up. What the heck even was that? After I massacred the rack's whole bloodline, I got some gear to sell for ammo, since I wasted mine on the last 4 attempts. I got a little spooked when I noticed it was a pistol chest. If I got a Gub here, it wouldn't have been too bad of a restart, but pistol chests have 4 chances to roll one, so that's pretty spooky nonetheless. After we got geared up, I positioned myself so the psychos couldn't hit me and finally started Boom's dental checkup. It took pretty much all my ammo to get him out of his booster seat, but the hard part was done and finishing the job after that was relatively simple. After a little bit of mobbing, we jumped into the Flint fight. Then we jumped out because yeah, sorry guys, but there's no way to do this fight normally. Flint being one of the few bosses that have health regen meant that we would have to play inhumanly well because our DPS just wouldn't be able to handle it otherwise. And circling around him isn't an option since his melee attack is a launching ground slam, so we need to do a little bit of cheesing. Some of y'all remember the Flint locking strat from a previous challenge, but for the new homies I'll demonstrate. First you need to get Flint to walk on this railing. After that, use some sort of knockback to launch him off. In our case, we use Fistful of Hurt to send him flying. Now that he's out of his arena, he gets a little bit confused and just stands there. If we look at our damage with slag and point blank fire, we see 2 things. First off, a lot of numbers. And second, that this strategy was pretty much needed for this fight. Anyway, Flint was beaten and we made it to 3 horns. As soon as I got there, I discovered something about myself that I didn't know. Apparently I could speak Bullymong. These bozos better leave me alone. Leave me the f*** alone. Well, that's what I thought at first, but it turns out I just have mind control powers. Anyway, we needed to get the power core and kill 20 bandits to avenge Reese, because that's the right thing to do. I'm not one of those heathens that find the specific bandit with the power core by looking at his clothes, only kill him, and then run out of there. Imagine being that guy. We made it to Sanctuary and did the usual shenanigans until we had to go to Frostburn. Along the way, we found a tubby spider ant and said screw it, the odds of getting a Gub are low enough to risk it because I want to see what it drops. I killed the tubby spider ant, is what I want to say, but in reality, I let the bandits handle most of it. Lucky for us though, no Gubs were dropped, just a legendary killer class mod. The rest of the run to Lilith went fine, and the mobbing at the end actually wasn't too bad. The ironclad psychos weren't as annoying as they usually are, but I can't say the same for Lilith.
Howdy, boys.
No, Lilith! Why do you have to say the cringe? Lilith, bro, why do you have to say the fucking cringe, dude? Lilith, don't! Lilith, if I die... Lilith, if I die... The big guys were a bit tougher, but they're definitely killable. I think I was getting a little cocky and a little loopy though, because I started acting up. Ooh. Ooh. I put the stinky on him. Yeah, not sure why I said that, or even what it means, but I think it's safe to blame some sort of insanity. Anyway, that's done, so our next homie to meet up with is Ellie. She was gonna help us get a new car to get into that Bloodshot Dam. This is usually the easiest part of the run since vehicles aren't scaled very well for OP levels, so the gub works even without gun zerking. The cars were actually too easy to take out, so to add a little challenge I decided to take out the caravan as well. The best way to defeat him is to stop it close to the end of its path and start punching until the van turns to a man and you can steal magical floating loot. We get to the dam, but Badma was gatekeeping the place, and fighting him wasn't going to be easy. Lucky for me, I somehow released all 3 of his hostages, and their help with distracting him was invaluable. I probably would have had to cheese him pretty hard without these little guys. In the end, they got the final blow and launched his corpse into the abyss. Put the stinky on him. I put the stinky on him! Guys, no! Finally in the ramparts, we experienced some of the most annoying mobbing sections in the run. Actually, wait, no, it's just the toilet room that's whack. Everything else is fine. This place always makes me feel like I'm playing a Dark Souls game. You know, where you run in, die, try again, die again, but this time slightly further than before, etc. Also, like a Dark Souls game though, some bosses can just get cheesed. Put the stinky on him. Roland was kidnapped by everyone's least favorite toaster, the Warden. Longtime viewers know the threat he possesses, but if you're new here, you might not know if you don't kill him fast enough, he will take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag where the fight is way harder. This part of the run is always a high stress period. It's also where things start to get really cursed.
What the?
The lack of any meaningful damage output means that we were going to need to first try Warden or we were doomed. So I played it safe and farmed up some ammo before we went in. The fight begins and right off the bat we're in a rough spot. We don't even break his shield before Warden is able to spawn 3 robots. I was calm and focused though. I knew that Warden couldn't be slagged, so there's no reason to save grenades for him. So I used them on the bots and eliminated those threats first. We get our first second wind and destroy the rest of the bots, making sure to position myself so that any missed shots instead hit Warden to make sure his shield doesn't recharge. We had to make every bullet count here. Things got scary as he spawned not 1, but 2 super loaders, but we managed to stay up thanks to slag and some lucky staggers. Ammo was low, and we were so close to the kill. We scrounged for ammo, but found ourselves down, with the surveyors keeping their bullet deflectors up. I tried to go for a loader, but found myself out of ammo. I couldn't do it. Well, at least not without keeping you on the edge of your seat.
Oh.
It was still a close call. I went down again shortly after to barely get a revive with our last few shots. We managed to grab some ammo, but the final exploder got to us. In a last-ditch effort, the Warden tried to put on a facade, acting like he had full shields again. But in reality, the puny shield that the surveyors gave him was a false hope for Warden. Gub in hand, and ruptured guts hanging out of my stomach in another. I finish Warden off and pop off.
I don't even fucking care!
A psychotic euphoria came over me. I felt invincible. Then these 2 world drop class mods reminded me that if I get a world drop gub, I have to do this all over again and I'll probably die and just go to the gulag anyway. Still didn't stop me from opening chests or sacrificing myself, cause let's face it, if I got a gub like that, that would be hilariously depressing. Our next objective was to will Killhelm, but I kinda crashed after my psychotic episode over at the Bloodshot Dam, so I was playing really sloppy. On top of that, this loot goon Goliath gave me another chest full of pistols. The Wilhelm fight seemed doable, and this fight's usually pretty fair. That was my mentality pretty much up until the point he put the stinky on me. I wasn't going to be able to fight him without full ammo, so I decided to head home and stock up. The second fight didn't go too well either, but the third fight went a lot better. I just had to make sure I kept grabbing ammo from the crates and keep my cool. The shield regen was making me panic a bit, but I quickly realized it's not really a threat, so I could regen my ammo as slowly as I wanted. Also, he kept chasing me, so he would just run out of range of his shield drones, which is kind of dumb on his end, but oh well. Adding that to the book of obscure strats. Day 2 of the challenge started pretty spooky when the first loading screen of the day showed me a gub. A very small part of me wanted to call that a reset, but the other larger and smarter part of me knows that you guys would want these videos out sooner than later. Speaking of getting videos out sooner, you guys should all hit that subscribe button and click the bell. This way YouTube's algorithm promotes me more, meaning I can divert more time to making videos. This way you get them sooner and you get notified when I post new ones. Anyway, back to the run. I don't recall exactly what happened at Sanctuary, but what I do know for sure is that Lilith kidnapped everyone, so that's pretty annoying. And on top of that annoyance, we also had to run through the fridge. Well, it's usually more annoying. This time I somehow made it through without a scratch. Like I didn't go down at all, which absolutely baffled me. Mr. Noodle was our next opponent, and this was probably one of the toughest fights I've had with him. The tiny things really added up during this fight. He had a big health bar, he had a recharging shield, slag would wear off every time he tunneled underground. I didn't have any ammo, and the loaders wanted to attack the poor sap using paintball guns and hiding in the corner instead of the giant whale squid. The one silver lining? One of those loaders had a slag weapon, so when it finally realized the real threat, it helped me keep Mr. Noodle perped up. I eventually had to retreat a bit because I was getting cornered. With no slag or ammo still, I ran even further back and found one grenade, which was enough to finally take him down. Finally at Overlook, we set up and started protecting the I was annihilated. Truly decimated. Absolutely rolled in the first 15 seconds. All I could do was watch as the loaders marched past me, not even recognizing me as a threat. The beacon was destroyed 8 times, so it became invincible, but I kept trying my hardest, throwing myself into the fight, even though the constructor would just mow me down. After a lot of pain and failure, the fast travel landed, and I made my quick and shameful escape. All that, and the pain is only just beginning. Our next goal was to get Claptrap's upgrade from the Preserve. Right off the bat, we greeted with this tubby stalker, and I probably would have killed it for the adrenaline rush, but the thing was too strong. I literally couldn't break his shield before he murked me. So, sorry guys, I'm terrible. The mobbing through this place was doable. Surprisingly enough, the normal stalkers weren't too much of a nightmare. The main strat was to make sure I had some loaders on the field to distract them while I tried to get rid of them. I usually never mention this guy because for some reason the super stalkers are just like 3 times easier than the normal ones. I'm not complaining though. Could you imagine if they were worse than rabbits? I'm willing to bet you can't because there's nothing worse than rabid stalkers. Anyway, I tried to kill the loot homies, but my DPS was straight up not enough. It felt like the gub on the left was for stopping their health regen, and the gub on the right was for dealing damage. So I enlisted the help of the local wildlife to get through this faster. Alright, let's check out the loot. So here we have a stalker pistol, that's pretty neat. Over here we have a Bearcat. Those sell for a pretty penny, that's pretty cool. And what's that over there? Honestly, if there's a cutoff point where I would be okay with getting a gub or utterly heartbroken, it would be the Bloodwing fight. This fight was by far the worst fight in GASMASK Challenge history. The fight's main 2 problems are the undodgeable attacks from Bloodwing and the relentless skag spawns. Usually the skags are good for revives, but during this fight they just used up too much ammo to be worth it. If I was lucky, Bloodwing would land and I could get some good damage and slag in, but it was so rare that it wasn't reliable. But I'm used to all that stuff. The thing that made this fight painful was phase 3.
Corrosion!
You see these damage numbers I'm hitting on shock phase Bloodwing? Notice the letter K to indicate 1000, so you could see 3 to 5 million per shot right now, right? Okay, now compare those numbers to these. Notice the lack of the K indicating thousands? A rough calculation of these numbers indicate I'm only doing about 1% of the damage I was doing during the other 2 phases. And on top of that, this phase seems to be the biggest of the 3. Since loading our gubs up with Mountain Dew Flaming Hot rounds isn't an option, this fight was going to be absolute torture. But I'm a large craniumed masochist who likes a little challenge, so I devised a plan. Step 1, puppy daycare. I had to lure the 3 skags up the elevator and make sure the loaders inside weren't there to kill them. This turned the fight to a 1v1 with me and the bird. Step 2 was to stock up for the fight. Max grenades and ammo were needed to give a good head start. Step 3 was to know how to fight her. Cell has some ammo regen with gunzerking, but it's not a lot with how much ammo we throw out. So if Bloodwing wasn't on the ground, we would make sure to just tap shots at her to activate get some, so our gunzerk cooldown would speed up, meaning more ammo regen. We would chill in this safe spot, only coming out to grab health sticks and ammo for Mordecai's drops, or to dodge certain attack angles from Bloodwing. In emergency situations, we would give the bird, for some quick health regen. I also made a mental note of where Mordecai was leaving health sticks for backup situations. The health sticks were often crucial for survival because corrosive dot damage lasts the longest, so surviving one at OP10 is really tough. Lucky for us though, we have 10 out of 5 in asbestos, so they don't last as long. First two phases surprisingly went good. We got lucky with landings and managed to deal with them quick. But phase 3... oh my gosh, phase 3, dude. Bloodwing did not land a single time, meaning this fight was going to take even longer. On top of being mentally drained at this point, I constantly had to be on my guard because a single mistake could set me back another hour. I just had to keep fighting with the little hope I had left. This isn't some anime where a bunch of your friends come in last minute to cheer you on to victory, so all I could do was... Hey, yo, wait, am I really accepting my fate when the bird is almost dead? I can't give up with all the homies rooting for me. Alright, let's get pumped up. It might seem far now, but we're closer than we think. We gotta be optimistic. This part of Bloodwing's health bar is fake for some reason, so let's hit it home right here and now.
MVP Asbestos skill. Oh my god, let's... oh, I knew she had a fake health bar. Oh, let's freaking go, dude. Oh.
The perfect raid for the perfect fight. Thanks, Jolts. A quick recap so you can truly understand how long this took. The winning fight took an hour 20. An hour 10 of that was just the corrosive phase alone. And the entirety of the preserve took a whopping 4.5 hours. Bloodwing might have gotten the point on this run, but on the bright side,
I put the stinky on him.
Victory in hands, we head over to recruit our next homie Brick. A Goliath called me a coward along the way, and I didn't appreciate that, so we tussled for a bit. We eventually let out all our anger and apologized to each other and decided to be friends. Anyway, Brick's initiation went a bit differently than usual. I like to make a couple Godlights to help me out, but I wasn't sure if I'd be able to take them down after that. It also seemed like there was twice the amount of big bandits. The first two stood still for me, but everyone else would get so far away that I wasn't able to get the kill before bleeding out.
Fistful of Hurt eventually bugged both of them out, and they just started floating in place, which was pretty neat.
The real issue was this guy. It felt like my left gub was negating his health regen while my right gub was negating his health regen. In all seriousness though, I was very close to resetting the map because he seemed unkillable. It was like he didn't have a lot of health, but his health regen was crazy, if that makes sense. I don't know if there's like a weird gimmick thing, if he's got a turtle shield on or something. All I know is that UVHM health regen is the worst thing to come to Borderlands 2. I eventually got him with circle strats, but geez, this initiation took like an hour. The rest of the bandits were all normies, so let's move on to the beacon busting with Brick. And his adopted child. At first I didn't mind the tag along as long as he helped with the robots, but the little brat managed to put the stinky on me, not once, but twice. Can't really blame him though, kids are very impressionable.
I put the stinky on him.
I personally think Brick is going to be a great dad for this little guy. I mean, just look at this patience. Anyway, the next goal was to take on the tanky coward known as Jack's Body Double. My playstyle of getting in faces versus his playstyle of just running away as far as possible sets up for a very bad matchup for me. But bad matchups don't guarantee our loss. Like in Smash Bros, when I go up against a bad matchup, I usually win because of practice, luck, or they just go AFK.
I honestly thought this fight was going to take at least an hour before I killed him,
but the time from entering opportunity to killing Fake Jack was only 7 minutes. With all the puzzle pieces for the bunker raid ready, we start our journey scaling the mountain. Nothing too crazy happened on the way up. The baby turrets actually went well this time around since I'm not using anything with grenade splash damage and my grenade was actually able to slag them. If you're new here and confused, these guys actually cause some major issues usually. I'll list any videos where they are a major pain on screen now.
You know what, I have a better idea. I will just change this to become this. Much better. And the Super Constructor was defeated with patience and ammo regen.
Anyway, yeah, pretty quick mountain run. This loot dude made me forget about Face McShooty, so I didn't do it till later, but we'll go over it now. I was expecting to do this for an hour, but lucky me, I landed a headshot within the first 5 minutes, so that was a big time save. Finally at bunker, we took out the turrets pretty quickly and prepared ourselves for a long bunker fight. Fighting with the bunker isn't too tough, honestly. The turrets he has on him aren't balanced properly or something, because they just kind of tickle my shield. It only really gets dodgy at half health, because he gets his slag laser at that point,
and that most definitely does damage.
But I was able to buy ammo and keep cover, so bunker only took about 15 minutes. And yes, I waited to make sure his nozzle didn't spit out a gub, and lucky me, I can keep going. So it's been easy for the last few minutes, but let me remind you, I'm fighting loaders, and since the gub is corrosive, this is where it excels. And Angel Core was pretty much the same. I played smart, Roland and Angel provided ammo, and I got through it without dying once. And then when I was doing a light pop-off because I didn't die, I got Nickelodeon slimed by the last injector, and then slimed again by Roland's blood, so that was depressing. Anyway, I looted Marcus's stash and found 2 more pistol chests, which put me back on edge. After that, we were off to the boneyard to uncover the location of... Oh yeah, I forgot about this roadblock. Well, in that case, let me introduce you to the Death Cubby. For some reason, they thought this little corner with only one way out was the best place for a new use station. This is literally Spawn Camp Central, and it made it so hard to kill the ambush commanders. My best hope for taking them out was to slag them and just spam gubs into their shins until it eventually worked. After what seemed like 100 attempts, we finally killed the last one and proceeded on. Mortar's prized buzzard Boombringer took like 2 bullets to destroy, so maybe I did Mortar a favor by getting rid of it, because it probably would have exploded upon starting anyway. Buzzards up top were a bit of a hassle, but I managed to get some slag on them with grenades, so nothing too painful. Okay, now we can go to the boneyard. Actually, nothing too interesting happened here, just your average run-of-the-mill gameplay stuff, so let's move on to the Badlands. Here we found another chest full of pistols and another loot homie, but still no gub luckily. After that, I decided to fight Saturn. I had the ammo regen, so I figured I could do it. I then also realized I didn't have to wait for the regen if I just went and bought more ammo, so that sped up the kill. We eventually dropped them, and homie dropped a regular doll sniper too, so that was pretty neat. After that, we got the info we needed and headed to the Claptrap door, where we handled our last bit of mandatory mobbing before skipping the entirety of Heroes Pass in a manner that would make Jolts proud. Finally at the vault, we face Handsome Jack, which should theoretically be the last hard fight. I'll be real with you guys, I tried fighting him normally without cheesing it, but in order to kill Jack, I pretty much needed to have him slagged, which is like a 1 in 10 chance per grenade throw, and on top of that also land consistent crits to combat his crazy health regen. On the bright side, I can show you guys how to cheese him if you ever have trouble. So as soon as Jack's shield breaks, he teleports to this moonshot console to spawn a shield surveyor. Using this knowledge, we can position ourselves to where we block him and he gets stuck. Just need to make sure any of his clones don't knock you out of it. Pro tip, the first wave of clones, you can kill them all except for one. If you do finish the first wave off though, the clones just seem to respawn as soon as you kill one off. I also recommend saving a clone with a shield because accidentally killing them is annoying, and depending on your loadout, decide whether or not saving a shooter clone or a melee clone is best for you. Anyway, we finally nailed the setup and then farmed up some ammo using the same strat as we did for Bloodwing. This time though, we made sure to get headshots while doing it. After we were full, it was time to pray to the slag gods, because if I didn't have slag, I would run out of ammo and we wouldn't be able to keep up with the health regen. We had 9 grenades, which meant 9 attempts, and if they all failed, we would have to— oh, never mind, we got it first try. Let's go. The slag gave us enough DPS to kill him decently quick, and I was like super surprised that the fight went this well. Now I could go and use a cheese spot on Warrior 2, but that's a lot of cheese all at once, and I want to make sure my lactose intolerant homies stick around to see this challenge beaten. So even without cheese, this fight is pretty easy. He just has a lot of health to get through, which gave me plenty of time to mess up over and over and over and over. What should have been a 30-minute fight took almost 3 hours, because anytime I would go down, I would have no ammo, or the racks were too far away, and on 2 occasions, the warrior stole my revive because I guess he can do that? What the— A lot of my homies say, dang GasMask, you have some crazy patience to do these long fights. But honestly, I don't think I'm patient. Pretty sure I'm closer to stubborn. Eventually, the warrior went down, and I put the stinky on him, and not a single gub was dropped. Which means, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only the gub. Before we wrap up the video, I just want to say, I put the stinky on him. Okay, that's enough, dude. No more, no more. Get out of here. Shoot. Get. Jeez. Okay, anyway, I want to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. If you want to help the channel grow, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to hit the bell so you get notified when I post new videos. It helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot. I also read all my comments, so please let me know your favorite part of the video, or if you have any ideas for future challenge runs. Honestly, all the nice comments you guys leave are the biggest motivations to keep making these videos. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. It's 99 cents and you'll get emotes and videos a day early. On top of that, helps me post more often so everyone gets videos earlier in the long run. I'll have links to my Twitch and Discord. Screw it. My Twitter too, in the description if any of those interest you. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Alright, so if you clicked on this video, you might be hoping I'm going to be running around the Borderlands as some crazy tentacle monster, like something you'd see in a COD Zombies map maybe. But sadly, Borderlands modding just isn't that good yet. So today, we will be trying our best to cosplay as everyone's favorite giant space whale squid, and ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous? It should be common knowledge that all you need to cosplay as someone, or something in this case, is their hide, blood, teeth, and breath. If you don't know what these do, I'll show you real quick. The Breath of Terra is a neat fire grenade mod that makes tiny volcanoes under the feet of the bad guys. The Teeth of Terra is a shotgun that shoots bullets in a biting pattern and does a little bit of grenade splash at the end. The Hide of Terra is a Roid/Nova/Spike combo shield, usually regarded as the best Roid shield in the game, but I went to the absolute lowest Roid damage so the challenge wasn't too easy. And then there's the Blood, which is kinda... yeah, it's kinda bad. Then in our class mod slot, we're going to be using the Slayer of Terramorphous Com to keep it thematic. I will quickly go through the rules. We will be playing on Overpower 10 UVHM, which is just the hardest difficulty, and all the enemies are 10 levels higher than us. No bar allowed, and Terra gear only, of course. As a bonus rule, to make it a little more challenging, I have to full spec into every skill that the Terracom boosts. This might not sound bad, but I'll show you why this is a mistake in a moment. I would show you the build, but it probably changed a few dozen times during the run, but I pretty much switched between fire build and bonk build depending on the situation. With that out of the way, let's get to the run. So we hop in and near immediately get our first death out of the way, which brings me to masochistic fact number 1. I'm playing UVHM without slag. Anyone who has played Ultimate Vault Hunter mode knows that slag is practically necessary for this difficulty. Like, you can play without slag, just like you can wipe your butt with a sock. It works, but you probably need a counselor if that's what you're doing. Anyway, all of Terra's gear is locked to fire element, and Krieg has no slagging skills, so yeah, this run is going to be painful. All the enemies in the beginning were flesh, which is good for all the fire damage stuff I got. I just needed to refine my playstyle and learn how to use this goofy shotgun. The Teeth of Terra works best when the biting animation completes and does a little bit of explosive damage, which is boosted by Strip the Flesh, which we have 9 out of 5 in, which is great. But please, can we get my boy Terra a dentist? Cause mans has a 2-foot gap in between each tooth, making it so only 2 pellets hit per shot. This somehow still did more damage than point blank shots though, so that's cool I guess. Just kinda wish they'd all converge on one spot, might actually make this gun pretty good. Anyway, it took me a while to find that sweet spot where I would get the boosted damage. It was always way farther away than I thought, but I figured it out eventually. On the bright side, the Breath of Terra actually does decent damage on flesh-based baddies, and we're spec'd into Elemental Empathy, so a lot of fire damage goes to healing us. Like many Krieg builds, everything started dying as soon as I got the momentum going. The rest of Larisburg went great, except for when Hammerlock showed up. For some reason, I started getting violent urges to rip his other 2 limbs off. It's probably the Thresher hormones from Terramorphous's blood. I think that's how biology works, I don't know. I was going to take the relic off, but decided that wasn't allowed. I had to face my demons the right way, by severing the limbs of some guy that I won't feel morally bad about. It's time for masochistic fact number 2. Full specking the Terra skills. So some of these are good, like Strip the Flesh is great for explosive damage, and Thrill the Kill is good for healing, but in OP levels you only really need 2 points to fill your health bar. Burn Baby Burn increases fire dot damage, which isn't lethal cause UVHM health regen, but I think it's good for healing maybe? Flame Flare pretty much just makes me stay on fire longer, which can be absolutely deadly if an enemy decides to put a fire dot on me. And then we have Blood Trance, which makes Buzzax Rampage last longer based on how many Bloodlust stacks you have, which might sound good at face value, but a lot of melee builds use Release the Beast to get health back frequently, and if you're in Buzzax Rampage, you can't do it again until it ends. On top of that, you can't use grenades, or pull out a slag weapon, not that that matters, or pull out a moxie weapon, not that that matters, and I can't even light people on fire for stat boosts, unless I want to waste another 5 points for 50% chance to deal fire damage. Wait. What better way to combat a bad skill than with another bad skill? Woo! Hellfire halitosis, or for the scientist watching, fire breath, is usually a skill that has very, very niche uses, but it's going to come in handy for this run. This way I can activate all my fire buffs and get a little healing while on Buzzak's rampage. After making it to Boom Boom, we find our first instance of masochistic fact number 3, fire only on armor. Boom Boom was going to be a tough fight, and I didn't want to cheese it if I didn't have to. We bopped Boom and decided to go for a cool gun kill on Big Bertha instead of the usual cheese strat. I wanted to proc Bloodbath from one of these psychos and spam shotgun damage to kill the turret, but this setup was super hard and took a while because I also had to fight against his health regen. We managed to knock Boom out of his turret and then we bonked him just like we bonked Boom. Shortly after our fire resistant boss, we face our fire proof boss. Oh boy. Okay, so Flint has fire resistance, but when he goes into fire phase, fire damage actually heals him. So it looks like we're gonna have to resort to... Oh, 1 second. Hello?
Hey bro, you can't melee kill Flint, dude.
What? Why not?
His launching AoE slam will just launch you away. It won't work, trust me.
Wait, what? Didn't they make Krieg heavier than other characters so he wouldn't get launched in melee combat?
Yeah, but even so, your shield has fire spike and nova damage, so you'll just heal him anyway.
Okay, well, what do I do then?
You know what you have to do.
No, wait, are you... Please don't tell me.
Yep.
Alright, I'll tell him.
Good luck.
Alright guys, my boss called. I've got some bad news. We're going to have to cheese the Flint fight. I know, I've never did anything like this before. I usually body Flint face to face, but this time I'm gonna have to play a little unfair. So Borderlands 2 has this little quirk called Infinite Vertical Melee, which means anything directly above or below you can be meleeed no matter how far away they are. So we respec for bonk mode, lured Flint over to this pole, got some stacks, and started slicing from 3 stories away.
1 eternity later.
Woo, we did it! Good news, we officially made it past the part of the run I didn't think was going to be possible. Bad news, I didn't plan to make it this far, so now I have no idea what I'm doing. After making it to 3 horns, I managed to steal the interface adapter without a single bandit noticing me. Got some wheels, belly bump door guy vehicular style, saved Reese, avenged Reese by killing exactly 20 bandits and no less, and made it to Sanctuary. Lilith, being the immature human she is, left a cryptic note in my locker like some kind of cringe high school rom-com stuff, so let's get her mission done with. I usually like speedrunning this place, and this time I had an extra reason to skip a lot of the pointless combat. Anyway, we find Lilith and start fighting all the psychos, right? And I discover a cool trick with this Breath of Terror grenade. So I'm pretty sure bandits are programmed to dodge grenades if you try to chuck them at them, but when you throw a Teeth of Terra, they just kinda... Yeah, so the strat of just making a firewall to create distance and land the strong hits of the Teeth of Terror is actually a useful one. Not as useful as the low-hanging doorway, though. If you want to know how long all this took, just know that Lilith was able to say howdy boys 4 freaking times before we were done dealing with all these cowards. Our next goal was to infiltrate the Bloodshot Dam and save Roland. Only problem is that our car wasn't good enough, apparently. So we needed to get an entirely new one from Ellie, even though I think a simple oil change would have been able to fix this one's issues. My favorite 56 seconds of every run is when I get to destroy the bandit technicals that aren't balanced properly for OP levels and feel like a super cool god among men. The Teeth of Terror was actually able to deal some damage even though it was a fire on armor situation, and we managed to get a new car pretty quick. Anyway, that one nomad before you enter the Bloodshot Dam was giving me a rough time. On top of that, I also had to fight Badma. Fire being good on flesh and Badma being a big target sounds like a benefit, but for some reason I felt like I was just throwing teeth at a giant metal door. This was also where the super long Buzzak duration really started to melt my brain. After about an hour of all that, I finally managed to take him down. So I run into the Bloodshot stronghold and everything was terrible. We had ironclad psychos up the wazoo, so I decided to respec for a bit more fire damage to keep my healing up. This time everything went great, right up to the dreaded toilet room, where things started to go absolutely fantastic. And that's not me being sarcastic, I actually managed to get some great momentum going. Plenty of fleshy vessels to use for healing, and the cowardice of the crazed marauders was actually backfiring on them. These guys usually run pretty far away if you get too close to them, and they ran just far enough for the Teeth of Terror to hit their sweet spot. I only died once here, but by the time that happened, the door was already open.
Holy crap. We blew through the toilet room so quick.
But like many small victories on this challenge, the next objective is going to utterly destroy my psyche. Roland was kidnapped by one of the scariest bosses in the game. You could call me an oikophobic all you want. This toaster has literally shaved years off of my lifespan. If you're good at the game or new to the channel, you might not know that Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill him fast enough. And since killing things fast isn't my forte, I pretty much accepted my fate as soon as I seen an angelic guard.
Oh, it's an angelic guard. Nope, we're done. Yeah, we're doomed.
The fight at the Gulag is way harder because on top of Warden just being Warden, he also gains the ability to moonshot even more robots into the battle. This is also where I learned that the Teeth of Terra cannot kill loaders. Like for real, it just can't. So for the second time this run, I had to do some cheesy strats that I wasn't very proud of. I felt really bad for doing this, but as punishment for using too much cheese, chat sentenced me to cheese shaming, as I ate a block of extra sharp cheddar. After getting my public execution rescheduled to a later date, I made off to befriend Mordo and Tina. One of the objectives in this mission is to light 3 Varkids on fire, which you think would be super easy. I could probably just let a shield nova go off and it would be fine, but in reality it was 10 times easier than that even. So this Varkid tried to jump me, but somehow set off this whole fire melon, which lit both of us on fire. Now that I was on fire, Raving Retribution was starting to set off, and since it thought the fire melon was attacking me, it just started sending fireballs in that direction, and completed the objective. Absolutely nothing about my gear I was using played a part in doing this, and I just thought that was funny. Anyway, I got to taste grape flavored combat for a little bit since Mordecai was sniping the baddies for me. I mean, he still wasn't doing like any damage, but anything was better than Wilhelm. When I took on this challenge, I really didn't think it would be this hard. I knew I wouldn't have slag, and I knew fire and armor sucks, but I really thought that this gun would be able to do something, and that even the worst version of the best melee shield in the game would make this relatively doable. But no, every part of my kit was just absolute trash. This fight was looking impossible, but giving up wasn't an option. I couldn't let one boss, okay, maybe every boss after this plus a couple loaders, stop me from securing my victory. Step 1 was to respec, building for melee damage, Buzz-Axe Bombardier, and Fuel the Blood. Step 2 was to fuel up, and step 3 was to mask up. In order to kill Wilhelm, we cannot rely on our gear. We need to rely on Krieg and his skills. The plan was to do what damage we could while waiting for surveyors to spawn, aka Fuel the Blood fodder. After we get a melee kill, Fuel the Blood boosts our explosive damage and makes the effectiveness of Buzz-Axe Bombardier a lot stronger. The only thing about this strat is how risky it was. We had to get down to low health constantly in order for Release the Beast to activate and have our action skill ready. If we went down, it was likely a death sentence, unless we were already within sweet spot distance of a surveyor, so I had to focus. I had to make sure I killed him quick as well. Otherwise, the loaders he spawns from under the trains respawn, and it pretty much means I'm dead. After 2 hours and 43 more deaths added to the counter, we finally survived long enough to take Wilhelm down. I was pretty drained after that fight, so I decided to take it slow on this sanctuary visit and really enjoy my relaxation time. But then Lilith was all like, "No rest for the wicked," and totally ruined it. So back to work for us. Our next goal was to fight the Gluttonous Thresher, and since I'm Terramorphous, the strongest Thresher known to man, I obviously won the fight. And by I mean the loaders that spawned in while I found a corner to hide in. If you're mad that I didn't do most of the work, first off, that's fair. Second off, leave me alone. I'd like to see you do this. And third, you're going to hate how I handled Overlook. Yeah, so I tried using the Saw Blade technical since the damage is boosted by Krieg's melee skills, but that didn't work at all. So instead, I shot at the loaders even though I knew I wouldn't kill anything, and just hid by the beacon as it was destroyed less than a second after each repair. The Constructor showed up, and I'm pretty sure this is where my KD went negative for the run. I didn't even want to try to run towards the fast travel and quickly travel away, so I straight up just left and used a different one to go back home. Which I know doesn't make any canonical sense, but that was the least of my issues. On top of being truly defeated by the last 4 missions, now we had to go to the preserve. And we all know how that usually goes. Anyway, wounding the loaders didn't take long cause Mordo was slagging them, but we had plenty of loaders to kill afterwards. Melee is the only way to deal with these guys, so I pulled out my Bladed Teeth of Terra for some bonus damage, and for the most part, I was able to kill him. I think the only kind of loader we would have issues with are Angelic Guards, but I don't think I've ever seen one of those spawn in the preserve before. What the fuck is this? What is this, dude? Yeah, so after a good 30 minutes of trying to get the door open, I had to reset the map for a second time. The first time was just because I took too long and the enemies started respawning whatever. For anyone wondering why I didn't just kill them off, let me show you a sped up clip of me trying to kill a bull loader. This leads me to masochistic fact number 4. This is now just a glorified melee run. The second half of this game has very little amounts of combat with non-armored enemies, and since my shotgun heals them, I'm pretty much going to be in bonk mode for the rest of this run. It wasn't until our 3rd attempt that we made it past the loader who skips leg day, and at this point we were probably in the preserve for a little over 2 hours. Up next, I hired the loot homies to take out the skags for me, while also hiring the skags to take out the loot homies for me so I could snag their loot, but they didn't drop anything because they're lame. Usually the significant mobbing is all done by now, and we could go straight to Bloodwing, but the game is cursed and decided to give me 3 rabid skags to deal with. I tried some bullfighting strats, but those didn't work well.
Jump at me?
I tried this for way too long before I just decided to commit to going for a melee kill. The funniest part is after I killed the first one, a bunch of pup skags spawned, and I just had to kill several of those to get the door open. Anyway, you know what time it is. Returning viewers will know all about Bloodwing hair baloney, you know, like the undodgeable attacks, elemental resistances, and this time around our attacks can't even hit her unless she's pretty much landed, so we were going to have to change up our strats. And by change up our strat, I mean do the same thing we did for Wilhelm. Skags periodically spawn during this fight, and Mordecai knows how UVHM works, so he was being a homie and slagging them to set up for melee kills. Again, with Fuel the Blood, my explosive damage was boosted. I don't know if I just don't hear people talking about this skill combo often, but it's stupid good, even without class mods that boost this skill. It's stupid good enough that using this strat, I took down Bloodwing first freaking try. Take that, Bloodwing. I'm back in the frickin' lead. Even Mordecai wants to party.
Vault Hunter, get down.
So glad Mordecai is changing his mind about the whole.
Oh, you guys seen it?
Okay, maybe not. Anyway, our next homie to recruit was Brick. The initiation was fine because of fleshy enemies and Godliaths doing most of the work. We even killed Sarcastic Slab in the most metal way possible. The loader combat afterwards went pretty decent too, since Brick was helping. Even looked like Brick watched my last video and learned some new combat techniques, so you know I had to hype him up.
Brick.
I put the stinky on him. Speaking of other videos, if you're new here and made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying it, so you might as well sub and hit the bell to know when new vids get uploaded. Because masochistic fact number 5 is that I go through all this suffering and a majority of you guys still aren't subbed. Joining the GASMASK gang is one click away. Anyway, Brick and I destroyed the rest of the loaders and we were off to our next objective, dealing with this coward. This fight is so friggin' buggy. It's a 50-50 chance between him booking a flight to Europe or just standing still and still managing to give me a hard time. Like, bro, why he standing like that? I'm glad he didn't fight back, but like, geez, this happens all the time, bro. Who coded you? Terra's dentist? Okay, now that that's done, it's time for the bunker raid. And I'll be the first to say that I was dreading this. I decided to unspec out a Buzzax Bombardier because these guys resist grenade splash, so I was better off without it. Fighting this thing was weird because I had to purposefully eat some rockets for better axe throw damage until it died. The baby turrets ahead were no match for Krieg, which is nice, because I hate these little buggers and their crazy health regen. And finally, the big constructor. Had to put a lot more forks in this toaster before it decided to blow up. Luckily, it's easy to cheese because I could just stand behind it this time. And our final obstacle, Face McShooty. Alright, here we go, guys. Uh-oh. Bet you weren't expecting that, huh? Yeah, so it looks like if you want to do Face McShooty with the Teeth of Terra, you have to be within biting distance. Anyway, on to the bunker. To be straight up with you guys, the rest of this run is pretty much what made me deem this the worst gas mask challenge run yet. First off, the big turrets are pretty annoying because, well, you know, the whole yellow health bar situation and whatnot. The ones within melee range were pretty okay just because of the blatant big red power button on the back, but the ones out of range took a while. And then he spawned. Bunker was absolutely will-shattering. He had so much freaking health, and in order to deal damage I had to play risky and get to low health. And if your playstyle is lighting yourself on fire and praying that you have a crippled loader nearby if you go down, you're not gonna have a consistent winning strategy. Like 20 times. 20 freaking times! Somehow loader would just sneak up on me, put an OP10 fire dot on me, and since I have 9 out of 5 in flame flare, it would just melt me. That's a skill issue, whatever. You know what really got my sanity dangling off the edge? So enemies in UVHM have this stupid health regen, and if you put any type of damage over time on them, they just kinda keep healing through it, right? Y'all remember that Blood of Terra relic that already seemed pretty useless? Well, I go and find out it doesn't even work if you're taking damage. Why? Why? This is all super rare gear that you get from killing a super hard boss. Why? Why isn't it good? Why does it make an edgy poem with all 4 pieces if it's not good? His teeth made them flee in shame. His breath was of fire. His hide turned the mightiest tame. His blood could inspire. It's all bullcrap. What even is this? Terramorphous? More like Terra Bull. Okay, with Bunker's super huge health bar, I would have to take too many risks in order to get a melee kill. And I tried and tried with no prevail. So you know what I had to do? I had to kill Bunker, the flying, armored, tanky boss, with the Teeth of Terra. I had to be patient and only use my action skill in emergency situations, otherwise I'd just die. I was trying to kill this glorified frisbee for over 3 friggin' hours. The winning fight alone took an hour and 20, and I only used Buzz X Rampage to damage him twice. The rest of Bunker's health bar was drained all thanks to this guy. No, not you. This guy. I was so dead at this point. I couldn't even pop off anymore, so all I had to say was this witty remark.
Oh boy.
With the bunker destroyed, you can...
Anyway, yeah guys, so that was terrible, but that wasn't the worst. Angel Core was the frickin' worst. I should have been fine. I knew I could melee kill loaders and even a couple angelic guards if I needed to. I even had Roland to help and Lilith to take out my anger on. But the absolute what the absolute worst thing that could ever happen happened. An angelic guard spawned with a slag sniper. Oh brother dude, I hate watching this. I could not kill these 2 angelic guards for the life of me because slag was tripling all the damage I took. I really tried everything here. Separating these 2 and taking them on 1v1, confusing the robots by standing under them, trapping them in a corner, circle strats, but loaders have 360 view so nothing was working. Also, I am now convinced that getting slagged also triples the chance for Silence the Voices to proc because Krieg would not stop hitting himself. I am not joking when I say this. I didn't make progress here for 2 hours. Literally all because of this one loader, dude. Some of you are probably thinking, I reset Angel Core, and that's fair. But this time around, I played with the hand I was dealt, because I knew if I gave the game a chance, they would spawn this guy again with an even stronger, faster slag sniper. So after 60-something losses to this guy, I finally found a strategy. So usually you can't circle strat these guys like you can with bandits because they rotate 360 degrees. But we can sprint around them in circles, which is fast enough to dodge their attacks. Mix this with the fact that Krieg can melee while sprinting during his action skill, and we get some of the most obscure 1v1 mobbing strats I have ever come up with. After the first kill, I managed to get the Slag Sniper guard, who I just realized was maximum possible level, so that's neat. Glitched out how I originally planned. After we took this guy out, I had a pleasant little pop-off.
Fuck you! Okay, we're good.
This one loader brought me more pain than any other fight in any challenge I've done so far. Even you, Bloodwing. This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. Now I get to suffer elsewhere! Ironically enough, when I got to Sawtooth Cauldron, I was relieved, because the enemies here were all fleshy and I could get multiple kills before dying.
Yeah, the fire damage is working. It's working. The gear's working as intended. Everything's great. I can use my grenades and just burn everything and melt everything. And it's so good and fun. Look at my health bar. It's staying pretty much full.
You guys hear that optimism in my voice? Yeah? Okay, well watch this.
Take out those buzzards.
I don't need these buzzards, man. These freaking buzzards. It'd be one thing if they didn't have health regen. But every time I land a couple of shots, they just come back good as new. It wasn't until 4 hours of attempts that I managed to destroy one buzzard. And here's how I did it. First off, we need to rig some fights. Each attempt would consist of me spawning in, running to the buzzard nest, and checking the buzzard's level. If it was higher than level 89, I wouldn't even bother. After we found our level 89 buzzard, we would farm up stacks with our fire grenade and find a psycho or weaker mob. This wasn't always guaranteed. Sometimes I'd get nothing but scavengers, grave diggers, and juggernauts. Anyway, after we found a good setup with an 89 buzzard and easy mobs, we would do the good old punch and chuck strat using Fuel the Blood and Buzzax Bombardier. Once we had the setup, we had roughly 7 seconds to land 2 or 3 Buzzax throws on a buzzard. Which is tough, since the first 3 seconds are wasted looking for the dang thing, but when the stars align, you could pull off a beautiful kill.
Let's go! Oh, that's 2.
4 hours into Sawtooth, the first one got stuck. At 4.5 hours, we got our second. At 5 hours, we got our third. And at 6 hours, this happened.
Come on. Let's go. Let's 4. Let's go. Oh, Subcast. What was that you were saying, Subcast? What was that you were saying?
This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. And for anyone wondering, yes, I did just copy and paste that last voice clip from the Angelic Guard fight like 30 seconds ago. After that conniption, I felt invincible for all of 2 minutes, mostly because I was just speedrunning through the Boneyard and Badlands. I did not kill Saturn this time around for obvious reasons, and if it's not obvious, the first 25 minutes of the video explains this in great detail, so go ahead and just rewatch that and come back. Or you could just download the save file in the description and test it out yourself. Up to you. Anyway, I was like 2 seconds away from getting the info first try, and it took 7 tries after that before he made it to the final stretch. The Claptrap Door was our last hard bit of mobbing, and everything was going relatively good. I even managed to kill the Super Surveyor that spawns. Whoops, I mean 2 Super Surveyors. 3, okay, that's a bit odd. 4, there's definitely something. Okay, what the 5? How is that even? Okay, there's absolutely no way a 6th one just spawned. 7. 7 of them. 7 of them spawned. Sorry about that. I kind of blacked out for a bit. Anyway, at this point, I was so shattered internally that taking a break wouldn't help, because it would be all that I thought about. So I kept going. Brick and Mortar definitely carried me through Heroes Pass, but altogether the Claptrap Door and this place almost took 2 hours, and this challenge's playtime was really starting to wear on my mental. Jack and his stupid health regen was my last worry of the run. I made my few legit attempts before I decided that the good old block him at the terminal strat was going to be needed. Melee was definitely the way to go, but I wanted to show you guys my insane DPS I was getting with the shotgun. Mind you, this is point blank, doing nothing but crit damage. Glad I had 4 of these, because if I had to reload, I would just lose all my progress from the last mag anyway. So we took Jack out and started the warrior fight. And surprise, surprise, using a fire weapon on a giant fire-breathing fire demon from hell where fire comes from doesn't work great. And now that I think about it, whoever said fight fire with fire was an absolute bozo if I'm being frank. And I was being frank because the warrior is practically throwing me on his barbecue like a pack of ballparks. So we had to do something no one would have guessed. And go for a melee kill. Luckily, these crystal dudes are super susceptible to melee damage, except for when they're not susceptible to anything, of course. Anyway, the good old punch thing for explosive damage strat was working great, except for when it backfired on me, or the crystalisks would do more damage to me than I wanted it to, or Krieg would do more damage to me than I wanted him to. My favorite one is when I was throwing axes and this rack swoops in and takes it point blank, do it for the vine style, which downs me because that's just my luck. But I promised I wouldn't take the mask off until it was done. And there was one thing driving me. You know I haven't had a fucking monster all stream? I can't fucking drink a monster with this thing on, guys. You're driving me nuts. After 30 hours and 58 minutes, after 506 deaths, the warrior accepted his fate. I decided to finish warrior off using the Teeth of Terra, because I really wanted to savor this moment that I beat the hardest gas mask challenge so far. I proudly say, you can beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous. This run was 100 times worse than I thought it was going to be, but what matters is that we beat it, and the fact that you made it this far into the video makes it all worth it for me. If you want to see more runs like these, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps with YouTube's algorithms and helps the channel a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs, all linked in the description, along with the socials of Mango Soda, who created this absolutely awesome thumbnail art. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. So a while back I made a video where I tried to beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball, and that was actually pretty fun. And since my last challenge video's ad revenue barely paid for the resulting therapy sessions, I thought it might be a good idea to have a nice, fun, and wholesome run. So today we're going to try and answer, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the snowball? Now before you guys ask, yes, I just said I was playing the pre-sequel for fun. I know I dunk on this game a lot, but if I'm being honest, it's my second favorite game of the series, right next to Borderlands 2. The third being Tiny Tina's One Shot Adventure. You know the standalone game that's just the BL2 Tina DLC? Yeah, that one. Anyway, jokes aside, let me tell you the rules. We'll be trying to beat Ultimate Vault Hunter mode at level 70 with no bar and no guns allowed. We are going to be playing as Jack the Doppelganger, and his action skill is kinda allowed, but I'll go over that more in a bit. And most importantly, the snowball is the only grenade we're allowed to use. As for the other gear, we have a pretty normal shield, a level 1 Oz kit so that we can abuse slams, and the best main class mod for grenade damage, and 5 extra points in just compensation, which makes grenade damage higher for every grenade ammo I'm missing. Here's a quick peek at the build. I feel like I had a lot of extra skill points, so if anything seems out of whack here, probably because it is. I'll explain the important skills as we go, so let's get into the run. We arrive at Helios and immediately start doing what you would expect. Beaming these doll guys with nice, wholesome, totally not packed with ice and gunpowder, snowballs. Also, as one would expect, we ran out of ammo pretty fast. Compared to Axton and the fastball, we seem to be at a major disadvantage. We only get half the ammo, and we can't throw snowballs while in fight for your life. But I'm here to say, both those problems are only half wrong. Thanks to the skill Jack's Cash, we get a free grenade for every 4 kills we get. And since we're spec'd into leadership as well, every time a Digijack dies, it counts as a kill. So if we activate our action skill and immediately cancel it, we can farm ourselves up a free grenade. Mind you, I cannot get actual ammo like this, I just get a free throw when I have 4 stacks built up. Another thing we can do after using our action skill is activate On My Mark, which makes the Digijacks throw a copy of my grenade mod at the bad guys. And let me tell you, these guys were surprisingly good at hitting their throws. Like sometimes they would just whiff, but other times they were super coordinated and would just destroy extra enemies I didn't even target. Anyway, lacking ammo isn't an issue anymore. But now what if I go into Fight for Your Life? Well, thanks to Potential, I'm allowed to spawn my Digijacks while in Fight for Your Life. And I can also mark a target for them to throw a snowball at and get up that way, or hope that one of my jacks dies. Because leadership can also get me second wins. And the most important skill of the build? Inspire, which makes Jack occasionally inspire us with words of greatness.
Everybody, you're looking super handsome.
Let's go.
Honorable mention to promote the ranks, which would have made super Digijacks that might have boosted grenade damage, but they're kinda bugged out and don't throw grenades properly. Yeah, Gearbox kinda dropped the ball on this one. Since the Digijacks kind of have a mind of their own, they will occasionally shoot the bad guys with their wrist lasers. This didn't really have any effect on the gameplay because they're usually only out for a few seconds. So if anyone's salty because I used the Digijacks during this run, first off, stop being anti-fun. And second, the run would be impossible without them since I kinda need the ammo. Anyway, after dealing with these guys, we had to fight one of the several pyromaniacs in the Borderlands series, this one being named Flame Knuckle. Now if this was Pokemon, we would be pretty screwed right now. If this was Borderlands 3, he would be pretty screwed right now. But this is TPS, so the fight was pretty fair. Jack was super helpful with distracting him, so I was even able to fend off any extra troops that were flying in. Also during the fight, I used a little bit of RNG manipulation to get more ammo drops from the containers. So if you're below, I believe, 1/3 of your maximum ammo with any type, you are more likely to get that ammo type from ammo crates. So if we had 3 or less ammo, we could open up the crates and get more ammo than usual. Constantly having a low supply of grenades is kinda good since we're spec'd into that just compensation skill, so we're getting the best value for our chucks. After we busted Flame Knuckles' power suit, Jack, and Jack helped me finish him off. Right after that, we got moonshot down to the moon and met Janie Springs. We needed to help her take out Deadlift. Deadlift tried to take her out, on a date that is, and when she said she wasn't into guys, he got all mad and stole her Moonzumi key, which we need to get to Concordia. If the Borderlands 2 players are confused, Concordia is just Sanctuary, but on the moon. Anyway, with a little bit of inspiration from Zarpedon, I guess, we set off on our journey to beat Deadlift in a snowball fight. But first, we had to take care of a bunch of his lackeys. My favorite part about using this grenade mod is that every time you kill a scav... Uh-oh, looks like the Borderlands 2 players are confused again. Okay, scavs are just bandits, but on the moon. Anyway, every time you kill a scav with a snowball, they get launched and literally break orbit. For real, they don't come back down. The scavs were getting so messed up by my snowballs that they eventually decided to chill out. We could finally fight Deadlift, and there's a lot more on the line than you think. This run was still on its first life, and when I'm on my first life, my focus and skill are tenfold, because I make diamonds under pressure. Just, don't quote me on that if you watch the last run, okay? Deadlift is like the Captain Flint of the pre-sequel. He's got enough annoying and unfair mechanics to absolutely torture you during your first playthrough. Talking electrifying the floor, homing blue balls, stop laughing that's not funny, evasive maneuvers, and a lot of minions to keep you on edge. Lucky for us, I know this guy's patterns pretty well and went straight for the safety stairs. Right here you have access to cover, you have an escape route, and the stairs don't get electrified. Patience was key to winning this fight. Well, that and a little Matrix-style dodging in order to get all the ammo crates in the arena. After some close calls, we finally broke his shield and the rest was history. Still a 1 life, baby, woo! Anyway, we got the Moonzumi station working and carefully jumped the scap. There are 3 jumps in this game that are very wonky and will punish you with death if you mess them up. The next one being on the way to Concordia. My first death being a cliff would be super cringe, so I made sure to hit this carefully. Right as we get into town, the cop claptrap was trying to give us a ticket, and I didn't appreciate that too much. Anyway, we got shafted by the Marif, that's an elevator joke, and Roland was busy dealing with the secondhand embarrassment of Lilith doing the hokey pokey on the dance floor, so there was only one thing left that could solve our loneliness.
Looking for me, sugar?
What? No, not Moxie. I'm talking about a monster inhale style and some inspiring words from Crazy Earl himself. After we hijacked some cellular towers and found the location of the jamming signal, we were off to Crisis Scar to shut it down so we could get Jack off of Helios. I was going to pick a cool icy looking skin for our car, but noticed that this one was literally my outro catchphrase, so I couldn't pass it up. Scavtrap said I had to show my worthiness of joining Red Belly's gang in order to get in, but I had a different idea.
Second option, let me in.
So the Darksiders were our next target. One of the main bosses here ended up dropping a Jacko cannon. Not sure if it was because we were playing as Jack or the fact that it was October at the time, but I'm willing to bet it was both. Anyway, after killing all the edgy guys, we finally were allowed into Crisis Scar. We were blowing right through Red Belly's defenses. That was until this super bad mugger showed up. To my knowledge, the scaling in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode is a lot different in this game than in Borderlands 2. I'm pretty sure every enemy gets their health boosted, but big guys get a bigger boost. So this info's from the wiki, so definitely take it with a grain of salt. But according to them, normal enemies get a 1.5 times health and shield boost from True Vault Hunter mode to Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and big guys get a 2.5 times boost to their health and a 3.5 times boost to their shields. So these guys are pretty tanky. I had to make sure I played smart and farmed my grenades safely. After killing Mugger number 1, I had to also kill Mugger number 2. Luckily, my mans fell right into my trap and I was able to get an early chunk of his health out of the way before I let the boys put the ice on him. We also ended up bullying the local grade schoolers, and that was pretty fun. And after that, we were off to fight Red Belly. The game made this pretty easy for me. Why farm up nades with Diddy-Jacks when I could just walk over to this vendor and trade all the loot I found for some more? We had a couple close calls early on, but Red and Belly split up, which allowed me to gang up on them one-on-one. Belly was a scary powerhouse who dropped us a striker, and Red was just kind of AFK for the most part. After we dealt with them, we shut down the jamming signal, got skimmed out of our moonstones by this chest, and found out the Marif was working for the bad guys. We started interrogating him, and he said Dahl was making him do it. So I was like, don't worry man, just be cool. Anyway, we were gonna let the Marif live, but he tried to kill Jack and started Jack's lifelong murderous trust issues. Now that Jack was rescued, we needed to start building an army to take Helios back. I tried using the snowball to put the door code in and was a little spooked when it didn't work, but I was able to just use the interact button to punch in the door code, so the run doesn't end here. Janie Springs helped us get a new vehicle. This one can fly, kinda, so I wasn't about to trust it with my life. A cool trick you could do with the Stingray is to boost up a little bit, press the slam key, and then boost again as you bounce to get more height for your jump. I was a bit rusty, so I took a couple of minutes to make sure I got this, because holy crap, how am I still alive? I don't know if the snowball is just that good, or the pre-sequel is just too easy, or if Jack is too OP, or what. Actually, you know what? I think it's just definitely Jack being too OP. Anyway, after meeting Pickle, we set off to get a military AI from the bosun. I had to do a bunch of annoying things to get to his ship, but for the most part, I was ballin'. And by ballin', I mean bawling my friggin' eyes out, because I finally died.
Back! Beam him! No! No!
Soldier, be tall or be dead. Now pick again.
For some reason, the guy that killed me shrunk after I respawned and was easier to kill, so that's pretty neat. After a few close calls and dying again because I went down right as I hit a jump pad, we managed to get the methane flowing again so that we could get across this lava lake. Waiting for us on the other side were a bunch of cheaters, and I didn't like that too much, but I wasn't exactly playing fair either. The first thing we needed to do was destroy the bosun's engine, which was a bit tricky. The snowballs would go right through the thing we needed to hit, so I had to bounce the snowballs off other surfaces and have them explode close enough to the power stabilizers to deal damage. I just thought that was pretty weird. Oh, also, turns out the one mugger I thought shrunk didn't shrink at all, cause I found him here. Homie was screaming at me a lot, something about how could I do that to his son or something, not really sure what that was all about, but he seemed pretty mad. He got his revenge, and he was even fighting honorably using a snowball himself. And I barely had enough energy left to fight Poop Deck after. Stink.
What's wrong with you, my love?
Anyway, the bosun fight was up next and I had a game plan. First off, we had to take out his shield regen turrets because there was no way I was going to be able to farm grenades fast enough to outdamage them. And step 2 was to just let him have it. Me and the lads made an absolute hailstorm for him. Shields resist cryo damage, so that slowed us down a bit. But once he lost his shield, I found a plethora of grenades and the lads and I finished him off. Now that we had a military grade AI, we just needed an army to go with it. As we were fighting our way through the torque-infested robot factory, we came across Gladstone, aka the inventor of the toaster, aka the inventor of the blue toaster, aka the man that sent me to the gulag too many times. Okay, sorry about that pent-up rage. Anyway, he's going to help us create the constructor bot, which is good for us right now, but absolutely tragic for my Borderlands 2 runs. Once inside, I found a very obnoxious mugger who kept lighting me on fire. Guess it was super effective after all, because man's killed me 4 times before I beat him. Pretty sure these guys are to blame for most of my deaths this run, and this guy alone was responsible for half of them. Because of his fire weapon, not being in a vacuum sucked. Well, being in a vacuum would suck, but in a more literal sense, I guess. Anyway, after I realized getting lit on fire hurts and kills me, I played it safer and finally killed him. After we performed the first ever cryogenic castration, we were finally able to get the power on and start making our constructor bot. Step 1 was to create the eye of the constructor. By combining a bunch of other eyeballs from these guys who can't see where they're going, that might be counterintuitive. Step 2 was to secure the main body. Step 3 was to calibrate the turrets. To do so, they need to kill 12 bad guys themselves, and their damage is kinda bad. So this part took way too friggin' long. It seems no matter what game I play, turrets always seem to slow me down. Why did they spawn bad? Step 4 was to get the legs. Felicity was going to pilot the robot we were going to steal them from. Her health bar was dropping, and I was kinda curious to see what happens if she lost all her health, but she kinda killed everything too fast for me to find out. And just like that, the constructor was made. And this time, it was on our side. Oh, come on, I gotta fight a constructor in this game too? Okay, so this fight can get bad quickly if we don't manage our resources properly. Felicity often spawns 2 surveyors to aid her in battle. One that repairs her, and one that makes her invulnerable to damage. The protective bubble can be annoying, but the repair surveyor is where the issue starts to come up. If we can't gain our ammo back fast enough to keep up with the spawning of drones and repairs, we won't be able to take her down. A little bit of multitasking was needed to win this fight. I wanted to make sure my ammo was as low as possible, so that just compensation would make my throws as strong as they could be, and also so that ammo containers would give me more ammo altogether. I was doing this while also farming up ammo with my Digijacks and having them throw their snowballs. Did I just describe the strategy I've been using for the whole run, but more dramatic? Yeah, pretty much. For real though, I needed to first try the boss, otherwise I would have to reset the map to fill all my ammo containers again. Luckily, I don't think Felicity has the 95% grenade damage reduction like constructors do in Borderlands 2, so that's good at least. I was running out of ammo crates, but luckily I managed to get her into her final phase right as that happened, so I didn't have to worry about any more surveyors. So my objective was to just survive. I just needed to farm up snowballs and make sure that these guys didn't pick up any guns. After a long fight, we finally got Felicity to short circuit and rejoin our side. As a reward, Jack gave me another Jacko cannon. I guess that's a moment of all time. Now that we had our army, it was time to retake Helios. The first place we wanted to retake is Jack's office, and we needed the help of Claptrap to get in. I was in my element here, quite literally, since Claptrap somehow made a snowstorm on a space station. Hey doll guys, freeze! Fighting the trained military soldiers felt a lot easier than fighting the dumb scavs for some reason, so getting to Jack's office was a breeze. Our next goal was to save Gladstone again along with his other buddies. Nothing too interesting here, just waiting for the scientists to open doors, oh my god! Anyway, after I saved them all, I took a quick pee break and everyone played Among Us without me. Pretty sure all the scientists got ejected, and so did I, because next thing I knew I was flying through the veins of Helios, making sure I didn't fall into the endless depths of space. Zarpedon almost got me with her mischievous tomfoolery. After blowing some stuff up though, we managed to get out of that nightmare fuel area. The last spot before our fight with Zarpedon was the lunar launching station. Here we needed to disable a force field in order to pass. I defused all the power cells without blowing them up because I'm very good at this game and I would never make a mistake like that. After that, all I had to do was survive a few waves of some extremely casual bad guys. Lucky for me, I was able to activate some gun loaders to distract them. At this point, I was ready to fight a tough boss, and I didn't have the patience to wait for the shock field to go down or the patience to wait for Jack to hop on the elevator. Zarpedon was going down. If she was going to set traps for me, I was going to set traps for her. I had 2 things going for me during this fight. Number 1 was Jack distracting Zarpedon, and 2 was that ammo crates would continuously spawn during the fight. I also had 2 things going against me during this fight. First off, cryo damage on Zarpedon's big shield was doing very little damage, and 2, she can get her shield back pretty much instantly. On the bright side, this is the pre-sequel run where I finally figured out how her shield recharge move works. If you pay attention here, you can see that Zarpedon is draining the power cores from the floor. And when she is done, it breaks and she can't use that same power core again, which means she will eventually run out of recharges. During this fight, she used all 6 of her charges before committing to trying to kill Jack. To be specific, the real Jack, not the fake one or the fake ones. Without her shield, it was only a matter of time before I found enough grenades to take her down. It was now time for phase 2 of the fight. 0.8 seconds into this part of the fight, I get distracted by an orange loot beam and snag the ZX one drop from her power suit. I know all 12 pre-sequel players are mad right now that I got the designated drop from the one-time kill. After that, I started trying to fight Zarpedon, but geez man, she knows how to dodge. I feel like my accuracy went from good to bad so freaking quick. I feel like she was standing still trying to fight Jack and I was still missing. This phase also introduces a bunch of ascended doll soldiers, and at this point it was too chaotic to keep track of anything at all. All I could do was run around like a chicken with my head cut off and hope to find some grenades so that I could miss Zarpedon some more. I think Jack was the MVP for this fight, honestly. Still talking about the real one. Pretty sure he did more damage than me, but on the bright side, I can make all the pre-sequel players even angrier with this prismatic bulwark, another designated drop off a one-time kill. By the way, the save file with all the cool gear I found throughout the run will be in the description down below if you want it. Now that the bad guy was beaten and we had the Eye of Helios / Destroyer and its inspiration bestowed upon us, we could finally go to the vault. Feel like I'm missing something important? Probably not. Anyway, Virago Solitude was very short. The game played this cutscene for the Guardians, but also gave me the option to just run right past them. I don't know why they gave him a cutscene if it's not a required fight. Also not a required fight was this guy who surrendered. Snowball fighting etiquette is to spare anyone who surrenders, so I let him go. Unless... RK5 aka Romkampfjet Mark V aka Bootleg Bunker was our next boss to take down, and our most challenging one yet. Not only was ammo scarce, but hitting RK5 was really tough since it's usually way out of our range. My Digijacks also had a lot of trouble landing shots on it, so I tried to use them to kill off the waves of churros? Also had to deal with a few more cheaters during this fight. Much like Felicity, if I were to die during this fight, I would have to save quit to reset all the ammo crates, or I'd just be making the fight a lot harder than it needed to be. My best bet with this fight was to fight Flyer with Flyer. There are 2 jump pads on this map that gave me a great deal of mobility. On top of getting me out of sticky situations, they also helped me farm up grenades, because Digijacks die if they're too far away from you. Our game plan was to conserve our ammo best we could and only throw snowballs if we were sure we could land the shots. There's one attack where RK5 gets really low to the ground, and I was able to land most of my shots when he did this maneuver. This boss fight ended up killing me 4 times before I managed to get a winning fight, and that winning fight required me to dodge bad guys and bomb strikes for 30 minutes. As a reward, the game gave me a Boomacorn. I was a little scared I was going to get another Jacko Cannon, but that would never happen. Now that RK5 was out of the way, I was allowed to do the pre-sequels version of the whole percent speedrun. After that, we finally made it to the vault and we were ready to reap our reward. Oh, come on, dude! Anyway, after some inspiration from Tina, yeah, I'm not sure how that one worked either, and fighting off whatever the heck this thing is, it was finally time to fight the Sentinel. Just kidding, I went to Moxie's bar and got one of those drinks for 30 minutes of damage reduction because I knew this fight was going to take a while. The Sentinel is a 7-phase fight, but it has always been fair. This time around, I was really able to take advantage of his bullet deflecting move by simply not using bullets. However, the 3rd phase was an ice phase, so my damage really dropped off and it took a while. But the game plan was pretty much the same. The big Sentinel was a bit more tricky to deal with. Instead of just running around in circles, I had to play an elaborate game of the floor is lava. I also had to make sure I was nailing this guy in the head, because my grenades weren't doing damage otherwise. We had a lot of close calls during this fight, and towards the end we were running low on damage reduction. This is also where the Sentinel started doing some really cursed strats. I don't know exactly what was happening. All I knew is that I was taking knockback constantly. I think he knew the end was near, so he was trying to get me as far away from him as possible. It wasn't gonna work though. In the end, he set himself up for the perfect trick shot, which means you can beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the snowball. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. I know this wasn't the hardest run in the world, but I had a lot of fun this time around. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell, and all that good stuff. I do read all my comments and love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early, and the support also helps me get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have links to my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Pandora's always been a lawless place, but what if we wanted to bring some order to this wasteland of a planet? Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 as a sheriff's posse? To start, let me tell you what exactly this challenge is. First off, the basic rules. We will attempt to beat the game at Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. To the new Borderlands recruits, that pretty much just means the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Also, bar will not be allowed during this run. On to the fun stuff. I will play as the sheriff and the others will be my deputies. The challenge is mostly centered around these badges, therefore I will be running Jacob's pistols while the deputies run Jacob's shotguns. The badges also provide us with a little extra fight for your lifetime based on how many deputy badges are equipped on the team. So I get an extra 60% while everyone else got an extra 30. And for the real kicker, if at any point the sheriff dies, that's me, I must save quit and reset the map. This means my survival is of the utmost importance. Last thing before we get started, I'll show you all the rest of the gear and builds. We all have a basic shield and low-level grenade mod just for slagging purposes, and in the comm slot, I will be running the legendary Titan for tankiness, and the deputies will be running the legendary Gunzerker comms for some DPS and longer Gunzerk duration. Here are the builds so that all the Sal mains can go make me cry in the comment section. For the deputies, I pretty much gave them an AI-generated deputy Sal build. They all have 2 shotguns out instead of the usual Grog and Lady Fist in the main hand, so I had to change some stuff to compensate for that. As for the sheriff build, I decided to suffer a bit and not give myself too much DPS, but on the other hand, I have the most deadly seal combo in the game. That's right, baby, we're bringing the stinky back. I put the stinky on him. Okay, now with all that out of the way, let's introduce the posse.
Wake the fuck up, everybody!
Dang, you're under 100 hours.
With my trained deputies, wait, you guys are trained, right? Raise your hand if you played Deputy Sal before. Okay, raise your hand if you've ever played Sal before. Oh god, what did I get myself into? Anyway, we started clearing out Tutorial Town and found that 6 shotguns all going off at once not only drops me to what I'm guessing was 30 frames per second, but it's also pretty funny to listen to. Oh my god, hearing all the Jacob shotguns go off, dude. Not too many issues came up here, and honestly, we kind of rolled the place. Anyway, we saved Hamulok and set off to take on Boom Boom. Along the way, we discovered that the accuracy and range of the shotguns was going to be the deputy's biggest challenge. Well, besides making sure my clumsy butt doesn't fall off a cliff or something, of course. I had a feeling that this would be an issue, so I made sure to give everyone 5 in insight and busts that can't slow down, so that we could get into the enemy's faces quickly and also rush to each other's aid in case we went down. Mix that with the fact that our bleed out timer is super long because of our badges, and the fact that you can fire your left gun while reviving, you get a strat that just might get us through this game. The plan for Boom Boom was to let me take the cheese bowl fight with my lower DPS while my deputies handled the other boom. They did a great job, but on my end, I was having some trouble. Luckily, Deputy Lucas came in and helped kick Boom Boom out of his turret. I didn't have much ammo to help with this fight, so I decided to promote myself to Medic Sheriff GASMASK and just help that way. I started to run back so I could top off my pistols, and the lads accidentally let all of the outlaws out by blowing up the gate, so I made the call to go in and risk it for my homies like they would for me. This time around, I knew I couldn't revive everyone in time, so I made sure to slag everything I could so that they had a chance to get themselves up, earning me another promotion to Support Medic Sheriff GASMASK. Anyway, we dealt with the very thrusty bad guys, and we all made it out of this fandango alive. And then Queen Knight did the bleed out any % speedrun on accident while trying to save me, so that was hella depressing. Oh, this is a perfect time to point out that the death counter will only count my deaths. If you need an explanation on why, just go check out our other co-op challenge. I'm sure that will clear everything up for you. Anyway, after many armpit moistening battles and stinky plays, we made it to Flint. Initial results showed that this fight was going to be super tough. After a lot of really scary close calls, we retreated and went to make a game plan. We decided that we should just go in and milk the fight for your life timer and just spam shotguns at ankle biting range.
Reduced crit chance on Jacob's crit knife to 30%.
Flint by punching him off of.
They did it, chat. They did it. They fixed the golden god. Daedalus legendary SMG frangible removed from chest loot tables. Gadgets no longer reset to maximum use after gaining a second wind. Cinder Shelly voice lines don't trigger as often. Star Helix, buff. Bonnie and Clyde, buffed. Bugbear, buffed.
You have a Bugbear?
Yeah. Rowan's Charge, buffed. Lucian's Flank, buffed. Aegon's Dream, buffed. Hard Hitter, buffed. Melee stuff, buffed. Wording settings and menus now persist when switching tabs or leaving the menu. Toggle junk behavior has been further to target the desired item. Combat Raider now features a dedicated legendary loot indicator. Oh. Play the game.
They released so much cool stuff.
Really?
They're doing so much stuff this year. In Costco. Why do they have to keep drinking the sunset sour?
Weekly activities now populate after campaign completion.
Did you show something weird on your stream? Or is BB just being precautious?
Did I show something weird?
Well, BB was just saying you're showing your stream.
Oh, I know.
Be like, I didn't know that you knew.
Echo 4 buff, cool. Alright, this looks like a pretty good patch. This looks like a pretty good patch. Battle Wagon is the weekly encore. Kickballer is the weekly wild card. Okay. Reach black market machine. Four. Sway! Let's go. Let's get it, chat. Woo! Okay, they didn't update the phosphine guns yet. My game's gonna run stuttery because it's gotta clear out the fucking cache thing or whatever it's called.
Let's just go out there and have some fun.
Hmm. Your game won't launch with a dialogue skip. Where the battle bubbles at?
You think you should be available to attend this?
What is it? You got packing peanuts in here. Chat, where are the bubbles? Where are the bubbles, chat? There's a map marker now when they show up? Like on the main map or the mini map? Oh, okay, that's cool.
Guess I'll just keep looking for him. Oh, there's always been a marker? Oh, well, that's concerning. So, where...
I need you to track down an item that some wild animals have decided to guard with their lives. There'll be a reward, of course.
Lift up! It's you and me, champ.
I didn't even see a kickballer nerf in the stuff. Was that nerfed? Oh, intended Jacob's things, yeah. Hey guys, chat, watch this, watch this. Backpack. Sort by rarity. Right. It stays sorted by rarity now, chat. Ooh-wee.
So I may have trained a certain creature to steal for me, and it may not have come back with the last haul, because it's a dirty double crossing. Sorry, I just... This is why I guard my heart.
And here I thought we'd see the last of these bastards. Oh well. Order infantry spotted! Stay on guard!
What do you mean? Yeah. No. That's just a normal infinite forbidden box. No. Not yet, at least. They're coming in the mail still. When do you shoot in this game? When you do shooting quests like this?
Lesson of the day. You can't befriend a vile ripper by giving him protein. Little riddle for you.
What does a Sith carry around?
I'm not shooting much right now because I'm trying to figure out how to get these boss bubbles to spawn, and I'm not sure if I have to like do activities for them to spawn or something. I'm kind of confused.
Time to lose some lead. Gunners nearby.
Whoops. What?
No, I said whelp because I died. Cool. Probably later. Where's this at? Oh. Oh, can't climb that, never mind. It confirms that it is not a bugged gun, because otherwise it would be mentioned that it is a bug. But they italicized its name. No, it is a bugged gun. It is a bugged gun. I don't know how you can look at the gun with no name, just a prefix, and that doesn't do any damage, and say, yeah, that's a gun. That's an intended thing. They also just removed it. So, like... I feel like that kind of indicates it's a bug. Does it not world drop? That might be the same thing. That might be the same thing and they just worded it funny. I've only ever gotten mine out of shops and vendors though. How do they want me to get this up here? Hey, okay, we got one. All right, let's see how this goes. Wait, let me kill this guy first. Thank you, I just wanted the iridium. Thank you, I just wanted the iridium. Alright. Oh, it does get spooky. Wow. It's like blood orange. Alright, let's see what we got. Yo, he's got wings? Okay.
Alright, let's see. Did we get the new thing?
Did we get it?
Oh, let me do my contract ones. First one dropped a leg and it was a Prince Harming. Buh. And nothing. Oh, let me look at the crit knife. Grenade, damage impact target has a 30% chance to be a critical hit for 5 seconds. I mean, still good, still good. Thank you, DJ Cooper. Next Vault Hunter looks like it'd be a Star Wars character. I could see it. I could see it. Like what? Like a bounty hunter almost. Cad Bane-esque, but robot, not alien. I don't know if I should stay and watch BL4 gameplay because I never played it. You shouldn't really get any spoilers because I'm not really doing the main quest, Assassin. I'm just doing the new Halloween event. But go.
Order contacts. Going loud.
A BB-8. I do not know that one. Is that the tall one? The tall, like, pencil, skinny looking dude? Boom! That really didn't go in. And another one. Let's go. Alright, so if you want these to start spawning, just start doing contracts. BB-8 is the ball? Is it? Bro, what do you want? I don't watch Star Wars that much, bro. What are the odds I decimate this bubble with a boo womper? Hold up. Oh, I do have amp and enrage on. Perfect. Lucky Lou, Handy Howard. What is this? What was that tractor beam looking at? Stop, let me look at my loot. Where's that nuke? Wow.
I hate to see what vile lictors experiments have done to some of the animals around here. Turned some of them bloodthirsty. This one in particular is a real danger to folks. Can you take care of it?
Blah.
Bang, bang, bang!
If anyone was wondering, I found the bad guy.
Tastes a bit like motor oil.
Yo, the battle bus guy. What legendaries does he drop? He's got the Affinity XL, right? What else he got? Is that the only gun he's got? Bugbear and Completion. Ooh, should we get the shiny Bugbear Infinity XL? I wonder if I'm farming him, if battle bubbles will just show up nearby. Hello, Astolfo.
This job requires focus.
How's your chat? Yu-Gi-Oh packs came in.
If you ever need to talk, I'm here for you.
Alright, chat, one sec. Let me change this. Gourd your loins and hex appeal. Okay. Let's see what we got.
Oh! Jump scare. Ooh, it goes with the colors too. That's sick. Yippee! Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna do. All right, I gotta adjust the price on the card packs. Drop it down 2K. Let's see. Okay. We're good. You guys ready? You guys ready? Jingle, jingle. Are we gonna get a QCR in this box? We're looking for the Exodia, or the Sengenjin, or the Weju Temple, or even another Mulch Army. Boom! Remember, if we get Broomy, whoever redeemed it's banned. That was 2 days ago, so they get it late, so they dodged it this time. Clear. Clear. No Broomy. Hey, Beam Reflection, my boy. Ooh, Fiendsmith Sync, that's pretty good. Bet and Bat. And then the Creation King guy. Okay, you're safe today. You are safe today. Safe. That was from the other day when it got redeemed and I didn't have packs. Now I'm up to date. Rift bubble! Yo, Fi, you playing right now? Whoa, Poison Ivan. But the area color did not change for me. Interesting. I was wondering, Fi, if you wanted to group up, I could farm the bubbles while you farm the battle bus. I could go around doing contracts. You get some
You go for some battle bus kills? Yeah, that sound good? Alright, you can hop in mine, just in case yours is bugging. Okay, I did all the contracts here. No other things. Battle wagon's over here. Yeah, for sure, Vi. Then load up when you're ready. I'm gonna use the bathroom, get a drink, all that good stuff.
Hey, you're doing phenomenal. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Hi-Fi. How's my Fi doing? Yay, we're matching. Oh, sorry I didn't post the shift code in the chat. I'm so greedy, bro.
All right, Fi, you go have fun with Battle Bus. And I'll get us some of the spooky loot.
I should keep all of those, not trash them. Hold on. Wait, I got a reward. What'd I get?
Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
I did not want to equip it. No. No, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to go zoomy mode. We are in full zoomy mode, chat. Super Soldier on. We are going full zoomy mode. Where are these bounties at? Okay.
Seems this gunner needs some bullets. Luckily, I'm feeling sick.
How exactly does it want me to get up there? Over here? Yeah, this looks right. Okay. Is there a cave? Oh, is there a cave down there? There's a cave down there. Oh, how did I miss this giant cave right here? Also, Fi, I don't know how busted you are, but I can drop it to UVH easy if you want. But if it doesn't make a difference... ooh, battle bubble. Battle bubble! But if it doesn't make a difference, I'm just gonna farm XP, bro. Let me get these specializations up. Want me to go through the cave? No way. Please! Thank goodness, bro. Hi, Battle Bubble. Let me up. Spooky Battle Bubble. Oh, Shadow Pelt. No, not you. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where you go, you stupid. I can't even see him. There we go. There he is. Good. Wait, Fi, did I just find one of the things? Hold up, Fi, you're gonna want to see this, I think. I think I just found one of the grenades you just gave me. I'm playing a co-op run, so it turns out it actually unlocked UBH1 for a Astolfo who isn't done with story, so they panicked because they thought they were stuck in UBH while doing story, lol. What? That's goofy. Wait, if I look at this grenade I just got, is this one of them? Is this another one? Good, yeah, usually life steals are lower tier third passive, I feel.
This should be interesting. And by interesting, I of course mean dangerous.
Battle bubble up by 5. Ooh, leggy. Hi, legendaries. Hi, legendaries. Bugbear. Asher's Rise. Completion. Bye, Battle Wagon. Bye. So does the crit knife Vex bleed thing still kind of work? Because what the fuck did Fi just do? That's just 3 mags of sticky bod. Love to see it. Psychobot. Okay. You are a bit tankier than I thought you'd be. Sticky bod. If the guy themselves drops the leggy fi, I'll let you know. but I think you're just supposed to check your like inventory to see if you got the thingy. Oh, my backpack's full. Okay. Escape key. How do I get the other world events to start? I can only get the airdrop. You just kind of have to be in the area. Do contracts in the area until it shows up, honestly. It's really annoying. Just do contracts in that map until it shows up. As like close as possible. I would avoid save quitting, all that jazz. It might take like a bit, but... Hello, Commander. I don't think that's a good commander, though. Medical commander? I don't think so. Alright. Gold, gold, gold! I got the Scully! What does Scully do? Accursed. Yeah.
Whoa.
I got the Scully!
That looks cool. No trouble.
And. No back to back.
Ooh, I like the pumpkin.
You like the pumpkin?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty sick.
Do you have like a thing?
This is the gun skin. Here, let me get some light.
It's giving Saints Row.
Yeah. Do you want to see the blood rain when I find the next battle bubble? Okay, I'll show it to you when I...
You got like a little mallet in your pumpkin head or something?
Do I? Oh, there's another battle bubble right up there. Perfect. Oh yeah, I got like a little machete in my head. That's funny.
That's cool.
Oh, Fi, did you see your sorting options now persist after closing menu? Alright, here, watch. So you find the battle bubble.
That's a crazy vehicle. I do not have that vehicle.
And then when you get close, it gets all spooky.
Ooh.
And then you fight the spooky boss. What the Skull Nade do?
The Skull Nade kind of reminds me when you fight those, the heads, those 4 heads.
I don't know if he's resisting it or if I just don't know how this works, but...
Evan Horizon. Why he just got a normal?
What's this do? You throw out a...
And then his health got eviscerated.
Because I put a bunch of torque stickies on him.
Oh, I didn't even see you do that.
Hold on, let me close my actions.
Whoa, I like that.
Here, let me see. Let me see what this does. Okay, I throw a skull. Okay, it shoots little things at him, but it's shooting at something that's invincible right now. Hold on, let me get rid of this.
That's cool.
I don't know if I'm just not built for grenades, but this don't seem very good.
Well, I would use it for the...
I might just... It might not be UVHM5 good is all.
Well, I imagine the micro events are probably for people to come back for like
Yeah.
but like you're playing it anyway, so
Maybe we get a better version on the next one or something. We'll see. Does it have an element on it? Doesn't say an element, but it looks like it's doing corrosive damage, maybe. Huge. There was a target detected. Okay, I gotta get up there.
Well, if it ain't the artificial army.
Is it up top? Is it in this building? Is it up top? There you are. Honestly, I don't know how to grind at my experience for my Rafa right now. Just doing side content, contracts and shit. Doing the contracts. Do the side missions. Do both. Hold up.
Looks like we still got some orders to mop up.
What is this? Why? Oh, no, I need to carry this thing? Oh, no, not one of these, bow.
Best watch where you're looking.
Perfect.
Great job. It's not really stealing if you do it from the upper class.
It's not really stealing if you do it from the upper class. Crazy. Excuse me.
To the sky. Order forces on the field.
Everything in video game, when you run really fast, your animation just looks goofy. Yeah, you're just like jiggling.
Wait, what's it? Lord Buffy Puss Puss? What is this name? Who was this dude? Who is bro?
See that? That's a little thing called mercy. Might give it a try next time.
Can I pick up Rudy in a car? Good. Lord Buffy Puss Puss.
So what? You're like a manager or something?
Hi-fi. Yay, loot. Infinity. Antsy Buster. Infinity. Infinity. High Battle Boss. Bugbear. High Battle Bubble. Genome. Murky turkey. Oh, bro got put in the water. Ooh. Okay, okay, okay. Can I have my loot, please? Don't make me hurt the babies. Do you want to reload world? For what? For what? No, I think I still got plenty of for contract refresh. I've only checked like half of them so far. No, I'm still going good. All right, Rift Justice, come on. Darn it. Come on. I got another Scully. Okay. And a Jelly. Seven, 464, 325, 2 charges, 2 charges. Got the exact same one, it looks like.
One person's junk is another's. Well, junk.
No, I'll let you know if I want to refresh them. Oh, I forgot that I am sleeping message. Unpin it. I'd say 2 players pretty efficient way of doing this, because I feel like I'm doing rift bubbles like half the time. Where's the contract board here? Is there a contract board here? I bet it's over by the shops. Yep, I see it. Let's go, Vile Bounty. Collect? Ah, fuck it.
Clumsy me. I think a creature out there is developing.
The order is being corrupted. More so than usual. A synth needs to be taken care of.
Put them down.
Thank you, Flint. Battle bubble.
Bringing out the big guns.
Eddie Four Eyes Swazowski. Oh my god, I sent them flying. Oh, I didn't mean to throw the little baby.
Oh good, order forces. To what do I owe the displeasure?
Iridium. Am I supposed to collect like cratch rings or something? Is that not what I'm killing? Oh, it's creep limbs. Oh. How do I get up there? Oh my go around moment. Oh, brother. What is this? Oh, it's probably that one side mission. Oh, perfect. How many creep ones do I need? There we go. Eat poop. You had another thing to give to me? Okay. Sick. Ow! Next time I teleport to you over there, I'll grab it from you. Battle bubble.
Oh good, order forces. What do I owe the displeasure?
Horus. Hey, Fi, have you done the Gordello yet? Oh, hi, Fi. I have stuff for you, too. I don't know if you have one of these yet, but there you go. Gold, gold, gold. Gold, gold, gold. Also, I got this for you, Fi. I don't know if you'd like it, but it looks like it could be cool. Two, 3, 9.
Greetings, killer.
Hector's dead. I wonder who's next. Go kill something as you do.
Holy fucking capacity, dude. Triple roll capacity. Yeah, I'll nab those. I'll put those in the bank.
Anyone else feeling mega horny? Just me?
I literally just got a double capacity Cinder Shelly. I want the triple roll fucking Vagabond Super Soldier so bad.
Charmed, I'm sure. Be off with you then. I don't mind.
Justin Bieber being live. Does he still do stuff? Oh, Battle Bobble. Yay. What we got here? What we got here? Shock resist completion. I'll take it. Spinny XL, low damage roll. I'll take that. Hi, Battle Bubble. I'll take that. Leave me alone! Akira! Akira! Whiskey Foxtrot. No, thank you. Ooh, big damage Bugbear. I'll take that. Hold up. 3-6, 3-8. What's my affinity? 2-6. Yeah. Yeah.
Keep it together. Come on!
Hey, violence! This should be fun for a few seconds.
That's crazy. That is crazy what that does. Damn, Gas's playlist goes hard. Real. Where's it gonna make me go? Why is it making me going over there? Yeah.
I've got piano lessons later!
Oh, fine. I figured out what indicates the percentage on Torgue stickies. Torgue stickies are determined by the mag size. The percentage, so the lower the mag size, the higher the percentage per like tick. So you do not want to go for mag size boosts, apparently, when using Torgue stickies. Wait, what's a Rift champion? It's like those battle bubble guys. I'll show you. I'm looking for some right now as I'm doing contracts. There's one over by Fi right now. That even applies to, according to lazy data. According to lazy data, I want to avoid mag size boosts like the plague. That's why I'm glad my Chaosin has a 25 mag. Because then it's like, it doesn't matter if you do the infinite ammo thing, but if you actually boost mag size stuff, it no bueno. Dang, there was just a Rift champion right here. The fuck did I just witness? Oh, you got it. You got it. The exterminator. Yeah, these battle bubble things, these are Rift champions. Every time you kill one, you go in your inventory and you have a chance to get a new thing. That's crazy stupid. Uh-oh. Hello? Anyone there to second wind me? Nope. So what about skills that add mag size? It applies. It applies. It is based off your mag size according to lazy data. It might not say on the card, but it depends on your actual mag size, I guess. Yeah, with Rafa infinite ammo spam, it's like a no-brainer. They called my name. They know my name. They know my name. Alright, where's little bro at? Why is he hiding from me? How do I get in there? Let me in, little bro. How do I get up there? Here we go. Captain Cankles. Crazy name. Oh my god. There's 3 vile enemies up here. I'll take it. Same charm as BL2 ones in their own game. Rafa and Amon are the only ones I've really played, and they're good. But I'll be honest, I don't know if a lot of the BL2 characters have their own charm. Not gonna lie, I love playing Axon, but he's kind of boring. Zero's got some cool charm to him. He's got some personality. Maya also is just kind of default, like not really like character, I don't know, not very in depth. So, no. Salvador, he's got some charm to him. He's got some charm to him. Gage is Gage. No. Krieg's got some charm to him. But I'd probably say yeah, especially with how much more involved they are. Rafa does this thing where sometimes he'll be like whisper to himself in Spanish, or he'll like start mocking people. Like there's this one time where Claptrap's like, just figure it out, and then Rafa's like, you figure it out, and dude, it had me crying, bro. It was just so funny because I'm like, dude, that's such a mood. And I'm like, I know I don't speak Spanish, but I know exactly what Rafa's saying every time he's like, some Spanish. I don't want to make up Spanish words because they'll sound bad, but you get the idea. Vex and Harlow I haven't really played, so I can't really answer for them, but... New specialization. Daredevil. Hi, Daredevil. Most charming release. They're all kind of mute in all the games except like BL3 and BL4. So probably the characters from BL4. Maybe even TPS because I started talking in TPS, but... Gold, gold, gold! The buoy! Bank that shit, bro. Give me the new gun! Hi, Rift Bubble. How are you, Rift Bubble? How do I get there? Hi, Ripsaw. No way! We had black hole modifiers, so like every single enemy spawned the annoying black hole. Oh no. But character design wise? I don't know. There's not like a ladder of better. Just some characters are good, some characters are bad. Axton's boring. Axton's boring soldier dude. Rafa is soldier dude, but he has like an exosuit. So I feel like that's cooler. Moze is soldier with big iron mech. That's never been seen before. Amara's cool. New take on Siren, making them buff. I like that. Black pet robot. The robot with pets. Sick. I don't know. I don't know. I can't rank them, I guess. I hate ranking things.
I like look because I prefer characters that have like a fully all white to the point of it being more scary.
I don't think I could base it off a game. I could maybe like rank characters, but I can't be like, this game had better, you know? I don't know. Seems arbitrary to rank them by like game, I suppose. This one. Itchy. Flavor. I would much rather do tier lists than rank them in order. Tier lists make a lot more sense in my head. Okay, no bounties there. Top characters by design. Maybe. I don't know if I get. I don't know if I have like a favorite though. Krieg.
But I was gonna say, I feel like
I like Krieg.
Just like kind of paid out like have cool maps. I feel like just.
I like Krieg. Krieg, good design, cool character concept, good execution. Zero, cool cause mysterious. I like Zero. Rafa, cool with concept of like I could just blow up at any moment. And cool exosuit. Good background lore. Drip Van Tinkle. Dude. What are these names? BL1, bland as hell, character design wise. Soldier, witch, hunter, tank.
I still think Commandant Steel was one of the cooler people. Sorry.
Agreed.
I think Commandant Steel was super cool, and I kind of feel like I wish that concept art would have been able to go in more games.
Right. Level up. Hi, Battle Bubble. Genome. I hope Cash is cool too. Cash is giving a little bit of Flack vibes, so I wonder how similar they'll be. I wonder what his like tone of voice is gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Like, is he gonna be like? Fuck, do I gotta go above or below this mountain? Can we track this one, please?
Welcome to the gang.
Yo! Talos the Chosen with the Prime for 11 months. Holy moly. Thank you, Talos. Like, do I want Cash to be, like, happy-go-lucky? Or do I want him to be, like... I don't know. Like, howdy, like, cowboy. I don't know. Imagine if they gave him, like, the personality of, like, Mal. Where he's just like, oh boy, I love killing. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me get my iPad for the iPad kid. Where do I gotta take this thing? Oh my god, 700 meters out, bro.
I smell ordenadores.
I gotta take it through the town? Okay.
We've got company. Order soldier spotted.
Good dunk. Yeah, we're going from the top, bro. Wait, which way am I going? Let me go right. He'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. Hi, Battle Bubble. How are you, Battle Bubble? Ripsaw! Oh, if I... Oh, I got legendary Jacob's enhancement. Holy shit. But I don't know if that leggy dropped for you too or not, because it's a world drop, but if you want to check, you can TP to me. Separate for sure, okay. No way, bro. Gold, 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 gold! Forwarded double cream murmur. Deals crit damage to enemies under 35% health. With Jacob's crit and Tedior combo mag? Wait. Oh, this is the new gun. Yo, does it always roll these parts? Someone else posted one in the Borderlands 4 channel, right? Okay, someone else got Jacobs on theirs too. Interesting. Yo, let's try this bad boy out. Let's throw it on over this. Okay, okay. Let's see how this goes. Oh, do I have another one to open? Time to look for replicator homing, yep. Hi everybody, hi everybody. Hi everybody, hi everybody. I'll be right back. I'm gonna test this thing out. I might. I'll test it out while we're fighting. Never mind. There's enemies over here. I mean, it does what it says. Chuck damage ain't bad on it. My question is, does the reload also do crit on low health? It does do crit on low health. Ooh. The reloads do crit. Here, let me see. Let me look at you, Fi. Are you burning up over there? No, you look fine. Stop, stop, stop. Stop, stop. Stop whining. You're not on fire, bro. You're not on fire. You're just seeing things. They really do be finishing them off, though. Wait, let me get battle bus if it's not too late. It's too late. I see the stickies attached. All right, let's see what we got. Bladed? I've never seen that one before. On armor segment filled grants 20% gun damage for 5 seconds. It's kind of good on a completion, I guess. Maybe. Rhythmic bugbear. Check it 1%. Wait 1 sec. What am I checking? %1 sticky on a shoddy. Shit! Because the mag size is like 13? Oh no. What are the legendaries in your build? Right now I'm running the ceramic bod. This gun counts as every single type of gun. So when it gets like, it's a shotgun, but it would get SMG boosts if it boosts SMG. I'm running the Chaosin, which is a really good torque sticky gun. This is the new Halloween update gun that I'm testing out. This is just a spread launcher, and then I also use the Hellwalker. This shield makes you run fast when it's full. This is just a legendary enhancement. Speaking of, let me check my new Jacobs one I got. No way I sold it, right? No, it's right here. Okay. So mine was Sequencer and Bounce Pass. This is also the same thing. This one is pistol accuracy and sniper rifle equip speed, gunfire rate, shotgun status effect damage. Hey, Fi, you want a Jacobs? You want a Jacobs enhancement? 43 crates. I'm okay? Okay, I'll keep it. What was that Torg one? Minus combo, ew. Oh, you didn't even get the Jacobs part. Womp womp. Did you open all your crates and get nothing? Bank, 37, 35, 30. Okay, 38 is the highest one. Alright, battle bubble. How do I get over there, though? Do I go right or left? Only the rifts? Okay.
I'm going to make a coat from some arms.
It moved? Oh. Oh my god, I got the whole fucking Foundry Freak squad. What? I like the Chaosin and Super Soldier on my Harlow. Yeah. Love those items.
Damn, where'd that go wrong? That's rhetorical, nobody answer that.
What was that? Are you looking for anything, Fi? Any class mods or anything? I got an extra one of the BIS Torg launcher if you want. The BIS Torg launcher, Talk about the laser guided one. Oh. I'll take that. I guess a purple weaver if +5, I can look. Okay. Worst frontal prefixes in the world. Frontal's the crazy way to say prefix. It's just prefix. You don't gotta say frontal. If it's at the end, it's a suffix. You don't gotta call it. No. Not the crazy time to use that word, bro. Crazy. Oh, it's just ammo. Infinity XL with lower damage than mine. Hold on. There's jacket. Wait, why was that not marked trash?
Wow, 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 wow. That's a Daedalus, never mind. Random badass dropped adaptive plus resistant super soldier. That's crazy. Alright. Oop. Bullseye bubbling waterfall. Dick. That's really good for killing this guy. Alright, I see another battle bubble. I shall return. Hi, Bilecratch. Please. Please make it, please. We're good. Oh my god. Holy murk. Boss, I killed at him too hard. Fi? This is good, right? That's good, right? Let me make sure I just favorite that guy. You know what? I'm even gonna equip you for a bit. You know, for armored enemies, this might just be better than the Chaosin. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad I checked this loot. Sheesh. Oh yeah, baby. I sort of slightly question how great is sticky or Jacobs for a sticky gun. No, I mean it ricochets an extra projectile out. So you just get an extra sticky that just shoots somewhere random. So maybe good. Yeah. Just an extra sticky out. Ooh. Is that a world drop? What'd I get? What'd I get? The Sparky shield. Oh, that's kind of sick. Oh, hold on. He's corrosive mode right now. Let him change elements real quick. Perfect.
Yoink. Gimme, 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 gimme all the loot. Gimme, 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 gimme all the loot. Yo, Fi, you like this thing? That's your shield right now? Oh, do you want to use... You want to see what I got? I got Vagabond and Evasive. You want it?
I mean, we've got to stop here.
Ooh, big Bugbear damage. Hell yeah. Hey, Bugbear got buffed too, so... That could be sick. Wait. Wait. There's no way the spread launcher attaches stickies, right? Okay, okay. I was about to say, if the underbarrel spread launcher attaches stickies... No, that's sick, though. That's going to the bank. Fucking 4-roll spread launcher. I'll take it, yeah. Shotgun damage. Sniper rifle, gun splash, shotgun equip speed. Boom! Boom! Did you want the... You can keep... Okay. If you see either a order that has Enrage and Elemental Infinity, or in like 2 rolls that are like Enrage, Elemental Affinity, Splash, Amp, anything like that, please let me know. Because I have ones that are both 1, but like it'd be cool to have a double roll one. I don't know if they can spawn or if those are like Vladoff and Ripper like exclusive things or not, but yeah, the combos I'm looking for are it's either Enrage Elemental Affinity or Enrage Splash or Enrage Amp. Does it do the ricochet on the explosion as well? I don't think so. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Splash and Everlasting. That's pretty good. I'll take that. Thank you, Fi. Thank you, thank you. Wait, shrapnel rockets? You want shrapnel rockets, Fi? Is that what I heard? You want some shrapnel rockets? We go! Shrapnel rockets with Deadeye and triple barrel fire damage. check the radius. F? Oh, I got press Y. Oh, 330. 330. $13.40. Which really makes a difference for shrapnel? Okay. Boom! The Divisioner. Hey, if I got a Divisioner drop if you want to teleport to me. I don't know if he drops anything good you'd want to check. Okay, one sec. Understood. I'm making my way back to the battle bus. I got my subs delivered today, and Schlatt milk is delicious. Let's go, dude. That's so hype, Nick. That's so freaking hype. Yeah, that's one of my S tier flavors. I know a lot of people either love it or hate it because of the like milk like type flavor. Blue raspberry milk sounds like a crazy combo, but it is a crazy combo. Ew, TDR Katagawas. Disgusting. I hope there's not a giant elephant behind me. Ah! Yo, let's go, bunny. Let's go. All right, Fi. If you want, I can reload the map, and we could change roles if you want. If you want to do something different, I could farm this guy, and you could do the bounties or something. Up to you, though. Or we could refresh map and keep doing this. Whatever you like doing. I just don't want to hog up the Halloween event if you want to have fun with the Halloween event. You're gonna reload. I might take a short break. I need some food. Okay, I'm gonna go do this last bubble, and then I might go get food as well. Come here, battle bubble. Hit me up. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Oh, what you got for me, Fi? Oh, you want to do the battle bubble too? Let's get in there. Whoa. Keep bumping and bumping and bumping under there. Bye, Fi. Okay, be back. Boom, 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 boom. Sick.
Did I already sell all my junk? Gold, 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 gold. Alright, so I got one with cooldown and I got one with more damage. Favorite you two. Mookie. Alright, we're going to murder mode.
Alright, so. My thoughts on the Halloween event. It just added 2 new items. Really? Like the cosmetics, shift codes or stuff are cool, but it takes some finicking to get the boss bubbles to spawn. If you just start doing contracts, they'll start showing up. But I don't know. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more from the Halloween event. I could be wrong. I could be using it wrong, but the skull grenade doesn't seem too good. I am in UVHM 5, so maybe it's better in like lower ranks. The Tedior gun seems like a cool concept. I like that the reloads crit when enemies are low health. That's pretty cool. But kind of hoping for more. Maybe if the boss bubbles just started spamming out like crazy. But I don't know. I was kind of hoping for more. But I'll like, it's better than nothing. But it's like getting one pickle on your burger, you know? Like, I'm glad I got a pickle, but I'm like annoyed that I only got one. I don't eat pickles on my burger, but that might apply to you. But yeah, that's kind of my opinion on it. I don't think this is going to hold over the player base very well. I don't think this is going to hold them over until how Rush Save Mercenary Day shows up. While on the topic of Borderlands 4, I have a request. Excuse me. While on the topic of Borderlands 4, I have a request. Recently, I posted this tweet. And if they implemented this, I think it would save the game. Now, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. I'm not going to ask you to retweet. But if you agree with this, I think this would be fucking huge. Let me zoom in on it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay? If you agree with me, a like, a comment, a retweet, anything. So a takedown. Read right here. Oh, my face cam's blocking it. Yes, I know. It says, yes, I know this is just a BL3 takedown format. We're joking about it. But I tweeted this. There's a link to it. I think most people would just enjoy this more than what the current system is. Even people who hated DigiPeak, you know? It's a lot more fun to do that way, you know? I'm kind of warming up to Epic's take of just give us boatloads of takedowns. Literally. Every time Gearbox adds one of those, game is better. Game is better. Every time. Every single time. The takedowns are also like a perfect format for unlocking UVHM ranks, in my opinion. None of this replaying missions or doing stuff we already did. And hey, if they want to come out and just say, hey, we'll do this, but it will take some time because it's not what we had planned. If we get it a year from now, Better than not getting it. Better than not getting it. I didn't like BL3, but I have to admit the takedowns were pretty sick. I mean, the Guardian takedown was kind of annoying with the crystal guarding section, but in concept, I love this format right here. I love it. I love it. 10 out of 10 format. But, I know it's kind of cringe to say, hey guys, can you get like, comment, and retweet this? But I want Borderlands 4 to be good, so I'm going to be cringe. I'm going to be cringe, and I'm going to throw out my opinions. And if this happens to be a bad idea in the long run or anything, I'm a firm believer that bad ideas can lead to good ideas. So if we're in the think tank, spit out what you're thinking, okay? Even if it's like, hey, add a poop gun. You know? That could lead to a good idea. Probably won't, but it could. Anyway, that's what I have to say on that. I'm gonna get some food. Wildfire is getting food as well. But anyway, Molly 1 Takedown was sick. I wasn't even too into BL3, but when Molly 1 Takedown came out, I was like, yo, I'm plotting this. I literally labbed up a strat. I was like, yo, what if I take this handsome jackhammer and I just throw it right under fucking Wotan and it just bounces under and fucking gives him cock and ball torture. Repin shift code. I don't know how to pin messages. I'm gonna be real. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get food, use the bathroom, all that good stuff. Be right back.